Chapter 101 Stars. The air suddenly fell silent. Luo Qin hung on Shui Liyang. After a long while, he said, "Just pretend you didn't hear it. I heard it." Shui Liyang refused to let him get away with it. "That burp just now was really good." Luo Qin laughed out loud. Pinching Shui Liyang's shoulders and shaking him, he spoke with a very obvious nasal tone. "Lizzie, you have to promise me that you will never leave me, okay?" Shui Liyang's childhood experience gave him a lot of experience in observing people's words and expressions. He could sense that Luo Qin's inner sense of security was actually extremely lacking. Even if he looked heartless on the surface, the great loneliness that occasionally appeared in his eyes often made him feel uncontrollably compassion. So he just answered Luo Qin's same question over and over again, until the other party believed it. And then believed it without a doubt. Luo Qin took out the DV from his pocket. There were still a few bars of battery left, but it was enough to record another impromptu video. He adjusted the lens and leaned back to Shui Liyang. The background was the vast night sky, with twinkling stars, which made the ancient city quiet and solemn. "I want to make a birthday wish now." Luo Qin was drunk, and his face began to turn red from the ears. "TSK. My hands are shaking, and I can't take a good shot. Let's just shoot it like this." Shui Liyang pinched a microphone in the air and handed it to his mouth in a serious manner. "Start your speech." Luo Qin thought about it, laughed twice, but suddenly choked up at the end. "Lizzie. Now no one knows about my past. It's good. I'm relieved. I don't care if I'm an orphan. Nor do I care if they laugh at me. It doesn't matter. If they don't want me, then so be it. I don't care." The most unpleasant words he had heard since he was a child were born by a mother, but not raised by a mother. When he heard this for the first time, he began to think about why he had no parents. Because he was abandoned. The names of his parents in the file were unknown, and the words untraceable in the birth record were most likely synonymous with abandoned babies. Whether it was because of the not-so-serious congenital asthma or the irresponsible escape. In short, from the moment he could remember, Luo Qin was constantly reminded by people around him in various ways that he was a pathetic abandoned person. Many children in the welfare home hope to be adopted, at least to get out of that well-liked place, to get resources and starting points that are difficult for orphans to achieve in their lifetime. Only he never wants to be adopted by anyone. He resists his family, and also resists family, whether it is blood or nominal. After saying this, Luo Qin paused for a long time, and then spoke the truth in a very low voice. "In fact, I can't figure out why they don't want me. For so many years, I still can't figure it out." Shui Liyang's hand paused, and his eyes were dim. Luo Qin shook his head and adjusted his expression to the camera. Today was a very important day for him, and the image he left behind could not be too ugly. He could not describe these feelings in words, and expressing them with actions was pale. Shui Liyang was unique to him. He often felt fortunate that he was so lucky to meet her after his life had been dark for several years. This made him feel that some of his previous experiences and choices did not seem to be wrong. Every tiny deviation could change the trajectory of their first meeting in Shining that day. "Don't think about it anymore. I don't want the past. Lizzie, from now on, you are my future, my entire future." Luo Qin looked past the camera, at the boundless and vast galaxy in front of him. "No matter what God made me lose in the past, or what I missed, I don't care. I forgive God." He turned around and saw that Shui Liyang's eyes seemed to have overflowing starlight, just as clear and bright as the sky above their heads. In fact, Luo Qin didn't know that, just a few months ago, Shui Liyang, on the night of her birthday, may have the same wish as him. Two people who had lost too much, like two stars wandering in the long river of time, intersecting and meeting again, finally twinkling under the sky of the same night. Even if fate is full of twists and turns, no matter how full of thorns and pain the road ahead is, the gears that match will always operate according to their original trajectory. People who are destined to meet will eventually cross mountains, seas, and galaxies, and meet on the road. It was past 11 when the two returned to the dormitory. Shui Liyang originally wanted to let Luo Qin take a shower and change clothes before leaving, but considering that the headquarters gate would be locked at 12 o'clock under normal circumstances, it would not be opened again until 5 in the morning. Luo Qin definitely couldn't get out now, and climbing over the wall would easily get him caught, which was very troublesome. He looked at Luo Qin's slightly drunk face and said, "If you don't want to leave. In fact, the bed here can also squeeze in two people." Luo Qin stopped taking off his coat. "Can I understand that you want to keep me overnight?" If you can run from here to the gate within 10 minutes, that's fine. Shui Liang glanced out the window and said casually, if you want to keep me? Luo Qin approached him, smiled evilly and blinked. I can also stay. Shui Liang looked at the other party and wanted to say confidently, I won't keep you. But as soon as he saw Luo Qin's eyes, he unconsciously said the second half of the sentence, then you can sleep here with me tonight. Luo Qin threw off his shirt in a few seconds and walked to the bathroom in a good mood. I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me. Under the centralized resource allocation model, the hot water in the Ark is very limited. 90% of the time, there is only cold water, and it is not guaranteed to be clean. Shui Liang is used to taking cold showers in spring and summer, and Luo Qin has also learned from him in the past 6 months. Always going to take a shower in the middle of the night. There is a separate bathroom in the dormitory. They are all former staff dormitories. After the renovation, they have running water. Although they are simple, at least you don't have to go to the public bathroom. Luo Qin took off all his clothes. He turned his head and found Shui Liang sitting on the bed looking at him. Then he realized that he usually slept together with Su Yigang and others. They were a group of rough men who didn't dislike each other. Some of them would take off all their clothes and wander around the dormitory in summer. Not to mention taking a shower and only taking off their clothes to their underwear. He thought, slowly picked up his clothes to cover it. But it was indeed a bit of an attempt to cover up. What are you blocking? Shui Liang sat upright. His expression looked extremely serious. No. Are you being a hooligan, or am I being a hooligan? Luo Qin looked at him, swallowed his saliva. Do you want to be a hooligan? Go take a shower first. Shui Liang leaned to the side, leaned against the head of the bed, and said vaguely, I'll tell you when you're done. Luo Qin rushed into the bathroom with his clothes, washed himself thoroughly, and rubbed his clothes. When he was about to put on his clothes and go out, he found that he only took a vest and shorts. And then he remembered that he didn't bring any other clothes to change. Lychee. The bathroom door was pushed open a little. Shui Liang looked up at the light leaking out, smiled and asked, Did you forget to bring in your change of clothes? He stood up as he spoke, found a new one in the closet at the door, walked to the bathroom door, and handed it in. Take it, I just opened it. Luo Qin was dawdling inside, and it was unknown what he was doing, and he didn't come out until 10 minutes later. Shui Liang walked up to him, smiled at him. Are you done? I'm done. Luo Qin shook his hair. Everything is ready, let's be a hooligan. Shui Liang suddenly stopped smiling, put her finger on his collarbone, and went straight around. Then it's my turn to wash. The bathroom door slammed shut. Luo Qin was stunned, thinking that it could still be like this. Wasn't this deliberately keeping him hanging? When Shui Liang came out after washing, Luo Qin had already packed up and went to bed. He half lying on the bed with his arms propped up, raising his upper body and looking at Shui Liang, with an indescribable emotion in his eyes. TSK. Shui Liang smiled. You really don't consider yourself an outsider, that's my bed, he said, and turned off the lights in the room, leaving only a table lamp on the bedside table. Luo Qin patted the empty space on the other side, with a matter-of-fact look on his face. I've left room for you, come on. Shui Liang wiped his hair with a towel, walked to the bed, looked at Luo Qin from head to toe, and asked, Are you sleeping outside? Luo Qin looked at him with a sharp gaze, and didn't move. In this way, Shui Liang would have to step over him to get on the bed. As for whether someone would touch her in the middle, she was not sure. But the probability was definitely not zero. You have trained for a long time, and you have grown muscles. Shui Liang's eyes fell on Luo Qin's arms, and he saw that the hard and tight lines of his arms supported the results of the special training these days. Luo Qin was lying on the bed wearing a black t-shirt. There were still water stains on his shoulders and collarbones from the ends of his hair. A few of them rolled down along the rise and fall of his chest and slid into the loose collar. Luo Qin was born with a good body, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, which is very suitable for muscle training as a supplement to his body lines. Perhaps it was also due to the catalysis of the virus in his body. He used to be a little thin, but now he doesn't even look thin at all. His shoulders and back are often tense, like undulating mountains. You can touch it. Luo Qin smiled softly. The training results need to be inspected. Right? Shui Liang raised an eyebrow, picked up the thermos on the table and poured herself a glass of water. The eyes have been inspected. Go to bed quickly. Luo Qin stared at his Adam's apple that was bulging when he drank water. and felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. He silently recited a few great compassion mantras in his heart to suppress it. Xue Liang finished drinking the water, wiped the corner of his mouth with satisfaction, and saw Luo Qin still staring at him. His voice was calm. "What are you looking at? Aren't you going to sleep yet?" He said it with great righteousness, as if he was not the one who had just teased others with words and touched their collarbones. A minute later, Xue Liang finally finished drinking the water slowly, glanced at Luo Qin, who still didn't move away, and planned to roll over him directly. He supported his hands on both sides of Luo Qin's body. One leg was on the edge of the bed, and the other leg quickly stepped over Luo Qin, as if he really didn't plan to do anything. But the more he did this, the more he seemed to be playing hard to get. Luo Qin grabbed his waist with both hands, pulled him down, and pulled him straight onto himself. Xue Liang lay on his chest, and his chin was hit. He sighed and rubbed it. "Be gentle. It hurts." Luo Qin didn't give him a chance to say more. He pulled him up and kissed him, his lips covering his fragile neck, kissing his Adam's apple. Xue Liang still had one leg stuck between Luo Qin's legs, and he moved uncomfortably, as if it didn't fit anywhere. "Hey!" Xue Liang suddenly shuddered and cried out in surprise. Luo Qin bit his throat gently with his teeth, followed by sliding his tongue over it, licking it boldly and blatantly, making him tremble. "Are you going to be a hooligan?" After Luo Qin kissed him, he held his face and rubbed his fingers a few times. "I'm lying down. You can do whatever you want." Xue Liang smiled and grabbed his fingers, kissed him tenderly. "Well, I told my family tonight that I would sleep at my boyfriend's house and not go back." Luo Qin moved his hand to his waist and rubbed it hard. "Yes. It's not my boyfriend who stopped me from leaving." After he finished speaking, he reached out to turn off the desk lamp, grabbed Xue Liang's neck and pulled him down, and kissed him for a long time. The lychee shell was half peeled, and only a little spring light and budding juice could be seen. Luo Qin thought about the sweetness when he put the flesh into his mouth, although it had not really touched the tip of his tongue. The unique and fascinating taste had already sprouted in his senses. After a good night's sleep, Luo Qin almost slept away all the fatigue of the week. When he opened his eyes the next day, Xue Liang had already gone out for morning training. He lay on the bed with his eyes open, and it took him a long time to remember that he was in Xue Liang's dormitory. The room was dark, and the curtains had a good light-blocking effect. There was actually no difference between day and night. Luo Qin listened to the military bugle and the sound of drill outside, and turned over to continue sleeping. Luo Qin fell asleep again with his eyes closed for a while, and when he opened his eyes again, the slogans of the drill outside were no longer heard. Birds chirped outside the window, and occasionally a car passed by with the roar of the engine. Everything was very peaceful, and it seemed no different from life before the disaster. Footsteps were heard in the corridor, and it should be Lan Yin, who came back after the morning training. Luo Qin rubbed his face, got out of bed and washed up. He saw new toothbrushes and towels in the bathroom, which were obviously prepared by Xue Liang early in the morning, and finally brought out today. Luo Qin thought that Xue Liang secretly prepared these things, and didn't want him to know, so he couldn't help but smile while brushing his teeth. He didn't wear a shirt, and stood outside the window with a toothbrush in his mouth to look at the scenery. At this time, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open, and the person muttered, "Why is it not locked?" Luo Qin turned around and looked at Falcon, who pushed the door in. Chapter 102 Archives. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, and suddenly Falcon rushed in with a start, slammed the door shut, and shook the wall next door 3 times with such force. "What are you doing?" Luo Qin asked in confusion. "Are you going to tear down the door?" Falcon was panting and blocking the door panel, looking at him in shock. "You are really careless. What if someone sees you?" Luo Qin walked into the bathroom in confusion, rinsed his mouth, wiped his face with a towel, and then walked out. "Why don't you talk anymore? What if someone sees you?" Falcon was stunned, and he was also confused, and said to himself, "Yes, it seems that it's okay to be seen by others." He calmed down and looked at Luo Qin with a scrutinizing look. "Did you sleep at the deputy captain's place last night?" Luo Qin nodded. "The accommodation conditions are okay. The bed is quite big." "This is not a question of whether the bed is big or not. This involves your personal style as a military family member," Falcon said seriously. "You have to be responsible. The deputy captain has never been with anyone else. It is illegal to destroy military marriages. Luo Qin listened to his pure Tianjin accent and tried to suppress his growing smile. Yeah, I see. Thank you for your care, brother. Falcon was relieved, nodded, and said, just you know. But I think the deputy captain is in good spirits this morning. You are indeed a little depressed. I can only say that you should bear more responsibility. After all, the deputy captain is still young, and he is a soldier, so he is quite energetic, and he may go too far sometimes. Luo Qin tilted his head and said in an ambiguous tone, so what do you think he did to me last night? He deliberately put the emphasis on the 3 words he did to me. Seeing Falcon's expression gradually petrified, the arc of success at the corner of his mouth could hardly be suppressed. You. Falcon was struck by a bolt from the blue. His face was filled with disbelief. You kid. Luo Qin couldn't bear to overstimulate the fragile heart of Comrade Lan Yin, so he stopped while he was ahead. I didn't say anything. Why do you look like I stole your cabbage? I missed the curfew last night, and I just stayed in his dormitory for 1 night, and you've been reciting stand-up comedy in your head. Falcon saw that what he said didn't seem to be false, and the bed didn't look too messy, so he heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, actually I came to deliver something to the deputy captain. He disappeared after the training in the morning, and I helped him take these back to the dormitory. I wanted to hang it on the door handle, but I didn't expect you to be here. What? Luo Qin then saw that he was holding a heavy plastic bag. It's Qingming Festival in a few days, and committee member Fang Zhou has distributed some Qingtuan and Juju cakes to the internal meeting. Falcon handed him the bag. This is a good thing, and even we benefited from it. Mr. Li is really generous. Luo Qin was stunned for a moment. Mr. Li? Are you talking about the Li Xiaohan? Falcon nodded, yes. Even this was sent to me by him halfway. And he is really a handsome man when he looks at it from a close distance. I heard that Fang Zhou had recently restarted the reconstruction plan against all odds. And he was also the chief surgeon in charge of the experiment. Luo Qin had always been very unhappy with Li Xiaohan. But thinking that Xue Liang would probably like to eat these things, he didn't say much, and reached out to take it. Okay. Put it here. He can eat it when he comes back. It was already noon when Xue Liang came back. Seeing Luo Qin still hiding in the dormitory, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Didn't you go to the rescue team to help in the morning? Luo Qin lay lazily on the bed and said, I don't want to go. I'm too sleepy. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Stay here with me. Xue Liang took off his coat, walked to the table and found the bag. What is this? Luo Qin glanced at the bag unhappily and said, The young man in Yuanshan gave it to you, a Qingming Festival gift. Why did he give me this? Xue Liang frowned. No poison. Right? It was issued by Fang Zhou internally. Luo Qin turned over, sat up and looked at him. But yours was sent by someone, he asked himself, and he really cares about you. Xue Liang sat on the chair, looking at him face to face, and couldn't help smiling. Is it that serious? I'm not familiar with him. I don't think that guy has good intentions towards you. Xue Liang flipped through the bag casually. Green rice balls and date cakes. You can take them to see Xian Simiu this afternoon. Luo Qin leaned forward. You don't like to eat? Xue Liang said. I like to eat everything, do you believe it? Luo Qin looked at him, and nodded very sincerely. I believe it. Yesterday Xue Liang almost ate the models in the cake shop. What else is there not to believe? They like to eat, too. Maybe they just follow me. Xue Liang sighed. Anyway, I'm past the age of liking snacks. When I was a kid, I had to fight with them for them. Luo Qin said. If you want to eat, I'll make it for you. Don't eat that, kids. I don't like him either. I don't like any family with the surname Li. I try to avoid them whenever I can. Xue Liang said. Before Li Xiaohan returned to China, he played much crazier than the princelings in China. It was rare to see him on the headlines of American gossip and entertainment news. He suddenly remembered something, and took out Wei Lan's permission card from his pocket. The original photo on it had been replaced with Luo Qin's ID photo. By the way, this is for you. There are first-level permission commands written in it, and you can use it now. Luo Qin took it in his hand in amazement, and looked at it over and over again. Did you do it yourself? You can even change photos. See, Miao did it. Luo Qin nodded and said oh, and suddenly realized it, and opened his mouth in disbelief. Xue Simiu? He started to learn computer by himself in the 2nd grade, and he explored a lot of things. He had already learned C language by himself in junior high school. Xue Liang said. He does have this talent. and his IQ is much higher than that of ordinary people. I was so sleepy from studying programming in college. Let alone kids. Your brother can do this? Luo Qin smacked his lips. I'm really impressed. The Candy Crush that Zhu Yin and Cician play is made by him. It has been updated to thousands of levels in the past 2 days. It's quite interesting to kill time with it. Shui Liang shook the terminal in his hand. He's just a little introverted. He doesn't like to talk much after he lost his hearing. He puts all his energy into this. Luo Qin thought. No wonder Candy Crush is still standing among a bunch of scrapped mobile games. So that's it. Tomorrow the Ark executives will have a meeting, which will last from morning to noon. Shui Liang said. You can go tomorrow morning. Now there is no facial recognition in the various systems. As long as you can get in, no one will stop you for inspection. But you still have to be very careful. He took off his coat, took out a small terminal from his inner pocket, and handed it to Luo Qin. Take this. My number is stored in it. It is connected to the satellite communication base station, so there will be no lack of signal. If you have anything, remember to use this to contact me. I will answer the call as long as I am not busy. It doesn't matter if you are discovered. I will rescue you. Luo Qin took the smartphone-like thing and studied it for a while, and turned it on. The boot music was the song Going Home that was played everywhere in the elevator of the Ark. My ears were almost calloused. There were many apps in the phone, but now I could only make calls. Luo Qin flipped through it for a while, and found the recently popular Candy Crush in the pile of red and green apps. The name of the game was Ark. He smiled and asked Shui Liang, did Simio make this? He is developing and promoting this game recently. I have played it, and it is very relaxing. Shui Liang said. Even our captain has played it. Simio is a good seedling. Cultivate him well. Luo Qin moved his finger and clicked on the game. The next morning, when Shui Liang got up, Luo Qin also woke up. The two washed up in the bathroom together, and finally came out after a long time. Shui Liang leaned against the door with a red face, panting slightly, and pushed Luo Qin's chest. Okay. I have to go to a meeting now. Luo Qin hugged her waist, and rubbed his chin with a little stubble on the back of her neck. Okay. Let's talk about it when I come back tonight. Shui Liang had no choice but to wash his hands again, and then he got dressed and went out. Luo Qin hung the towel on his shoulder back, and caught a glimpse of the water-stained fingerprints left by Shui Liang on the bathroom mirror. He didn't know what he was thinking of, and the corners of his mouth curled up with lingering taste. Why does he always bite his lips? Loken thought. Next time, I have to find a way to make him make some noise. The Ark's meeting room is on the first floor of Building A of the Twin Towers. There is an auditorium that can accommodate hundreds of people. The original Ark agreement was collectively signed in the auditorium, and now it is used for internal meetings. The archives room that Loken wants to go to is in Building B. Although the two buildings are called Twin Towers, there is actually a central garden in the middle. The fastest way is to cross the corridor bridge of Building A, and then take the elevator down. Luo Qin changed into low-key clothes and walked out of the dormitory area. Most people here didn't know him very well, except for the members of Blue Flame. Almost everyone looked at each other unfamiliarly. He swiped his card and took the elevator to the 10th floor, and walked towards the corridor bridge. On the way, he met some people in white coats who were in a hurry. They were not interested in looking at him at all. They all looked haggard under the pressure of work, and probably thought he was an employee here. Luo Qin felt that he was a little out of place walking here, so he quietly quickened his pace, trying to look like he was in a hurry. There are only glass fences on both sides of the corridor bridge, and the upper part is hollow, which is convenient for overlooking the city landscape outside. However, most people who can pass by here don't have much leisure time, and occasionally complain, such as the wind blowing from the height will make the documents fly around, and this corridor bridge is really useless. Luo Qin had inquired in advance, and the archives room was on the second floor of Building B, next to several old abandoned drug warehouses. It was damp and wet, and no one was guarding it. No one should notice if someone sneaked in quietly. He took the elevator to the basement, and as soon as he went out, he felt a chill, and goosebumps instantly stood up. Chapter 103 The Watcher. This place is too gloomy. Although the lights are on, it doesn't feel bright at all. It's like an abandoned hospital in a horror movie. Luo Qin followed the sign at the entrance to the archive room. A cold wind kept blowing from behind him. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, or if this broken basement is really leaking. But Luo Qin has always been brave, so he didn't feel scared, and went straight to the depths of the basement. The archive room is at the end of the corridor, the door is locked, and there is a card reader emitting electronic red light next to it. Luo Qin walked to the door, put the card on it, and waited nervously for the reaction of this thing. With a beep, the light on the card reader changed from red to green, indicating that the authentication was successful. The door of the archive room sounded the unlocking prompt sound. Luo Qin pushed the door handle and stuck his head in. The archive room was dark, without any lights. Luo Qin reached out and fumbled on the wall for a long time, and finally found the light switch and pressed it. The rows of fluorescent lights above his head lit up, mixed with the crackling sound of the ballast, illuminating the entire archive room. Dozens of filing cabinets were lined up in a row. Luo Qin started looking for the date labels on the cabinets one by one. As he got closer to the year of his birth, his heart started pounding. He was afraid that there was nothing here, and he was even more afraid that he would find something that he couldn't accept. Finally, he found the filing cabinet with the date. His heart skipped a beat, as if he had stepped into the air, and he couldn't get up or down. This row was full of old-fashioned craft paper filing boxes, and the labels on them had turned yellow. Luo Qin swallowed his saliva and began to search through the glass cabinet. December, November, May, April, 1993. When Luo Qin saw that month, his breathing stopped for a second. Then he remembered what Xue Liang said to him before he left, and his trembling fingertips slowly stabilized. If you have made up your mind, just face it. We can solve the problems together. If we can't solve them, I will cover you. Luo Qin reached out and opened the cabinet door that had been closed for a long time. The dust choked his nose, and he had to cover his mouth and nose. He took out the April file box with his other hand and patted the dust on it. The cover of the file box was written in blue ink. Summary of Experimental Report No. 2 of Yuanshan 1993. And the bottom line was bolded. Confidentiality level, confidential. And the retention period was 30 years, more than half of which had already passed. Luo Qin sat down on the spot and opened the file box. There were so many documents inside that they almost burst the fragile buckle. The top one was the cover of the file. Alpha-type Lantian virus medical plan. The documents here were quite old, and he took a lot of effort to twist open the pages that were almost stuck together. The first few dozen pages were a series of experimental plan designs and introductions, which were described in 3 languages: Chinese, English and German. Most of the participants in the Chinese version of the experiment were foreigners, with Li Muqi's name mixed in. Luo Qin didn't recognize any of the remaining Chinese names. He took out the phone that Xue Liang gave him and took a photo of the experimental team list. On the surface, this was a medical experiment led by a regular foreign laboratory to purify the Lantian virus in Taisui, to study certain diseases such as human immune deficiency or malignant tumors, and to seek a way to completely cure these terminal illnesses. Locken roughly flipped through the last page of the German version of the experiment introduction, and a personal file suddenly appeared in front of Locken. He subconsciously thought it was himself, and his heart suddenly beat faster. However, the photo and name on it were very unfamiliar. It was a young girl. Below was the experimental report results, written in Chinese and English in a sloppy manner. The report had many pages, describing in detail the girl's symptoms and personal condition before the experiment, as well as the adverse reactions after the operation. Luo Qin saw the last line, where it was written that the participant of the experiment had died. Dead? Lu Qin turned back to see the age of the girl. She was only 8 years old, and had leukemia before the operation. The whole operation was successful at first, but the rejection reaction after the experiment took the girl's life within a week, and the single experiment was declared a failure. Many reports later were similar. All of them were the files of the participants of this medical plan, without exception. They were children under the age of 10, suffering from various terminal illnesses, and were about to enter the critical stage. The experiment seemed to be trying to save the lives of these people with the help of the Lantian virus. But all ended in failure. Either the rejection was strong after the operation, or biochemical lesions appeared, and they had to artificially end their lives, and finally turned into a sentence dead marked on the report. Luo Qin turned the pages faster, and suddenly his fingers stopped on a page of the report that was a little damaged. His breathing became rapid, and his eyes were fixed on the name column, which said Luo. This page was different from the others. There was no photo of him, and the age column was 0. Luo Qin took a deep breath, thinking that the worst that could happen was that he had also participated in this inexplicable experiment, and there was nothing unacceptable. So he continued to read on. However, when he finished reading the whole thing, he gradually felt that the blood in his veins seemed to be slowly freezing, and an extremely cold sense of despair grew from the bottom of his heart. He turned to the last page of the experimental report with trembling hands, and finally forced himself to finish reading it. He also fell into the ultimate sense of powerlessness. He didn't know how long he sat against the filing cabinet before he gradually recovered from his blank thoughts. It seems that he is the only successful participant here, not dead, and no mutation reaction. But in his experimental report, the note record of the beginning of the experiment is actually the mother's embryo. That is to say, he had already merged with the virus before he was born. It is very clear that he was born with a pathogen and had never participated in a real experiment from the beginning. The experimental report clearly states that this child surnamed Luo was about to die in the mother's womb. If the child was born normally, then the baby would definitely be dead. So they came up with a way to infect the mother and force the fetus to merge with the Lantian virus. As long as he can be born alive, the success of this experiment can be directly announced. It seems that no one in the leading team of the entire experiment expected that this embryo, which had already lost its fetal heartbeat and had no hope of survival, would become the only successful case in that experiment. Luo Qin forced down his uncontrollable fingers and covered his cold face. He only felt that the chill emanated from every pore of his body, but he could not tell whether the current feeling was an illusion or his real reaction. At the end of the last page of the report, there is an extra column compared to other failed cases. Monitor, followed by a long list of names. Chao Yun, Lu Yu, Wei Lan, and a name that he had never seen before. The name was familiar, but he didn't know it completely. Xue Lijing. Then these 3 words were crossed out with 2 strokes of black ink of another color, and Xue Liyang's name was filled in. Xue Liyang. Xue Lijing. Xue Liyang's deceased brother. Yuan Shan. Luo Qin didn't know what he was doing, why he walked into this archive room, and why he was obsessed with looking at these things. He put the documents back in a daze, trying to stand up several times, but his weak legs could not support his body. No, I can't believe this. He told himself so, then stood up with all his strength, and stuffed the document box back to its original place. He really wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, forget everything he saw here, and then go back to Xue Liyang's dormitory. They were already together, and the days ahead would only be peaceful and stable, and nothing else would happen. If Xue Liyang was really one of the people who monitored him, how could he let him find the information as if nothing had happened? It was still unknown whether the person who wrote these experimental reports was a ghost or a human. Nothing in Yuanshan could be trusted, especially Li Muqi. Luo Qin suddenly froze in place. He realized that something was very wrong. As a key member of the experimental team, why didn't Li Muqi recognize that he was also one of the experimental subjects back then? Judging from those documents, Li Muqi handled the entire experimental process. How could he not notice that a successful case slipped away right under his nose? Yi Qinglan said that Yuan Shan was sending people to monitor him, and the Human Alliance had always kept its eyes on him before. But Li Muqi seemed to be completely unaware of this. So who was the person who manipulated the whole thing? Luo Qin's brain was spinning rapidly, and he decided to go back first and make plans. When he put the file box back, he suddenly found that the area where the medical plan report was originally placed had much less dust than other places, as if someone had taken it out during the dust-proofing process. Who was it? Could it be Xue Lijing? Or Xue Liyang? When Luo Qin saw the information in the files, he instinctively had doubts in his heart, but he quickly denied them all. He would never believe that Xue Liyang was one of the surveillance members. Otherwise none of this would make sense, and he would not even be standing here today. He looked through the file boxes from the years before and after 1993, and found a list of employees dispatched by Yuanshan Company, which recorded the basic information of all employees dispatched by Hangzhou Yuanshan headquarters to various parts of the country from 1991 to 1999. 2 of the names looked very familiar. Luo Qin recalled and suddenly remembered that these 2 people were the entrepreneurial couple who adopted Lu Yu. The couple went to work in Xining together in 1993, and adopted Lu Yu a few years later. As expected, Luo Qin found out Lu Yu's work unit and residence in Xining. It turned out that he had never left Xining in these years. He just didn't know about it, and thought that his family had moved to the north. Luo Qin looked through the files of several years unwillingly, but found nothing else. The only thing of some value was a copy of Chow Yun's veteran's certificate. She had served in the army before, and was a sergeant. As for Wei Lan, except for his name mentioned in the experimental report sheet about himself, there was no more words, as if he was not that important. He wanted to continue looking for other important information, but he remembered that if this permission card was not swiped to confirm leaving a place for a long time, the system would automatically record it. He didn't want to cause too much trouble for Shui Liang. Luo Qin patted the dust on his hands, put everything in the filing cabinet back to its original place, and quickly left the archive room. He felt that he was still a little flustered, and the muscles on the back of his hand were throbbing. He forced himself to calm down, and walked out of the cold and silent basement quickly. Luo Qin watched the elevator numbers rising continuously, and his heart gradually calmed down. In fact, there was nothing particularly unacceptable. He believed in Shui Liang. The authenticity of the report was still in doubt for the time being. Even if he was really a fetus infected with the virus, it was no big deal. As long as Shui Liang was there, he could convince himself that he could quickly calm down. Chapter 104 Hidden Floor. The elevator stopped smoothly. Luo Qin walked out, and suddenly heard voices talking in the corridor at the corner in front. He hurriedly pressed against the wall on one side, holding his breath to listen to the movement over there. If you think about it, our cooperation can be promoted quickly. Luo Qin was stunned. This was Li Muqi's voice, but Shui Liang said that he should be in the conference room at this time. Why was he here? Another female voice suddenly sounded. Don't think about it. The human alliance is about to fall apart. We need factors to quickly condense. Luo Qin was sure that he had heard it correctly. It was clearly Yi Qinglan talking. He hesitated for a moment, quietly poked his head out, and saw that it was indeed Li Muqi, and Yi Qinglan standing in the corridor, not far away, and talking. Yi Qinglan was dressed formally, with no expression on her face. She reached out her hand, and shook hands with Li Muqi. What was she doing here? Seeing that the conversation between the two was about to end, and they were about to leave in different directions, Luo Qin suddenly woke up from his dream, quickly retreated to the elevator, and pressed the elevator button. Fortunately, the elevator did not have an automatic sinking mechanism, and it was still on this floor. After entering, Luo Qin randomly pressed a floor, and closed the door before Li Muqi turned into the elevator room. The elevator went up, and Luo Qin leaned against the wall of the car, sorting out the chaotic thoughts in his mind. It was Liang Tong before, and it is Yi Qinglan today. The human alliance seems to be firmly resisting Yuan Shan, but in fact, they have always been inextricably linked. Yi Qinglan said that Liang Tong did something before he died. After he left with his thugs, only one person came back alone. Where did those people go? Who did Liang Tong meet again? Could it be Li Muqi? But all this doesn't make sense. If the person who has been in private contact with the human alliance is Li Muqi, then the previous presidents must have monitored him under his instructions. However, up to now, Li Muqi had not paid much attention to him. The only explanation was that Li Muqi had already known who he was, but had concealed it for some purpose, and had never shown any clues. It was a bit far-fetched, but Luo Qin could not think of any other connection. The elevator kept rising, and Luo Qin noticed that he had pressed the top floor. It was said that the top floor of Building B was still idle, because Yuan Shan did not need so many office floors at the beginning. So many areas of the Twin Towers had not been developed after the completion of the project. He pressed twice to cancel, but the button didn't respond. So he pressed the first floor button again, and prepared to wait until the elevator reached the top floor before going down. The elevator was about to reach the top, but it shook twice for no reason. The lights above his head flickered, and the sound of electricity crackled. Luo Qin thought it was a simple elevator failure. After all, the Ark had been smashed before, and many hidden dangers had not been repaired in time. He was about to press the emergency brake, but he saw the numbers on the display flicker after jumping to the top floor, and turned into garbled characters. At this time, the elevator stopped with a ding, and the door opened, and what came into view was a desolate scene. Luo Qin hesitated for a long time, and walked out. He looked around and found that there was no trace of decoration on this floor. The wall was still a simple cement brick wall, with only some putty, which looked dirty. There were sealed windows all around, and you could see outside through the mottled glass. But Luo Qin didn't remember seeing such a floor when he was outside the building. The style of the windows was completely different from that of other floors. It should be very conspicuous. The layout of this floor is not much different from the floors below. The ground is full of construction waste, and there are piles of old tiles in the corners. Some of them have fallen to the ground and broken, mixed with sand and concrete, and covered with mold spots. Luo Qin walked around the mess and went to the corridor. The long corridor was empty, with a few incandescent lights on overhead, which should be connected to the same power supply as the entire building. Luo Qin passed by the place where the stairs should have been, and the corridor door had been completely blocked by cement, making it impossible to pass through. He continued walking forward, and at the end of the corridor, he found a room separated by transparent glass, which contained many unfamiliar instruments and equipment. A red warning sign was posted on the upper left corner of the glass, bulletproof glass. Please do not approach. On a hexagonal pedestal in the middle of the room, a row of test tubes were locked with glass covers. Inside the tubes was a strange red liquid that looked like blood under the pale light. The alloy door next to it could not be opened, and the permission card posted on it was invalid. Luo Qin was disturbed by the strange atmosphere here, and immediately turned around and left. When he returned to the elevator room, he was surprised to find that there was no button next to the elevator door on this floor. In other words, if the elevator had left this floor, then he would be helpless and might never get out of here again. Luo Qin broke out in a cold sweat. He looked around for a few times, picked up a small steel bar and inserted it into the door, pried it open with force, and then reached in with both hands and forcibly opened the door. Fortunately, the elevator had not left yet. Luo Qin leaned sideways and got in, pressing the door closing button several times. Fortunately, the elevator was not damaged by him. This time, it went down smoothly and sent him directly to the first floor. Luo Qin walked through the garden and walked along the corridor to the other building of the Twin Towers. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that everything he saw and heard today was wrong, as if something was about to happen. As soon as he walked into the door, he saw many people pouring out of the conference room, and it seemed that they had just finished the high-level meeting in the morning. There was a lot of noise around him. Luo Qin stood under the pillar of the hall and waited for a while before he saw Shui Liang and Zhao Fenglu coming out together. A man in military uniform followed them, his nose almost raised to the top of his head. The man talked to Zhao Fenglu arrogantly for a few words, and the two shook hands. The man left. Shui Liang's expression was very cold, and he seemed to be extremely impatient with the man. He didn't even look at him. Zhao Fenglu watched the man leave, lowered his head, and said something to Shui Liang. The latter frowned and nodded reluctantly. His eyes just happened to catch a glimpse of Luo Qin standing not far away. His expression became visibly brighter. He said something to Zhao Fenglu and walked over there. Shui Liang was too lazy to even walk, and bumped into Luo Qin, leaning against him softly. "I'm so tired. I really don't want to live anymore." No one around noticed the two of them. Luo Qin smiled and patted him on the back. "Did you really work all morning?" Shui Liang just leaned against him lightly, and soon stood up again, looking tired. "I almost fell asleep after sitting there and listening to others read the PPT for a whole morning. It's the end of the world. Why do we still have to hold a meeting?" "Who was that person just now?" Luo Qin asked. Shui Liang sighed. "Colonel G. I'm really annoyed when I see him. He always finds fault with me. I wish he would fire me tomorrow and replace me with his own people." Luo Qin comforted him. "It's okay. Don't you still have Uncle Zhao as your backer? If someone annoys you and says something, I'll find a dark and windy night and cover his head with a sack and teach him a lesson." Shui Liang sneered. "Don't do that, Luo Qin. I teach you how to fight, not to let you stand up for me. Besides, I don't want to trouble Lao Zhao for everything. I say I have a backer, but in fact, I am inexperienced and no one respects me. So I am like this." He didn't want to be called the kid brought by Zhao Fenglu all the time. For more than 10 years, he has relied on the other party as an elder. Now he has Lan Yin behind him and Luo Qin by his side. Unconsciously, these people need to regard him as a backer and a harbor. Anyone's desire for growth is always accompanied by unavoidable ambition. So he had to adapt to the environment and began to grow his own veins in the Ark. Luo Qin could see that Shui Liang hoped to be able to stand on his own as soon as possible. But he also felt the pressure from the other party, with the establishment and continuous reform of the Ark. This pressure has even reached a point that Shui Liang cannot hide. He can't do anything. He knows that he can't comfort Shui Liang and not force himself to do things he doesn't like. But at least, he can reconcile the other party's weak mood in private time. The two walked out, talking and laughing. Suddenly, an old voice in the crowd called Shui Liang. He turned around and saw that it was Fei Yingni. So, you also participated in the experiment of rebuilding humans? Fei Yingni looked him up and down and asked, "Does it have any effect on the body?" "Don't worry. There is no effect." Shui Liang shook his head. Fei Yingni seemed to have nothing to say. He looked at Luo Qin next to him, and his eyes stayed for a few seconds. "Anyway, I don't support the reconstruction plan. It doesn't sound good. Human experiments have been controversial for hundreds of years. It is not the case that we can do whatever we want now." Shui Liang forced a smile. It was not easy to express his opinion in public, so he had to brush off the topic lightly. Fei Yingni chatted with him for a few more words, and also asked about his family's situation in recent years. After listening, he sighed a little, and his attitude towards Shui Liang was no longer as harsh as before. "Since you are sitting in this position, you must do a good job. Lower your eyes, listen more to the voices below, and don't always hang out with those messy people." Shui Liang hummed, "I will go to see you when I have time." Fei Yingni paused, and asked, "You haven't touched the violin in these years?" Shui Liang subconsciously looked at Luo Qin. "No." Fei Yingni turned around and prepared to leave. "Remember to dress formally when you come. I have a violin. Go and play a piece for me. I don't feel like moving around recently. There's not many people around me, so I'm bored." Shui Liang hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. "Okay, I'll go there when I'm free." After Fei Yingni left, Luo Qin stopped Shui Liang in the hall and interrogated him. "You've never practiced the piano, and you told me you don't like it? If it wasn't in front of your teacher, I wouldn't have known. I haven't played it for a long time. What's the difference between that and not being able to play?" Shui Liang said stubbornly. "Once you put this kind of thing down, it's useless. I didn't play it well, and I didn't mean to hide it from you." Luo Qin poked him in the back. "You did it on purpose. You can still play the violin." "My hands are not used to it." Shui Liang smiled helplessly. "I'm still thinking about what to do when I go to see Mr. Fei. I'll be scolded if I don't play well. He is a national first-class performer. His ears are very sharp. I was often beaten with a stick when I was practicing the piano when I was a kid. Play it for me later." Luo Qin stretched out his hand and tugged at the corner of his clothes, like a child asking for candy. When he did this, Shui Liang had no choice but to nod and agree. "Go back first, and tell me what you found today." Chapter 105. 20 years ago. Luo Qin's heart sank for no reason. Thinking of the documents in the archives room, his mood almost fell to the bottom again. On the way, he told Shui Liang the clues he found in the archives room, including the incident of seeing Li Muqi and Yi Qinglan talking, and the strange closed floor at the top of Building B. As for the list of monitors in the file, Luo Qin deliberately concealed the last two names when he spoke, because he felt that this was not the best time to say it, and it would make the relationship between the two people awkward. Shui Liang frowned after listening to this. "You said you were infected with the virus when you were in the womb? When was that?" 20 years ago. "Did Yuanshan develop the Lantian virus 20 years ago? It is probably hard to find the people who participated at that time now." "Except Li Muqi," Luo Qin said. "Li Muqi was less than 30 years old 20 years ago, and he seemed to be an ordinary member of the scientific research team. But in any case, he participated in the whole experiment. How could he not know that I was the successful example back then?" Shui Liang pondered for a moment, and asked, "Are you sure that Luo really represents you? An unborn child, who only has a surname but no name before the experiment. What if it is not you? All the monitors on the list are people around me. And Chao Yun told me personally that Yuan Shan will not let me go," Luo Qin said. "If Li Muqi really knew something, would he let me stay with you? Did you write down the list?" Shui Liang asked. "It's on my phone. I took a picture of it," Luo Qin whispered. "I think we can check the people above. Except for Li Muqi, maybe some of them are still in the Ark." "I will check, don't worry," Shui Liang said. "Also, the floor you mentioned that has no elevator buttons, and has not been renovated, shouldn't it be? I have been to every floor of the Ark Twin Towers, and I have checked every room many times, and I have never seen a floor like what you said." Luo Qin shook his head, and said persistently, "Really? Otherwise we can go and have a look again. There is no button for that floor on the elevator. We can take the stairs." The entrance to that floor has been sealed with cement. Shui Liang smiled and squeezed his palm. Okay. I'll go with you tomorrow. Luo Qin was still in a bad mood. He said okay listlessly, and pressed the elevator button in front of him. He felt like Alice who fell into the rabbit hole, or a fisherman who strayed into the peach blossom spring. When he told others about his experience, it always seemed like a fairy tale. Probably no one else would believe him except Shui Liang. On the next floor, a group of people followed and rushed into the elevator, squeezing him and Shui Liang in the innermost part. Shui Liang quietly held his hand, and the two interlocked their fingers, silently conveying a hint of hidden warmth to each other in the small and quiet environment around them. The previous training was very effective. Luo Qin had surpassed Shui Liang in height without knowing when. He liked the intimate gesture when he lowered his head to talk to the other person. This was a private space that he did not have with others, which made him feel at ease. Shui Liang leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Don't worry." Okay. Back in the dormitory, Luo Qin lay down on the bed weakly, sighing. I'm so hungry, but I don't want to move. He stretched out his hand to Shui Liang. Come here and let me hug you. Lychee. I feel uncomfortable. Shui Liang gently lowered her eyes, grabbed his hair and said, just lie down. I'll bring you some food. Before lunchtime, Shui Liang brought back some noodle soup for Luo Qin. He borrowed a thermos bucket from Bai Lang and carefully carried it all the way back to the dormitory from Su Yogong's camp. Luo Qin sat at the table and ate with relish, because he was really hungry, and ate the whole bucket of noodles, which was enough for 2 or 3 people. Shui Liang lay at the table and watched him eat noodles. She felt that watching Luo Qin eat was an absolute pleasure. Even chewing a hard steamed bun gave her the feeling of eating delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Scallion and soy sauce noodles are still delicious. Luo Qin finished scraping the remaining noodles and took a big gulp of soup. By the way, Brother Su has caught some good pork. I'll make you meatball soup tonight. Don't go to the cafeteria with them. Shui Liang became interested. Can I go over? What do they eat? Don't worry. They eat better than us. They often go out hunting in teams and cook their own meals anytime and anywhere. Luo Qin wiped his mouth and said, You only have a good meal when you go on a mission. The braised pork elbow and the golden beef pie. I will make them for you later. Shui Liang hesitated for a moment, but still told Luo Qin, when we had a meeting today, we announced the intelligence collected from all over the world. It said that there were several attacks on recreated humans of unknown origin in the last month alone. The higher-ups take this matter very seriously. They may restrict survivors from going out in the future, for fear of accidents. How could this happen? Luo Qin paused with his chopsticks at his lips. His face changed. Does it affect you? Shui Liang shook his head. I don't know, but there is definitely resistance. There are also many reconstructed human soldiers abroad, and they are all under strict control. Civilians attacked the military camp with guns yesterday, and the riot lasted all night, so we were called to an emergency meeting this morning, and the focus was on this matter. Why are there so many reconstructed humans suddenly? Is there anyone besides Yuanshan who has mastered this technology? Luo Qin thought of the group of mercenaries that appeared in Baida town, and those people were obviously supported by people behind the scenes. The recreated humans created without the approval of the Ark are indeed a time bomb for the safety of ordinary survivors. The Far Mountain headquarters in Washington still stores some Tai Sui stones. They said there was no theft, but they couldn't justify themselves after several attacks. Shui Liang said, a plan may be put forward in a few days. The Far Mountain headquarters agrees to be incorporated into the Ark system to establish a multinational joint security zone system to strictly control Tai Sui resources and recreated human technology. Luo Qin finally deeply understood why Shui Liang had been telling him before that Li Muqi was a man of great scheming, and the degree of danger should not be underestimated. From an ordinary researcher to today, he even turned the tables and used the Far Mountain headquarters for his own benefit. It is indeed not an ordinary person's ability. Li Muqi is not a person who is willing to be inferior to others. When the Washington headquarters once stopped this experiment, he continued to study it privately, and his research and development level soon surpassed the headquarters' original technology. Now if the Yuanshan headquarters wants to create new reconstructed humans, it has to seek his cooperation. Shui Liang said, just like you said today, Li Muqi and Yi Qinglan met, then the human alliance will definitely take action soon. I guess they have been won over by Li Muqi. After all, that organization is weak, It is difficult to fight against mercenaries, and it must rely on one side. Luo Qin stared at Shui Liang's eyes, and did not speak for a long time. Shui Liang thought he was exaggerating, and he shrank back unconsciously. What are you looking at? I'm just telling the truth. I don't think you're the kind of person who is controlled by others. Luo Qin said seriously. Word by word. The person I like will definitely do something if he wants to accomplish it, but will never use despicable means, and will not step on others to climb up to achieve himself. Shui Liang's eyes moved, and then dropped. He smiled gently, and said to Luo Qin, I'm not as good as you think. Good? How good is good? I don't care so much. Anyway, even if it's your shortcomings, those parts that won't be shown to others, can't stop me from liking you. Luo Qin raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand and scratched Shui Liang's face. Lizzie, I like you. No matter how good or bad you are, perfect or not, I like you anyway. Shui Liang didn't know what to say, and was shocked by the other party's highly strategic language skills. No one had ever said this to him. From childhood to adulthood, the word perfect was like a label on him. Even if people around him did not deliberately ask him to do so, they always praised his perfection. Because he was strong and perfect, he was liked by others and had an aura. But today he fully understood that there was another possibility that he had never imagined. That is, all his perfections or imperfections, or even the person himself, could be the object of another person's firm choice without any reason. Even if it's not good at all, not perfect at all, it doesn't matter. Ahem. Shui Liang whispered. Me too, Luo Qin said. I know, you are embarrassed to say that you like me unconditionally. You like me so much. Lizzie, I'll say it for you. Shui Liang's heart beat faster. I'm not embarrassed. He paused, and then added, No. Once again, he succeeded in making the white lychee blush. Luo Qin stood up in a good mood, pushed the window, and deliberately raised his voice. Okay, I'm not embarrassed. I'll speak for you now. You shout outside. No. Shui Liang thought he was serious, and rushed over to cover his mouth. Don't rely on me. Rely on what? Luo Qin's personality became worse and worse, and he stuck his head out of the window. Oh, I know, I just rely on you like it. Fuck. Shui Liang was angry. Don't talk nonsense. When did I say I like this? He just blurted out this sentence, and suddenly realized that the second half of Luo Qin's sentence seemed to be just an interjection. Luo Qin was also stunned. He turned his head to look at him in shock. After a long while, he spoke. I didn't mean that. Shui Liang. Luo Qin retracted his body, pointed outside the window, scratched his hair and said, I know you like this. Let's talk about it later. Lychee. Now there is something that will make you pick up a knife and go downstairs immediately after seeing it. Promise me that you will stay calm no matter what you see later. Shui Liang walked to the window and looked down, following the direction Luo Qin pointed. He saw a man and a woman standing at the door of Fanzhou. The man reached out and gently pulled the girl's braids, and the action was very intimate. They didn't know the man, and the girl was clearly Shui Sixian. Come downstairs with me. Shui Liang's face turned cold instantly, and he pushed the chair away and walked out. Luo Qin quickly changed his shoes, grabbed his coat, and followed him out. When the two of them rushed downstairs, Shui Sixian and the man were still there, and the man's hand was lingering on Shui Sixian's waist in a dishonest manner, and he was about to hug her. Shui Liang walked over with a sullen face, stretched out his hand and slapped the man, making his palm numb, and his hand shrank back like a loach. The man turned around and looked at Shui Liang in surprise. Just as he was about to ask, Luo Qin pointed at him and shouted, What are you doing? Who are you? Shui Sixian saw Shui Liang, whose anger was written all over his face, and felt a little guilty. Brother. He is your brother? The man's temperament weakened instantly, and his face turned better. Ah. Hello. I am. Who asked you? Shui Liang glanced at him coldly. The man was frightened by his aura and shut up. But he felt a little aggrieved. Didn't the man next to you just ask who I belong to? Luo Qin walked up to the man, who was almost 2 heads taller than him, and had a strong sense of oppression. No. Buddy. What are you doing? Why are you ready to start? The man said with some fear. We are just chatting. I work here. Shui Sixian seemed to want to help him, and said, Brother? He is a volunteer soldier selected to participate in the reconstruction plan. He helped me fix my second brother's hearing aid. We met today, so it's a good time to chat. Are you a volunteer soldier? Shui Liang didn't believe it at all. Which company are you from? The army recruited a lot of new soldiers a few days ago, and many of them were temporarily trained. After all, it is not like usual now. The training conditions are much worse. It is common to see 1 or 2 people with less upright temperament occasionally. But the one in front of me, with his facial features and acne, can't even spell the word good person. I am. Before the man finished speaking, he was interrupted by a lazy voice. How come I didn't know that this batch of volunteers also recruited this kind of people? Why don't you sign up, and I can help you check? Chapter 106 Be Good. GMO appeared here without knowing when, but the man broke out in a cold sweat when he saw him, and took a few steps back, and tried to run away. GMO went up and grabbed the man's collar, looked at him carefully, then chuckled. Hey, I was wondering who it was. You were the middleman who stole things from the warehouse and wanted to sell them 2 days ago. You are now a reserve today? Brother, I was wrong. I just wanted to make some extra money, exchange food for cigarettes, alcohol, etc. The man's mouth drooped, and he said with a sad face, I saw that this girl had a lot of things on her. I wanted to get some. I really didn't mean anything else. Get out. Jimoro let him go carelessly, acting like a dandy. Get out, get away. The man ran away. Rolling and crawling, Shui Xixian didn't recover for a long time, as if he didn't realize that he was cheated. Shui Liang looked at Shui Xixian and sighed. What do you believe in what he says? If your hearing aid is broken, you can ask anyone else to fix it. But you have to ask this person? Show it to me later. He must have taken away the parts. Where can I find matching parts for you these days? Shui Xixian responded perfunctorily, and wanted to run away. Shui Liang felt something was wrong. He knew how smart his sister was, and it seemed unbelievable that she would be fooled by an idiot who looked empty-headed at first glance. Wait a minute. Shui Liang pulled her back by the collar. Shui Xixian, you are not up to something. Are you? How is that possible? Shui Xixian defended herself anxiously. Brother, I really didn't know he was a liar. Shui Liang didn't believe it at all, tapped her forehead, and said, Go back. Stay with your second brother. I will go there at night. If I know you are running around again, you are dead. Shui Xixian. Jimoro chuckled, and said, Shui Xixian, I have seen you wandering around the camp for several days. If you are bored, I will play with you. Shui Liang frowned and looked at him. What do you want to do now? You are a dog. Shui Liang. You bite whoever you catch? Jimoro scolded. I will send her back. It is not safe recently. There are crazy people everywhere, and you never know when they will sneak in. Send her back to Bai Wu Luo. Shui Liang gave Jimoro a warning look. Her watch has a location, I know where she goes. Jimoro was too lazy to argue with him, and pulled Shui Xixian's braid. Leave. Kid. Luo Qin stood there, watching the two people's backs happily as they left, and said casually, Not really, Xixian is not a terrorist. Shui Liang shook his head. Don't think she's easy to fool just because she's young. I tell you, if no one is watching, she could blow up the Ark one day. Luo Qin was surprised. Really? She's your own sister. Shui Liang. Just because she's your own sister. Never mind, let's go. Shui Liang didn't stay at the headquarters at night, and followed Luo Qin to the Ark's outer camp. It was very lively here at night. Survivors gathered together to drink and eat. There were bonfires and smoke everywhere, and pots and pans were banging around. Luo Qin sat at the door of the dormitory, cooking a small pot of meatball soup. This was his special stove for Shui Liang. There was a lot of noise in the row of bungalows behind him. Men were smoking, drinking and chatting. Their voices were louder than the noise of truck engines. He was worried at first that Shui Liang might not be used to the atmosphere here, but it turned out that he was overthinking. Shui Liang was pulled into the dormitory by Su Yugang and others to arm wrestle. His arms were as steady as iron. Everyone who tried to challenge him tried their best, even using both hands. But his arms were still motionless. This side was exerting all their strength, gritting their teeth, while the other side was calm and smiling, as if they just came to drink a cup of tea. He was just defending, but not attacking. If he exerted a little strength, these people would have broken bones. After more than 10 seconds, a cry of pain came from the room, and then Su Yogong's voice was heard with great laughter. What a shame! Next, Luo Qin served a bowl of meatball soup, and fanned it with wind. Lizzie, it's time to eat. The room finally dispersed. Shui Liang walked out and sat next to Luo Qin, holding a bowl of ordinary meatball soup and looking at it curiously. The meatball inside was also white, with a few spinach and thin slices of winter melon floating in it. It was not as visually impactful as he had imagined, but the fragrance was still very strong. He could smell it in the house. He picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful of soup first, then picked up a meatball and put it in his mouth. The meatball was a little hot. He bit it in the middle, and the fresh meat juice flowed out. An extremely strong aroma spread in his mouth. Is it delicious? Luo Qin smiled as he watched Shui Liang silently pick up another piece. His cheeks puffed up, and his mouth moved quickly. Delicious? Shui Liang nodded. This is delicious. Luo Qin stirred the remaining soup in the pot, and said, there is another pot here. You will be full today. A group of rescue team members came to join in the fun, and dozens of people gathered together noisily. Su Yugang opened a few bottles of German dark beer and poured them into the clean glass. The foam sprayed everywhere. Luo Qin followed and poured a glass, tilting his head back to drink it, and he felt refreshed. Thank you, our busy man. You usually help us a lot. Today you finally have the opportunity to accompany us for a meal. Come on. Toast you a glass. Su Yugang raised his glass and shook it toward Shui Liang. I know you don't drink. Just for the sake of formality. I'll drink it. Come on. Shui Liang was not very good at dealing with words at the table, and smiled politely, saying, no. It's my job. I want to thank you for taking care of me, and Luo Qin thank you. Luo Qin was always the focus of being forced to drink. The wine around him was served one after another. He had a good alcohol tolerance, and was very considerate of others. But after a few bottles of wine, he began to blush, from the roots of his ears, and his expression gradually became reluctant. Shui Liang put down the bowl, tugged at Luo Qin's hand that was about to be raised, and said softly, don't drink, you've drunk too much, I'll drink this cup for you. After saying that, Shui Liang actually raised his head and drank the half cup of wine. That was the first time he drank in front of Luo Qin. And it was also the first time he really drank. To him, the wine was just a bitter, astringent and sour liquid. But he still felt a burning sensation in his throat after drinking it, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Su Yodong's face turned red from drinking, and he looked like a tomato. He patted Shui Liang's shoulder with his big tongue and said, little brother, you helped us, and we will remember it for the rest of our lives. In the future. You, Luo Qin. Just tell us if you need anything. We are all like-minded brothers. I tell you, in Li Muki's eyes, human life is not as valuable as grass. We are all ordinary people. It's okay as long as we can survive. Really. I just need to protect my brothers. It's okay as long as they can live well. Shui Liang turned around and looked at the people in the camp carefully again. In the dust flying around the campfire at night, the faces of the survivors were full of peace and steadiness. Once upon a time, the despair here almost entangled every survivor who stepped into the Ark. The uneasiness about the unknown road ahead seemed to have been reduced a lot. Shui Liang was very sure that everything he had done before was just to see such a scene. It was not even enough. He needed to do more. And this was not achieved overnight. Yes. Shui Liang held Su Yodong's arm, his voice firm and gentle. Don't worry. Everyone will be able to live well in the future. The two returned to the dormitory before curfew, and just heard the mechanical sound of the door closing outside. Recently, Luo Qin's stay here has become a normal thing, and Falcon no longer comes in without knocking. He deliberately raised his voice to call Shui Liang from a distance, which made his intentions more obvious. Luo Qin was standing by the window, wiping his hair. Hearing the noise, he turned around and reached out to Shui Liang. Shui Liang walked over, and the two hugged each other, exchanging body temperature. Lychee, Luo Qin said softly. We are a family. Right? Shui Liang nodded. Why do you suddenly say this? Luo Qin buried his head in his shoulder, and Shui Liang felt a little warmth from the thin fabric of his clothes. Why are you crying? Luo Qin gritted his teeth, and tried his best to stop his tears from bursting. He shook his head and said, I just think it's good to have a family. I'm not unwanted. He firmly believed that everything now would not be an illusion. Even if the welfare home was a deliberate scam, and he himself was also the target of surveillance. Everything was different now. Shui Liang would not lie to him. Absolutely not. Shui Liang was not sure what Luo Qin was sad about. He always felt that it was related to his experience in the welfare home. After all, people who drink too much do tend to have all kinds of sensitive emotions. But he still gently held Luo Qin's hand and said softly, "No one doesn't want you. Just forget about the past. I will be there for you in the future." "Huh?" "Yeah." Luo Qin stood up, put 2 fingers of his right hand on the corners of Shui Liang's mouth, and pulled them upwards. "Smile. It's beautiful. You've been frowning these past 2 days. Lizzie, let me rub it for you." Shui Liang let him pinch her eyebrows lightly, smiled softly, and leaned over to kiss him. The light from outside shone in. Shui Liang squinted and saw the fine hairs on the side of Luo Qin's face, and rubbed them with her fingers. Luo Qin kissed his palm, which was itchy. Shui Liang wanted to pull his hand back, but was held tightly again. The other party's undisguised desire for control gave Shui Liang a vague sense of expectation and satisfaction. Those slightly rough movements made him sink deeper every time. "Rub your ears, and have a good dream." Shui Liang chanted one of the few nursery rhymes he had heard from his mother when he was a child. "Go to sleep. Good boy." Luo Qin smiled with particular satisfaction. "Call me good boy. Right?" Shui Liang rubbed the back of his head. "Yes. Go to sleep." Luo Qin had just laid down for a while, and he was already asleep. Shui Liang tucked him in, turned over, and faced Luo Qin. But he was not sleepy at all. He always felt that Luo Qin had something on his mind, and he had been acting strange since he came back from the archives. What did Wei Lan want Luo Qin to see? Why did he give him the card? Shui Liang didn't know. Before he met Luo Qin in Shining, he had never known the existence of Wei Lan. Shui Liang turned over to face Luo Qin again, raised his hand, and traced the other's cheek, his thoughts surging. A few months ago, in a temporary shelter in an office building in Shining, Luo Qin had fallen asleep. Shui Liang squatted beside him, watching his breathing gradually stabilize, and then he stood up and walked outside. He was going to meet Jima Chung again, although he did not plan to go with them on the road. There were some things he could learn from Jima Chung. With proper information exchange, he thought the other party would not refuse. Shui Liang had just walked out of the office that was temporarily cleaned up as a rest area, and heard footsteps behind him, which were gentle, with a unique frequency, and obviously did not belong to Luo Qin. Shui Liang turned around and saw Wei Lan standing at the stairs, looking at him gloomily. "What's the matter?" Shui Liang looked normal, without revealing any emotional flaws. Wei Lan walked up to him and said, "I don't care what your purpose is in approaching Luo Qin. Stay away from him." Shui Liang laughed and said, "Is it the dangerous pharmaceutical molecules in Yuanshan who are warning me now?" Wei Lan sneered. "I am warning you, kid. You and I both know what the relationship between the recreated human beings and Yuanshan is. But Luo Qin has nothing to do with these things. And he knows nothing. I know I can't beat you. But if you dare to do anything to him, I will definitely make you lose a piece of flesh." Shui Liang said nothing, not even an explanation. Just stood there quietly, looking at Wei Lan with ease. Wei Lan seemed to be pierced by an invisible sword. The mockery, sarcasm, vigilance and suspicion in the other's eyes were exactly what he dared not look at directly. "We can take you with us." Wei Lan turned around and glanced at Luo Qin's office. "But if we leave the city, he must go with me. And you don't want to continue to control him." Shui Liang sighed and said, "I don't want to make enemies with you now. But there is one thing I want you to do. I hope you will trust my judgment and don't act on your own. This way I may still be able to save you. The person Yuanshan wants to silence will not be able to get away so easily. The danger signal has not been lifted, Wei Lan." Wei Lan gritted his teeth, as if he had made some kind of determination. "I don't need it," he said. "Luo Qin must leave the city alive, and must not have anything to do with anyone in the welfare home. Next, I will persuade him not to return to the welfare home." Shui Liang said nothing more, turned around and was about to walk in the opposite direction. At this time, Wei Lan suddenly called him, with a trembling voice. "Do you know, 3 years ago in the summer, what happened in Luo Qin?" "What?" Shui Liang stopped immediately and asked him back. Wei Lan was furious. "I'm asking you." Shui Liang turned to look at him in confusion, confirming that there was no sign of lying in his eyes. "You don't know. So you ask me?" Wei Lan nodded. Shui Liang shook his head and said, "I don't know. How could I know? He didn't finish the rest of the words, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, What happened to him 3 years ago? Wei Lan was close to collapse. But he still lowered his voice and grabbed his hair. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm asking you. Are you fucking playing dumb with me, otherwise? How could he become like that? Fuck. Forget it. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Xue Liang to ask, he disappeared at the stairs in a panic, as if escaping. Xue Liang was stunned, and didn't react to the other party's words for a long time. 3 years ago. What happened in Luoqin 3 years ago? There is probably no answer to this question anymore. Chapter 107 Returnees. In June of the first year of the Ark calendar, Hangzhou Security Zone held the first Ark qualification examination. This was the first time that the Ark tried to hold an examination to recruit talents. There were 76 applicants, and 16 finally passed. These 16 people were assigned to different work departments of the Ark according to their respective areas of expertise, and were given second-class authority. This was the first batch of formal members recruited by the Ark after its establishment. And half a month later, Li Muqi officially announced the joining of the Human Alliance, and the power of the Ark was expanded by more than a little. When hundreds of people from the Human Alliance poured in from the gate of the Ark, all the survivors ran out of the camp to watch. People hadn't seen such a large-scale scene for a long time. Some people even leaned on the wall to watch the excitement. Xue Liang stood in front of the French window in the corridor, silently watching the scene below that looked like a military parade. Cheng Qingyao and Bai Wuluo stood beside him. Their eyes were a little complicated. Li Muqi really has a big trick up his sleeve. Cheng Qingyao sighed. I thought the Human Alliance had already scattered. But it can still be gathered like this. The army cannot forcibly recruit these people. Li Muqi has an additional force in his hands. Xue Liang asked calmly. Have you met Yi Qinglan? Cheng Qingyao nodded. Yes. We just met briefly before coming up. And we didn't say anything. She followed Li Muqi to the office. And they will probably talk for a long time. How long do you think she can live? Xue Liang laughed. Liang Tong is dead. And none of the previous presidents of the Human Alliance had a good end. She used to hate Li Muqi so much that she wanted to cut him into pieces. But now she can sit at the same table to negotiate. It seems that Li Muqi's conditions are very generous. Bai Wuluo said. Suddenly, Bai Lang and I went to Baida town to find Liang Tong's body. It was indeed burned beyond recognition. But there was a sharp open wound on the chest. He was stabbed to death, and then thrown into the fire. Xue Liang remained silent. He recalled the information Luo Qin had told him a few days ago. Yi Qinglan witnessed Liang Tong taking many people out with his own eyes. And there is still no news about those people. Soon after that, Liang Tong was buried in the sea of fire, without leaving a single word. Strangely, the Human Alliance did not collapse, but continued to operate in an orderly manner. Until today, Yi Qinglan led the Human Alliance to join the Ark as the current president. In addition, Xue Liang later went to look for the floor on the top of the twin towers that Luo Qin mentioned, but found nothing. He and Luo Qin stood in the stairwell on the top floor, looking at the solid tile wall in front of them. And they really couldn't imagine that there would be a staircase leading to the next floor. There was no trace of ceiling on the wall. The whole wall was smooth and flat. If there was anything hidden behind it, it would have to be broken open to prove it. But it was indeed the case. Xue Liang checked the layout of the water pipes, and the direction of the electric well lines in the building. All the pipelines and circuits stopped abruptly at the top floor. Everything proved that the floor that Luo Qin mentioned did not exist. Luo Qin was even a little dazed because of this. He began to doubt whether he had been to such a floor that day. Or was it that what he saw in the archives was too shocking, causing a false memory in his mind? He stood on the rooftop, looking at the roof of the building opposite. It was neat, flat, and at the same height as where he was standing. The wind blew past his ears, and the phone alert sounded at the right time. Luo Qin took it out of his pocket, and saw the text message from Xue Liang. What are you doing? Lao Xiao asked me to go to Li Muqi's office, and asked me to call you to come with me. I don't know what's going on. Do you want to go? If you don't want to go, forget it, wait for me in the dormitory. Luo Qin typed back, I'll go with you, wait for me. He thought for a while, and then asked, guess what I'm doing? There was no response from the other side for a long time. Luo Qin turned around and walked towards the stairs of the rooftop, his fingertips tapping the screen lightly. With a beep, Xue Liang replied, thinking about me? Xue Liang sent this message, feeling that he had temporarily won. If he wanted to continue to communicate with Luo Qin, he had to see who was more shameless. 2 minutes later, The phone rang again. Shui Liang glanced at the screen, which showed a few words from Luo Qin. Do you miss me? Shui Liang couldn't help but smile, and picked up the phone to reply. I thought about it. Luo Qin's call came soon. It was a bit noisy over there. The other party seemed to be trying to find a quiet place. He walked and said, Lizzie, I'm on my way back. I'll be there soon. You go over and wait for me. Shui Liang didn't really understand Zhao Fenglu's intention. Luo Qin had no right to participate in the high-level meetings of the Ark. He would never tell Luo Qin about some confidential work content. Why did Zhao Fenglu take the initiative to let Luo Qin participate today? He was a little suspicious, and nodded for a while and said, Don't worry. I'll go out first. Shui Liang washed his face, and went straight to Li Miyuki's office. When Falcon came to notify him just now, he didn't tell him what Zhao Fenglu wanted him to do. Li Miyuki and Yi Qinglan must be in the office at this moment. Are they going to discuss the issue of the human alliance? He never likes to participate in such things. He just wants to go through the motions. After knocking on the door of Li Miyuki's office, Shui Liang stood outside the door in a daze, waiting for someone to open the door. Unexpectedly, it was Bai Wuluo who came to open the door. When he saw Shui Liang, his face changed immediately, and his voice was full of panic. Brother, why are you here? The captain asked me to come. What's wrong? Shui Liang looked at him strangely, and was about to go in. Bai Wuluo blocked the door and hesitantly said, Brother, wait a moment. Shui Liang? Li Miyuki's voice came from inside. With a barely perceptible smile, come in when you arrive. Bai Wuluo looked back at Li Miyuki angrily. But Shui Liang had already pushed the door open and walked in. Bai Wuluo didn't stop him, and watched Shui Liang walk into the living room. Shui Liang walked to the door of the living room, and saw Zhao Fenglu, Li Miyuki, and Yi Qinglan sitting around the coffee table. There was a man sitting on the sofa on one side, with his back to the side, and he didn't move at all. Shui Liang always felt that the back figure looked familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. It wasn't until Zhao Fenglu coughed that the man slowly turned around, and a face that Shui Liang was so familiar with that he couldn't be more familiar with it suddenly hit his eyes. Shui Liang felt as if he was struck by lightning, and the coldness spread to the tip of his tongue in an instant. He couldn't speak, and couldn't move another step. His heart was like being thrown into an ice cellar in the dog days of summer, and it was so cold that it penetrated his bones. Then a sense of fear and inexplicable anger instantly broke through his reason. Zhao Fenglu looked at Shui Liang's reaction, and seemed to have expected it. He sighed and said, Yun Ting, I told you not to do this suddenly. But you still had to. Although the man was smiling, he was fierce. It was a character instinct that could not be eliminated no matter how hard he tried to hide it. His drooping eyes and eyebrows were like a sharp knife across Shui Liang's chest, suffocating him. What's going on? Shui Liang looked at Zhao Fenglu, his expression extremely shocked, as if he was facing the most absurd fact in the world. The man stood up, moving like a gentleman and maintaining a good posture, but that was all. His expression was not really friendly. Shui Liang took a step back with a pale face, watching the man walking towards him. Bai Wuluo stood in front of Shui Liang with a sullen face, not intending to move out of the way. The door of the office was opened at this time. Luo Qin stood at the door, seemingly confirming that he had not walked in the wrong place, and then strode in. Lizzie, I'm here. You. Luo Qin was stunned in the middle of his words. He felt the solemn atmosphere in the room, especially Shui Liang, who was motionless in front of him, and Bai Wuluo, who looked panicked. He subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with the man standing in front of Shui Liang. He looked closely, and found that this man was actually Shui Liang's biological father, whom he had seen in the photo. Luo Qin walked forward quickly, pushed Shui Liang behind him, and stood in front of the man. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, and stood face to face with Luo Qin, but he was not inferior to Luo Qin in aura, and exuded a suppressed hostility and gloom. When Luo Qin saw the photo before, he felt that this man had a fierce look on his face. Now that he saw the real person, he felt that this man was definitely not a good person. Luo Qin could sense that something was wrong with Shui Liang. His face was as pale as paper, and he seemed to be very afraid of the man in front of him. Bai Wuluo was also desperately winking at Luo Qin, signaling him to take Shui Liang away from here quickly. Yang, I'm your father. The man finally spoke, and Shui Liang's body shuddered violently. But she still didn't feel the reality of the scene in front of her. The man smiled indifferently, and then said, What's with that expression on your face? Don't you recognize me? Xiao Fanglu came over and pulled the man. Don't talk like that. Let him get used to it first. Isn't he dead? Shui Liang pointed at the man and asked Xiao Fanglu with a little anger. Why is he here? What happened 10 years ago? Isn't he dead? Xiao Fanglu sighed. Yanong. Listen to me. Luo Qin finally couldn't hold back his dissatisfaction and looked up at Xiao Fanglu. Major General. You know he can't accept this. Why did you deliberately call him here? This is his biological father. Shui Yunting. Xiao Fangluo said. I thought he was dead. Too. But he suddenly appeared 2 days ago. Which I didn't expect. You've been missing for more than 10 years. And everyone thought you were dead. Shui Liang said in a deep voice. No matter why you suddenly appeared, I have nothing to give you. Why did you come to me? Even if you don't come to see me, I will find you myself. Shui Yunting approached Shui Liang and said threateningly. After all, my son still knows the rules. If you don't want to make things worse, you have to come today no matter what. Right? Shui Liang gritted his teeth and looked at Shui Yunting with anger in his eyes. Shui Yunting chuckled. You've really grown up. You heartless beast. You dare to stare at me like that. Yanong. You are such an ungrateful thing. There are people in this world who want their own father to die. If I had known this, I should have been more ruthless. Just beat him to death and be done with it. Luo Qin's scalp tingled. His chest grew colder. He looked at Shui Liang in disbelief. He beat you. Yes. It was very satisfying. Shui Yunting admired other people's reactions like this. The pleasure of torturing people made him feel satisfied. I still remember how he cried until his throat bled, telling me that he knew he was wrong, begging me to let him go. But that cowardly and useless look. I felt bad when I saw it. Why aren't you crying now? Yanong? Shui Liang turned around, pulled Luo Qin and Bai Wulua and walked quickly to the door, not intending to stay for even a second. By the way, I haven't seen Sixian and Simu since I came back, Shui Yunting said calmly. But this sentence stimulated Shui Liang. He turned his head suddenly, staring at Shui Yunting, and said angrily with every word, You dare? Shui Liang ignored Bai Wulua's pulling, and looked at Shui Yunting with eyes that seemed to want to kill him. He warned in a cold voice, I tell you, don't let me know that you went to find Sixian and Simio. Don't talk to your biological father like that. Now that I'm back, standing here, I am your only father in the world, Shui Yunting said. Don't worry, I can choose not to see them, but at least one of them has to fulfill the responsibility of being a child, don't you think? Shui Liang clenched his right hand into a fist, so white, but Shui Yunting seemed to have an irresistible sense of oppression towards him from beginning to end. Even if he was furious, he couldn't really do anything to him. Little beast. You're still trying to bite me. Shui Yunting's tone was extremely contemptuous. Get lost. Luo Qin couldn't stand it anymore. He turned around and glared at Shui Yunting, and he was about to explode. Shui Liang grabbed him, his eyes full of pain, and his tone was almost begging, No. Let's go. Okay. Luo Qin nodded. Let's go now. Lizzie. Chapter 108 Nightmare. Bai Wulua chased after them, looking at the two people in the corridor with lingering fear, was silent at first, then gently pulled Luo Qin's arm, asked slowly, Stay away from that person. Shui Liang stood there, her wrist was held by Luo Qin, and her right hand was still tightly clenched without loosening, obviously trembling. Luo Qin quietly rolled up Shui Liang's sleeves, saw those tiny scars that he had never noticed, and guessed which ones were left by the man just now. He had been trying to piece together Shui Liang's past. But suddenly he grabbed a handful of glass. Not only Shui Liang in the past, but also he felt the sting of blood. Don't listen to him. Luo Qin put down his sleeves again, patted him comfortingly. You are very good, Lizzie. Don't listen to his nonsense. Luo Qin. You and Wu Luo go back first, Shui Liang said. I have to go see Xian Simia now. I will be back later. You wait for me in the dormitory. Luo Qin did not let go. I will go with you. Shui Liang shook his head. Not now. Luo Qin. Listen to me. I can't. Now you can't go. He was a little incoherent, and was very anxious. Bai Wulua interrupted, pulled Luo Qin back. Brother, you go. Be careful on the road. I will go back to the dormitory with Luo Qin first. Shui Liang looked at him. Go back immediately. Don't stay outside, and don't meet him, both you and Cheng Qingyao. Luo Qin watched Shui Liang turn and walk away. His back was very hurried. He leaned against the wall in a daze, and only came back to his senses after Bai Wulua called him. Is that man really Lizzie's biological father? Bai Wulua nodded, and said dejectedly, well, my uncle has a very bad temper. He used to beat people when he was drunk, and he was particularly cruel. In order to prevent him from touching Cician Simia, my brother was often the one who stood in front, and got the most beatings. My aunt couldn't do anything about it. My brother was even cut all over by the broken wine bottle. He was sent to the hospital for many stitches, and almost had a scar on his face. Luo Qin thought of the way Shui Liang blocked the wine for him during dinner at the camp that day, and scratched his hair with regret. No wonder Shui Liang hated drinking. When she frowned and swallowed the glass of wine, she just stuck out her tongue and complained to him that it was unpalatable. He could only put a handful of broken glass into his pocket, holding it tightly at all times, not wanting to forget every moment of suffering he had missed in the past. At that moment, Luo Qin suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. Since when he had been so determined not to forget, the thing he had tried his best to remember was never able to remember, not long ago. When he tried to recall it for the first time, he found that the memory nodes were indeed fuzzy. There were traces of concealment and modification. He had indeed forgotten something. The two walked to the dormitory together. On the way, both of them were very silent. Each of them had his own thoughts. When they were about to turn into the dormitory area, Bai Wulua suddenly remembered something, reached out of his pocket, and took out a piece of paper, which had more than a dozen names written on it, and each of them was marked with a marker. I asked Cheng Qiniao to check the list you gave me before. It's very convenient for him to find information, but in the current situation, even the Cheng family can only find so much. Bai Wulua handed the note to Luo Qin. Except for Li Muqi, the others here either settled abroad or have passed away. In other words, you can't find any of the people on this list except Li Muqi. Looking at Bai Wulua's reaction, even Cheng Qiniao couldn't find out the whole story of how he was infected with the Lantian virus. It can be seen that the experiment was extremely confidential, but the fact that Li Muqi didn't know him still couldn't be explained. Luo Qin took back the note, frowned slightly, and then tore it into pieces and threw it into the trash can in the corridor. That's enough. Anyway, I didn't expect a list to find out anything. Li Muqi always leaves enough room for himself when he does something, but he doesn't leave any room for others. After he went back, he waited for Shui Liang in the dormitory for a long time, until it was past lunchtime. The people from the Human Alliance downstairs were busy moving things, preparing to open up a new area exclusive to the Human Alliance in the Ark camp. They were quite impressive, and the voices of commanding and shouting were heard one after another, as if they had already regarded this place as their own territory. Luo Qin was upset when he heard this, and he got up and closed the window, and it immediately became much quieter. He originally wanted to send a message to Shui Liang, but he didn't know what to say with his fingers hovering on the keyboard. In the end, he threw the phone aside and sighed heavily. It was really annoying. After a while, Shui Liang came back with a lunch box. He saw that the curtains were drawn in the room and the lights were not turned on. He thought Luo Qin was sleeping, so he walked to the table quietly and put down the thermos in his hand. Unexpectedly, Luo Qin suddenly stood up from the bed, opened his arms, and gave Shui Liang a bear hug, and squeezed Shui Liang into his arms. Hungry? Shui Liang patted his back. The uneasy feeling he had felt before had disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had ever happened. Luo Qin's hand reached into Shui Liang's sleeve, grabbed his forearm, and quickly found a bean-sized scar on it. He knew there was a scar here, but he didn't know how it came about until today. Shui Liang was silent for a while, nodded, and then the psychological defense he had built for a long time before entering the door collapsed. He hugged Luo Qin back. His arms were tightly together, as if he was afraid that the other party would let go. Luo Qin raised his scarred arm, gently rolled up his sleeve, and kissed the scar with his lips. Don't go to see that person anymore. Just stay with me. It's okay. Shui Liang trembled all over, and said in a broken voice, Luo Qin, I feel sick when I think of him coming back. You don't know what that bastard did. Do you know why Simia can't hear? After listening to Shui Liang's words, Luo Qin realized how cruel and ruthless Shui Yunting was. When Shui Simia was 4 years old, Shui Yunting's company was not doing well, so he went home to vent his anger. At that time, there was a large swimming pool in the Shui family's villa, and even the shallow water area was 1.5 meters deep. Simia was playing by the pool, and Shui Yunting kicked him down, saying that he wanted to teach him how to swim. He watched his young son struggling in the pool, cursing that he couldn't even learn to swim, and stretched out his foot to push Shui Ximiao, who was trying to climb out into the water. Shui Xixian witnessed everything on the second floor, and cried, and went to find Shui Liyang, who was playing the piano in the room. Shui Liyang still remembers that when his brother was pulled out of the swimming pool, he had already stopped struggling. Shui Liyang desperately gave him the drowning first aid he had learned in school, and asked Shui Xixian to call 120, which saved Shui Ximiao's life. However, Shui Ximiao has since suffered from conductive hearing loss, and has to rely on hearing aids to live. Later, he actually told others that Ximiao fell in because he was playing. Shui Liyang's tone was almost gnashing his teeth when he spoke. I will never forget when he smiled and said he almost drowned. Even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. If Shui Liyang hadn't told him this in person, Luo Qin might have thought it was half true and half false. Shui Yunting can no longer be described as fierce. He is simply brutal and vicious. Shui Liyang rested her chin on his shoulder and whispered, in the years after my brother died, he became more and more addicted to alcohol and beat people when he was drunk. When I was 12 years old, he took me to the United States to attend a merger and acquisition meeting at the World Trade Center in New York. Early that morning, he went to the office building alone and left me in the cold drink shop outside the building to eat ice cream. Luo Qin frowned. You mean, then I saw the plane. First one flew over. And then, as soon as Shui Liyang closed his eyes, he couldn't help but think of the horrific scene he witnessed that day. The thick black smoke, the flames of the explosion, and the collapsed building. The plane crashed into it. Luo Qin's heart trembled, and tears finally burst out. He destroyed everyone in our family. Later, I had to participate in the reconstruction experiment because of the sequelae of inhaling toxic gases in the terrorist attack. And Xixian, she was frightened too much when she was a child, and now she has mild psychological disorders. It's all because of that person. It's all because of him. Shui Liyang didn't know whether it was out of anger or sadness. From fingertips to body, he was shaking. If I wasn't sick, I wouldn't participate in this experiment. I would go to Shining to study, and then meet you at school or somewhere else. Instead of the current appearance that is neither human nor monster. He hasn't cried for a long time. And it's hard for him to cry because of anything. Most of the time, he suppresses his emotions and digests them silently. At most, my eyes felt sore for a moment. But that was all. I didn't shed a single tear. In the past, when I was in a bad mood, I would just stay alone for a while, and it would be fine. But since Luo Qin appeared, he has someone to share his emotions, and someone to vent to. It's like someone who has been stepping on cotton has finally stepped on the ground. He has never felt that solid before. Luo Qin swallowed his tears and laughed hard. No. You are doing well now. I like you very much. The domestic violence and alcoholic man has become a shadow in Shui Liyang's life. Luo Qin can't understand why he has to suffer that kind of pain at such a young age. His life should be the happiest and most dazzling from beginning to end. But he is such a bastard father. Shui Liyang listened to him quietly, and finally nodded and said, let's not talk about this. You should eat first. Luo Qin hummed, stood up and pulled open the curtains, and saw Shui Liyang's eyes curled up like magpie feathers, with some sunlight on her eyelashes, and the outline of her face looked very soft. Maybe the sunshine that day was too good, and it touched a little heartbeat in the midsummer. Shui Liyang suddenly felt that his heart was filled. It was not Luo Qin who gave him a sense of security, but Luo Qin himself was the sense of security itself. Luo Qin turned his head and looked at Shui Liyang, and said, we'll eat later. Let's cheer you up first. Shui Liyang smiled and said, how do you cheer me up? Luo Qin put his hands on his waist and lowered his head to think about new ideas. It seemed a bit too ordinary to always kiss. He had a lot of ideas, but most of them could not be broadcast. Seeing this, Shui Liyang grabbed Luo Qin's chin without saying a word and kissed him hard. His kiss was different from Luo Qin's. It was immature and unfamiliar. He showed his whole heart to the other person without any scruples, as if he wanted to blend this person, who was in tune with him, into his bones and blood, and never separate them again. This kiss, which made Luo Qin unable to recover for a long time, lasted for a long time before it ended. He stood up straight with a dazed look, rubbed the back of his head, and felt like he had fought a big battle. Good Lizzie. You hit me. It hurts a little. How about kissing me again? Shui Liyang smiled. pushed him to sit on the chair. Save the kiss for the evening. Let's eat first. The Ark that night became more lively than usual. The stage was quickly set up, and the previously dormant forces of various factions finally couldn't help but rush to the center of the conflict. The Human Alliance joining the Ark was not a small matter. But the Alliance president made a request to the Ark. That is, members of the Alliance must be selected to participate in the reconstruction plan. Otherwise the cooperation could be cancelled at any time. On the other hand, the Human Alliance refused to hand over its weapons reserves, and had a very unpleasant quarrel with the military. The two sides were deadlocked, and Lee Myuki had to mediate as a middleman. He said had to, but in fact, he was recommending himself. After all, no one was willing to jump out and be the first to do so at this critical juncture. The army naturally did not want to allow anyone other than themselves to participate in the reconstruction plan, which could easily breed hidden dangers. However, Lee Myuki's willingness was very obvious, and he was already on the same side as the Human Alliance. As the manager of the Lantian or mining area in China and a member of the Ark Committee, the Jima family proposed another solution, which was to reject the Alliance's request to participate in the reconstruction plan, but still retain the organization's right to reconstruct humans. The final solution was that Jima Song personally spoke up and said Jima Ro over to serve as the vice president of the Alliance. Just as Jima Song finished signing the agreement with several parties in the conference room, someone spread the news to Jima Ro. Jima Ro ran to Fangzhou to block the crowd and had a big quarrel with Jima Song. When Zhu Yan pushed through the crowd and rushed over, Jima Ro was confronting Jima Song, who calmly took out a will and showed it to Jima Ro. It was left by Jima Chung, the grandfather of the two. He left a will to Jima Song before the disaster broke out, saying that if the situation of the Lantian virus got out of control in the future, or leaked, the people of the Jimo family must put the overall situation first and curb the spread of the virus at all costs, even if it means destroying the entire Lantian mine. Then go and destroy the Lantian mine. Jima Ro's angry roar echoed throughout the entire floor. Why did you come to destroy me? Chapter 109, listening to the spring rain in the small building all night. Jima Ro, Jima-san said coldly. You have grown up. More and more people were watching the excitement around, but Jima Ro seemed determined to make this matter ugly. You want to send me to the Human Alliance? Is this a decision you made for me? Why do you do that? I won't go, whoever wants to go can go. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the door. Jima Song didn't react either. He put away the documents in his hand and left with everyone else. Zhu Yan suddenly rushed out of the crowd and caught up with Jima Ro. They didn't know what they said, but Jima Ro suddenly became furious and raised her fist to hit the marble pillar beside her. Zhu Yan had no expression on his face and threw the documents in his hand at her. Are you going to destroy the whole building? Jima Ro's hand stopped in midair, and Zhu Yan patiently pulled it back and comforted her. Okay. Go back. You have embarrassed the chairman today. You are on their side. Right? Jima Ro looked at him angrily and disappointedly. You also think I should be sent over to satisfy their interests? Zhu Yan's eyes were steady, and he was not affected by the other party's disappointment at all. The greatest interest now is not your own position. Ro, you used to do things based on your feelings. I know you don't want to, but there are some things that you can't do without if you don't want to. I understand this very well. Whether it's bearing humiliation or making compromises, someone has to do it. Sometimes you are the necessary person. You know the chairman's current situation. She does this so that you don't have to live under surveillance anymore. Jima Ro's destructive anger dissipated a little, but she was still unwilling. His face was dejected, and he closed his eyes as if he had compromised, and said nothing more. If you have made up your mind, you still need to sign the agreement, Zhu Yan said. The chairman hasn't gone far yet. Jima Ro sighed, and reluctantly walked past Zhu Yan, and went in the direction where Jima Song left. Ro. Zhu Yan called him from behind. Hold your head high, and remember to be mature. Jima Ro paused, and left without looking back. The quarrel between him and Jima Song at the door of the conference room had already been exposed, and many people were not optimistic about this cooperation. But Jima Ro suddenly changed her temper a few minutes later, chased after him, and signed the document, then threw the pen to the ground, and left without saying a word. When Shui Liang heard about this, he was having dinner with the Blue Flame members in the cafeteria, as usual, eating like a party. Celine finished the story like gossiping, and everyone at the table had a look of watching the fun. Shui Liang broke open a piece of soft steamed bun, stuffed some pickles into it, and said casually, "Why do you gossip all day long? Have you done your daily training these 2 days? Lift up your sleeves and let me see." Sun Ling stuck out his tongue, rolled up his sleeves. "I train well every day, but I hope the food can keep up. I haven't eaten the big elbows from the kitchen team for a long time." "Deputy Captain, why don't you talk to the kitchen staff? Diet should be a combination of meat and vegetables. It can't be all meat or all vegetables. Or eat a lot of fish and meat all day. Otherwise it will be unbalanced in nutrition." Luo Qin glanced at the antelope and said deliberately, "If you have a little tail, eat less meat. Otherwise you will become stupid. You are so annoying. As for people, if you want to stay healthy, you have to eat vegetables according to the season, such as wormwood in spring. As the saying goes, March is gold and April is silver. It is best to soak it in water in March to nourish the liver." Luo Qin said, "Try to eat less off-season vegetables." Shui Liang nodded. "Chewing a spinach nonchalantly, eat ice cream in summer and hot pot in winter. I'm talking about vegetables." Luo Qin was helpless and rubbed his head. "Why do you only know how to eat these?" Shui Liang laughed without any image. Falcon and Shen Nua were both watching him from the side. Falcon couldn't help but persuade him, "Deputy Captain, pay attention to your image. You are laughing too silly. You are laughing like a goose." Black Panther was eating so much that he didn't even bother to raise his head, and added casually, "Has the Deputy Captain gained weight?" White Wolf asked without any tact. And everyone at the table fell silent, which was out of tune with the noisy atmosphere around. "What did I say wrong?" White Wolf shrank his neck guiltily, and stuffed a mouthful of rice into his mouth. "I mean, a little bit. Not as much as before. I won't say it anymore." Sun Ling pinched him under the table and snorted, "The Deputy Captain is not fat at all." Shui Liang swallowed the food in his mouth without saying a word, and then looked at White Wolf. Nonsense. He didn't seem to care at all, and drank a sip of water calmly. Everyone looked at each other knowingly, and laughed at the same time. "Come on. Let's do one. To celebrate the short half-day holiday tomorrow morning." They drank boiled water, and Falcon swallowed it with a grin as if he was drinking wine, and winked at Chen Nua. After dinner, Luo Qin followed Shui Liang back to the dormitory to rest. Falcon and others separated from them at the dormitory door, and returned to their own rooms. Luo Qin felt a little hot in the crowded cafeteria, so he went to the bathroom to wash his face first. As soon as he put on the soap and raised his head, Shui Liang came over and lay on his back, leaning over to look in the mirror a few times. "What?" Luo Qin teased him. "Are you too beautiful?" Shui Liang looked at the mirror, worried. "Where am I fat? I don't think so." Luo Qin laughed so hard that he almost swallowed the soap bubbles in his mouth. "Don't you care? Oh, are we afraid of getting fat? You still say that?" Shui Liang glared at him in the mirror unconvinced. "It's all your fault." Luo Qin looked at the watch, and said, "Go take a shower first. There is still hot water now. Don't always. It's a cold shower. Even if you don't get sick, it's not as comfortable as a hot shower." "No. I won't be clear-headed if I take too many hot showers." Shui Liang took some clean clothes and went into the bathroom. "I'm so tired today. My hands hurt from chopping zombies." Luo Qin said behind him, "Are you being coquettish? I just like it when you're not clear-headed, so I can do whatever I want." Before Shui Liang closed the door, she smiled at him through the crack of the door. The look in her eyes was very unclear. Recently, the Ark has attracted many survivor alliances, and their power is growing. The demand for new safe zones is also expanding. Shui Liang had to work overtime to lead the team to clean up the streets. He was busy all day every time, and he didn't even have time to come back for lunch. Luo Qin didn't complain. He knew Shui Liang was busy, so he made the most of the time he spent with him at night. He picked up the bamboo basket with clothes and pushed the door out of the dormitory. Summer clothes are very thin, and Luo Qin quickly washed a basket and took a shower. He whistled as he walked towards the dormitory, and suddenly saw a familiar figure in the corridor. Xiao Rou. Luo Qin walked over and patted her on the shoulder. "What are you doing here?" Jimo Rou turned around and looked at him coldly. "I moved here an afternoon ago. Did you just see me?" After saying that, she pointed to the dormitory door in front of her. "I will live here from today." Luo Qin looked and found that she was right next to Shui Liang. He thought to himself, "What kind of bad fate is this? There was no one next door to begin with. And if he wanted to take advantage of the chaos in the future, he would have to be more restrained. I had another quarrel with Jima Song in the afternoon. And I thought you heard it, Jimoro said. Luo Qin thought again. It seems that the sound insulation is not bad. So it's okay. You wash so many clothes by yourself? Jimoro glanced at the basket in his hand. How many days have you been collecting them? Of course not just mine. There are also lychees, Luo Qin said. Why are you strolling in the corridor so late at night? Jimoro glanced out the window and said, I went outside after dinner, and saw what the monkeys were doing. Luo Qin immediately understood that the monkeys the other party was talking about were the newcomers in the Human Alliance. And couldn't help laughing. Go back early. What monkeys are you looking at? It's going to rain outside. He continued to hum the song, and pushed the door back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he saw Shui Liang standing by the bed wearing only a pair of jeans, holding a half-dry towel in his hand. Shui Liang was wearing nothing on the upper body, and his well-trained and tight body was clearly visible. What is a real abdominal muscle vest line? What is a waist and abdomen muscle and shoulder and back line without water? This is the best in the world. Every muscle, every movement curve is clamoring to be ravaged, to be treated as rough and exposed, to be burned by wildfire. Luo Qin felt that his brain was instantly filled with blood. His ears buzzed, and his mind was thrown into the clouds. Shui Liang didn't realize anything yet. He just felt hot after taking a shower, didn't wear a shirt, and only put on a pair of jeans and came out. He was about to find a loose pair of pants to change into. But he didn't expect Luo Qin to come back. The tight trouser legs perfectly outlined his two straight and slender legs, and the unique upright temperament of a soldier was fully displayed on him. When he saw Luo Qin coming in, he blurted out, Did you see my, as he spoke? He grabbed the shirt at the head of the bed and put it on, and buttoned it quickly with both hands, which was very polite. Luo Qin didn't wait for him to finish asking. Put the bamboo basket at his feet, walked forward in 2 steps. First picked the person up with his hands and touched him twice, and then kissed him without saying anything. Shui Liang was pressed on the table by Luo Qin, and his lower back was against the edge of the table, which was painful. Ha, Luo Qin. Wait a minute. Shui Liang gently pinched Luo Qin's chin, and found a chance to break free and take a breath. Wait for me to change. Lychee. Luo Qin's lips parted a little from his, and there seemed to be wisps of mist in his eyes when he looked at Shui Liang. Come here. Shui Liang grabbed his shoulders, and the lines of his shoulders and back, which had been trained for a long time, were now very clear, like the undulating contours of mountains. Luo Qin suddenly lowered his head, bit his neck, and picked him up by the waist, and fell onto the bed together. If you want to push me away, do it now. Luo Qin held Shui Liang's face, lowered his head and kissed him, intermittently, again and again. It will be too late later. I can't do it. Shui Liang felt his reason burning, and pushed him away undeterminedly. Luo Qin, Lizzie. I'll be gentler. Luo Qin's tone was almost the same as coaxing, which made Shui Liang dizzy. Don't be afraid. Shui Liang couldn't remember the specific scene that night. The only thing he could clearly feel was Luo Qin's heavy breathing behind his ear. He had never seen Luo Qin like this, and he had a premonition in his heart. Neither of them drank, but that night they were even more daring than when they were drunk. Luo Qin put a pillow behind Shui Liang's waist. They are talking nonsense. She is not fat at all. Luo Qin laughed. I have tested it. The hand was awkward, and it slowly explored every inch. Is this okay? Or lying down? Luo Qin put his ear close to Shui Liang's, and asked in a low voice. He grabbed Shui Liang's hand, put it to his mouth and kissed it lingeringly, and rubbed the red line on it with his fingertips over and over again. Shui Liang heard everything, but it seemed like he could not hear anything. It's all right. You watch. His voice was blocked by a kiss. When Luo Qin leaned over to kiss him, his long hair fell down, covering half of his face. Even the bronze plate hanging around his neck pressed against his hot skin, like ice and snow thrown into a branding iron. Shui Liang's fingers were held tightly, and their sweaty fingers were tightly clasped. Wet and intimate. Shui Liang felt vaguely that something was wrong. He was being coaxed by Luo Qin in a daze, and was manipulated by others. But from Luo Qin's tone, it didn't sound like he was teasing. Lie down comfortably. Luo Qin bit his earlobe and blew air. I will make you never forget this night. Then, Shui Liang's response was blocked in his throat. He raised his head, showing his fragile neck to Luo Qin. In the darkness, he couldn't see the other person's face or expression at the moment, and his vision was blurred. The heavy curtains had a gap, and the moonlight flowing outside the windows slowly seeped in, quietly illuminating this small space. Luo Qin turned on the desk lamp, which just happened to illuminate Shui Liang's face. Shui Liang's eyes were watery, and Luo Qin hugged her tightly. The look on her face was clearly illuminated by the moonlight. His lips were also a little red and swollen from the kiss. Luo Qin sucked him so hard that he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and swirled it around his lips. Luo Qin stretched out his hand to pinch the other's face, which was gradually getting hot. He lowered his head and kissed her deeply like a beast, with madness between his lips and teeth, and conquered the city. The buttons of the military uniform on his chest were unbuttoned, revealing a clean clavicle. There was a deep scar next to the collarbone, extending diagonally into the fabric. Luo Qin lowered his head to kiss the scar, and reached his hand into the clothes. There were countless small and obvious wounds underneath, which he had never shown to anyone, and had never been treated like this. He was the first. Shui Liang suddenly reached out, pressed his collar, looked at the small window above his head, and said in an unstable tone, "I have a lot on my body. Don't look at it. Give me a kiss." Luo Qin hugged him and said. Shui Liang turned her head to the side, covering her eyes with the back of her hand. "Kiss me." This time, Luo Qin kissed her fiercely. His slender fingers slid down little by little, touched the cold and hard leather buckle, paused for a moment, and then deftly flipped open the buckle on it. With a click, Shui Liang also trembled. He twisted a few times uneasily, and then turned his eyes to look at Luo Qin's face. Love is what it is. No reason has anything to do with it. The moonlight shone down, stained with peach color. Luo Qin heard Shui Liang calling him, so he moved closer, thinking that the other party was asking him to be gentler and slower, but he didn't expect that what came out of Li Ji's mouth was asking him to be harder and faster. He felt the blood in his body boiling, rushing to the top of his head and behind his ears, and turning red. But Shui Liang was awake, and he was a little confused after tossing and turning several times. It rained outside the window all night, and it rained several more times in the middle of the night, making the window full of water droplets. It dripped on the windowsill all night, until dawn. The lychee shell was a little hard, but it was easy to peel. The flesh was smooth and tender, and when the fingers penetrated deep into the flesh, the juice was dripping, and it was sweet and greasy. The flesh was tender and juicy. It was a good lychee. Chapter 110 Development Plan. It was already past 7 o'clock the next day, and the room was still dark, and no one moved. In the past, even when there was no training or mission, Shui Liang would be awakened by his biological clock at 5:40 without fail, but today he actually slept in for a while. Luo Qin had actually woken up a long time ago. Except for a little soreness in his waist, he didn't feel any discomfort. Shui Liang didn't know what to do, and buried himself in the quilt, and moved when Luo Qin turned over. Last night, Luo Qin had planned to help others clean up by himself, but Shui Liang insisted on getting up and taking another bath. His willpower was extremely strong. After waking up, he was tormented by Luo Qin again. After 2 times, he finally learned his lesson. In the end, he was so sleepy that he didn't even want to lift his fingers. He fell asleep as soon as he got into bed. Luo Qin couldn't bear to continue. After all, there were no measures. The lychee pulp couldn't withstand too rough exploitation. Every time it was wet, it was a mess. After 3 times, he also lay down and fell asleep. This morning, Luo Qin was in good spirits. He lay on the bed for a while, and got up to wash. When he came out of the bathroom, Shui Liang stretched out a hand from the quilt in a daze, and said in a hoarse voice, "Is there any water?" Luo Qin poured out the empty kettle, and could only knock on the door of the dormitory next door with a cup. Falcon had also woken up long ago, and came to open the door in a vest. "What are you doing? It's a holiday today. Aren't you going to sleep for a while? Come and get a glass of water," Luo Qin said. "Lizzie is thirsty." Falcon felt strange. Why did their deputy team now have to ask Luo Qin to fetch water? He directly brought the kettle to Luo Qin, and said, "Take this away. There is still water in the Black Panther kettle. I will drink his." Luo Qin took the kettle back, poured the water, and brought it to Shui Liang's mouth. Shui Liang got up and drank a cup, and then lay down to sleep. When the corridor became lively again, with clanging sounds like a fight, Shui Liang woke up from his nap. He stretched, stood up and rubbed his temples, and then lay on the bed without moving. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Luo Qin sat on the edge of the bed and stretched out his hand to rub his waist. Shui Liang said in a muffled voice, I'm not feeling uncomfortable. You've watched too many TV dramas, so it's not that bad. He just felt a little embarrassed. The progress last night was amazing. They went straight from building a railway to building a space station. The jump was too fast. He was confused now. After waking up, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He drank another glass of water and asked Luo Qin, No. Why do I feel that what happened last night was premeditated? Luo Qin thought about it and said, It seems so. You started as soon as I entered the door. If this is not seduction, what is it? Shui Liang sat up, pinched Luo Qin's face with both hands, and said in a bad tone, I didn't seduce you. I was just changing clothes. You should do it yourself. Don't push it on me. Luo Qin was struggling to hold back his laughter, but his tone rose again, with a little bit of arrogance at the end. Said, I think you quite like it. This was undoubtedly a red paint on Shui Liang's ears. He sighed, buried his head in silence for a while, looked at Luo Qin. Who did you learn this from? Confess and you will be beaten, resist, and you will be shot, hurry up. Luo Qin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Said, Do you think I look like a veteran? If you see this stuff in your daily life, you will learn it. It's not a secret. Can't people see it? It's better to say that, before meeting Shui Liang, he didn't care about this kind of thing at all. Last night, the atmosphere was just a natural progression. Even he didn't react to it. It was like a thunderbolt that caused a rage. Shui Liang cleared his throat, as if to save face. I can see that you are self-taught, and you are not very skilled. Luo Qin waved his hand around his waist, and reached into the quilt to touch him. Skilled? If you want to be skilled, I will practice with you. We will definitely become proficient if we practice more. Don't you think? No. No! Shui Liang thought he was serious, and hid to the side in panic. I really can't do it. Can't you take a break? Luo Qin pretended to be tough. Shui Liang saw that the situation was not good and climbed up directly, holding his arm to fix him on the bed, and his knee pressed against his waist. I warn you. I will kill people without blinking an eye. Of course, it's better not to blink an eye. Luo Qin looked at him with a smile in his eyes. You refused to open your eyes and look at me last night. This won't do, Lizzie. Or if you want to come, I'll lie down and give it a try, but you have to be gentle. He closed his eyes, looking ready to die, but the smile on his lips couldn't be concealed at all. You're crazy. Shui Liang turned over and lay back, covering his face with the quilt. Where Luo Qin couldn't see, he still couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips, silently revealing a smile, which he couldn't suppress. He knew very well how he felt now. Happy, very happy. The people he liked, the things he liked, the familiar and safe environment, this was the source of Shui Liang's sense of security. Over the years, he began to understand the emotions that he had neglected before. The faint light and gentle breeze that existed outside the lonely world attracted him so much. He had been trying to block the outlet of his emotions before, rebelling against Zhao Fangluo, against anyone. But Luo Qin would use the method of communication, so easily blending the two worlds together, which made him suddenly enlightened. Luo Qin hugged him from behind, and the two of them squeezed on the bed and laughed together, like two trembling switches. After a long quarrel, the two finally calmed down with sweat all over their bodies. Luo Qin's bath was in vain. Shui Liang quietly hugged Luo Qin for a while, and then said, Let's wash the sheets today. Okay? Okay. The atmosphere in the dormitory was warm and cozy. But Falcon suddenly got into trouble and ran to their dormitory and banged on the door loudly. Deputy Captain. Luo Qin. Let's go and have breakfast. Luo Qin complained helplessly, and reluctantly got up and opened the door. Falcon saw him coming out again, and couldn't help asking, Where's the deputy captain? Why haven't I seen him since the beginning of the morning? Is he not here? Your deputy captain. Luo Qin hesitated and looked back. He's sleeping. Impossible. The deputy captain never sleeps in, Falcon said, and pushed the door open and walked in. Luo Qin tried to stop him, but failed. Hey! Don't. Falcon said Deputy Captain, and before he could say it, he saw Shui Liang sitting up from the bed with a tired face. His eyes were red, from the eye sockets to the corners of his eyes, and they looked more watery than ever, as if a layer of mist had formed. He frowned and looked at Falcon, and said, "I'm not going. You guys eat first." "Deputy Captain." Falcon looked at Shui Liang in horror. His expression changed from doubt to horror, and he couldn't help but look back at Luo Qin. And then, as if he couldn't bear it anymore, he took a few steps back and rushed out the door quickly. "Your team member's psychological endurance is a little bit poor." Luo Qin closed the door and sighed. "It seems that we have to make this matter a common existence for them, and cultivate habits so that they won't be surprised." Shui Liang raised his leg threateningly to poke his abdominal muscles, but Luo Qin grabbed his ankle and tapped it with his fingertips. Shui Liang suddenly recalled some scenes from last night: intertwined fingers, raised legs. Luo Qin watched him slip back into the quilt, wrapped himself up like a ball, and found it funny for some reason. "Get up and eat something. Don't be hungry again before lunch." Shui Liang was forcibly pulled off the bed by him, washed her face, and brushed her teeth, and pushed out the door to have breakfast. Luo Qin ran to the table where Falcon and the others sat down, and said, "Hello, good morning, everyone." "Very good. I just ate your deputy captain clean last night." "Why are you here so late?" Sun Ling was blowing a bowl of soy milk, and said dissatisfiedly, "We are almost full." Luo Qin smiled. "Well, your deputy captain was tired last night, and slept a little longer." Falcon had just taken a mouthful of soy milk, and was choked to death when he heard it. Chin Nua silently helped him breathe, and said, "How old are you? Do you still need someone to take care of you when you eat?" Cough, cough, cough. Falcon coughed, and glanced at Luo Qin, with a strange look on his face, and a flushed face. Luo Qin looked normal, and even had time to help Shui Liang cool down the porridge in his bowl. Zhao Fenglu came over with a plate, and seeing that most of the people in Lannan were there, he sat down and said, "It's just right. Almost everyone is here, and there's no need to have a meeting this afternoon." "What's the matter?" Sun Ling asked curiously. "It's like this. After we opened up the traffic line with Songhe, we built some transit warehouses and communication-based stations on both sides of Wanchun Road. Zombies often wander around nearby, and the viruses they carry will infect those equipment, causing large-scale communication paralysis, which will make the subsequent expansion of the safe zone difficult." Zhao Fenglu said, "I have discussed with the higher-ups, and we will mobilize a part of the garrison, and form the Ark Vanguard with the Human Alliance to station at the Wanchun Road camp, responsible for the maintenance and cleaning work there. Next week, all members of Lannan will set off for Wanchun camp. Everyone should prepare, travel lightly, the facilities there are very complete, you don't need to bring anything extra." "Does that mean we will no longer be in Hanzhou's security zone in the future?" Black Panther asked. Zhao Fenglu nodded. "Hanzhou's security zone is just a preliminary concept of the Ark plan. We plan to expand to the surrounding areas based on these two cities, after we have completely opened up Hanzhou and Songhe. Ark has planned 4 major security zones in the east, west, south, and north. We will be included in the northern security zone in the future." "What about other security zones? Are they already under construction?" "The coordinates of the eastern security zone are in Shanghai. There are still many troops there, enough to build in a short time," Zhao Fenglu said. "The southern security zone is centered on Shining, but we have to wait until the construction of the eastern and western security zones is almost complete before we start construction in the south. I will participate in the construction of the western security zone throughout the process, and I will leave for Tibet at the end of this year." Chapter 111 Wanchun Camp. Sun Ling was surprised and asked, "Are we still going to Tibet, Captain?" Zhao Fenglu's eyes drifted to Shui Liang, who paused slightly, and seemed to be avoiding the question. Shui Liang was still upset about Shui Yunting's sudden visit a few days ago. Although he didn't want to blame Zhao Fenglu for letting him face his terrible biological father without saying hello in advance, he couldn't get over it in his heart. He trusted Zhao Fenglu, and his reliance on Shui Yunting, his biological father, for so many years was not even 1/10,000th of what he relied on Zhao Fenglu, as a comrade in arms who had been with Shui Yunting day and night. Zhao Fenglu knew Shui Yunting's personality very well. He was extreme and bad. If he firmly refused to meet Shui Yunting would find him in his own way, and might even go directly to Sixi and Simu. But why didn't he tell him directly? Didn't Zhao Fenglu know how much he didn't want to see that person? I'm going to Tibet. And you're not going. Zhao Feng Luo said slowly. I was transferred to Songhe military region after the new year, and I'm temporarily responsible for the reconstruction there. The new captain of Lanyan will be Shui Liang. Shui Liang's pupils trembled, and he looked at Zhao Feng Luo fiercely. Even the other people at the table were shocked, except Luo Qin, who all had surprised expressions. Luo Qin looked around, not understanding why they reacted so strongly. He felt that Shui Liang was the right person to be the captain. However, he soon discovered that the other members of Lanyan just felt that the change came too quickly, and they were not used to it. After all, the whole team had fought side by side for so long. But someone was leaving in the blink of an eye. The days spent together became a countdown calendar on the wall. And one day less was one day less. The end of June brought some unexpected sadness. July came noisily and hotly. The scorching sun and the sound of cicadas blocked the entire northern hemisphere. After a few more rounds of thunderstorms, the first hot summer after the end of the world came. On the day of departure for Wanchun camp, Luo Qin was lying in the car waiting for the materials in the back to be loaded, with a wide-brimmed hat on his face, turning on the air conditioner in the car, and dozing off in a daze. The car was playing old-time pop music, the male singer's low and hoarse voice accompanied by the agitated reverberation of metal sounds, the faint electronic music, echoing in the obscure and difficult lyrics. It's so ugly. Sun Ling complained from the back seat, flipped the military weapon parameter recitation manual on his face, and crawled to the front to play a song. Luo Qin stretched, straightened the seat back, and rubbed his face to try to wake up. Shui Liang stood outside the car and talked to Shui Sixian and Shui Xinyu. The two children came early in the morning and wandered around the marching team. They didn't say what they were going to do, but they just didn't leave. The intention was obvious. They just couldn't bear to let Shui Liang go. But they were too embarrassed to say it directly. After I leave, you two remember to eat well and don't run around. Shui Liang lowered his head and said to the two, Cheng Qiniao will stay in Fanzhou. If you have any problems, go find him. Especially Sixian, don't trust those messy people anymore. Shui Sixian nodded. When can you come back? It's hard to say, maybe half a year, maybe a year, or even longer. Shui Liang said. If you need to find me, just tell Cheng Qiniao, he can contact me there. Or find your brother Nian Yu, it's alright. Shui Sixian said sullenly, seemingly not very happy. Can't we go together? Shui Xinyu asked. Of course not. What do you think Wanchun camp is? Is it a place for children to play? Shui Liang looked into his eyes and warned. Don't run out of the camp, do you hear me? You are the older brother, you have to take care of your younger sister. I'll go when I grow up. Shui Sixian said stubbornly. I can go in 4 years. Shui Liang looked at her messy hair and loose braids, and sighed. Don't talk about this for now, come here and I'll rebraid your hair. You look so messy. Sun Ling lay in the car, looking outside with envy. Xixian's hair is so long, I also want to have the opportunity to grow long hair. She curled her hair that was just past her ears and muttered casually. When you retire at the age of 80 and become an old lady, you can grow your hair as long as you want. Luo Qin said in a nonchalant tone. Then let your deputy captain comb your hair. Go to hell. Sun Ling picked up the pillow and threw it at him. You are the old lady. You are the ugly old man. Then I am also a cool old man. Your deputy captain still likes me at that time. Luo Qin smiled and grabbed the other end of the pillow. Sun Ling gritted his teeth and couldn't pull it back. I'll tell the deputy captain. Why do you always complain? If I remember correctly, you are 18 this year. And you will be 19 in a few months? Luo Qin provoked. How can you be worse than an 8-year-old child? Sun Ling shouted angrily, and pulled the pillow back fiercely. Luo Qin let go of his hand at the right time. Sun Ling lost his strength, his back of head banged on the hard bulletproof glass, and the whole car shook. Shui Liang just opened the car door and got in. As soon as he got in, he was startled by the loud noise. Are you two dismantling the car? Deputy Captain. Sun Ling covered the back of his head and was furious. Luo Qin is crazy, he is talking nonsense again. Help me beat him up. Luo Qin retorted. It's obvious that you can't win the argument with me, but you still blame me. Shui Liang unbuckled the seatbelt, and his eyes swept over the two of them in silence. You two are over 30 years old in total, how can you fight like kindergarten kids? Be quiet, it's the last few hours of good life. There's no time for you to make such a fuss when we get to Wanchun camp, we're not going on vacation. I know. I'm very good. Luo Qin leaned over and kissed Xue Liang on the temple naturally. Sun Ling covered his eyes and looked ahead quietly through his fingers. "Ah, what are you doing?" Xue Liang laughed and shook his head helplessly. "You are really..." Luo Qin was in a very good mood. He turned the key and threw his sun hat to the back seat. "It's almost time. Let's get the others in the car. Let's go to Wanchun camp." The convoy was driving on the highway that crossed the wilderness. The sun was shining in the sky, and the asphalt road seemed to be hot as if it was on fire. Even the surrounding scenery was blurred and distorted by the heat wave. Sparks flew from the friction between the wheels and the road, passing by quickly. A gust of wind swayed the wild grass on the roadside. The old song "Good Will Break Up" was playing on the stereo. Luo Qin hummed a few lines along with the Cantonese part. His fingertips tapped the steering wheel. "Are you surprised that you can't speak?" "Yes. I mean, do you want to break up? I was tamed by you like a sheep. Why would I bite you back? Do you know? You sing so badly." The antelope was sleeping in the back seat, muttered. Chen Nu and Jimoro were squeezed beside her. They were both drowsy in the bumpy carriage, and could not even lift their eyelids. "You have no taste. You know nothing," Luo Qin snorted, thinking that the lyrics of this song were a bit unlucky. So he changed to a pure music and turned down the volume. Most of the radio channels were off. Luo Qin switched to several channels in a row, and all of them were chaotic noises. He glimpsed from the rearview mirror that Jimoro had woken up at some point, and was leaning against the glass looking out the window. He didn't know if he was looking in the mirror. Jimoro came here on her own this time. He and Jima Song have been in a cold war since that day. It was widely rumored that the siblings had a bad relationship. The agreement between Ark and the Human Alliance was in jeopardy. But there was no sign of a break in the cooperation. He didn't want to stay in Hanzhou and continue to listen to those gossips. He filled out a form, and didn't care whether Jima Song approved it or not. He packed his luggage and followed. He left home again, like a lone wolf. There was no one familiar around him except Luo Qin and Xue Liang. Everyone knew that he was not easy to mess with. According to rumors, he was a monster on par with Xue Liang. Cold-blooded and unkind, and could easily tear people apart. Sun Ling was a little nervous sitting next to him. After all, the two had never spoken to each other, and Jimoro was so scary in the rumors. So she was subconsciously on guard. "When we get to the camp, I'll make you some delicious food," Luo Qin said lazily. "Little tale. Do you know that a little north of Wanchun camp is the largest breeding farm in the suburbs of Songhe, where there are hundreds of pigs, and fat chickens, and ducks running around all over the ground? Haven't you always wanted to eat braised pork elbows? The braised pork elbows covered with sauce and cumin. As long as you take a bite, you won't want to think about anything else." Sun Ling was still dozing off, but he woke up at once, and was so excited that it seemed as if a tail behind him was shaking like a propeller. She was young but didn't bear grudges. She was very generous and forgot everything that happened before. She only cares about eating. Xue Liang shook her head. "What if someone tricks you away with just one elbow?" Luo Qin nodded and agreed. "That's right. Learn from your deputy captain. You need at least two to trick him away." Xue Liang looked at him with a fake smile. Okay, just wait." Jimoro was the only one in the car who was kept in the dark and didn't understand what Luo Qin meant. He sneered and said, "You only have this much ability. Be a cook. What's wrong with being a cook? There is equality among professions. And a cook can even get 3 Michelin stars." Luo Qin said, "I don't believe you can resist eating the meal when it's ready." Sun Ling was a little curious about Jimoro, and always secretly glanced at her. Jimoro also realized it. And finally, when Sun Ling couldn't help but secretly glanced at her for the 6th time, she curled her lips and looked straight at her. Jimoro's eyes were fiery and bright, and her eyes were naturally affectionate and smiling. When she looked at people, it seemed that there was a kind of lingering emotion that enveloped them. This is his innate advantage. He has never lost in chess games, all thanks to the aura of his eyes and eyebrows. In fact, he himself has no other intentions. He just thinks that this Tibetan girl is bold and interesting, compared with those people living in the plains. Her dark red skin color is quite fiery and exotic. Girls living in the plateau are very passionate and unrestrained. The antelope is not afraid of such things. She stared at Jimoro, and she was not afraid at all. She is very courageous. Many men thought she was a little girl who was easy to bully before. It was not until she grabbed her head and pressed it to the ground with a swollen nose and face that they realized how powerful this little antelope was. Zhao Fan Luo and Shui Liang never disciplined her too much. As long as it was within the scope of discipline, she was allowed to retain her outspoken personality to the maximum extent. Jimoro stretched her neck and asked her, "What's your name?" "My name is Sinling." Jimoro shook her head. "I asked your name, not your code name." Sinling was stunned. She knew that the names of many people in Lanyang could not be easily told to others. Many of them had countless lives on their hands. Those enemies and criminals who had been cleared out still engraved these code names on the tombstones of their dead companions, waiting for revenge in the future. Chashaka. She thought about it and then said, "My name." Jimoro smiled brightly. "My name is Jimoro." When he was not angry, he looked quite decent, and his expression was relaxed, and his already outstanding appearance was even more relaxed, which was very deceptive. The half-pack of cigarettes that Luo Qin had searched out of the car was still in the storage compartment in the back row. Jimoro took out the wrinkled cigarette box, and took out a cigarette with his slender fingers. "Do you have a lighter?" Jimoro asked lazily. Sinling flipped through his backpack, took out a lighter piston, lit it with a bang. Before he could get close to her, Jimoro leaned over first, lit up the cigarette. Her face was so close to Sinling's hand, she could even see every strand of hair clearly. "Thank you." He smiled at Sinling and opened the car window. Perhaps considering that the people in the car didn't like secondhand smoke, he put out the hand holding the cigarette, lazily blowing out a smoke ring. The chestnut hair fluttered in the wind, and the outline of his profile was blurred by the light, like a poem with a hazy artistic conception. After nearly a day's drive, the Ark advance team arrived at Wanchun camp. Luo Qin originally thought that they would be greeted by a prosperous and bustling human settlement, but he did not expect that it was a desolate and cold scene with weeds everywhere. On one side of the road was the undulating Taihang Mountains, and on the other side was the wilderness. In the dusk, the vast wilderness was overgrown with weeds and piled with rocks. Only a few base stations under construction were lit with faint lights. Not to mention the bustling voices of people. There was not even the sound of birds. "Why is it such a place?" Luo Qin jumped out of the car, scratched his hair. "Where are the people? Where is the camp?" Sinling was also a little confused. "Where are the pork elbows? Where are the fat chickens and ducks?" Jimoro whistled with gloating. "There is nothing." Shui Liang pointed to the back of the car, as if he had expected the disappointed reactions of these people. "It's inside. Go get it yourself. I said before I came. The advance team is not here for vacation. If we can't set up camp before dark, we will sleep in the wild today." Chapter 112 Camping. Everyone was stunned. They thought they would be greeted with comfortable beds and hot showers, but they didn't expect that they would have to build their own tents. However, the other members of Lanyan were obviously used to these scenes. They jumped off the pickup trucks, took out the tents and various equipment in the car, and started to build the camp. There were also two special forces. Although they were ordinary soldiers, their hands-on ability was amazing. Before dark, there was a brightly lit tent in the wilderness. The dark green tents were hidden in the night, and the lights from the windows gathered into a sea of stars and scattered on both sides of the road. It looked quite spectacular from a distance. Luo Qin took on most of the work by himself, but he slightly overestimated his limit. In the end, he was too tired to move. It was almost time for dinner. The logistics support troops had already cooked the meal with a portable stove outside. The aroma of the meal entered the tent, but he was still lying on the bed and was too lazy to get up. Shui Liang lifted the door curtain and walked in. Seeing that he was still lying on the bed, he asked, "Are you going to get up for dinner?" Luo Qin turned his head and looked at him in a strange posture. "Lizzie, I'm thinking about a problem." "You say? Do we have to start living this primitive life in the future?" Luo Qin said distressedly. "To be honest, I'm starting to miss the dormitory in Fanzhou." "Shui Liang, why didn't you say it earlier? I could let you stay in Fanzhou." Luo Qin turned over and hugged his waist. "I was just teasing you. I just said it casually. When I was expelled from school a few years ago, I rented a house everywhere. I even squeezed into a 10-square-meter rental house." "What is this? You are talking nonsense. Didn't your parents leave you an inheritance?" "That was later. When the property custodian found me, he was almost dead. But fortunately, he kept his promise and gave me the money in the end." He described it vividly, and Shui Liang laughed. "Okay. I know you have rich life experience, but it's much harder here than renting a house. We have to sleep in the open air, and there are often zombie attacks. It's cold in winter, and hot in summer. Can you bear it? Luo Qin looked at him seriously. What's the hardship of being with you? I can even sleep in the primitive jungle. If I stay in the Ark alone, I won't be able to see you for the next year or so. And that will be very hard for me. Xue Liang gently stroked his eyebrows and said, Don't worry. The development project of Wanchun Camp will officially start tomorrow. And the simple dormitory can be built within 3 days. Living in a tent is also temporary. Luo Qin lowered his head and kissed his hand. And smiled. Let's go. Let's eat. The camps were all open air. And the defense network had not been set up yet. Everyone was very alert even when eating, because zombies could wander around at any time. The advance team was divided into several camps, each of which was 50 meters apart. There were pioneers in charge of communication between them, so that they could gather in time if there were any special situations. Many civilian rescue teams also spontaneously accompanied them. Although the total number of people was small, it was still an extra force. Su Yogong's Walker rescue team was also among them. They were used to living in the world, and were always willing to go on such a journey. Dinner was the roasted pork elbow that Sunling had been longing for. She was holding one and chewing it without even looking up. She ate it very happily. Jimoro didn't eat much, and sat aside to study the eating habits of the antelopes. The more she watched, the funnier it became. The daily consumption was too much, and usually only at this time. These hard-working special forces could eat more good food to replenish the necessary energy and carbohydrates. Tomorrow, they would continue the high-intensity land reclamation and construction. And they would inevitably have to eat and drink enough and have enough rest. Bai Wuluo finished eating quickly and sat aside with his mobile phone, texting with someone unknown, smiling foolishly. Luo Qin was so full that he lay on the ground and looked up at the sky. The starry sky here was clearer than the ones he had seen in Shining and Hanzhou. The stars were scattered and inlaid on the sky, and the lights on the field shone together. Are you full? Xue Liang walked to Luo Qin's side and leaned over to look at him. Do you want to go with me to patrol the surroundings? Luo Qin sat up. Let's go, to help digest the food. Xue Liang brought 2 sabers. Luo Qin picked one up for fun, and shook it in his hand, and swung it around Xue Liang in a very lively manner. Look at the knife. He raised the knife and swung it at Xue Liang, originally just wanting to play a prank, but he didn't expect the blade to pass by Xue Liang's nose, and the other party didn't even blink, and still looked at him with a smile. You're not afraid. Luo Qin took back the knife in boredom. I thought you would dodge. Why would I dodge? Xue Liang didn't care. Will you cut me? Oh! Luo Qin scratched his head. Of course not. Xue Liang had been pointed at with a knife before, and there were even times that were 10,000 times more thrilling than this. He once confronted a drug dealer at a trading base, pretending to be captured to get information. The other party roared and swung the knife, and the blade passed a few millimeters in front of him. Xue Liang remained calm, and his breathing did not even get disturbed. After collecting all the necessary intelligence, he jumped up from the chair with his hands tied behind his back, and kicked the opponent's knife quickly. The machete, which was more than 10 centimeters long, was kicked into the drug dealer's neck. After he killed 7 or 8 people, he directly broke the rope with brute force, and walked out with the evidence. Luo Qin applauded him and asked, What is the name of the move you just mentioned? Teach me. I will learn it to protect you. Many fighting moves have no names. They are all built up by experience and instinct. Xue Liang spread his hands. Without hundreds of actual combats, it is useless to learn more in the ivory tower. Things in books are just things in books after all. No top special forces soldier is built up by books. If you want to learn, go out with me more often. I suspect you want to teach me these things as an excuse, and flirt with me at the same time. Luo Qin said seriously. Tell me the truth, are you greedy for my face? Xue Liang glanced at him, hooked his neck, and whispered in his ear, Yes, I not only greedy for your face, I also. He spoke in a low voice, but Luo Qin's face became hot, and pretended to be serious. Lizzie, you have a problem with your work style. Your Blue Flames discipline code doesn't say so. Xue Liang laughed softly a few times, and asked him, Do you still know our discipline code? Tell me, which one did I violate? Luo Qin touched his upper and lower lips, and made up a story. No public display of affection, no public kissing of boyfriends, no staying out all night. Xue Liang pulled his hand, and smiled. Well, I'm going to violate all of them tonight. The two walked along the road for a long distance, and climbed up the mountain from a lower slope. The forest on the mountain is dense, with crickets and cicadas chirping one after another, and fireflies looming in the grass. Luo Qin always felt that there were wild mosquitoes all around him, buzzing in his ears, and making him keep driving them away with his hands. "It's okay. You don't have to worry about the mosquitoes," Xue Liang said easily. "Mosquitoes will instinctively stay away from creatures carrying the Lantian virus, because the Lantian virus will also control their brains, which can be compared to the fly mold experiment. Passive infection is inevitable, and they can only actively cut off contact with the virus. What will happen if animals are infected with the virus? Will they also become zombies?" Luo Qin asked. Xue Liang nodded. "Didn't I tell you a few days ago that Cheng Qingao killed a lion? That thing is really scary. Its strength is many times higher than that of an uninfected lion. It can crush a person with one claw." Cheng Qingao fired 5 shots at its head, each of which hit the brain. "It took half an hour to die. I can do it, too," Luo Qin said, as if to take credit. "Last time I was kidnapped by mercenaries. They wanted to feed me to the dogs, and I did this." Whoosh. And before he could react, I crushed his head directly. Xue Liang's eyes flashed with a haze. He really couldn't forget this incident. Luo Qin's blood-stained appearance left him with lingering fears for a long time, and he secretly vowed that he would never let Luo Qin fall into such danger again. Luo Qin gestured a few times, and suddenly looked around. And suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. "By the way, do you think there are any animals here? Rabbits, pheasants, etc. I'll catch them and cook them for you." Xue Liang didn't know what he was thinking. Why did the topic suddenly jump to this point? "I don't know about rabbits and pheasants, but there may be tigers and lions. When the time comes, you fight them here, and I'll cheer for you from the tree." Luo Qin looked at him with a deep shock. "You love me so much." "That's right," Xue Liang said happily. "Who else loves you so much except me?" Luo Qin's Adam's apple moved up and down, looking straight at Xue Liang, and suddenly stretched out his hand to push the man against the tree, closing the distance. "Lizzie, say it again." Xue Liang blinked and looked at him, and was a little slow to react. The moonlight above his head fell like a light mist, and it came out of the tree canopy and wandered in the forest, just encountering the ambiguous atmosphere between the two, and collided with a trace of lust. "Lychee," Luo Qin begged, showing a weak look. "Say it again. Say you love me." Xue Liang opened his mouth, but couldn't resist this clinging action. "I said." Luo Qin. He twisted the hair beside Luo Qin's neck with his fingertips. His eyes were as soft as his fingers. "I said I love you too." Luo Qin just waited for him to finish this sentence, and couldn't wait to kiss him. The smell of the mint candy he had just eaten quickly filled his mouth, and the hot kiss broke through Xue Liang's mind. "Lychee, I love you." Xue Liang's back was tightly pressed against the tree trunk, and his clothes were thin in summer, and his skin was rubbed painfully. But he didn't care at all, and he responded to Luo Qin's kiss awkwardly. Luo Qin became more and more skilled at this. His tongue swept across the gap in the other person's mouth, surging and rolling like a water snake. Different from the previous kisses that stopped at the lips and teeth, he was clearly invading, claiming sovereignty, and wanted to brand everything he had on every part of the other person's body. Luo Qin's tongue gently licked his upper jaw, and Xue Liang trembled, grabbing the other person's clothes, as if it was half a piece of driftwood that belonged to him. He felt Luo Qin's hands began to rub his earlobes, and then his neck. The large and somewhat rough palm rubbed through the cloth. Xue Liang was a little distracted. He suddenly remembered that he had told Luo Qin that his hands were suitable for playing the piano. Those fingers seemed to have found keys to jump on. They danced wildly on the trembling piano, kneading, playing from Exodus to Croatian Rhapsody, like waves hitting the rocks. Xue Liang somehow remembered the night when the two of them were crowded in the dark and silent dormitory, with their fingers entangled. His own hands repeatedly tightened on the white sheets, and then loosened as if he had lost strength, and were firmly clamped by Luo Qin, with nowhere to escape. At that time, his raised neck, and his throat exposed to Luo Qin's sharp teeth, kept trembling, making chaotic sobs and meaningless fragments of language. Only Luo Qin, only this person. When touching those piano key fragments, every part of him was so sensitive. Just thinking about it, a group of burning wet breath came from his ear. Xue Liang couldn't help but open his mouth, completely unable to control it. Luo Qin smiled secretly. And finally, he made a sound. Shui Liang had no power to resist Luo Qin's overbearing kiss. And even his fingers became soft. He gently crossed his fingers at the back of Luo Qin's neck, and trembled slightly. Which rule did you violate this time? Shui Liang took a breath and chuckled. Luo Qin thought for a moment, buried his head in his shoulder, and laughed tremblingly. I can't remember. Who cares? I've already violated it anyway. Chapter 113 Dead Baby. When did this chaos end? Neither of them cared much. It was very quiet all around, only crickets were buzzing in the grass. Luo Qin sat under the tree, gently holding Shui Liang's hand, enjoying the moment of peace after the carnival. His palm was indeed very big. Shui Liang wanted to teach him to play the piano for a moment, but gave up after a few seconds. I guess the other party didn't have the patience. Are you tired? Luo Qin asked softly. I didn't really do anything. Why should I be tired? Shui Liang said nonchalantly. Running 50 meters with a weight is more tiring than this. Luo Qin sighed and pretended to stand up. That's good. I'm not tired either. What do you want to do? Shui Liang pressed his chest vigilantly. Don't come over. I have something to do tomorrow. It would be bad if I can't come. Don't regenerate humans recover quickly. How come you are still tired after doing it? Luo Qin sat back and said half-jokingly. Shui Liang was too lazy to respond to him and closed his eyes to rest. But he was indeed tired. Even Shui Liang himself didn't know why. Every time he finished with Luo Qin, he would feel very tired, and it would take a long time to fully recover. Luo Qin didn't say anything else. His fingers touched the scar on Shui Liang's left arm, and his index finger covered it. And he didn't move. Every time he touched it, he felt distressed. The self-healing ability of the regenerated human is very strong, and it will not leave any scars. But the function of the Lantian virus is limited after all, and it can only repair memory according to the existing state of the body. This wound was left before Shui Liang became a regenerated human, and it can never be eliminated. Even if the scarred skin is uprooted, it will return to its original state soon. So no matter how many times the new wound is covered, it will still be the same after healing. It is really ugly. After leaving this scar, I didn't like to wear short sleeves for many years. It was not until high school that I didn't care so much. Shui Liang sighed. I don't care anymore. It doesn't matter what happens, as long as he doesn't bother us anymore. Will Sixian and Simu stay in Hangzhou? Will there be any problems? Luo Qin asked. Shui Liang shook his head. Cheng Qingyao will never let Shui Yunting get close to them. He is a principled person. I have known him for so many years, and I trust him. Cheng Qingyao, Luo Qin murmured. He is a very reliable person. Have you ever thought of poaching him? Of course. Shui Liang smiled and said frankly. I am poaching him now. I have bait here. Luo Qin laughed. I thought you had a more advanced negotiation plan. But it turned out to be just bait? At the same time, Bai Wulua, who was tidying up the warehouse a few kilometers away, sneezed for no reason. They rested for a while and continued to climb up the mountain. The hills here were very low, and further away was the real hinterland of Taihang Mountain, surrounded by towering mountains, with no human habitation for dozens of miles, and only a few small villages scattered among the undulating mountains. Look over there. To the west past the hill is the border of Shanxi. Shui Liang pointed to the distance. To the north is Yanshan, and after crossing it you will reach Songhe. I used to want to travel all over the country, but I didn't expect that I would have the chance to do so. Luo Qin smiled. I will go to Songhe if I have the chance. I heard that the food there is very good. Shui Liang said. Many countries have already joined the Ark project, and the old transportation network will gradually be restored. One day, you will have no problem traveling all over the world. One day. Luo Qin raised his head and let out a sigh. Yes. One day. Life will return to its original state. The first night at Wanchun camp passed like this, and everyone tried hard to adapt to the new environment. 3 days later, a new camp was built. A large area of container houses stretched along one side of the road. The camp was divided into 3 areas: accommodation area, storage area, and ordnance area. The accommodation area was concentrated and connected, tightly clustered, occupying the safest part of the plain terrain. The sentries around the camp were convenient for timely observation of the situation around the camp and rapid feedback to the main station via radio. The Blue Flame Force led by Shui Liang controlled the entire communication station, with high-intensity surveillance from day to night. And the safety factor was almost full. The terrain of the storage area is higher than the other two areas to prevent waterlogging during the rainy season. The early construction of Wanchun Camp requires a lot of manpower and material resources. And materials are naturally difficult to obtain. Therefore, the storage work has always been very cautious. It is better to accumulate more rations than to spend more than you earn. As for the location of the ordnance area, it is quite close to the highway, which is convenient for loading and unloading heavy weapons transported from Songha. The entire area is guarded by special forces, and there are electric fences around it. A high tower sentry was built in front of the gate. There are special personnel on duty and patrol 24 hours a day. And the security is very strict. Container houses are typical cabin-style residences, each of which is built independently. Most of them are two-story, separated by several rooms for people to live in. However, the one where Luo Qin and Shui Liang live is close to the armory, which is equivalent to a gate. So there is only one building, which is far away from other dormitories. These container houses are extremely airtight, windproof, moisture-proof, and cold-proof. They are connected to solar power supply equipment in front and back. Except that domestic water cannot be drawn at any time. All other facilities are available. Luo Qin finally understood what Zhao Feng Luo meant by very complete facilities. Yes, there were, but nothing was ready-made. He had to do it himself to have enough food and clothing. A cabin had 3 beds, single-sized, which would be completely unavailable if 2 adults were squeezed in. The room had a simple sofa, a coffee table, a balcony, and even a dedicated wardrobe and bathroom. So there was plenty of private space. Most importantly, there would be no one next door. There was another person who moved in together, Jimoro, who was alone all day. Jimoro herself didn't care about these arrangements. As long as there was a bed, she could sleep anywhere. But after communicating with other team members, Shui Liang found that Jimoro seemed to be extremely difficult to get along with. He turned around and discussed with Luo Qin and let her move in. The camp dormitory is not a hotel. The beds must be filled. Even if it wasn't Jimoro who moved in, someone else would move in. It would be better to find someone who would be less troublesome. Anyway, it wouldn't disturb the two of them, Luo Qin thought. Jimoro went in to clean the room with a blank expression, completely ignoring the other 2 roommates, who were about to live together day and night. Luo Qin stood in the front hall and stretched his body in a relaxed manner. New life. It's really good. He saw a hanging wire hanging from the ceiling of the front hall, and curiously reached out to pull it, and found that it was actually a spare light switch. I don't know why such a thing was designed extra. Is it convenient to get up at night? You are really optimistic wherever you go. Shui Liang flicked his ear. That's good. Be a happy pig. As long as you don't want to. You will never go to the slaughterhouse. I found that you actually like to joke. Why do some people still think you are serious? Luo Qin said. I guess they are not opening it in the right way. You hit. The way of opening is too strange. No one can learn it. Shui Liang said lightly. I just don't have that much enthusiasm for other people. It's tiring enough to get along with them normally. Luo Qin smiled and kissed the tip of his nose. Lizzie, your hair has grown longer. Really? Shui Liang touched it casually. Cut it later. I want to see your hair long, like the one in your high school photo, or shorter. Luo Qin said softly. It should be okay. Right? Of course it's okay, now no one cares. Shui Liang was a little distressed. I'm just not used to it. As he was talking, Jimoro came out of the bedroom. He looked at the 2 people who had just separated in a hurry, and was a little confused, but still didn't think much. What are you doing? Aren't you packing up? He went out after he finished speaking, and didn't even bother to say hello. The door slammed behind him, without any reluctance. Luo Qin and Shui Liang looked at each other, and asked after a long while, No? Why are we guilty? We are not having an affair. We are an open military marriage. Shui Liang was also a little confused. I don't know either. Probably because Jimoro seemed to be the most straightforward man and woman in the surrounding area. And he would not bend even if the steel bar was bent. As long as the Earth still has gravity, and the universe has not been destroyed, Jimoro will continue to move in a straight line until the end of the world. No. The end of the world is also a straight line. Never mind. Let's get down to business. Luo Qin walked into their bedroom and glanced at the luggage on the floor. Pack it up. It's not much anyway. It will be done soon. Shui Liang leaned against the head of the bed. Pack it up. I'll cheer you up. Luo Qin stood up, and was not surprised by his behavior. Do you want to clean up again? Shui Liang raised his chin, and the innocent expression on his face showed no trace of affectation. Who wants to clean up, who? You wait. Luo Qin walked towards him with a fierce face. Today I must let you know what it means to be a wretch if you don't punish him for 3 days. He jokingly pushed Shui Liang's shoulder, but he didn't expect the latter to suddenly follow his action and fall on the bed, half sitting and half lying. Ah, what are you doing? Luo Qin was stunned, looking at his hands, laughed. Falling after a push? Yes. Shui Liang laid down a little, supporting his head with his hands. Aren't you going to punish me? If you don't punish me, I will be a wretch. Obviously, it's the same sentence, whether you do it or not. Luo Qin didn't say a word, and directly reached out to touch the steel buckle of his belt. A click sounded in the room. He stopped removing the tiles, and instead removed the roof. After a mess, he painted the walls, added bricks and tiles, and thoroughly cleaned every corner. The corners were full of watermarks, and there was still an incomprehensible sound of water flowing. Cleaning brought out sticky white liquid, and his body was shaking because of fatigue. It seemed that he couldn't hold on, and he collapsed heavily while holding the head of the bed. Cleaning is so tiring. After a few hours of hard work, Shui Liang had just changed into clean clothes when he received a call from Sunling. The reconnaissance team sent a report saying that there were zombies approaching the swamp a few hundred meters outside the camp. There were quite a few of them. They were probably attracted by the recently active humans and began to gather here. The Blue Flame Brigade quickly gathered at the armory, equipped the entire team, and headed out of the camp. Those zombies were second-level mutants with fast movement speed. They were usually slow in movement and were no different from first-level mutants. However, once they found their target, they would run towards their prey quickly, and their speed was almost the same as that of a 10-year-old child. Luo Qin stayed in the car, and Shui Liang ordered him not to get off. He looked over there from a distance, and saw the zombies attacking the team frantically, as if they were not afraid of death at all. The death of their companions did not make them retreat at all. However, Luo Qin soon noticed that there was a female zombie in a very strange state. It just circled far away and did not approach. Its body was hidden in the half-human high weeds, as if it was dormant. Shui Liang stabbed a zombie in the face with a knife, and when he pulled out the blade, a stream of black blood splashed, and it splashed on the grass behind him. White Wolf, pay attention to the blood sample collection. White Wolf ran over with a blood collection needle, and carefully drew blood from the zombie's neck. Shui Liang stood behind him, watching the surroundings. Suddenly, he felt a movement behind him, and immediately swung his knife back to cut there. A sharp sound came from the bushes, and a female zombie rolled into the swamp, still twisting and splashing black muddy water. Shui Liang pulled out the pistol from his waist, quickly loaded the gun, and pulled the trigger. The head of the female corpse exploded with a pop, and half of her face in the lower jaw was blown to pieces. Bai Lang was unmoved. He skillfully put the blood sample into his bag, wiped his hands and stood up, done. He suddenly saw the belly of the female corpse that Shui Liang had just shot in the head move. Before he could tell Shui Liang to be careful, the headless zombie bounced up again, with a hole torn open in the abdomen. A terrifying baby face rushed toward Shui Liang with a big cry. Shui Liang turned the knife in his right hand, and was about to meet him, but the other hand suddenly pulled him aside, and grabbed the baby's head with lightning speed. Then, with a snap, the head that looked like a small mountain peach was crushed into pieces. It was Luo Qin. Chapter 114 Old Village. White Wolf was stunned, looking at Luo Qin's bloody hands, swallowed his saliva. What is this? Shui Liang looked at the baby's body on the ground, turned it over with a knife. Why is there another one in the belly? Luo Qin walked to the disemboweled female corpse and said, I have been observing for a long time in the car. This zombie is not normal when it moves. The head and body are not even in the same direction. It is a bit like a puppet. I understand. Shui Liang was pointed out by him, and suddenly realized. The mother is dead, the baby is in a parasitic state. Is this what you want to say? I was far away just now. I noticed it when it tried to get close to you, so I thought it might be like this. Luo Qin said. The virus originally relies on parasitism in the brains of humans and animals to achieve control of the body. If the brain is completely destroyed, the zombie will have no ability to move. Let me take a look at the brain of this female zombie first. Xue Liang inserted a knife into the zombie's skull and opened the top of the head. He saw that there was no complete brain under the skull of this adult zombie. There were only some pieces of brain tissue left, which had dried and stuck to the inner wall of the skull. In general, this zombie is already a hollow skeleton, but the skin has not been completely rotten. This is, Bai Lang squatted down seriously, and the tip of the knife picked up the baby's body. It has taken shape, and it is estimated to be 8 or 9 months old. This baby must have been infected with the virus when it was about to be aborted, and then it sucked the life out of its mutated mother, because its own body was too fragile. It parasitized the mother's body to carry out activities. Does this count as evolving intelligence? Luo Qin frowned. White Wolf shook his head. Many non-human species have no self-awareness. Whether it is foraging or hiding, it is just biological instinct. It's just like some soft-bodied animals living in hard-shell creatures. It's the same principle. After the special forces cleaned up the scene, they piled the bodies on the side of the road and burned them. Luo Qin took a look and went back, feeling uncomfortable. Even the alienated monsters, who were once human beings like him, died without dignity, which was miserable. Especially the baby who died in the mother's womb. Luo Qin always felt sad when he thought about it. It had the opportunity to be born in this world peacefully, and grow up in the love of its parents, instead of becoming a monster that sucked the mother's blood and flesh like now. The baby's soft and innocent face became hideous and terrifying. Without consciousness, without mind, and only the desire for blood drove it, and even used the mother's body as a hunting tool. He stood in the open space in front of the dormitory door and washed his hands over and over again. The dark blood and flesh on them seemed impossible to wash off. Xue Liang stood behind him, walked over and held his hand. It's okay. Luo Qin subconsciously broke free, muttering, don't touch it. It's dirty. It's already clean. Luo Qin. Xue Liang forcibly turned off the water pipe. Are you okay? Luo Qin sighed. It's okay. It's just that the child is really pitiful. Let's bury it after burning it. We will bury it in a centralized manner after burning it. Don't worry, Xue Liang said. By the way, I will lead a team to the north to explore the terrain in the afternoon. There are mostly plains there, which is suitable for the expansion of the camp. Do you want to go with me? Luo Qin nodded. Go. These zombies today are too weird. I'm afraid that something else will hurt you. In fact, Xue Liang can handle it completely by himself. When the female corpse rushed over, it was almost decomposed into slow-motion frames in his eyes, which was enough for him to make a series of reactions in just a few seconds. But Luo Qin's action became the only exception that caught his sight. He could feel that the opponent's attack was even faster than his own. Although it was only a momentary burst of power, he quickly returned to normal. But this was enough to prove that Luo Qin had made significant progress in his physical fitness. Xue Liang realized that Luo Qin always followed him in the past, saying stubbornly that he would protect him. But he did not expect that this person would actually catch up with him step by step. Now he can really protect himself. Sleep a little longer at noon. We have to walk a long way in the afternoon. Xue Liang smiled, tapped Luo Qin's chest. Let's go. I'll call you for lunch. Luo Qin has been sleeping a lot for no reason recently. He doesn't know if it's because of excessive physical exertion. He is also listless during the day and feels quite tired. Xue Liang thought he was sick at first, but after checking, she found that he had no problem. Moreover, he would roll onto the bed for no apparent reason in the middle of the checkup, and do something that would consume more energy. In the end, Xue Liang gave up. Luo Qin obviously had no serious problem, but she was about to get sick from all the hard work. At the same time, Luo Qin's height suddenly grew as if he had grown taller. In addition to his height, his muscles also grew. He was completely different from before. Sometimes, even Xue Liang would be in a daze for a while when looking at him, trying to recall what the Luo Qin she met in Shining looked like. After lunch, Xue Liang led Lan Yin to organize the equipment, counted the people in a group, and prepared to carry out the exploration mission in the afternoon. Sun Ling and Ba Ling were fast, and accompanied them as reconnaissance pioneers. There was one position left, and Xue Liang chose Bai Wulu after weighing the pros and cons. Falcon stays. If there is an emergency, you don't have to wait for me to come back. You can directly leave the team. Xue Liang arranged for the remaining team members to stay in the camp, in case there is an accident during his absence that is difficult to deal with. Falcon is strong. Even better than Bai Wulua. And is the second strongest force in Lanyin. Although he usually laughs and jokes. He has never made any mistakes in the past hundreds of actual battles. He is the best candidate to stay and lead the team. A team drove north along the highway and soon arrived at a mountain pass. There had been a landslide here. The entrance of the old road was buried by the mud and rocks rolling down the hillside. The car could not drive in any way. Luo Qin jumped out of the car, stood at the landslide and looked forward, and went back to the car and said to Shui Liyang, "There is a road ahead. But the car can't get in. What should I do?" "Get off and walk," Shui Liyang said. "Simply organize your equipment. Don't bring too much stuff." Everyone climbed over the landslide and found that the entire collapsed area was dozens of meters long. The entire road was almost cut off here. A large gap appeared on the originally green mountain. Luo Qin jumped off the ruins and suddenly stopped and waved behind him and said, "Come on, there's a car here." A truck was buried under the landslide layer, and the car body was probably swept down the cliff with the sand and rocks, leaving only the flattened front of the car. Several people worked together to open the severely deformed car door, and found a body in the driver's seat, wearing a blue work suit, which had weathered into white bones, and no one knew how long he had been dead. "The skull is broken," Shui Liyang said after checking. "He should have died at the moment of the car accident, and the body has been trapped in the car. It's so pitiful, dying in such a place, and no one collects the body." Sinling sighed. "Something is wrong," Luo Qin suddenly said. "If it was a landslide that happened before the virus outbreak, it would be a traffic accident caused by the disaster. Someone would definitely come to deal with it. How could it be left here? What's more, there is a person inside." Just like Sinling said, someone has to come to collect the body. "Right?" Shui Liyang also nodded and said, "Indeed. The accident probably happened after the disaster. And look there." He pointed to the exposed mountain above his head and said, "There is no sign of a second collapse. But not many plants have grown in the gap. Compared with the two sides, the cross-section looks very new. It can be basically determined that the landslide time is no more than half a year." Bai Lang also said, "Yes, there are zombies all over the world now. How could someone drive to such a place? And it's a truck. What do they want to transport? It would be great if the cargo compartment was still there." Shui Liyang looked at the cliff on the side. "It's hard to judge what this person wants to do now. But he should be preparing to go in. Let's move on." Further along the abandoned road is a tunnel. At the entrance of the tunnel are several cars that have been wrecked in a chain reaction. The exteriors are all rusted, and there is no one in the cars. They have obviously been abandoned here for a long time under the sun and rain. The tunnel is about 200 meters long and runs across a mountain. It is pitch black inside, without any light source. Shui Liyang walked in front with a flashlight, and suddenly stopped. He shone the flashlight into the canal beside the road. "Wait! Look here. It may be because it rained a few days ago, so the canal is still wet." There was a humanoid figure in the illuminated area, lying motionless on the edge of the canal, surrounded by buzzing flies. The stench was so strong when approached that several people covered their noses. "Zombie. It's dead." Shui Liyang stood by and took a closer look. It should not have been dead for long. The skin is very low in decay. He and Bai Wulua endured the stench and examined the zombie's body, except for some small scratches that should have been caused by falling. No obvious signs of external injuries were found. Bai Wulua frowned and said hesitantly, "Is this just a natural death?" "No. Under normal circumstances, the natural death time of low-level infected bodies should be within 10 to 15 years. They have strong vitality and can live for a long time even without eating. There are exceptions to everything, but this one is really too abnormal." Shui Liyang stood up. "Let's keep going forward." He took a few steps forward, and suddenly grabbed Luo Qin's arm, and whispered, "I'm going to vomit." Luo Qin was stunned, and hurriedly helped him to calm down, and said helplessly and amusedly, "Look at you, you have to be so close when there is water. Wash your face quickly. Deputy Captain, if you really want to vomit, you can try this." Bai Lang said, "Put your right palm on the back of your left hand, and press a few times at the base of the thumb. Press the Higa point here, and alternate a few times." Shui Liyang handed the flashlight to Luo Qin, and tried it while walking forward. "It seems to be quite effective." "Not bad." Bai Lang was happy, and grinned a few times. "It works." "Right. My sister-in-law used to vomit when she was pregnant, and my brother taught her to stop vomiting this way, And it worked. Shui Liang. Luo Qin. Bai Wu Luo. Xiao Zhang. Shui Liang patted Bai Lang's shoulder. You should stop talking, it's pretty cool. Oh. Bai Lang nodded. Okay, I'll talk less in the future. I also think it's cool for special forces not to talk. The group continued to move forward, and after passing through the tunnel, the view suddenly became clear, and the highway exit was not far ahead. The road was full of scrapped cars, some of which were burned to the point that only skeletons were left. A tragic scene after a car accident. Many zombies were wandering around. And to cross this road, it took some effort to clear a way out. The army hasn't cleaned up here. Shui Liang walked forward. The main road of Wanchun Road goes to Songhe, and this road leads to the surrounding counties. Let's take a look at the off-ramp. The road sign has the name of the village or town written on it. The off-ramp went around the mountain, and then went down diagonally into the mountains. But it became more and more desolate as you went forward, making people wonder if this was a real highway. There is a small toll booth at the end of the road. It has been abandoned for a long time. But there is no car. It is strange. No one usually comes here. Right? Luo Qin approached the window of the toll booth and looked at the bloody handprints on it. Did we take the wrong road? Shouldn't we come here? However, he saw that everyone else looked serious, as if they didn't agree with him. I seem to feel that something is wrong here, Sidling said. Actually, I felt this way at the ramp. My intuition told me to come here. Bai Lang nodded, me too. Even Shui Liang and Bai Wu Luo had the same feeling. The weird feeling here was stronger than other areas. Rather than a sixth sense, it is better to say, a resonance. Bai Lang walked to the exit of the toll station, and without saying anything, he lay on the ground, his face close to the ground, looking at something. In Luo Qin's puzzled eyes, Bai Lang raised his head and said, Deputy Captain, there are brake marks of heavy trucks on the ground. Very new. Within 2 months. They immediately thought of the truck buried in the landslide section. Could it be that the truck was heading here? And more than once? Sidling climbed into the toll station through the window, squatted down and carefully checked the space inside, and poked his head out and called Shui Liang, Deputy Captain. Come and see. There are traces of guns and bullets burning inside. Someone has set up ammunition here. Shui Liang immediately ran over to take a look, and saw that it was true. The part near the window inside was blackened a lot. Based on their experience, they, the special forces, knew at a glance that it was caused by shooting. There are still some cracks on the windowsill, probably caused by the recoil of the gun. Suppose a situation, a truck is slowly coming from a distance, and slowly brakes when approaching the exit. The person in the toll booth puts down the gun and walks out, after checking. He lets the driver go, and then goes back inside to set up the gun. The gun is aimed at the zombies approaching from a distance. One shot, and the bullet is fired. This used to be a checkpoint. Chapter 115 Stronghold. Behind the toll booth is an extremely rough asphalt road. Only a section of it was built forward, and the rest of the road ahead was full of potholes. The ruts left by the trucks on the dirt road were more obvious. Even the traces of rolling into the mud on rainy days were well preserved. There were even human shoe prints and claw marks left by unknown animals. Going forward, they probably understood why the road was not repaired after half of it was built, because the road section behind was too rugged and difficult to travel, and it was impossible to build a wide road surface. The truck that drove in must have stopped here. The dirt road leads directly into the deep mountains, with weeds and strange-shaped wild trees on both sides. There are many gullies on the road, which are probably caused by vehicles such as tricycles. Fortunately, everyone wore combat boots that are convenient for hiking, so that they would not be hurt by the small stones everywhere on the road. They only went a few hundred meters deep, and there was almost no way to go, so they had to walk on the dense weeds. Finally, after crossing a hillside, the group finally saw the house. It was a village hidden in the mountains. From a distance, it didn't look very big. There were only a few dozen families scattered among the terraces. The fields were completely abandoned, and the doors of the houses were closed. It didn't look like there were people living there. Is there anyone alive in the village? Luo Qin asked. I guess zombies can't get in here? It's too remote. Those creatures probably won't be interested in going into the ravines. If you find any survivors, report them to the camp and prepare to organize a rescue. Shui Liang said. Let's go and take a look. I think this is it. They went down to the village and walked around the deserted village road. They didn't see a single person. Bai Lang couldn't stay idle. So he volunteered, Deputy Captain. I'll go for a run and take a look. Shui Liang turned around and said, Sun Ling. You go with him. Sun Ling and Bai Lang moved quickly, and soon disappeared among the brick and stone ancient roads in the village. Shui Liang stood on the empty road, closed his eyes and sniffed the air, and said, There is a smell of blood. Can you smell it? Luo Qin finally couldn't help asking Bai Wu Luo. Is there something wrong with my nose? Or are you all too sensitive? Bai Wu Luo said, The range is too large. I can't smell it. Reconstructed humans whose senses have been developed to the extreme are rare. The only ones I know of are my brother and Cheng Qingyao. This way. Shui Liang turned in a direction and walked towards a path in the village. This path was more remote than before, and the weeds almost covered the road surface. Shui Liang used a knife to push aside the grass, walked along the vague dirt road in the past, and stopped at the door of an adobe house. There are traces of people walking in the grass here, but they have been deliberately disguised. Shui Liang observed very carefully, even noticing the unnatural bends of the grass leaves on the ground. Keep going forward. This house has no idea how many years it has been. It has been in disrepair for a long time, and the courtyard wall looks like it will collapse at any time. The courtyard door was open. Only one corner of the simple wooden door was still connected to the wall. It seemed that it would not last long. This house is too primitive, Luo Qin said casually. It is almost impossible to see it in the south. It rains every day. This kind of earthen house can't stand it all. Walking into the yard, there were several haystacks in front of him, standing crookedly. Obviously a lot of them were blown away by the wind before. Shui Liang walked to a haystack. His eyes suddenly flashed with cold light, and he quickly reached into the haystack. With a swish, he actually pulled a person out from inside. The man was about to resist when he was pulled out, but Shui Liang grabbed his neck and threw him back into the haystack. Then he rushed forward quickly, unsheathed his sharp blade, and pointed the tip of the blade at the man's neck a few millimeters away. Don't move. Suddenly, the door of the adobe house was violently knocked open, and 5 or 6 men rushed out at the same time. Shui Liang quickly put away his knife and rushed forward alone. Luo Qin climbed up the haystack, kicked one of the men on the shoulder, and kicked him back into the house. Dust flew everywhere behind the door. Luo Qin followed him into the house and punched the man, who was about to get up back to the ground. The man was knocked unconscious by him. His upper body struggled for a few times, and then he tilted his head and stopped moving. Shui Liang was very good at dealing with multiple people attacking him. He raised his leg and swept away 3 people. His movements were so fast that they were almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. The blade of his right hand flew past and went straight to the face of the last person. Seeing that the other party could not avoid this attack, his eyes gradually showed fear. But Shui Liang turned the blade with his backhand and slapped the man's face with the back of the blade. The other party's 2 front teeth broke out and flew out in a panic. As a result, all the thugs in the yard were restrained, and they dared not act rashly. Shui Liang pulled out a gun from behind his waist, pressed his finger under the trigger, and pointed it at one of them. Who are you? Lizzie. Be careful. Luo Qin suddenly rushed forward, protecting Shui Liang and hiding him to the side. At the same time, a figure of a young man in black jumped off the roof and landed like a cannonball where Shui Liang had just stood. Luo Qin saw the face of the person clearly, frowned and shouted, Wang Wafan. This young man turned out to be the child who had been with Yi Qinlan in the Human Alliance. Now he stood in front of them like a reborn person, after not seeing him for several months. His face was already full of vicissitudes and maturity. Wang Wafan seemed to not know the two of them at all. He held a tear gas bomb in his hand and threw it over here without hesitation. The tear gas bomb quickly released smoke, forming a wall of fog between the 2 groups of people. Shui Liang pulled Luo Qin and Bai Wu Luo, retreated from the courtyard gate. Let's go! Escaped. Bai Wu Luo wiped his face and said lightly, Do you want me to chase them? Shui Liang shook his head. No. Just let them run. The forest antelope and the white wolf didn't go far just now. They were nearby. He took out a compass-like object from his pocket, on which was a square electronic screen. A red dot moved slowly on the screen. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Led this group of people out first. Generally speaking, after the initial hiding place is exposed, they will move to a safer and more stable place. The sling is wearing my positioning watch. We will have to trouble the natives here to take us there later. The three followed the guidance of the positioning device and sneaked to a two-story building. Bai Wuluo opened his waist bag and took out a detector. After some operation, he made an okay gesture to Shui Liang and nodded. It was unusual that there was no alarm equipment here. Not even a guard. It looked like just an ordinary small building in the village. However, the location of the Sunling and the White Wolf is displayed here. It seems that after Wang Wenfan rescued those people, he fled into this building. Shui Liang hunched his back and slowly approached the gate, like a cheetah ready to attack. His black python-patterned camouflage combat uniform made his back look slender and fierce. Luo Qin was a little fascinated. Wu Luo, stay outside and keep watch. If there is any situation, notify me immediately. Shui Liang turned his head and said to Bai Wu Luo, Luo Qin, follow me. The two slipped in from the front door of the small building. The first floor was a very simple rural residence, originally a traditional farmhouse. The second floor should have been rebuilt later. The color of the bricks and the putty used to paint the walls were not the same. There was an old-fashioned 8-immortal table and 2 pairway chairs in the front hall on the first floor. A space was punched through the back wall to place the statues and offerings. There were a few rotten apples stuck to the fruit plate, which gave off a damp and rancid smell. Shui Liang stood at the door with a gun in hand. Suddenly, he heard 2 soft whistles above his head. Then 2 figures jumped down from the beams. They were Sunling and Bailang. The 2 landed without any sound, as if they were stepping on a pad of flesh. Bailang pointed down. Shui Liang understood, and followed Bailang to the altar in the front hall. He watched him and Sunling climb onto the altar, reached out to lift the curtain behind him, and a wooden door suddenly appeared there. You 2 stay up there, Shui Liang whispered to Sunling and Bailang. Wu Luo is outside the courtyard. You 3 will be responsible for picking him up later. He led Luo Qin into the door. Behind the door was a long and narrow stone staircase. Each step was very rough. If you were not careful, you would fall down. Luo Qin walked in front, stretched out his hand to block Shui Liang, and clenched his right hand slightly. There was a faint voice coming from the bottom of the stairs. Going down further was another door, which was tightly closed. A few beams of light came out of the vent below. Luo Qin squatted at the door, his back pressed against the wall, listening to the noise inside. What's going on? Why did those soldiers come here? Who told the secret? Is it that the delivery driver has an accomplice? There were quarrels inside. Shui Liang squatted side by side with Luo Qin curiously, wanting to listen to what was going on inside. Wang Wenfan's voice sounded, stop quarreling. How should I know? We went out to see before. The delivery driver had died outside long ago. This route will definitely not be known by anyone else. Unless the person who made the deal with us leaked the news himself. Absolutely impossible. If that person is also in the Ark, wouldn't he be afraid of being let out by following the clues? Another person retorted. There must be a traitor among us. Shui Liang frowned. Ark was unexpected, so he held his breath and continued to listen. Isn't it just recreating humans, the same as us? What are you afraid of? Just kill them, someone said indignantly. Someone else sneered. It's easy to say. Did you rush forward just now? Didn't you run back with your tail between your legs? Do you know that the people sent to Wanchun camp this time are the first batch of recreated humans? How terrifying are their strength? Especially that Shui Liang. Have you heard of him? He is a monster. Wang Wenfan snorted coldly when he heard this. Of course I know him. He pretends to be a gentleman, but he is actually a beast in human clothing. A murderer. Luo Qin couldn't help but make a mouth shape. It seems that he is cursing in his hometown dialect. Shui Liang patted his hands and shook his head. It's okay. Wang Wenfan continued, anyway, this place has been exposed, and we must move away as soon as possible. You go back and tell everyone to pack up. And when they relax their vigilance, we will withdraw from the village tonight and go to the next base. His tone was unquestionable, but the response he got was very negative. Run? Where to run? Now that damn Ark is developing camp power everywhere. Where else can we go? It's better to just join them. It doesn't matter. Ark has Sister Qing. She will definitely help us when the time comes. We have already got enough goods. As long as we find what is said in the manuscript, we will be able to fight against Fangzhou. At that time, it will be very easy to destroy Fangzhou. Not to mention killing Shui Liang. Wang Wenfan said. Have you found out what the man named Shui Lijing secretly left behind? Chapter 116 Quarrel. Xue Liyang's pupil suddenly shrank. He listened to the conversation of the people in the door in disbelief. That name was like a heavy bomb exploding in his ears. What else Wang Wufan said later, he heard it intermittently, and not very clearly, but he extracted a key information from it. The manuscript of unknown origin was related to his deceased brother. No matter what, let everyone leave here as soon as possible. We will get the manuscript and leave immediately. After that, we will find a way to tie up Xue Liyang first. Wang Wufan pushed away something heavy and took 2 steps forward. They are brothers. Xue Lijing couldn't have told him nothing. You want to tie him up? Someone asked in surprise. Are you crazy? Wang Wufan, why not? When I find out where the thing is, I will kill him. As soon as the voice fell, the wooden door in front of them shattered with a bang. Xue Liyang pushed open the shattered door frame and walked in with a murderous look on his face. The people in the room were horrified, and they all picked up their guns and pointed them at him, shouting at him to stop. Don't waste time. Start with the simplest thing. Xue Liyang said word by word. Hand over everything you shouldn't have. Bah! Who are you? Xue Liyang glanced at the man and said, I am the murderer in human clothing. The one you want to kill. I'm right here. Do you want to tie me up? Wang Wufan suddenly flashed a fierce look in his eyes, and rushed toward Xue Liyang with a knife. Xue Liyang quickly dodged his attack, turned around and twisted his arm, flipped him to the ground, and stepped on his back. So you are, Wang Wufan coughed and gritted his teeth. You said your name is Wang Xingxing, which is full of lies. You still have the nerve to come. Knowing that I hate you the most, Xue Liyang grabbed one of his arms and looked down at him expressionlessly. I was patient with you that time. But I am not this time. The manuscript you mentioned, bring it out to me. Seeing this, several other people shot at Xue Liyang. Xue Liyang tilted his head, avoiding a few bullets, and the rest all hit him, but he didn't react at all. Luo Qin couldn't hold his temper at this moment, rushed in and messed around, knocked the other people to the ground, broke the muzzles of their guns one by one, and then hurriedly checked Xue Liyang's injuries. It's okay. Xue Liyang shook his head. His mind was full of what his brother left behind. Look for it. Luo Qin responded, and searched around the house. Wang Wufan struggled a few times and cursed, You bastard. You killed Senior Wei Lan. And now you want to steal the manuscript he left for us. Are you going to kill us all? What? Luo Qin was stunned and looked back subconsciously. A man at his feet took the opportunity to raise his leg and kicked hard at the wooden table beside him. The small cellar suddenly made a series of loud cracking noises, and the wooden beams on the roof began to break and collapse, and the whole space was shaky. Xue Liyang was blinded by the wood chips falling from the roof, and his feet loosened, and he was freed by Wang Wufan. Wang Wufan stood up and ran to the steps. Xue Liyang chased him immediately, rushed up the shaky stone steps, and ran into the yard with Wang Wufan. Bai Wulua and others were waiting outside, and at this moment, they had already pinned down the people who ran out. After Wang Wufan went out, he was hit in the face by Bai Wulua's gun and flew out heavily. He rolled and hit the wall, and then climbed up like a dying fish, barely taking Xue Liyang's next blow. The impact smashed the earth wall behind him, and the earth fell on his head, choking him to the point of suffocation. Xue Liyang was about to ask him, but saw that in the broken wall behind him, there were dozens of entangled human limbs. Bai Wulua, Sun Ling and others behind him were also stunned. The wall was embedded with bloody corpses. They were highly rotten, but the original muscles and bones were still vaguely visible. Only Wang Wufan was still unaware, and yelled at Xue Liyang, Even if you kill me, I will not tell you where the manuscript is. Senior Wei Lan's last words were that the manuscript must not fall into the hands of Yuanshan's people. You are not worthy of being Yuanshan's rotting dog. Why didn't I know that Wei Lan had a last word? Xue Liyang sneered. I was by his side when he died. He should have told me if he had a last word. Wang Wufan said angrily, It turned out that you killed him. He struggled to stand up, and suddenly threw out a crossbow from his sleeve, rushing straight towards Xue Liyang. At this time, a hand quickly reached out from behind, and caught the crossbow arrow steadily, and immediately broke it in half. Luo Qin threw away the broken arrow body, and looked at Wang Wufan. Are you sure it was written by Wei Lan? Did he say so himself? Wang Wufan looked at him vigilantly. The manuscript is written in his handwriting, which is exactly the same as the one in my autograph book. He hates Yuanshan as much as we do, and definitely doesn't want to see the manuscript being obtained by Yuanshan's people. I remember that you also hated the rebuilt humans in the past, and hated them to death. Xue Liyang said lightly. What does it mean now? I have also become a member of the rebuilt humans, and there are a group of rebuilt human companions around me. Tell me, who helped you complete the experiment? Wang Wufan was stunned, his face showing the uneasiness of being exposed. But he soon became fierce again, saying, what does it have to do with you? You are allowed to become stronger, but we are not allowed to find a way to survive. I don't care what you are thinking. Xue Liyang raised his hand and prepared to pick him up. You also know that Xue Lijing is my brother. I have to investigate the things he left behind. You are dreaming. You will never get the manuscript even if you die. Wang Wufan supported his hands behind his back and jumped up, ready to fight Xue Liyang to the death. Xue Liyang raised his hand and chopped down mercilessly, intending to knock the man out directly. But Luo Qin suddenly turned sideways and raised his hand to block Xue Liyang. No! Get out of the way! Xue Liyang shook off his hand and prepared to go straight for Wang Wenfan's neck. But Luo Qin stopped him with another palm and advised, wait a minute. Don't let Li Muqi and the others know about this. If the manuscript really exists, didn't Wei Lan also say that it must not be given to Li Muqi? Do you believe this? Xue Liyang said angrily. Get out of the way. He grabbed Luo Qin's wrist with his right hand, intending to knock him down with a move. But he didn't expect Luo Qin to spin around with the opponent's force and actually broke his hand. Xue Liyang didn't expect to be defeated by Luo Qin, so he was caught off guard and stumbled back a few steps. Very good. Xue Liyang looked at him and laughed angrily. Use what I taught you to break my moves. Luo Qin, you've learned well. Wang Wufan saw that the two seemed to have an internal quarrel, and he didn't care about the previous grudges, rolled up his sleeves and ran away. Sun Ling and Bai Wu Luo immediately chased after him, but were also stopped by Luo Qin. Don't chase. What are you doing? Sun Ling was puzzled, but subconsciously stood on Xue Liyang's side. Why don't you let me chase him? He ran away. Luo Qin. Xue Liyang spoke with obvious anger. What do you mean? From the moment Luo Qin stopped Xue Liyang, he was prepared for this. He took a deep breath and said, Lizzie, listen to me. Wang Wufan knows where the manuscript is. If we catch him this time, his accomplice will run away with the manuscript. Once our clues are broken, we will never find him again. We can't catch him even if you let him run away. Xue Liyang retorted bluntly. We still have Yu Qinglan. Wang Wufan will definitely go find her. But if we take him back, Li Muqi's human alliance spies in the camp will notice it immediately. Luo Qin said. It's better to let the things stay in Wang Wenfan's hands than to let others take them away. Xue Liyang heard him say this and felt a little funny. Will Yi Qinglan stand on your side? Luo Qin. Don't be naive. Do you think everything in the world can be negotiated? Li Muqi didn't know how much chips he had to get the human alliance to join him. Why do you want Yi Qinglan to help you? And I almost heard you just now. Do you know what the consequences would be if I didn't stop it? Luo Qin was silent for a while, and said, I can do it. Xue Liyang looked at him with helplessness and anger in her eyes, as if she didn't know how to respond to his ignorant and fearless arrogance. She moved her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Why did you do that? For your brother? Luo Qin raised his head and asked. This matter is related to your brother, so you are determined to investigate it, right? Yes. I want to know how he died, and what happened in Yuanshan that year. I have the means to investigate it. What about you? What are you going to do? Xue Liyang said. People like Wang Wufan don't know anything. They can do anything when they get excited. They took the things my brother left behind, and they only saw the benefits and killings. They don't know how many people have to sacrifice, and how many lives have to be lost behind some things. Why do you have to take it away now? That manuscript? What secrets does your brother have that others cannot read? Luo Qin thought of the documents he saw in the archives, and the glaring names of the monitors, and could not help but connect it with what he saw in front of him. Or is there something I can't see? I don't even know what secrets my brother has, so I can't answer you. Xue Liyang walked to the collapsed wall, looking at the exposed body parts, with a solemn expression. I just want to know what he left behind, even if it's just knowing. But he has been dead for 20 years. Luo Qin was furious and said something without thinking, and he regretted at the moment he blurted out this sentence, but the hesitation was quickly suppressed by anger. Luo Qin. Bai Wu Luo's face changed. He was afraid that he would touch Shui Liyang's reverse scale. So he hurriedly spoke to stop him. Shui Liyang looked at Luo Qin fiercely. His eyes were full of anger. After a while, he moved his lips and said indifferently, "What do you know?" Luo Qin sneered, "Yes. I don't understand. People who have been born without parents certainly don't understand as well as you. You didn't take my words seriously at all. Because you don't take me seriously either. That's not what I meant." Shui Liyang frowned. But Luo Qin's red eyes hurt him for a moment, making him feel as if his heart was being squeezed. The two quarreled sharply. Each of them had a lot of resentment and dissatisfaction to vent. Sun Ling and others standing aside were frightened and held their breath and dared not speak. Luo Qin was so angry that he didn't want to give in to Shui Liyang at this moment. So he kicked away a prisoner who was blocking his way and walked away angrily. Shui Liyang raised his hand, but finally just sighed, gave up arguing, turned around and walked out of the yard. His back was particularly cold. The remaining 3 people, accompanied by the hostages tied up like candied haws, looked at each other, not knowing what to do. As for the strange corpses in the wall, Bai Lang took some muscle tissue samples and put them away, preparing to let Bai Wuluo go back for testing. He noticed that the corpses were all decayed to varying degrees, and he remembered the zombie corpses he had seen in the tunnel before. He couldn't help but connect the two. The rotten corpses found in the deep mountain village, and the same kind of corpses with similar death appeared in the mountain tunnel a few kilometers away, a truck with unknown load, and frequent exchanges with a hidden mountain village under the ravages of the global virus. Is there really any connection between them? Everyone searched the cellar ruins thoroughly, and found nothing else except some unknown injection stored in incubators. As for the manuscript that Wang Wefen mentioned, not even a fragment was found. It seems that it is definitely not here. Finally, they left with hostages No. 5 and No. 6, crossing the difficult mountain road and the long tunnel back to the camp. Along the way, Shui Liyang and Luo Qin did not say a word. The atmosphere between the two was very strange. Even Sun Ling was silent. Xiaobai. After getting off the car at the camp, Sun Ling called Bai Wuluo in a low voice. "What should I do?" The deputy captain is angry, and Luo Qin is also silent. Bai Wuluo glanced at the 2 people who walked away in the opposite direction, somewhat helpless. "I don't know, this is the first time I see them quarreling." The hostages were locked in a temporary container room, and 3 Blue Flame members were guarding the door. Shui Liyang went to the armory to unload the equipment, and did not return to the dormitory. He went to the warehouse alone to count the inventory of materials entering the warehouse today. In the evening, Bai Wuluo came to call him for dinner. Shui Liyang just moved the boxes in his hand into the warehouse and said, "I won't go. The sky is a little cloudy. I think it will rain tonight. I have to move all these things back to the warehouse quickly." "Brother." Bai Wuluo hesitated for a long time and said, "Are you still angry with Luo Qin?" Shui Liyang paused, and said lightly, "No. Hasn't he come to see you?" Shui Liyang shook his head. "He doesn't. I don't have a temper, so there's no need to bang my head against the wall every time. I think he's calmed down a long time ago, and he just feels embarrassed to come to you." Bai Wuluo helped carry 2 boxes in, and said, "He stewed meat tonight, potatoes and vermicelli, and steamed buns made from freshly ground white flour. Brother, don't you want to try it?" Shui Liyang put down the goods at hand, looked at him and asked, "Are you here to test my opinion?" Bai Wuluo was speechless and fell into an awkward silence. "Actually, he's right." Shui Liyang suddenly sighed, and leaned against the container in Bai Wuluo's slightly stunned eyes. "I was wrong today. Wuluo, I should apologize." Chapter 117 Caught. Shui Liyang's eyes showed a rare distress. He brushed the dust off his clothes and said, "I was in a hurry to get the manuscript at that time, and I didn't think about it carefully. But Luo Qin reacted the moment I was about to attack Wang Wefen. He was very clear-headed." Bai Wuluo had never seen his brother take the initiative to give in and apologize to others. Even Zhao Fang Luo, no matter how angry Shui Liyang was, would not bother with the child in his eyes. So Shui Liyang was still the one who had the upper hand. "You want to apologize to him?" Bai Wuluo was surprised. "Brother, are you still my brother?" Shui Liyang looked at him coldly. "It depends on you. Do you want to or not?" Bai Wuluo felt that since he was a child, there were only 2 kinds of people in Shui Liyang's world. One was the one who could be ignored, and the other was the one who could speak normally. Xue Liang almost never spared any extra energy to deal with conflicts and disputes with other people. Except for high school. He once returned a favor for Bai Wu Luo. Apart from that, there was nothing else that could make him emotionally fluctuate too much. Bai Wu Luo now thinks that his brother may have met a third type of person. Luo Qin, the exception among exceptions, is obviously the third type. He is the kind of person who can make his stubborn brother calm down and reflect on his own problems. I don't trust Wei Lan, Xue Liang said in a deep voice. This will not change. It is difficult for me to trust anyone who has anything to do with the welfare home. I want to know what happened to Luo Qin and my brother in the past. I can't trust anyone except myself. As for the welfare home, Chung Qingyao and I will check it out when we have time. Bai Wu Luo said. Brother, don't work too hard. Xue Liang thought for a while. Shook his head. Don't go yet. Shining is a severely infected area. Even the two of you will not be able to deal with it. Let's wait and see. Okay. I'll move the rest. You've been busy all afternoon. Bai Wu Luo rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile. The meal is almost ready. Go quickly. Xue Liang walked back slowly. From a distance, he saw the kitchen team busy in the open space. The lights were on in the temporary open-air canteen, and many people were already sitting there feasting. Luo Qin stood in front of the stove, stirring a pot of meat soup somewhat carelessly. He glimpsed Xue Liang walking towards him from the corner of his eye. He raised his head slightly, but did not take the initiative to speak. GM Rose suddenly appeared from nowhere, saw Xue Liang, and greeted him for the first time. She seemed to be in a good mood. Aren't you going to eat? Come and have dinner with me. He pulled Xue Liang to the pot to get dinner. Only then did Luo Qin raise his eyes and look at Xue Liang. There were indescribable complex emotions in each other's eyes. Ji Moro was completely unaware. And she got a bucket of rice and sat down to eat. Luo Qin picked up the thermos bucket from the side, which he usually used to serve rice to Xue Liang, and he always kept it with him. He stirred the pot with his spoon, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and added 2 more pieces of meat. Here. After working for a long time, he finally served himself a bowl of leftovers, and of course, there were not many pieces of meat left. He usually ate actively, but today he was like a self-torturer, and looked like he had no interest in eating. Xue Liang sat in the open space, holding the thermos bucket in his hand. In a daze, Ji Moro sat next to him, ate the last piece of meat in the bowl, and smacked his lips with satisfaction. Luo Qin's cooking skills are not bad. Just enough for my taste. Luo Qin came over and kicked him on the butt. You are scolding the cook while eating. You might as well starve to death. Ji Moro cleaned up the dishes and stood up. It was rare that she didn't act like a second-generation rich kid who didn't care about anything. She whistled and went to wash the dishes. Luo Qin sat down and ate 2 chopsticks of rice. Xue Liang glanced at him, opened the lunchbox, and pushed it in front of him. Luo Qin was stunned, seeing that the food was not touched at all. He was a little confused. You're going to eat these? Xue Liang said softly. I knew that you would just scrape the bottom of the pot at the end. Eat mine. If that's not enough, there are compressed biscuits. Luo Qin's eyes suddenly became hot, and his tense emotions gradually released. You left it for me? Xue Liang laughed. Otherwise, how could you retaliate in a suicidal way? Lychee, I don't have to go against you. Luo Qin put down the bowl and said with a nasal voice. I said, Wang Wufan is the only one whose identity we can confirm. If he is gone, everything is gone. Well, I was wrong. Xue Liang looked up at the sky and said, We must let Wang Wufan leave. They can't handle it alone. He will definitely take the initiative to ask Yi Qinglan for help, even if there is little hope. This is the only way. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Luo Qin and said seriously, I'm sorry. Luo Qin. Luo Qin looked at him and suddenly smiled lightly. Let's not talk about this. I want to kiss you. While you are feeling particularly guilty now, you can accept any request I make. Xue Liang laughed, pinched his ear, and said softly, Don't stand in front of me next time. You know, I don't know how to use lightness when I hit you. Sometimes I can't control myself, and I may really hurt you. I believe you can control it. Luo Qin said. Don't worry. I know my limits. After dinner, the two went to lie in the wild for a while, and took a rare leisurely look at the night sky. The weather was extremely gloomy tonight. It looked like it was going to rain at any moment. You couldn't see the stars or the moon. Luo Qin held a straw in his mouth. put his hands behind his head, and crossed his legs and swung them freely. Shui Liang stretched out his legs to push him down, and said, "Stop shaking. Aren't you annoyed? I tell you, shaking your legs is the ultimate human art." Luo Qin shook his legs unwillingly twice more. "How can you spoiled second generations understand? I think you are talking nonsense again." Shui Liang was not surprised. One leg was wrapped around the other like a water snake, and Luo Qin was so confused that he turned over and pressed him down and kissed him randomly, and tickled him. Shui Liang laughed when he kissed her, and they rolled into a ball on the grass. He finally pushed Luo Qin away, took a breath and said, "Let's go back first. It's going to rain soon. If you want to get soaked, just ignore what I said." He grabbed Luo Qin's arm and climbed up, brushed off the grass on his body, hooked his finger on his collar, and laughed boldly and ambiguously. Luo Qin followed him like a soul, and just as he reached the dormitory door, he grabbed her wrist and hurriedly pushed Shui Liang in. The lights were off in the room, and Jimoro was not there for some reason. The two stumbled into the room, and Luo Qin closed the door with his backhand, and pressed Shui Liang against the door and kissed him, like a mad beast. Luo Qin couldn't help asking, "Will you hack me?" Shui Liang put her lips on his neck, and smiled. "No." "Huh? That's not right." Luo Qin leaned close to his ear. "Why do I feel? Isn't that what it says here?" Shui Liang raised his head in embarrassment, and sighed. "It's almost done. What if Xiaoro comes back later? Lock the door, and he can sleep wherever he wants." Luo Qin didn't care. He can come back or not. He's spoiled. Luo Qin. Don't. Calm down. Shui Liang's mouth was blocked, and his forehead and neck were sweating, but some parts were dry as if they were lacking water. "Didn't you stir it up for me? You were so proud just now, weren't you?" Luo Qin laughed maliciously. "Why are you using Jimoro as an excuse?" Shui Liang finally couldn't hold back her smile, turned his chin and kissed him, and said, "Then I'll go take a shower." There was a pop above his head, and the light in the room turned on. The two of them were startled, and they jumped away from each other, looking at the sofa in the front hall. Jimoro sat on the sofa, holding the light cord hanging from the roof in her hand, staring at them in amazement. At that moment, Luo Qin and Shui Liang did not feel embarrassed, but just thought to themselves, it was good. Finally they didn't have to hide it. "You too." Jimoro sat for half a minute before uttering two words, like a dumb cannon. "What are you doing?" "Kissing. Didn't you see?" Luo Qin said frankly. "Of course I know it's a kiss, I mean. What are you two doing?" Jimoro scratched her hair in confusion, as if she suspected that everything she heard and saw just now was an illusion. Shui Liang sighed, and said, "Isn't it obvious? Following human instinct, but falling in love against the laws of nature." "Fuck." Jimoro punched the back of the sofa. "I said how." He thought about it, and it seemed that the language was too scarce to describe this matter, but the shock of the facts in front of him was too great. Jimoro even suspected that he had too many things on his mind recently, so his brain became abnormal. "Falling in love." Jimoro raised his voice. "Are you two in love? I'm really convinced. It turns out that you two have been in love next to me for so long. I said why it feels so weird. Damn it." His face turned red, and after a long time, he repeated a sentence as if to confirm himself. "Falling in love. You finally figured it out." Luo Qin symbolically clapped his hands for him twice. "Isn't it because I'm afraid you can't accept it?" "Jimoro, I really can't accept it." You are homosexual? You can say that." Luo Qin nodded. "What's so strange about liking men? Don't you also like women?" Jimoro stared, not understanding the logical relationship between the two. "How far have you two progressed?" Jimoro organized her words for a long time, and asked with a stiff upper lip. Luo Qin asked back, "Didn't you hear it just now?" Jimoro's face suddenly darkened, and she stood up from the sofa. "Why did you two let me move in? What do you want to do?" Shui Liang let go of Luo Qin, and glanced at Jimoro. "I don't care what you think in your head, just hold it back." "Fuck you." Jimoro picked up a cup and threw it at him, and Shui Liang raised his hand to catch it. "You asked me to cover up your homosexuality." Luo Qin sat on the sofa, and he immediately jumped 8 feet away, and shrank to the other end of the sofa vigilantly. "No. Are you worried that I'll take your clothes off here?" Luo Qin asked in surprise. "Or has your narcissism developed to all levels?" Jimoro was speechless. He looked back and forth between the two of them, and finally said angrily, "Forget it. I'll just pretend I didn't see it. Out of sight. Out of mind. Just don't be so cuddly in front of me in the future." I still can't accept it. When he thought of the three people in this room, two of whom had the same sexual orientation and were even attracted to each other, he felt that every pore on his body exuded the word weird. Why don't they just go the usual route? Jimoro couldn't figure it out. So she simply stopped thinking about it and went back to sleep. When he woke up the next day, his face was swollen, and it was obvious that he didn't sleep well the night before. He didn't know why, but the worldview he had built up since childhood seemed to be shattered by what he saw last night, so that he could only think about this thing when he was half asleep and half awake, and he was tortured all night. He had only heard of this kind of thing by chance before, and it didn't make any sense. He always felt that things that were a million miles away from him should never be worried about. It wasn't until he experienced it himself that he knew what it was like. But after waking up, he was somewhat relieved, thinking, "It's just a man and a man. It's no big deal. In this world, even zombies are running around. What's so strange about two men falling in love?" He miraculously relieved himself, got up and practiced a set of Tombequin, and went out in high spirits. As a result, when he opened the bedroom door, Jimoro saw Shui Liang and Luo Qin standing in the front hall. Shui Liang's hand was on Luo Qin's chest, and he didn't know what they were doing. He slammed the door shut again. The remaining two were confused, and they didn't know what the whole collar had stimulated him. Chapter 118 God-Making. After breakfast, Su Yugang brought the rescue team to Shui Liang, saying that the recreated humans captured by Lan Yin in the village were very abnormal. No number marks could be detected on their necks, so they should not have come out of Yuanshan laboratory. Every recreated human created by Yuanshan will be marked with a serial number, strictly implemented by the established computer program, without exceptions. A single number will be directly invalidated after leaving the factory, and it is impossible to use it a second time, so once the official sequence is broken, it will be easy to find out who conducted the experiment privately. Yuanshan headquarters has learned this lesson. The serial numbers of the reconstructed humans produced by the laboratory have gaps in the middle. In other words, someone must have failed to report to the US military after the experiment and left Yuanshan privately, which triggered a series of riots among the reconstructed humans, so that the credibility of the reconstructed humans has become extremely low among the survivors. And there have even been fierce protests. One of them couldn't stand it and confessed. Su Yugang said, "To be honest, I don't quite believe it. But that's what he said. They didn't undergo the experiment, but were directly injected with a strengthening agent, which is what you found in the cellar. So there is no number on their necks." Shui Liang put down the half-assembled automatic cruise lighting in his hand and said, "The experimental process of reconstructing humans is very complicated, including a series of experimental preparation training, and the postoperative recovery stage. How could there be a method that can be effective simply by injection? Should the batch of injections be sent back to the Ark for testing?" Su Yugang asked him. Shui Liang picked up a screw, tossed it in his hand, and said, "Yes, and I will escort it back personally. This small village is not simple. There are people who have been secretly trading this so-called enhancer with them, and it is related to Fang Zhou." He looked at Luo Qin and said, "You stay, Wu Luo, and I have to go back to Hanzhou. Falcon is leading the team alone, and he must be on hand." Luo Qin nodded. "Go quickly and come back soon. I'll wait for you." Shui Liang rushed back to Hanzhou without stopping, and directly delivered the box of injections to Zhu Yan's laboratory. Then he went to see Yi Qinglan, and together with Li Muqi and Zhao Fangluo, they stayed in the office for 2 hours. This caused quite a stir. Many people were staring at this place and talking about it. They didn't know why the young officer from Wanshan camp suddenly came back. He looked so anxious, as if something big had happened. "Don't you know what Wan Wafan is doing?" Shui Liang looked at Yi Qinglan and said straight to the point. He appeared in a small village near Wanshan Road, smuggling and trading this illegal drug with the outside world. And there were many unapproved recreated humans with him. None of these people had the serial number of the Ark experiment. And you suddenly join the Ark with the Human Alliance at this critical moment. It's hard for me not to doubt your motives. Yi Qinglan denied it flatly. "I don't know. After the mercenaries attacked the Youth Innovation Park last time, he and I returned to Baida town together. But not long after, the mercenaries retaliated against us, and he and I got separated. I haven't seen him since then. And I don't know why he became a recreated human. Li Muki crossed his arms and said slowly, Lieutenant, you don't mean to say that someone in the Ark colluded with the insiders and outsiders to help that group of people conduct experiments secretly, right? Otherwise, you could also give me a reasonable explanation. Shui Liang's tone was a little cold. How did these people skip the highly confidential core technology within the Ark and secretly complete the reconstruction experiment? Li Muki smiled and said, you know that the experimental technology for recreating humans is very complicated. Except for the 2 laboratories in Hangzhou and Washington, there are no other places with the conditions and technology to complete this experiment. The engraving of the human serial number is a necessary process for the experiment. Otherwise, the subsequent operations cannot be carried out. No one can walk out of the laboratory without engraving the serial number. In short, the words express the meaning of it has nothing to do with me. When several people came out of the office, Zhu Yan was waiting outside the door. He held a report sheet and said to Li Muki, Mr. Li, the test results are out. The ingredients of those injections are indeed highly consistent with the original materials required for the reconstruction experiment. They should be liquid raw stone substances. I injected this injection into the animal model and found that it can indeed achieve the same effect as the reconstruction experiment. After the Ark's raw stone was stolen, this kind of enhancer appeared, Zhao Fengluo said. But I think even if it is just to make the enhancer, it still needs the technical support of the Ark. It took more than 20 years for the reconstruction experiment in Yuanshan to show initial results. Not to mention this shortcut method. It is impossible for them to figure it out overnight. Li Muki did not seem to be annoyed by the military's suspicion. The humility revealed in his words made it difficult to tell whether it was a disguise or a sincere heart. Yes. Since then, the reserves of raw stones have been strictly controlled. Including the mining at the source has been temporarily stopped. Chairman Jima is in charge of this matter. If the military has any questions, perhaps they can ask her. Zhao Fenglu was silent for a moment and said to Zhu Yan, Dr. Zhu, destroy all the enhancers and deal with them cleanly. Recheck the security system of the storage area and retrieve the records of all people entering and leaving in the past 6 months. I want to see them. Zhu Yan responded and turned away. Shui Liang also left afterwards. He didn't want to face Li Muki's fake smile again, and he was even more afraid of running into the lingering Shui Yunting in Fangzhou. It's just that when he came back this time, he felt that the camp was much more lively. He didn't know how the name of the captain of the Blue Flame Brigade spread. He was blocked at the door of the Ark by a group of people who looked like war reporters. They asked dozens of questions. In the end, he had no choice but to answer a few perfunctorily. Before Shui Liang returned to Wanchun camp, he went to meet Shui Sixian and Shui Simi to confirm that everything was fine, because Cheng Qingao stopped them. Shui Yunting had no chance to harass them. Brother, when are you leaving tomorrow? Shui Sixian was lying on Shui Liang's legs, playing Candy Crush on his phone. We haven't finished the steamed buns that Brother Nian you made yesterday. Do you want to eat some? You mean the one you ate half of and left in the bowl? Shui Liang thought for a while and said, I ate it. When Shui Sixian was a child, he loved to be picky about food, and the staple food that he couldn't finish would eventually end up in Shui Liang's hands. Although he clearly ordered his brothers and sisters not to waste food, the final solution was that he finished all the leftovers himself. Shui Sixian glanced at him, and her eyes quickly returned to the screen. She argued, I can only eat half of it, and I want to save the other half for you. Do you still want me to feel particularly touched? Shui Liang pulled her braids. Shui Sixian, you just don't like carrots and green beans. I have been eating your leftovers since I was a child, and I have never eaten a bite of meat. Oh, I always finish it when you are not around. Shui Sixian gently acted coquettishly in his arms. Brother, Shui Liang straightened her head. It's useless to play tricks. You can't waste food anymore, did you hear that? Every bite of food is precious now, and many people can't afford to eat. It's not the time when you can just throw it away. Nian Yu stood at the table and boiled water. He picked up a cup that had been cooled and handed it to Shui Liang. Drink some water, Lychee. Shui Liang took the cup and felt it was a little hot, so he put it aside and asked him casually, How are you recently? Are you sick? Nian Yu nodded, a little embarrassed. Very good, I'm not sick. The last quarrel between the two did not leave any traces. When they met again, no one talked about the unpleasantness last time. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. You can't be away from people at the camp for too long, Shui Liang said. I heard from Chung Qingyao that you don't bother others much usually. In fact, you can go to him if you have any problems. I asked him to take care of you. You don't have to be embarrassed. Okay. Mian Yu said softly. It's okay for you to be there? Why didn't Luo Qin come back with you? Shui Liang said, I brought Wu Luo with me, and Luo Qin stayed at the camp to help. Anyway, we'll only be there for 1 day, so we don't need so many people. Shui Simi came in with a laptop, said hello to Shui Liang, and sat in the corner and started typing. Shui Liang looked at his screen curiously, and asked Shui Sixian, what is he busy with? Shui Sixian stared at the screen intently, and said, helping with the typeset for the newspaper. I heard that Fan Zhou is going to publish an information newspaper. And my second brother applied for the technical editor position, and he was accepted. When Shui Liang came back, he heard Zhao Fang Luo say that Fan Zhou was editing a weekly tabloid and planned to publish it publicly in areas where human activities are still around the world, attracting as many people as possible to join Fan Zhou. Fan Zhou's external advancement and exploration work is ongoing every day, and the number of casualties is countless. It is no wonder that the military and Li Muki are anxious to expand the number of people. If this continues, the scale of personnel losses will far exceed the recruitment rate of Fan Zhou's active combat troops. I heard it will be printed next week. Many of the survivor groups that Fan Zhou has contacted have agreed to print this kind of newspaper locally. Yin Yu said. I saw the sample the other day. It's not bad. Shui Liang was not interested, and did not carefully read the content compiled by Shui Simu. He glanced at it and forgot about it, until a few days later. He was on the highway outside Wanchun camp, and a forest antelope who ran over hurriedly stuffed a brand new newspaper into his hand that smelled of ink. Sin Ling held back his laughter, and said with an expression of waiting for a good show, Deputy Captain, look at this. Shui Liang took the newspaper inexplicably, and saw that the front page was a column with a headline that took up 3/4 of the page, which read Recreating Human Special Forces, an interview with the Deputy Captain of the Blue Flame Brigade, printed with dense ink. And there seemed to be a lot of content. He reacted for a while, and realized that the subject of the interview seemed to be himself. Wait, when did I do an interview? Shui Liang read on in confusion, and saw a series of more than a dozen questions in the column, which were arranged in the form of questions and answers. He tried hard to recall, and then he remembered that it was probably the day he returned to Hanzhou, when he was blocked at the door and questioned repeatedly, and he himself could not remember what he said at the time. We heard that Lieutenant Shui Liang was the deputy captain of Lanyan, and he was also young and took on this important task. Do you feel a lot of pressure in your daily work? The first question was very official, and the answer was also very procedural. It was just the columnist talking to himself. It was compiled based on his perfunctory answers, analyzing a bunch of legal and ethical issues involved in recreating humans today, supplemented by long-winded nonsense fantasies, and finally summarized with a very greasy official language, which made Shui Liang almost curse out loud. The reporter asked some very tricky questions, such as how he viewed the current events of human reconstruction and small-scale conflicts between humans. His answers were similar to the above, with a lot of nonsense, and not a single word came from him. These answers were not original from his mouth at all, but rather sounded like an old man in his 50s or 60s speaking in an official tone with a righteous face. Who did this? Shui Liang gritted his teeth. I didn't say a word of this. I never said that young people must endure hardships. Nor did I say that young people should not think about how to fill their stomachs all day long. And I never said such nonsense as sleeping only 3 hours a day. Normal people will die if they sleep 3 hours a day. I am not a zombie from the last century. Why do they keep emphasizing young people here? Sun Ling said happily. I think it's great. Deputy Captain, you are a big shot on the first issue of Ark. Now everyone who sees this newspaper knows you. How great. Shui Liang smiled. This newspaper makes people look more than 40 years old. How about you go next time? Sun Ling laughed. Hee hee. I won't go. I can't speak. Shui Liang unloaded his equipment in the warehouse, and prepared to go back to the dormitory to take a shower. Before he entered the door, he heard laughter from inside that almost overturned the roof, one louder than the other. He pushed open the door, and saw Jimoro and Luo Qin, one rolling on the ground, the other lying on the sofa, crying and laughing wildly. He stood at the door indifferently, looking at the two psychopaths. His eyes slowly caught the newspaper in Luo Qin's hand, which had been torn a little. Luo Qin pointed at the words on the newspaper, laughing so hard that he almost died. He opened his eyes and saw Shui Liang, laughing even harder, turning around and pounding the back of the sofa. Know who wrote this? Can you contact me and ask if I can get more next week? I haven't seen enough. Jimoro held her stomach and laughed wildly. Shui Liang, did you really say that? Shui Liang snatched the newspaper from Luo Qin's hand, crumpled it into a ball and threw it away, sat down on the sofa depressed, and held Luo Qin's body, which was twitching with laughter. Stop laughing. Is it that funny? Luo Qin raised his head, his face was red with laughter, and deliberately said to Jimoro, come on, let's do that again. Excuse me. Lieutenant, what do you understand the founding concept of Ark? Jimoro held back her laughter and said, I think the future of Ark must be bright, developing, and safe and stable. I hope more people can join us, especially the younger generation. You are the hope of mankind. Ha ha ha. Shui Liang wanted to roll his eyes, but he couldn't help laughing when he looked up. Do you two have to laugh so hard? What's so funny about this sentence? Luo Qin wiped his tears, leaned on Shui Liang, and panted, it's not funny in itself, but it's funny when you say it. I really didn't say that. Shui Liang explained patiently again to clear his name. I didn't say that. I'll say it again. I didn't say that. You know, you look like an old man in this interview. Jimoro said. I think those who have seen you are okay. But those who haven't seen you will never believe that you are 20 this year. At least 45. Luo Qin got up, coughed lightly, and said straight-faced, I also think this is not your original words. My lychee should say this. I don't know. I've been busy dating recently. Have you met my boyfriend? He's so handsome. You can interview him later. I must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to say that. Shui Liang pinched his face and shook it a few times. What should we do now? Others think I said that. Go and blow up that newspaper. Hurry up. Jimoro got up from the ground, leaned on the coffee table, and called Luo Qin. Why don't we write the article ourselves? The next issue will write about his private life. The more exciting and nonsense it is, the more people will read it. How about it? Not very good. Read less of this kind of meaningless stuff. Shui Liang sneered. Starting tomorrow, the defense line project of Wanchun Camp will be officially launched. Everyone has to go to work. Chapter 119 Rainy Night. One evening a few days later, a heavy rain that had been stagnant for a long time poured down, and it was very refreshing. Shui Liang decided to organize a rain march for the Blue Flame Brigade temporarily. They had to carry a load and travel 20 kilometers along the road. Those who could not get back to the camp before dinner were not allowed to eat. And the first one to come back could ask Luo Qin to customize a big meal for them, and eat until they were satisfied. Luo Qin drove the car, and slowly followed the marching team in the rain. They were all young people in their early 20s, or even just adults, with a determined look on their faces, carrying dozens of kilograms of weight, running in the rain in unison. A black shadow quickly passed in front of the truck, fell on the edge of the road, and instantly broke into pieces. Blood mixed with rain splashed on the tires. Luo Qin didn't even blink, and slowed down a little. He immediately heard a heavy sound above his head. And then someone sat down. Isn't it too cruel? Luo Qin leaned out his head and asked Shui Liang, who was sitting on the roof. It will take at least an hour to run. And you're still hungry. Isn't it bad? But look at the antelope. For a whole pig feast. She wants to ride on the wind in Hot Wheels. I think she can be in the top 3. Shui Liang was also soaked. He looked at the team in front with a telescope, and said calmly, if the recreated human beings do not train, they will degenerate, and they will be the same as ordinary people. When Lao Xiao was here, it was even more cruel. 70 kilometers? No rest allowed. I just think that it is unnecessary to train too hard now. But we must be able to maintain the most basic security level in the camp. This is the bottom line. Why don't you run? Luo Qin asked him. It's unfair. This is privilege. I protest. Shui Liang laughed. If I join, I will be the dead lion, and those behind me will have no food to eat. Do you think they will cook you for dinner for making this suggestion? Luo Qin changed his words faster than the car. The wheels were still fast. Steel is made of steel after repeated tempering. I support them to run every day. Shui Liang suddenly lowered his head, leaning on the window, and said to Luo Qin, do you want to try it? What? Luo Qin was stunned. Let me carry a load for 20 kilometers. I will die. Xue Liang smiled. That's not necessarily true. Although you still can't beat my team members now. No one in the rescue team has been able to beat you for a long time. Haven't you noticed it yourself? You make me proud easily. Luo Qin straightened his chest and said, Then I will get off the car and run with you. Xue Liang shook his head. I will use other methods to train you. This basic training is no longer practical for you. Do you know about wilderness survival training? It is also on a rainy day like this. I will throw you into the mountains, with only a knife and a gun, and I will chase you from behind. Can you return to the camp safely without being caught by me? Luo Qin raised his eyebrows. You can try. It sounds exciting. Then you get ready. If it rains again tomorrow, we will go. Xue Liang returned to the roof of the car, raised the telescope, and saw that the team had begun to split up. At this time, the 20 kilometers were almost halfway through, and some people with good physical fitness were running far ahead, and they were almost out of sight. I think the first group of people who don't have dinner has been born. Xue Liang raised his voice, as if he was surprised. The chashaka you were optimistic about is temporarily behind. I wonder if there is still a whole pig banquet to eat. Luo Qin lowered the window, blew a whistle, and cheered for Sunling. Deputy Captain. Chen Nua's panting voice came from the walkie-talkie. There is something about 100 meters behind your car. Be careful. Xue Liang looked back and saw a huddled black shadow lying in the middle of the road. It was not the zombie he had just thrown over. That thing looked like a human figure, motionless. No one knew if it was dead or alive. But Xue Liang was very sure. When the car passed by there just now, there was nothing. Chen Nua said again, There is a Pioneer team member checking the drainage ditch 50 meters away from the target, and he hasn't noticed the target behind him. Deputy Captain, I'll go over. No need. Xue Liang picked up the knife, got up and walked to the back of the car. Everyone keep running. As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow stood up unexpectedly, and its slender limbs seemed to have atrophied muscles due to severe malnutrition, but it was obvious that it was full of aggression. Deputy Captain, Chen Nua said nervously. Go on. Xue Liang jumped down with his knife. At the same time, the thing seemed to realize that he was not easy to mess with. It immediately turned around and ran towards the pioneers. Its limbs quickly changed, and it showed amazing explosive power within a few seconds. Luo Qin felt the hair on his back stand up. The thing ran exactly like a spider. It could be said that it had several of the most feared factors of humans at the same time. Seeing this, his adrenaline surged. He stopped the car suddenly and looked at the situation over there nervously. Xue Liang was known as the strongest fighter of Blue Flame, and it was not a false reputation. When the thing instantly rushed out dozens of meters, he had already rushed to the front in the rain, chopped it down with a knife, and split the head in half without hesitation. The one who died under his knife was indeed a special mutant, which seemed to be level 2. It suddenly appeared in the camp, just sending them a signal that danger was approaching. Raindrops flowed down from the ends of his hair on his forehead and temples. Xue Liang raised his hand and wiped his face with a faint expression, and said to the headset, after running, Everyone will gather in front of the warehouse. Before dinner, more than half of the team of more than 20 people ran back to the camp. Everyone's body was mixed with rain and sticky sweat. The military uniform was soaked, and it stuck to the skin tightly, which was more stuffy and cumbersome than being wrapped in a thick layer of plastic sheet. Luo Qin held an umbrella for Xue Liang, walked over from the parade ground, counted the number of people, and found that the forest antelope was among them. She was so tired that she could hardly get up, and took off the weight on her back. The rain poured down on her head, and she was too lazy to even raise her hands to block it. Not bad. Luo Qin looked at his watch. You are the one before dinner. Congratulations, little tail. Sun Ling looked up at him, a little frustrated. No big meal to eat. Luo Qin smiled. I will secretly cook for you later, and won't tell your deputy captain. Everyone line up. Xue Liang shouted a slogan, and all the special forces who were lying or sitting to rest quickly stood up and gathered into a team, looking straight ahead with bright eyes, not affected by the increasingly heavy rain at all. Have you seen how fast that thing is today? Xue Liang asked. Before it catches up with the target 50 meters away. Are you sure you can run 100 meters in the same time? Or even more? No one answered. It's not that they were not sure, but their years of experience as comrades made them realize that Xue Liang was not joking. The deputy captain was very angry, but also very soft-hearted, so the consequences would not be too serious. However, if someone dared to smile at this moment, The consequences would be very serious. You 13 people, you can have dinner tonight. Xueli raised her finger and pointed at a row of people, and said calmly, those who come back later will not have food to eat, so you should consciously run 5 more kilometers tomorrow morning. Did you hear me? I heard you. He didn't say any more nonsense, but clapped his hands, disband, and have dinner. The Special Forces soldiers dispersed one after another. Those who should go back to the dormitory went back to the dormitory, those who should eat ate, and soon they returned to their usual noisy appearance. Even those who didn't have food to eat also called each other to go back to the dormitory to take a shower, with no complaints. Luo Qin prepared a meal, and went back with Xueli Yang to eat. After he came out of the shower, the two of them nestled by the window in the front hall, eating and watching the rain outside the window. The summer rain lasted almost all night, and there was no sign of abating. The flood control system around the container house was very well done. Even if there was a flash flood at this moment, it would definitely last for a while. Do they really have no food to eat? Luo Qin couldn't help asking. Xueli Yang listened to the drainage situation around the container and said, no, it's just a meal. I've said it several times before. Now the defense line has not been built, and we can't relax so much. Didn't you see how lazy they were when they were running? The zombies are getting faster and faster. We must be faster than them. Luo Qin didn't have a strong sense of discipline like the Special Forces, and he always felt that it was too inhumane. If the rules are changed once, they will be changed again. This is unfair to those who are serious about following them. Xueli Yang said, Blue Flame is the last line of defense of Wanchun camp. I hope they can maintain their best condition. It is not without reason that Xueli Yang can serve as the vice captain of Blue Flame. Falcon, as the most popular candidate for the next vice captain, was the first to return to the camp during this training, leaving the second place far behind. Even the team members are like this. Luo Qin can't imagine how strong Zhao Feng Luo will be as the captain. From the words in their daily conversations, he could vaguely feel that Zhao Feng Luo's former strength seemed to be above Xueli Yang. Blue Flame Special Forces should be invincible, Luo Qin said. I can't imagine anything else that can beat you. Not even gods. Xueli Yang thought for a moment and said, it shouldn't be invincible. But so far, there is really no species that can restrain the recreation of humans. Everyone in Blue Flame has been prepared to die on the battlefield from the beginning. But I don't want them to sacrifice for the sake of sacrifice, because that would be meaningless. He picked up the Blue Flame military emblem on the table, put it on his fingertips and looked at it. I am a little selfish. Recreated humans will live longer, so the time that everyone in Blue Flame can spend together is also very long. If you were here, Luo Qin said, immortality wouldn't be boring. Xueli Yang shook his head. There is nothing in this world that will never die, but you can think positively. We can be together for a very long time, and in the end, we will be together forever. Luo Qin understood, anyway. In the end, we will all be buried together, and it will be part of the natural cycle. But I hope it can be used as fertilizer for roses, not used as pig feed. Lightning flashed across the sky outside, and a few seconds later, muffled thunder rolled in, and violent storms swept the weeds and trees within a radius of 100 miles, dancing wildly in the wilderness. Amidst the lightning and thunder, it seemed that there were dark and slender ghosts in the distant fields, which were illuminated by the white light of lightning for a moment, and soon returned to the darkness. The two finished their meal, and as the time approached midnight, Ji Moreau had not returned yet, and his communicator was left in the dormitory without being taken away, and no one knew where he had gone. Why is Shiro still outside? Xueli Yang stood in front of the window, looking at the crazy rain outside. It's raining so hard. Could she be trapped somewhere? I'll go out and take a look. Luo Qin found a raincoat, put it on, and prepared to go out. You go to sleep first. Don't wait for me. Although Xueli Yang was worried, he couldn't leave the armory on this kind of frightening rainy day. He always felt that something would happen. The ominous premonition began to brew strongly not long ago. Luo Qin had just gone out for a while when there was a thunder outside. Xueli Yang was staring at the window in a daze and took a step back. He looked out at the field washed by the rainstorm and saw a shadow standing upright in the swamps not far away. It appeared for a moment with the whistling lightning and disappeared into the swamps like a phantom in the next second. It was not an illusion. There was indeed someone standing there. Xueli Yang's heart suddenly beat uncomfortably. At this time, the door was knocked loudly, and someone was banging hard outside. Xueli Yang immediately went to open the door. A burst of bloody rain was blown into the house by the wind. Luo Qin strode in, with a serious look. The smell of blood seemed to come from Luo Qin. Xue Liang pulled him in and closed the door hard. Are you injured? Chapter 120 Ghost Training. Luo Qin shook his head, and said to Xue Liang, Lizzie, put on your clothes and follow me. Xue Liang found a raincoat and put it on, and followed Luo Qin out without delay. The two went straight to the first storage area, where some daily supplies were stored, and the door had to be locked at night. But at this moment the padlock on the door was twisted open by something, and scattered on the ground. The lock cord turned into a pool of powder, and was washed into the ditch by the rain. There was a particularly strong smell of blood coming from the warehouse. Xue Liang ran in and saw Jimoro and Sun Ling standing inside. Both of them were wet. There was also a person lying at their feet, covered in blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. What happened? Xue Liang went forward to check the other person's breath, and found that he had died. The man's muscles were rotten in many places. His face was pale, and his eyes were dark blue, like a zombie, with his wide-open eyeballs and teeth and bones exposed, and his face was extremely hideous. Jimoro had blood on her hands, and rubbed her face with the back of her hand, and said coldly, on the way back, I saw someone sneaking in here, so I followed him, and happened to run into Sun Ling. I don't know what this guy was doing. He broke the lock of the warehouse and got in. He tried to resist after being discovered. He was quite strong, but I killed him in the end. He just killed a person, but he was as calm as if he had crushed a bug. You said it was a human? Xue Liang asked in confusion. Isn't it a zombie? Sun Ling said. I thought it was a zombie at first, but judging from his actions after we found him, he is completely a human, and he can talk, although I can't hear what he said. His vocal cords should be broken. Call Wu Luo, Xue Liang said. Take him back and dissect him overnight to find out what this thing is. Sun Ling, urgent patrol, wake everyone up, thoroughly check the area around the camp. Everyone from the Blue Flame Brigade rushed over after hearing the news, and carefully checked the area around the camp overnight in the rain. Almost every piece of grass was turned over and checked, but no second suspicious person was found. Bai Wuluo did not come out of the temporary autopsy room until 5 in the morning. His white coat was stained with blood. He held a bottle of blood sample and reported to Xue Liang. Brother, the test results show that this person has the Lantian virus in his body, but the cell structure is closer to recreating humans, rather than being a dead person. The rate of somatic cell and virus combination is 45%, which is a severe rejection reaction. This is probably the cause of death. How could this happen? Xue Liang frowned. Has anyone experimented on him? Bai Wuluo shook his head. No. There is no coat on his neck, but there are traces of needle injection in the arm muscles. I guess this person should have been injected with that kind of enhancer. But the reaction was too strong, and he did not survive the cell fusion process, and was backfired. Xue Liang established communication with Fang Zhou, and reported everything that happened last night to Zhao Fang Luo. The other party replied quickly, saying, the stolen Tai Sui stone has not been tracked down yet. Recently, reports of the proliferation of enhancers have increased sharply. There have been many cases around the world. We have to deal with it. Go to Songhe for a meeting on the 1st of next month. Be sure to leave in advance. Luo Qin saw that Xue Liang's brow showed no signs of relaxation all day, and he couldn't help asking him, Lizzie, did something happen? Xue Liang sighed heavily and said, I don't know where these enhancers come from. They suddenly appear, and there are more and more of them. Our captain reported that 2 weeks ago, several groups of reconstructed humans suddenly appeared in a small country in northern Europe and plundered a dozen survivor alliances along the coast of the Scandinavian peninsula. Someone recorded a video of the incident, which showed that they were indeed reconstructed humans. It should have been a premeditated and concentrated attack. No one knows how they succeeded. But there is a saying among the people that anyone who gets that kind of enhancer can gain enough strength to survive the apocalypse and seize as many resources as possible. Survivors around the world are protesting, believing that the Ark's technology has spawned a group of thugs and robbers, squeezing out ordinary people's living space, and demanding that the Ark immediately destroy the technology to recreate humans. Otherwise the enhancers will be shared equally with everyone. It seems that the enhancers are not only in that village, but have begun to be smuggled around the world, Luo Qin said. But the stolen raw stones will be used up sooner or later. Where do so many enhancers come from? Xue Liang handed him the terminal in his hand. This is another thing I want to say. The Tai Sui mine in Latian Mountain was stolen. A passage was directly dug from the inner mountain, and several tons of raw stones were transported away under the noses of the garrison. Now the higher-ups are furious, and many people have been held accountable, including Colonel G, whose soldiers were in that place. G was urgently recalled to Hanzhou. It is said that the lieutenant general was furious and demoted him by 1 level. But there can be no heavier punishment than this at the moment. When employing people, you cannot punish them too much. There was no further punishment except demotion. Instead, he was asked to stay in Hanzhou, and a group of people were transferred from Songhe to guard the mining area. As a result, Songhe's internal military strength became empty. Zhao Fenglu's original plan to transfer after the new year was brought forward. He will be transferred to Songhe military region next month, and Xue Liang will take over the position of captain of the Blue Flame Brigade after that. Everything came too suddenly, leaving no time for preparation and breathing, and it just collapsed in a series. The rain did not stop the next day. Xue Liang asked Falcon to lead the team to train, and he took Luo Qin to the small woods where the two of them watched the stars. Luo Qin felt it was very fresh at first, and kept asking questions along the way, hoping to dig out some information about the special training from Xue Liang. Unexpectedly, Xue Liang was very tight-lipped, and he didn't pry open his mouth at all. Luo Qin had no choice but to wait quietly for the next training. The tree canopy was very dense, and rain occasionally dripped from the top of his head. The soil was washed and soaked by rain, becoming soft and muddy. Combat boots left a thick pit when stepped on, and it took some effort to pull it out. I remember teaching you some basic wilderness survival skills before. Xue Liang squatted under the tree, pulled out a colorful little mushroom from the soil, crushed it, and threw it aside. Those are all theories, and actual combat is more difficult. You should find a place first, and choose it as the beginning of today's training. You must not be caught by me before dark, and return to the camp, and you can get any reward you want. What if I can catch you? Luo Qin asked. Xue Liang thought for a while. If you catch me, I will agree to any request you make throughout the day. You can say anything. I will not refuse. This condition is obviously more tempting than the previous one. Luo Qin immediately executed it. He walked around in the woods and found a relatively suitable place. He turned around to find Xue Liang, Lizzie. There was nothing behind him. No one was there. Xue Liang disappeared. Luo Qin realized that the training had begun, and immediately turned around and ran down the mountain. He felt the jungle rustling behind him. Someone was tracking him, and he was very agile and stealthy. Every time he wanted to calm down and locate the other party, the sound became silent, and all around him was the sound of rain hitting leaves and noisy insects, which made him clueless. At first, he naively thought that as long as he was fast enough, he would be fine. Unexpectedly, when he started to speed up, there was a rustling sound above his head, and Xue Liang hung upside down from the tree canopy in front of him. With a force on his legs, he swung towards Luo Qin quickly. This move was almost instantaneous. Luo Qin only had time to make a defensive posture before he fell to the ground with a thud. Xue Liang took advantage of the force to flip 180 degrees in the air, stood firmly on the ground, and reached out to grab him. Luo Qin exerted force on his waist, bounced up from the ground, grabbed Xue Liang's arm and bent it, and with his other hand, he grabbed the opponent's wrist and threw him to the side. Xue Liang guessed his move thoroughly. His arms were tensed, and his legs took advantage of the force to jump into the air. He actually made a leap in an instant, and his body was straight and formed a straight line with Luo Qin. He put his hands on Luo Qin's shoulders, using the force to gather momentum, then showed a provocative smile, and whispered, "Still want to counter me?" The next second, Luo Qin was swung around by his arm, and fell face down and spun around. Too strong. The moment Luo Qin fell into the muddy water, there were only these 3 words in his mind. Xue Liang never seemed to worry about what moves his opponent would make, because no matter what the opponent did, he could respond within 1/10,000th of a second, and then defeat the enemy with one move, and then kill him. Luo Qin did not give up, but rolled on the ground and hid behind a tree. He heard Xue Liang approaching, so he immediately made a judgment, hugged the trunk, and climbed up quickly. The tree was so thick that it took several people to hug it. The higher he climbed, the denser the branches became. Luo Qin reached out and grabbed a thick branch, and pulled himself up. His arm muscles tensed to the limit. He looked down, and Shui Liang was gone. The sound of rain was as dense as needles around him, and he could not hear any footsteps at all. What was even more bizarre was that there were not many footprints of Shui Liang under the tree. He didn't know what method he used to hide without leaving any trace, and Luo Qin couldn't track him through his footprints. The rain was getting heavier, and Luo Qin knew that hiding all the time was not a solution. There were many small insects on the tree, although they would not come to bite him, but they were disgusting enough. A zombie walked slowly from the forest and entered Luo Qin's sight, without noticing that the prey he had been searching for day and night was on the tree. Luo Qin's eyes fell on the zombie, wondering if it was the bait released by Shui Liang. He hesitated for a while, then gently jumped down the tree and slashed the zombie's head from behind with a knife. Without making any noise, Shui Liang disappeared, wondering if he went to look for him somewhere else. Luo Qin ran down the mountain, and just when he thought he was about to see the dawn of victory, the footsteps following him appeared again, even closer than before, as if they were right behind him. Luo Qin's scalp exploded, and a terrifying feeling seeped out from his pores. Shui Liang was too serious, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. If it were a more fragile person, he would have been almost forced to collapse by now. When Shui Liang blocked him, it was like a shepherd driving the sheep, making people deviate from the original direction unconsciously. Luo Qin spent a whole morning in the mountains and found that he had been running in circles. The distance down the mountain was only a few hundred meters, but he ran like a marathon. He knew that he could never defeat Shui Liang. The idea of a head-on confrontation was unrealistic. Running was his only choice. But Shui Liang had blocked this road, seemingly determined not to let him return to the camp on time. "Lizzie, please spare me." Luo Qin begged for mercy in frustration. "I can't do it anymore, you are so good, so good." "You can also beg for mercy?" Shui Liang's chuckle came from the bushes behind him. "See, even if your physical fitness and strength are first class, you are just like this when facing a real enemy. I shouldn't have come today. I should have let Wu Luo and Sin Ling try you first. Any one of them from Lan Yin could stop you for a day. I was wrong." Lychee. Even though Luo Qin was covered in mud and water, he still took advantage of his verbal skills. "I understand how you feel when you beg for mercy in bed. I feel the same way. You must reflect on yourself." Shui Liang was silent for a while, and suddenly rushed out from behind the tree. He pressed Luo Qin to the ground without saying anything. "Luo Qin, try to say another word to me." Luo Qin's evil plan succeeded. He was still laughing on the ground. "I was wrong. I was really wrong." Lychee. Shui Liang wiped the rain off his face. He didn't know if it was because of overexercise. His ears and cheeks were a little red. "Stop talking nonsense. Are you still practicing?" "Practice." Luo Qin got up. "Continue." Shui Liang stretched out his hand and pulled him up from the ground. Suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze coming from somewhere. He immediately looked back and found that there was nothing unusual in the silent forest behind him. He didn't know where the extremely strong gaze just now came from. Luo Qin patted him from behind. "What's wrong?" "Lizzie?" "Nothing." Shui Liang shook his head. "Continue practicing. We will go back after practice." Chapter 121 Songa Conference. After a day of pursuit in the wild, Luo Qin was exhausted, but he still failed to return to the camp on time under Shui Liang's clutches. He struggled for a long time, and could not even get out of the woods. He lay exhausted under the tree, looking up and panting, and said weakly, "Lizzie, you are so strong that you are not a human. I just seem to see God. He told me to go back and eat. Can you stop praising people like scolding them every time?" Shui Liang took off his coat and held it on Luo Qin's head to block the rain. Looking down at him, "The result is not important. At least I taught you this day, and the time was not wasted in vain. It's normal that you can't get rid of me now. I do this when I give survival training to everyone. But I can feel your progress, which is not bad. I really want to be as good as you." Luo Qin sighed. "If someone bullies you, I will help you beat them back, and beat them up so hard that they call me Grandpa." Shui Liang pulled up the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Forget it, no one bullies me except you." Luo Qin grabbed his collar, pulled him to lower his head slightly. "When did I bully you?" Shui Liang looked at him calmly, and the hand took the initiative to shake it back, and interlocked his fingers with Luo Qin. "That's because you don't remember it, and now you say you don't admit it, that's cheating." Luo Qin just took this as a joke, and gently pinched the other's ear. "No cheating, I'll listen to you." The day before leaving for Songha, Jimaro returned drunk as usual, but she was in a bad mood, looking like an ancestor who didn't like anyone. Xue Liang wanted to drag him back to the bedroom. Jimaro struggled for a few times. Stood up and looked at him. Huh? It's you. It's just right. I have something to tell you. He took off his shoes and put them aside, and laid down on the sofa, and stretched out his hand to block the light in front of him. Listen. At the high-level meeting of Songha Ark, former members of the Human Alliance want to attack you. They want to kill you. Luo Qin was packing his luggage at the side, and he looked up at him. What did you say? The Human Alliance just held a crappy meeting, and I heard some news. Jimaro was so drunk that her words were unclear. You should also know that on the eve of the Alliance joining the Ark, the internal opposition completely broke with the Cooperation faction. These people hated the recreation of humans, so they refused to surrender to the Ark with Yi Qinglan. Many representatives from various countries came to discuss cooperation with Fang Zhou at the Songha conference. Those traitors were going to kill a few people at the conference to demonstrate. Xue Liang was on the first page of the assassination list, the first one, so he was very proud. Go back to your room and sleep. Xue Liang held his arm, and turned a deaf ear to the previous words. If you can't get up before the departure tomorrow morning, I will beat you up. Luo Qin went to wash his hands, and when he came out of the bathroom, he said to Xue Liang, Liqi, Xiaoro should not be talking nonsense. You'd better be careful when the time comes. Xue Liang shook his head. As long as I'm alive, someone who wants to kill me is as normal as eating and drinking water. The people who want to kill me are all lined up from here to the North Pole. If anyone could kill me, he would have been ranked first on the dark web killer list. You are so fucking cocky. Luo Qin couldn't help but say. It's easy to get beaten up when you go out. To be honest, I haven't met someone who can beat me up in many years. Xue Liang sighed. It's good to meet him. It's also good to stretch your muscles occasionally. Luo Qin didn't know if he was joking or something else. He didn't see any joking emotions from his expression. Xue Liang was serious. He shuddered, thinking, is this the loneliness of the strong? He was tired of crushing others, and just wanted to find some excitement. How lonely it is to be invincible. Xue Liang did not bring many people with him on this trip to Songha. He sorted out the list of people who would leave with the convoy and gave it to Falcon, who was a member of the accompanying team, and asked him to count the team according to the names on it. In addition, he also brought the forest antelope. Jimaro, as the representative of the Human Alliance, was pushed over by Jima Song with just one sentence. He was not very happy, but he wanted to go out for a while. It was not his style to stay in one place for a long time. The convoy set off in the morning and arrived at Songha at 6 p.m. Luo Qin drove on the road, watching the helicopters flying overhead one by one, with propellers whirring over his head, as if showing off their skills. Who are these people? Sin Ling poked his head out curiously. Why don't we take a plane? Xue Liang said casually. Many foreign military and political representatives came this time. The construction of the Ark is very effective. These people want to cooperate. It would take about 10 days or half a month to get there by water. Those who have the conditions to fly a helicopter would certainly fly here. However, there are some small countries that do not even have airplanes, so they set out several months in advance. Are Li Muki and his friends coming too? Luo Qin asked. If they come, Cheng Qingyao will also accompany Cheng Qingyao. Xue Liang thought of his worries, and leaned back weakly on his seat. I am responsible for the safety of the members of the Ark Committee. I have to be present for the 3-day meeting. It is very annoying. This means that he has to look at Li Muki's hypocritical face all the time for 3 whole days. The meeting place was in an abandoned manor in the center of Songha City. It was an intercontinental hotel under Yuanshan Group, located in the most prosperous area of Songha. After the virus broke out, the hotel was infected and blocked. In the Songha City recycling plan launched half a year ago, the Songha army recaptured the hotel and reactivated it as a branch of the Ark. Luo Qin drove slowly into the gate of the manor, and was really shocked by the scene in front of him. Dozens of helicopters hovered over the manor, and 5 or 6 helicopters were lined up on the helipad beside the road. Some foreign faces in military uniforms walked around the landing gear, playing and visiting. The typical European and American pleasure-seeking philosophy is embodied here to the greatest extent. It doesn't seem like they are here for a meeting, but more like they are here to attend a party. Fortunately, there is the impact of foreign customs, which is somewhat helpful to liven up the atmosphere in a desperate situation. There is no such dull atmosphere of a regular meeting as imagined. From the moment the people of Liaoning got off the car, their mood also relaxed along with the atmosphere here. Siling, Falcon, and Wulua, come and help me move my things in. Shui Liang jumped out of the car and walked to the trunk. Luo Qin, park the car in the backyard later, and come to the lobby on the first floor to find me. Shiro, take the luggage to the room. I've given you the room number. We should share the room with 3 people. Several people unloaded the supplies from the car, found the contact person of Songha military region, registered and sent them to the warehouse. When Siling was writing the list, a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Russian soldier came over, knocked on the cargo box next to Siling, and said, "Hello." This man spoke good Chinese. Siling looked up at him, and handed the list to the warehouse manager. "Hello. The meeting is attended by senior officers, and we have nothing to do with it." The man looked at Sinling's sergeant shoulder straps, smiled. "There will be a dinner after the meeting. Do you want to have a drink?" "I don't drink during work hours." Sinling shook his head. "Sorry, I'm still busy. Can you leave your contact information?" The Russian asked again. "I really like Xia girls like you." The Sinling does have a typical Oriental look. His face is definitely not as white as cream, but his cheeks are rosy against his yellow skin, and there are a few freckles sparsely distributed on both sides of his nose. The brows were high, and the pair of watery almond eyes were slightly open most of the time. When she smiled, her lips were red and her teeth were white, which made her very lively and cute. The other party spoke so boldly and bluntly that Sinling was a little overwhelmed. Just as he was about to perfunctorily deal with it, he was pulled behind him by the shoulders. A voice with a bit of hostility came from above his head. "I said no." Siling was stunned, and when he looked up, he saw Jimoro's face. He was looking at the Russian opposite, who was the same height as the other party, and was not inferior in momentum. "Get out of the way." The handsome Russian guy immediately judged that he had approached the wrong person, apologized to Presley, and turned away. Jimoro looked down at the stunned Sinling, and said, "When you encounter such a situation, just fight back. It doesn't matter what color he is. Just use your iron fist to hit him. No one will dare to bother you after the meeting is over." "Is this the way the Human Alliance solves it?" Sinling sneered. "Come on. The captain will put me in solitary confinement when I go back." Jimoro was an idle person, and there was nothing to do except putting the luggage away. He wandered here out of boredom, and helped Sinling, who was not good at talking to strangers, to solve a small problem. He felt that he was almost exhausted. "Forget it. You continue to be a coolie. I'm leaving." "Where are you going?" Jimoro turned around and smiled indifferently. "Put the luggage in the room, and then go find a beautiful Russian girl to drink. Anyway, I'm not a soldier, and I don't have to abide by the discipline until I die." He saw Shui Liang and Luo Qin sticking together all day long, and he couldn't stand it anymore. "This time, I finally have a chance, and I have to release my nature quickly." The meeting was held in the auditorium on the top floor of the hotel. Nearly 100 representatives arrived as scheduled, and the seats were almost full. The military sent several senior officers to the stage to make opening speeches, followed by the representatives of the Ark Committee, Li Muki and Ji Ma Song. These two really seemed to be of the same kind, and they were both very sharp-tongued. Their impromptu speeches almost controlled the whole audience. Although they sounded meaningless when they listened carefully, they were obviously just to cope with the situation. But they were very intimidating. Shui Liang disliked this kind of formality the most. He was too lazy to listen to a word. He sat in the audience, holding his phone to read the message sent by Luo Qin. "There are so many foods. Come quickly when you are done." He smiled and replied, "It is still open. Eat first. I miss you." "Yes, I miss you too." Shui Liang just turned off the screen and heard Li Muki on the stage finish his speech. There was warm applause around him. Then, Li Muki looked at the military representatives and said slowly, "Then please allow me to introduce to you the Deputy Captain of the Blue Flame Special Forces, the legendary Lieutenant Shui Liang of the Ark." The applause was even more enthusiastic than before. Many people began to look around, wanting to see the true appearance of this young officer who had become famous among the survivors in just a few months, and see what kind of style this person had. Ji Ma Song, Cheng Qingyao and Cheng Qingye both looked at him, with more puzzled expressions than the other, as if they knew nothing about this link. Shui Liang froze in his seat. Half a second later, he immediately looked at Zhao Fenglu subconsciously. Zhao Fenglu frowned at him, quietly gestured for him to stand up quickly. Shui Liang was confused, put the phone in his pocket, and slowly stood up from his seat. Several British officers beside him looked at him curiously, seemingly very interested in this young man with an Asian face. Li Muqi looked at Shui Liang on the stage and greeted with a smile. You should have heard of him in the Ark Weekly. He is the youngest and most promising lieutenant in our Ark, the strongest fighting force of mankind, and currently serves as the deputy captain of the Blue Flame Brigade. Soon, he will take over as the captain of the strongest special forces in Asia, and continue the flame of hope for our Ark and our mankind. The lieutenant general sitting next to Shui Liang coughed lightly, and then he reacted, turned around and saluted, and then sat down amid the applause of the crowd. Until the end of the meeting, Shui Liang still didn't know why that blunder had happened. No one had ever told him that Li Muqi was going to introduce himself at the meeting. Regardless of whether it was Li Muqi's impromptu bonus, the feeling of being pushed to the front of the stage and being scrutinized by everyone made him feel particularly uncomfortable. When the meeting was over, Cheng Qingyao and Cheng Qingye came to find him. The former asked him where Bai Wuluo had gone. Fortunately, Cheng Qingye got the point and said to him solemnly, no one said that you would be arranged to speak. Li Muqi didn't mention it either. Xiao Song and I didn't know. Shui Liang pondered for a few seconds and said, forget it. I'll go ask Lao Zhao. You and Cheng Qingyao go down and have dinner first. Chapter 122 Cocktail Party. When Shui Liang found Zhao Fenglu in the crowd, he and the lieutenant general were talking to several foreign officers. When Shui Liang saw Shui Liang approaching, he smiled and waved, come here. Yang. Captain, what was Li Muqi doing just now? Shui Liang asked straight to the point. Did he tell you about this? Zhao Fenglu looked at the lieutenant general and then asked, didn't someone confirm the process with you in advance? And there was a prepared speech in the file at hand. The original session was to arrange for you to say a few words. Didn't you know? Shui Liang flipped through the file in his hand and found a short speech in it. No one confirmed the process with me. I don't know anything. The lieutenant general was also on the side, hearing this. He laughed loudly. It doesn't matter, maybe the notification was not in place, but the most important thing is, you let the world see the backbone level of our Ark's young combat power. I hope you can become an external publicity window for the Ark, spread the concept of mutual assistance among our survivors. First of all, we must seize the initiative in public opinion, so that we can smoothly promote the construction of the next safe zone. Go eat something first. I'll ask the private who passed the message to you later. Zhao Fenglu patted him. Don't be nervous, it's just an introduction. You will be the captain soon, and it won't hurt to be the first to show the world the image of our young and confident officers. Shui Liang went to the first floor to find Luo Qin with a lot of thoughts in his mind, avoiding the people laughing and making noise everywhere, and passed through the hall full of food and wine. Although Li Muqi was extremely extravagant for this meeting, and tried his best to receive visitors with the protocol treatment of an international conference, Shui Liang was still surprised by the scale and extravagance of today's dinner. He originally thought that it would be just some wine and meat, but he didn't expect that even exquisite pastries were available. It seems that the supplies currently stored in Yuanshan are far beyond his imagination. These are all Yuanshan's original resources, which are kept fresh due to the good storage environment. They are moved out of the Ark storage room, cooked, served in brand new cups, plates and bowls, and displayed on the rectangular dining table. A serious meeting was going on upstairs, while the carnival had already begun downstairs. Luo Qin was with Sun Ling and the others, raising his cup and enjoying the leisure time. There were a few foreigners at the same table with them, who had learned to guess the points and drink from someone, and the dice were flying around on the table, and more than a dozen bottles were knocked over, and it was unclear whether they were drinking or fighting. Cheng Qingyao was telling some jokes about the former Soviet Union to Bai Wuluo, who was leaning back in his chair and laughing softly, and occasionally saying a few words. Drink less. Shui Liang sat down next to Luo Qin, and leaned back in his chair with a relaxed look. Don't get hungover again. We didn't drink, these are sodas. Luo Qin shook the goblet. There's a falcon watching, and none of our people are drinking. These foreigners can drink. And they drank several bottles of vodka. Sitting at the same table were Russians, and a few Frenchmen, all soldiers representing their respective countries. They adapted to the local customs very quickly, and integrated into the local environment completely. Shui Liang sat down and ate something, and told Luo Qin and others about today's meeting. Falcon and Sun Ling had never experienced such a big scene, and they were too excited. Deputy Captain. It's amazing. Then your name will not break out of the Ark and go international? Will it be in the newspaper in the future? Haha. Lu Qin didn't say anything. Turned the empty bottle in front of him. And suddenly sighed. Why are you sighing? Falcon poked him with his elbow. You kid aren't excited at all? That's unusual. Luo Qin shook his head. Everyone knows about this link. Except you. Shui Liang nodded. There is also a speech in the documents on the table. But it is at the bottom. I didn't notice it at first. Luo Qin stretched out his hand, pressed the wine bottle that was constantly rotating, and looked at his distorted reflection on the glass bottle. If it is a good thing, it is impossible to do it with such a big loophole, unless someone deliberately wants you to stand out at the meeting, but knows that you will never accept such a thing. So, they use this method to force you to accept it. Falcon, according to what you said, it seems a little wrong. I can't tell. Not only him. Even Shui Liang himself couldn't guess what Li Muqi's real intention was. The hall was filled with a carnival atmosphere. Shui Liang felt a little irritable in his heart. But he was soon relaxed by the atmosphere around him. Compared to standing under the spotlight as a hero, he still prefers the feeling of blending in with the crowd. He even felt that Zhao Fangluo was not sensitive enough in this matter. He seemed to think that Li Muqi's behavior was understandable. Brother, I heard what Cheng Qingyao said. Bai Wulua came over and said to him, be careful. Li Muqi is very good at carrying people forward. When it is absolutely necessary, the captain will have to step in and suppress your limelight. Shui Liang has been quite afraid of Li Muqi since the first time he dealt with him. Compared to opponents who show everything on their faces and in their behavior, people like Li Muqi, who make every move impossible for you to guess, are more suitable to be called enemies. Li Xiaohan suddenly came over with a glass of wine and toasted the people of Lanyan one by one. The other team members were a little flattered. At first, everyone spoke more reservedly. But later they found that Li Xiaohan was very friendly, and did not have the airs of a chairman's son. Instead, he talked to them for a long time about the topic of the global situation. His real target should be Shui Liang. He started talking to him after a few words. But he spoke very properly and politely. Unlike Li Muqi's smiling tiger aura, Shui Liang felt that if this person was just chatting, he would probably be a very good conversation partner. A Russian soldier came over with a bottle of vodka, touched Luo Qin's shoulder with his fist, and enthusiastically invited him to have a drink. Perhaps because he saw that Luo Qin was the most active at the table just now, showing that he could control the whole scene. But he didn't drink a single glass. He just wanted to find a drinking buddy out of international friendship. Luo Qin smiled and refused, but still picked up the soda on the table and clinked his glasses with the other person. Why don't you drink? Shui Liang asked him. This wine seems to be quite fragrant. Luo Qin shook his head. I've given up. There's nothing good to drink. I won't die if I don't drink. You don't like the taste of wine, so I won't drink it anymore. He always remembered the moment when Shui Liang drank the glass of wine for him. Ever since he knew how Shui Yunting used alcoholism to commit atrocities in the past. That scene seemed to have dug a hole in his heart. Whenever he saw alcohol, the hole would start leaking air, and his chest would feel numb from the cold. Shui Liang picked up the bottle of wine on the table and whispered in Luo Qin's ear, come with me. The two went to the balcony of the open-air corridor on the second floor of the hotel. There were few people here. Occasionally, there would be drunk guests who came to enjoy the fresh air. When they were drunk, they would not notice other people around them at all. Shui Liang lay on the railing and looked at the dark sky outside. The sultry night wind blew in his face, and he felt a little hot. So he loosened the collar of his uniform and fanned himself. Really not drinking. Shui Liang shook the bottle in his hand, smiled at Luo Qin. This bottle of wine is pretty good. French Grey Goose vodka. Since the outbreak of the infection, the winery over there has been abandoned in large numbers. And the less you drink, the better. Luo Qin leaned on the edge of the railing with his right arm, and looked at Shui Liang with a smile. Do you think my will is not strong enough? Shui Liang approached the bottle mouth and smelled it, and suddenly raised his head to drink a sip, which made him frown. Hey! Luo Qin didn't stop him, and watched Shui Liang's expression change. You can't drink this. Lizzie, give me the wine. Unexpectedly, Shui Liang didn't swallow it at all, but pinched Luo Qin's chin, with a triumphant smile, and returned the half-mouthful of wine in his mouth. Some clear liquid flowed from the corners of their lips, and Shui Liang wiped it away. You have nothing to do with that bastard. Luo Qin. Shui Liang held his face, and the strong smell of grain wine spread in his mouth. You are you. And you are completely different from him. Don't give up doing anything because of me. Luo Qin looked into Shui Liang's eyes and nodded like a possessed person. Okay. There was a sound of lighter friction behind him. Luo Qin looked up and saw Li Xiaohan holding a cigarette, blocking the wind with his left hand, and walking into the balcony while lighting the cigarette. Shui Liang was about to turn around, but Li Xiaohan had already seen the two people close together and was stunned. Luo Qin had originally planned to let go of Shui Liang, but at this moment, a strange idea suddenly came to his mind. He grabbed Shui Liang's neck and pulled her over for a kiss. Hey! Li Xiaohan took a step back in surprise. Sorry. I didn't know there was someone. Shui Liang quickly pushed Luo Qin away and turned to look at Li Xiaohan. The latter quickly restrained his expression and said politely, Sorry to bother you. I used to come to this place to smoke often, and there was usually no one here, so I didn't pay attention today. Well, it's okay. Luo Qin didn't look at him, and kissed Shui Liang's temples, as if whispering, Good night. Li Xiaohan was also very tactful, and left after saying goodbye. What are you doing? Shui Liang said helplessly. Childish. Li Xiaohan is not childish. Luo Qin spoke like he was jealous. Sarcastic. You peeked at other people dating. You have no sense of public morality. You are really mature. Stop talking like an opera here. Shui Liang flicked his head. Stay with me tonight. Don't sleep. Treat it as training. The military tents outside the hotel were brightly lit. Many people were partying all night, drinking and singing. It was more lively than the dinner inside. The Ark troops were quiet, and most of them had gone back to their rooms to sleep. If they didn't go back tonight, Jimoro would probably wake up laughing. Ark arranged a suite in the hotel for each visitor. A single room, which was enough for the number of people. But for these soldiers who were used to a free life, an open-air singing and dancing party was much more exciting than a banquet hall with gorgeous decorations. Luo Qin casually mentioned that he asked Shui Liang to play the piano for him that day, and there was some regret between the lines. At the end, he deliberately became sad, as if he would fall ill if he couldn't hear it. He lay on the truck bed, looking at the night sky. Lizzie, have you been to Songha before? Shui Liang sat beside him, carelessly flipping through the summary of tomorrow's meeting. I have been here. I came here with Mr. Fei to attend a concert on the first day of the new year. I was not used to the local climate at that time, and I had a fever for 3 days after the performance. I stayed in the hotel for those 3 days. Mr. Fei took the rest of the orchestra to play in Songha, and I was so jealous that my teeth broke. So pitiful? Luo Qin laughed. Songha is so famous, a famous tourist city. I always wanted to come here when I was in Shening. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to taste the local delicacies this time. Otherwise, I would really like to learn 2 dishes and cook them for you. If you have nothing to do after the meeting the day after tomorrow, I will take you out to play. Shui Liang put down the documents and said with interest, There is a large ginseng plantation nearby, and the scenery is pretty good. Then it's a deal. Luo Qin sat up, and couldn't help but raise his voice. Take me there after the meeting. Shui Liang patted his head. Okay. I promise you. Chapter 123 Reasons for Disappointment. The two of them stayed up until the next morning before returning to the hotel room. When they opened the door, it was pitch black inside. The whole room was filled with a pungent smell of alcohol. You can imagine how many bottles were opened here last night. Shui Liang felt a little strange. He reached out to turn on the light in the living room. He saw the mess on the floor. Clothes and bottles were scattered everywhere. Glass shards were also broken all over the floor. If you didn't know, you would think there was a thief last night. Can it be like this in one night? Luo Qin stepped over the bottles and walked in disbelief. Is Jimoro crazy? He pushed open the bedroom door. The room was so dark that not a single light could penetrate. The curtains were covered like a cage cloth. The smell of alcohol was even stronger than in the living room. I'm really impressed. He sleeps like a dead pig. Luo Qin closed the bedroom door and sat on the sofa. Let's clean up after he wakes up. This guy is very irritable when he gets up. I'm afraid he will tear down the building. He put his arm on the armrest and suddenly felt something strange. Then he pulled out a thin piece of cloth from the gap in the sofa. What is this? Shui Liang heard the sound and went to take a look. It was a tight white t-shirt. It's Shiro's clothes. She took them off everywhere. What's wrong with that? Luo Qin just felt that the clothes seemed a little small. Would Jimoro be able to wear them? But he didn't think much about it. He casually put the clothes on the back of the sofa. Not long after, the two were resting on the sofa to catch up on their sleep, and suddenly heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom, as if someone was taking a shower inside. Xue Liang subconsciously thought it was Jimoro, and opened his eyes a few seconds later, looking at Jimoro's door vigilantly. No one had come out of there just now, and even when he was taking a nap, he would not miss any movement around him. So he was sure of this. So who is the person taking a shower in the bathroom now? Xue Liang raised his hand to wake Luo Qin up, and looked at the foggy bathroom glass. When we came in just now, was there anyone in the bathroom? Luo Qin looked over blankly, and shook his head. I don't know. I'm not very interested in anyone in there except you. After he said that, he tilted his head and fell asleep again, and it can be seen that he was extremely sleepy. Don't talk nonsense yet, Xue Liang said. Wait a minute. I'll wake Shiro up first. Before he got up, he heard the sound of water in the bathroom stop, and then the glass door was gently pushed open, and a blonde woman wrapped in a bathrobe came out. She had a pretty face, and wet long hair hanging on one side of her shoulder. Seeing two more people in the living room, she didn't have any special reaction. She just greeted them in Russian and walked towards the sofa, picking up the scattered clothes on the ground as she walked. Luo Qin also woke up. Just when he was about to ask Xue Liang why Jimoro hadn't woken up yet, he suddenly saw a completely unfamiliar woman walking towards him. His brain was shocked and crashed instantly. The woman walked to Luo Qin's side, pulled out the t-shirt from his back, and then naturally returned to the bathroom. Luo Qin thought he hadn't woken up yet, so he shook his head desperately and looked at Xue Liang in confusion. Who is she? Xue Liang was also a little confused. Looking at the clothes on the floor, he finally understood where the feeling of something wrong came from when he entered the door. Not long after, the blonde woman came out of the bathroom again. This time she was dressed and even had her hair dried. She looked like she was about to leave. Xue Liang and Luo Qin turned their heads away, too embarrassed to even breathe, deliberately ignoring the embarrassing scene in front of them. Jimoro also woke up and came out, wearing a bathrobe, with messy hair, and came out to get some water. He passed by the sofa, without even looking at the woman, and went straight to the dining table to pick up the kettle. The woman ignored him, put on her coat, and went out. The two of them were like complete strangers, with no communication at all. Luo Qin finally didn't have to hold it in anymore, and immediately turned his head to look at Jimoro. What are you doing again? Jimoro finished a glass of water before answering, with a hoarse voice that was unique to the morning. What are you doing? Xue Liang covered his face, and asked helplessly, Did you bring that back just now? Spent the night here? Jimoro nodded, with a tone that said there was no need to make a fuss. What's wrong? Anyway, I'm here. It would be boring if I don't have fun. But Mauzi can really hold her liquor. I was almost knocked down by her last night. Xue Liang sighed, and then said, As long as you are happy, I am not interested in your personal matters. By the way, your sister asked me to convey the minutes of yesterday's meeting to you, and said you better take a look. I won't. Jimoro refused without hesitation. I'll burn it as firewood. You'd better not make Zhu Yan angry again. Xue Liang smiled and said casually, Forget it if you don't want to take a look. There is still time before the morning meeting. Let's pack up and go out for a walk. Captain, take a look at this. It's an email from the survivor representative in Hangzhou. Falcon took a piece of official paper that smelled of fresh ink and walked into the lounge. He saw Xue Liang and Zhao Fanglu looking through the meeting documents. The things on the table had been piled up like a mountain. Zhao Fanglu's stainless steel thermos cup was squeezed in the corner, which was a little precarious. Zhao Fanglu reached out to take the email, glanced at it roughly, and then handed it to Xue Liang. Come and take a look. Xue Liang subconsciously looked at the signature first. It turned out to be from Fei Yingni. He read it from beginning to end, put the document on the table, frowned and said, What's going on? Why did Mr. Fei say that the safe zone stopped accepting new survivors? Zhao Fanglu sighed and said, The population load of the Ark has exceeded the preload capacity. The number of survivors pouring into safe zones in various places has increased sharply in the past few months. The speed of resource and space consumption has far exceeded the development progress. We can only temporarily stop the registration of new survivors. How is it possible? The army has been searching for supplies, And the reserve grain warehouses that were urgently allocated before are also sufficient. Xue Liang questioned. Is it Li Muqi's idea? Zhao Fanglu nodded. There is no way. Now the Ark relies heavily on his technical team to develop. Moreover, there have been many cases of unapproved reconstructed humans sneaking into the Ark. The threat coefficient of these illegal reconstructed groups is very high. The superiors have repeatedly warned us to be careful. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, Blue Flame will be in a difficult situation. Will stopping accepting survivors solve the problem? Li Muqi has gone too far. He is cutting off the livelihood of those people. Xue Liang said. How many of our people are left? Compared to the scale half a year ago, there are less than 30% left. Zhao Fanglu replied. We have lost too many people in the past few months. Ordinary soldiers do not have the genetic advantage to protect themselves from infection, and they cannot completely block the spread of the virus through various channels. Even if we are trying our best to prevent ordinary people from participating in the cleanup of the infected area, we don't need so many people. Even if there is only one blue flame left, we can still hold on, Xue Liang said firmly. Do we really have to compromise on this issue? The people outside are only facing the threat of zombies now. When winter comes in a few months, many people will really be frozen to death. Zhao Fanglu patted his shoulder and said comfortingly, Don't worry, when the safe zones and other places are built, these people will be arranged. Many people are gathering outside the Ark now, and the local garrison will protect them. Xue Liang retorted, but Songha safe zone can also accommodate people. And at worst there is Wangchun camp. Can't we really accept more people? The resources in Songha safe zone are far from enough. And once they start to accept survivors again, more people will inevitably come in. Then what node will the number of people be stuck at? Will the people who can't get in later feel resentful? Zhao Fanglu said. Yanong. Obey the arrangements of your superiors. And there will always be a way out when you reach the mountain. Xue Liang still shook his head, since there are not enough resources. Do you still agree with Li Muqi to hold such a grand dinner? I know that the resources are from Yuan Shan. But what is the original intention of our establishment of the Ark? Captain? And the selection exam? Are you preparing to raise the threshold for admission to the Ark? I only say one thing. Obey orders and follow commands. Zhao Fanglu said lightly. And? You just need to trust me. Xue Liang looked at him. When they stared at each other for a few seconds, it seemed as if a barrier had formed between them. Neither of them could see the emotions in each other's eyes. I'm very disappointed with the Ark. Xue Liang stood up, turned around with the email in his hand, and held the thermos cup that was about to fall off the corner of the table. Now it's not what I imagined. Zhao Fanglu said behind him, You will soon take over Blue Flame from me. I hope you can be more mature and take on this important task. Blue Flame is currently the strongest special force in the world to rebuild humans. It is the trump card for humans to turn the situation around. As its captain, you should be calm and obedient. Xue Liang paused, did not answer, pushed open the door and walked out. Luo Qin was playing Ark in his room alone. The last time Xue Liang went back to Hangzhou, he brought his mobile terminal back with him and asked Xue Ximu to install this software on it. Ark has been greatly upgraded compared to the old version. The patterns of color blocks are designed in a variety of ways, including cats, rabbits, and even pigs. This strange sense of belonging is not right. Xue Liang walked in with a tired face. Luo Qin raised his head and smiled. Is the meeting in the morning over? After I finish this level, we will go to eat. You can take a nap at noon. Isn't there another game in the afternoon? After he finished speaking, he continued to lower his head and slide the color blocks. Suddenly, he felt Xue Liang sitting next to him and reached out to hug him. Seeing this, Luo Qin lost all his thoughts and quickly threw away his phone and opened his arms to embrace Xue Liang. What's wrong? My dear? Who bullied you? I had a quarrel with our captain after the meeting, Xue Liang said sullenly, about some issues about the Ark. We are in conflict almost everywhere. He said he would give Blue Flame to me, but if Blue Flame falls into my hands, Luo Qin breathed a sigh of relief, touched his forehead with Xue Liang, and said, Don't worry about this. In terms of Blue Flame's prestige and ability, no one is more qualified to be the captain than you. Aren't Falcons looking forward to your appointment? As for what you care about most, I think it should be that you are afraid that you can't be exactly the same as Uncle Zhao. Right? Xue Liang immediately felt that the pressure was relieved. Luo Qin could always perceive his unspoken thoughts from these subtle emotions, and sometimes even directly expressed those most difficult to show to others. Dark and cold thoughts for him. Very calmly. Because of this, they have no secrets or concerns about each other, and can accept even the ugliest parts of each other. Blue flame is not a formula. Lychee. No one can stipulate what it must be like. And what you must be like. Luo Qin added. Even if the leader is changed, it will not affect its most basic things. But I am different. As a captain, I must be calm and composed, especially in the face of emergencies. I must be able to make the correct judgment as quickly as possible. Xue Liang hung his head. A little depressed. I don't think I'm that strong yet. Luo Qin laughed and pinched Xue Liang's shoulder. My ancestors. Do you know that you are a legendary figure outside now? Isn't this strong enough? Being too modest is pretending. And it's easy to get beaten. Xue Liang couldn't help laughing. And said, wait a minute. If I really get beaten one day, you won't do a stand-up comedy to celebrate. Right? Luo Qin smiled and hugged Xue Liang in his arms, and kneaded him for a long time. Like kneading dough. Where's Shiro? Xue Liang raised his head. Looked around the room. He didn't go to yesterday's meeting. But he has to go today. The human alliance can't be without a representative. Why do you care about him? Luo Qin buried his head in his chest. Arched his back twice. Come here. Let me beat you up. Xue Liang lowered his head. Grabbed his hair at the back of his head. And forced him to look at him? How do you want to beat him? Luo Qin's Adam's apple bulged. Although he looked subdued, his eyes and smile exuded a desire to control, you know. As soon as the voice fell, the two hugged each other tightly, and their heartbeats spread along the lines of their muscles. Lie down, Lizzie. Chapter 124, Martial Arts Competition. Luo Qin stood in front of the French window in the bedroom. Through the window, he saw a group of foreign soldiers on the lawn of the hotel garden. They were obviously not ordinary soldiers. They were all over 1.85 meters tall. The military uniform design was also very unique. They were much better than the soldiers I had seen before. Who are they? Luo Qin changed into a pullover t-shirt and pointed downstairs and asked. After so many days, I finally saw foreigners who were related to soldiers. That's the American Rehuman Special Forces, the Black Falcon Commando. Xue Liang lay on his side on the bed, his eyes half closed, and there were red dots on his exposed neck. When the first generation of raw stones were still there, the Yuanshan headquarters abroad also trained a group of Rehuman soldiers. These people were the special guards of the former military and political leaders. And now they are the new bargaining chips for joining the Ark. How many countries have participated in the meeting? Luo Qin asked. Will they be able to reach an agreement in the end? Xue Liang pulled off the broken button on his chest and put it on the coffee table. I don't know exactly how many there are, but it must be quite a few. At present, it seems that all participating countries are interested in joining the Ark. After all, they can share the most advanced biological and chemical weapons technology in the world today. Who would not be happy? That means, once these countries join the Ark, they will start to breed and recreate humans in large quantities. Xue Liang nodded. Even if Li Muqi will not hand over the technology itself, it is already tempting enough. So many representatives who came to the conference in the past 2 days all saw the opportunity to share technological achievements. As long as an agreement is reached, they can send their selected volunteers to the Ark to participate in the reconstruction plan. Loken turned around and looked at him, and pulled the curtains. It seems that you don't agree. I don't agree. Such a large-scale human experiment is already outrageous enough. Not to mention the many survivors who don't have the conditions to participate in the experiment, but want to have the ability to fight. The reason why enhancers are rampant is largely because the threshold of core technology is high, and some people have to take unorthodox methods. Xue Liang did not hide his thoughts. After all, the Ark's expansion momentum in recent months has been very rapid and widely spread around the world. But he still knows how much of it is really for the so-called common interests of all mankind. Luo Qin went into the house and found a new piece of clothing for Xue Liang. He also took out his razor, intending to clean up the stubble that ruined the kiss with his boyfriend. The Ark doesn't have time to care about how their technology was leaked. The information about the reconstruction of humans has been announced to the world. The arrow is on the string and can only be shot. Luo Qin stood in front of the mirror. The vibration of the razor made his ear bones itch. Since there is no effective antiviral serum so far, it is reasonable for humans to seek to become stronger. But I don't think this can solve the current problem. There are more and more reconstruction humans. The competition for resources will be more intense in the future. In fact, it will do more harm than good to most ordinary people. Xue Liyang sighed. And the Ark's reconstruction technology sharing plan is unfair in itself. Not all countries have bargaining chips to exchange with the Ark. At this moment, the Ark is like a rare treasure in the Savior's treasury that has been made public. The technology in Li Muqi's hands is the only hope for mankind at present. Everyone covets it and wants to take it for themselves. Those weak countries, in fact, don't even have a ticket to enter. Li Muqi's business philosophy is to pursue profit, and it is impossible for him to give away technology for charity. Luo Qin and Xue Liyang have different ideas. He thinks that things have developed to this point, and covering up will only make people jealous. After all, it is easier to do dirty things in the shadows than in the sun. Once they can't get it through formal channels, someone will steal, rob, or even do something more unscrupulous. The two went downstairs, and when they passed the garden, the Special Forces team just disbanded. A tall brown-haired soldier came over and greeted Xue Liyang in Italian. Ciao. Xue Liyang stretched out his hand. Hello. Are you Xue Liyang, the legendary deputy captain of the Special Forces? The brown-haired man asked. Nice to meet you. My name is Aaron. Judging from the uniform he wore, he should be a member of the Black Falcon Commando. He was obviously very interested in Xue Liyang. After a few casual greetings, he suddenly proposed to compete with him. It is said that Xue Liyang is also very famous among the Black Falcons. Many people have been looking forward to this meeting for several months, and they all want to see him in person. Aaron was very enthusiastic, and he didn't seem to have any hostility. He really wanted to compete with him. Xue Liyang hesitated for a moment. On the one hand, he felt that there was nothing wrong with this kind of international competition. On the other hand, he wanted to test the strength of Black Falcon. So he agreed. When the people of Blue Flame heard the news, they all ran out to watch the fun. The two groups stood on both sides of the lawn, cheering for their own players, shouting louder and louder, and wanted to give the other side a sense of pressure. The commotion here was so loud that it attracted some soldiers from other camps. The lawn was soon surrounded by people. The battle between the two first-generation recreated humans was a hot topic in itself, and it quickly spread among the crowd. Luo Qin and Bai Wu Luo stood side by side, looking at the two people in the middle of the field, and said calmly, Your brother will definitely win. Bai Wu Luo, is there any need to say that? That being said, the difference in body shape between Asians and Europeans is innate, and both sides are recreated humans. So the bonus brought by cell mutation was weakened a lot, which is equivalent to standing on the same starting line. Xue Liyang and Aaron each held only a saber in their hands, standing 5 or 6 meters apart, and each team sent a member to act as a referee. The whistle suddenly blew, and the two men moved at the same time, rushing towards each other. The knife in Aaron's hand quickly stabbed towards Xue Liyang's lower abdomen, and the blade rolled up a cold light, like a silver dragon swimming like lightning. Luo Qin's heart tightened when he saw this. Although he knew that Xue Liyang was very strong, he did not know the weight of his opponent. Winning or losing was secondary. He was only worried that Xue Liyang would be accidentally injured in the competition. However, he soon found that his worries were unnecessary. Xue Liyang quickly raised his leg and kicked Aaron's knife away. The saber spun and flew towards the crowd. The soldiers watching shouted and dodged. The tip of the knife pierced into the grass with a ding sound, sinking several inches deep. Aaron lost his knife, but he did not panic. Instead, he dodged to Xue Liyang's side and reached out to press his arm and shoulder. Obviously, he wanted to use his most confident grappling technique to defeat the enemy in one blow. But Xue Liyang was faster than him. When he was caught, he also grabbed the opponent's upper arm. He quickly turned his back to Aaron, his back pressed against the opponent's body. Then he exerted force from his waist, and actually threw Aaron over his shoulder to the ground. Aaron fell to the ground instantly. Xue Liyang's knife tip flashed coldly, and blocked Aaron's neck as he was about to stand up. Checkmate. Xue Liyang smiled, and calmly announced the victory. There was silence for a second, and then the crowd burst into applause, and the cheers and whistles boiled up. Xue Liyang put away his knife, and pulled Aaron up from the ground with a smile. This fight was a hearty one, and even the loser had nothing to be ashamed of. The two men bumped fists with each other, and looked at each other with approval. The members of Blue Flame rushed forward to celebrate this victory. that seemed to be the highest honor in the world. Sun Ling jumped directly onto Shui Liang's back, shaking back and forth excitedly. Deputy Captain, you are so awesome. 6 seconds. 6 seconds. Falcon felt that he could only breathe a sigh of relief. Yes. That's it. Deputy Captain. Let's kill them. It only took 6 seconds. And Shui Liang won easily in a flash. Most people didn't even see what happened. And this round of fighting was over. Suddenly, another person stood up from the Black Falcon side. He was slightly taller than Shui Liang, with short blonde hair, handsome face, a high nose bridge, deep eye sockets like a whirlpool in the deep sea, and a sharp look in his eyes. He actually spoke Russian. The other person's name was Ignat, a Russian-American Special Forces soldier of the Black Falcon. He had a golden ratio figure, with broad and straight shoulders, full and tight shoulder and back muscles, and a combat vest on his waist and abdomen that outlined the outline of his abdominal muscles. His behavior showed that he was a very strong martial artist. He was more aggressive than the last one, and he directly invited Shui Liang to fight again. The people around were cheering, and Sun Ling jumped off his back and asked quietly, "Do you still want to go?" "He's so tall," Shui Liang said. "Let's fight one last time." I looked around, and these two people should be the top 2 fighters of Black Falcon. If we defeat this one, the others won't come again. Ignat moved his limbs to warm up fully, and Shui Liang stood there quietly waiting for him to get ready. Soon, Ignat gestured to the referee, indicating that he was ready. The whistle sounded, and Ignat rushed up with a grisly figure, casting a shadow on the ground. He was very fast, like a hawk flying by. Seeing Ignat's fist close at hand, Shui Liang seemed to have no way to avoid it. The next second, Shui Liang dodged Ignat's punch and grabbed his arm, and threw him back with the force. Ignat lost his balance and staggered out. "Deputy Captain." Sun Ling's face flushed. He shouted, "Beat him up. Let them see our level, come on." Deputy Captain is the coolest. But Special Forces soldiers are not vegetarians after all. Ignat quickly stabilized his lower body, turned around quickly, followed up with a heavy punch. Shui Liang didn't even dodge, and actually took the punch with one hand. At the moment when the palm and fist hit, the muscles and bones of both sides made a muffled sound. Luo Qin's heart was in his throat. Thinking that this Mouzi was really powerful, and he could tie with Shui Liang, he was afraid that Shui Liang would be injured. There were exclamations all around, and many people took out their electronic devices to record. The two men's fight entered a state of fusion. Neither of them gave in at all. Tit for tat. And each one had his own moves. Luo Qin was a little excited, thinking that it was indeed a fight between strong men, with no drag in the moves, the withdrawal and the combos. Chung Qingyao suddenly reached out, patted Luo Qin's shoulder, and asked, "Do you feel it?" Luo Qin was startled. "What do you feel?" Chung Qingyao's eyes were still focused on the battlefield over there, and he smiled, murderous intent. He pointed at the two people who were fighting, and said to Luo Qin, "The biggest difference between you and him is that you have never encountered an opponent who can force you into a desperate situation and a dead end. So in actual combat, you lack the murderous intent to give the opponent a fatal blow. In this competition, you have to see clearly, he is not fighting for nothing. Ignat's strength can definitely be regarded as the top level of the entire Black Falcon, and even the recreation of mankind. His moves are steady, accurate, ruthless and fast, and he hits the vital points every time. If Shui Liang was just warming up when he played against Aaron before, he is now seriously competing with others." The Black Falcon players on the opposite side are also shouting slogans in unison to cheer Ignat up, and the two sides are shouting louder and louder, and neither is willing to be outdone by the other in terms of volume. Jimoro had just finished a deep sleep in a room upstairs. He leaned on the balcony with a glass of wine in his hand to enjoy the breeze. He caught a glimpse of Shui Liang, who was fighting with someone downstairs. He squinted his eyes and watched for a while, then suddenly smiled and drank the wine in his hand in one gulp. At this time, Xiaofang Luo, Li Muqi and others were also watching silently upstairs. Many eyes recorded the scene, and each of them had their own thoughts. Shui Liang used a sweeping kick and a knee strike, followed by an elbow strike from the other side, knocking Ignat several meters away, without giving his opponent any chance to breathe, and caught up with another punch. Ignat had a strong sense of defense. He predicted Shui Liang's attack the moment he attacked. He blocked with one hand, and then punched him in the stomach with his back hand. He immediately pulled back the momentum, and attacked fiercely. Luo Qin was watching closely, but suddenly saw Shui Liang dodge the opponent's attack, turned his head to look at him, and said with a smile, "Look carefully." He was stunned, but he understood it instantly. Others didn't know who Shui Liang was talking to. After searching around without any results, their attention returned to Shui Liang. At the same time, Shui Liang's eyes became sharp, and there was a flash of knife in his eyes. He raised his left fist slightly, but the punching action seemed to be a few milliseconds slower, and the opponent caught the flaw. The onlookers felt a little regretful, including the members of Blue Flame, who were all sweating coldly, thinking that Shui Liang was going to fail. Ignat immediately threw a straight punch, and at the same time, he kicked with his left leg, sweeping over with the wind, and Shui Liang also met the attack head-on. Just when the two were about to touch, Shui Liang suddenly turned sideways, hugged Ignat's left leg with lightning speed, and turned his upper body at the same time, and stuck one leg under Ignat's crotch to lift him up, and then used a shocking leg-holding throw. This set of actions was almost subconscious, without any room for thinking. Ignat finally broke through, struggled for a while, tried to grab Shui Liang with his backhand, but was still powerless, and was thrown heavily to the ground. The cheers this time were even more deafening than before, and everyone was excited by this peak duel between top masters. People of different races and arms, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, just hugged the people around them, and started cheering and celebrating, and various languages were mixed together, and it lasted for a long time. Luo Qin stood there, staring blankly at Shui Liang, who was surrounded by the crowd. His mind was full of the other party's swift and sharp moves just now. Just like a cheetah. It took him a long time to remember that he was happy, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. The words Shui Liang said to him across the crowd just now were just like the two people's sneaky whispers and small movements. Ambiguous and romantic. Ignat probably didn't expect that Shui Liang gave up the method that could have ended the battle quickly, and instead restrained his strength to fight him for a long and deep battle, just to show someone in the crowd a real battle between strong men. Every movement, posture and angle of attack were slowed down as much as possible, and were clearly displayed. Such careful design turned the battle into a live teaching. Luo Qin felt soft in his heart, and saw Shui Liang walking towards him, smiling happily, and there was a little pride that only the other party could see. The look and movement in their eyes, when they were together, were engraved in their hearts, and they were emotions that could be expressed without words. "Lizzie, you are my pride." Luo Qin looked at Shui Liang and said in a voice that only they could hear, "It's wonderful." Chapter 125 Identity Exposed. The afternoon meeting lasted until 8 o'clock in the evening. After the meeting, everyone poured out of the auditorium, and stayed at the door to greet each other, and were not in a hurry to go down to rest and eat. Luo Qin waited for Shui Liang outside the auditorium, and smiled at each other, and asked, "Are you hungry?" "I am hungry. And I am sleepy." Shui Liang yawned. "Go back and rest after dinner. I am not on guard tonight." The two were about to leave, but Shui Liang's terminal suddenly received a message. It was the Lieutenant General, who asked him to go over to meet several foreign military officers at the meeting. Those people were very interested in him. Helpless, Shui Liang could only let Luo Qin down for a while, and let him wait for him downstairs. If he was hungry, he could eat first. He didn't know how long it would take to finish. "Then you go first." Luo Qin helped him straighten his collar and said, "I'll wait downstairs. Don't worry." Shui Liang's back turned around the corridor, and disappeared behind the French window. Luo Qin turned around, and prepared to go downstairs. At this time, a person suddenly squeezed in from the crowd, and his movements seemed a little hurried. Luo Qin just happened to catch a glimpse of him with his peripheral vision, but he suddenly froze. The person walking towards him turned out to be Cui Haoshan, the madman who had given advice to the mercenaries to torture Luo Qin in the Baida Town Logistics Park and shot him in the end. Cui Haoshan also saw Luo Qin, and then showed a provocative smile, bumped into him from the shoulder, and walked away without looking back. Luo Qin turned his head and stared at the other person's back, and couldn't figure out why this person was here. Cui Haoshan was neither a mercenary nor an active soldier. He was even a former member of the Human Alliance. After all, a former member. His heart skipped a beat, remembering Ji Moreau saying that the former members of the Human Alliance were going to attack Shui Liang. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and shuddered. Could it be that Cui Haoshan already knew that Shui Liang was the Red Eye? "Lychee, I'm not going to eat." Luo Qin picked up the terminal and left a message for Shui Liang, and hurriedly chased in the direction Cui Haoshan left. It seems that a traitor from the Human Alliance has sneaked in. You should be careful. He pushed forward in the crowd, but was still a step too late, and failed to keep up with Cui Haoshan's fast pace. He was anxiously looking around, and suddenly someone patted him from behind. Luo Qin looked back and saw that it was Bai Wu Luo. What are you doing here? Bai Wu Luo looked around. This was a corridor with a lot of people. Luo Qin was standing in the middle like a pillar. Where's my brother? I'm looking for someone. Luo Qin was unwilling to give up and searched for the other person everywhere. Did you see a Xia countryman just now? He's about this tall. He has a scar on his brow bone. He stretched out his hand and gestured. Bai Wu Luo frowned and said, Who is he? There are all kinds of people here. Aren't you looking for a needle in a haystack? Last time I was kidnapped to Bai Ta town by mercenaries. This man was one of them. Yi Qinglan said he withdrew from the Human Alliance. Luo Qin said. Ji Moro said that a former member of the Human Alliance wanted to attack your brother at the meeting. Then how did this person happen to appear here? Bai Wu Luo also became alert. Immediately communicated with Falcon. Quick, notify everyone to deploy defense. Someone from the mercenary group has sneaked in. I'll report to the captain right away. You go find Chung first. Before he finished speaking, he heard a loud bang beside his ear, accompanied by the sound of glass breaking, and the ground shook violently 3 times. The people around were stunned by this, and didn't know what happened. They only saw debris falling from above their heads, and smoke and dust suddenly filled the corridor. It exploded. Someone ran down from the upstairs, covered in blood, and the long voice was full of fear. The crowd soon became agitated, and ran downstairs screaming. Go upstairs to find my brother. Bai Wu Luo said to Luo Qin calmly. I'll go evacuate. Hurry up. Luo Qin immediately turned around and ran upstairs, climbing the stairs against the crowd with difficulty, inevitably bumping into others. He was rushed down many times, and finally reached the auditorium floor under the shoves and curses of the escapees. The senior military and political leaders stranded on the roof were evacuating downstairs urgently. Luo Qin walked forward along the wall, and finally saw Shui Liang, who was protecting the senior leaders of Fangzhou with Zhao Fangluo. The breath hanging in his chest fell, and he reached out to touch the knife. A loud bang suddenly exploded, and the French window at the entrance of the auditorium was shattered in an instant. 7 or 8 men in black broke in through the window, and after landing, they raised their guns and fired at the crowd. Shrapnel flew in the firelight, and the sound of crossfire suddenly filled the entire corridor. These people knew exactly where the Ark's high-level officials were, and they locked onto the target within half a second after breaking the window. If Shui Liang and Cheng Qingao hadn't reacted quickly enough, and picked up the bulletproof shield as the other party landed, it is estimated that all the participants at the entrance of the auditorium would have been wiped out. There was no shelter at the entrance of the auditorium, and many people had nowhere to hide, so they had to run into the meeting room for shelter. The special police's shield formation was soon arranged, and several rows of gun muzzles quickly poked out from the gaps, confronting the attackers with firepower. Shui Liang shouted, Cheng Qingao, protect everyone to enter the auditorium. Hurry up. He raised his shield, stepped on the broken glass on the ground and pressed forward, walking on flat ground in the hail of bullets, and rushed to several of the attackers in a blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and shot through the opponent's chest, and then stepped on the man's shoulder and flew into the air, breaking through the opponent's formation in an instant. However, he soon discovered that the few people who were shot through the chest were completely unharmed, and they still rushed towards him desperately, with a look of crazy murderous intent. Shui Liang immediately discovered another grim fact, that these attackers seemed to be all recreated humans. Hurry up and get in. Shui Liang glanced at the crowded crowd behind him, and said anxiously, Close the door. I'll deal with it outside. After a box of bullets was used up, Shui Liang quickly replaced another magazine with one hand, and knocked down all the attackers in front of him, leaving only one survivor with a spinal injury lying on the ground. Just as he was about to walk over, he heard Luo Qin shout, Lizzie, be careful. A dark shadow attacked him from behind. Shui Liang simply turned around and kicked the gun out of the other person's hand. The submachine gun rolled to the side, and the attacker bounced away. He turned around without warning and rushed towards Li Muqi and his son, who were evacuating to the auditorium. In a hurry, Li Muqi didn't even think about it, and pushed Li Xiaohan next to him out. Cheng Qingyao was shocked and wanted to save him. But it was too late. Li Xiaohan was the first to be hit, and was exposed to the attacker's sight. Falcon screamed in fear, "Fuck! What is this for?" Shui Liang didn't have time to think, and instinctively blocked in front of Li Xiaohan. He had run out of bullets in his hand, and seeing the opponent's figure approaching, he simply stretched out his arm to block. And it seemed that he was going to take this move. The attacker suddenly pulled up his sleeves, revealing a black device on his fingertips. In just a moment, Shui Liang realized that it was some kind of miniature pistol, which could be detonated instantly by pulling his finger. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at his forehead. It was too late. Bang! A gunshot was heard along with a scream. Shui Liang's pupil shrank suddenly, and he looked at Luo Qin's back, who suddenly appeared in front of him. The attacker's right hand was twisted off, and he was kicked more than 10 meters away, almost flying across half of the corridor. When Luo Qin kicked him away, he used all his strength and anger, so that the other party smashed a hole in the obsidian wall of the corridor, causing half of the wall to collapse. Everyone stared at the strange face that came out of nowhere in astonishment. There was a moment of silence, and everyone looked at each other. At this time, the reinforcements downstairs finally rushed up, looking at the battlefield that had been ended in surprise, not knowing what had happened. In the end, it was a major general-level officer who spoke first, saying loudly, "It's an illegal recreation of human beings, hold him down." The person he pointed at was Luo Qin. The members of Blue Flame had just climbed up the stairs, and had no time to catch their breath, when they heard even more incredible instructions, and looked at Shui Liang and Zhao Fangluo in confusion. Cheng Qingyao reacted very quickly, and said to the special police beside him in a stern voice, "Bring him here." But Zhao Fangluo unexpectedly raised his hand to stop him, staring at Luo Qin, and gave a firm order, "Everyone be on alert. Control the target immediately." Cheng Qingyao was stunned. Uncle Zhao, however, a group of special forces had already rushed up, pointing their guns at Luo Qin, and were about to subdue him at the same time. Shui Liang woke up from his dream, stepped forward quickly, and stood in front of Luo Qin without hesitation. "Stop!" Shui Liang. Zhao Fanglu saw this, and immediately called him. "Come here!" Shui Liang's hands trembled, looking at his teammates and captain in front of him. He still insisted on not moving away. He stretched out his arms to stop Luo Qin behind him, took a deep breath, and said, "He is from the Ark, not an attacker. He is illegally recreating humans." Zhao Fanglu's tone was tinged with anger. "What are you going to do?" Shui Liang retorted, "Whether he is recreating humans or not, I know best." The lieutenant general stood up at this time, walked to Shui Liang with a dignified face, and said seriously, "Lieutenant, you hand over the person first. Don't ignore the overall situation. We will never kill innocent people before we find out who he is." Shui Liang still did not move. He might be willing to believe what the lieutenant general and Zhao Fanglu said, but he could not believe the art behind it. It was a muddy water that could reverse black and white and change the situation in a minute. He did not dare to let Luo Qin wade. Zhao Fangluo did not give him more time to think. He waved his hand and said coldly, "Where are the members of the Blue Flame team? Take them away." Everyone in the Blue Flame was stunned. Zhao Fangluo's meaning was obvious. He wanted the other members of the Blue Flame team to deal with Shui Liang. Although Falcon, Sun Ling and others were confused, they still raised their guns and stepped forward without hesitation. They tried to say to Shui Liang calmly, "Deputy Captain, give the people to us first." Shui Liang still did not move, and his shaking hands gradually stabilized. He threw away the gun in his hand, and even took off all the sabers, and kicked them all far away, to show that he had no intention of violent resistance. "Deputy Captain, we don't want to attack you," Falcon said calmly. "Listen to the captain and the others, and hand over the person." "Brother," Cheng Qingyao also called him. "Don't be impulsive." Luo Qin suddenly made some moves, and many people became alert. However, he just raised his hand and patted Shui Liang's arm gently, with a bitter smile. "I will go with them. I can't embarrass you like this, Lizzie." Shui Liang glanced at him, with a helpless look in his eyes. "No." At this time, Li Muqi suddenly interrupted and said, "Major General Zhao, I don't want to see my team members in such a mess. Since the opinions of the parties are not quite consistent now, why not do this? Let the Human Alliance temporarily detain this person, and discuss other issues later. What do you think?" Zhao Fangluo did not speak, and the lieutenant general nodded. seemingly wanting to solve the current trouble as soon as possible. Let's do it this way. Take the person away, and send him back to Hangzhou for imprisonment. Luo Qin looked into Shui Liang's eyes, conveying some kind of reassuring emotion. After a while, Shui Liang slowly stepped aside, and let the members of the Human Alliance take him away. That night, a farce ended. The dinner was cancelled and everyone returned to their residence. There was an explosion on the middle floor of the hotel before, but there were no casualties. It was probably just to disperse the garrison to buy time for the killers on the top floor. The hotel was surrounded by hundreds of military police inside and outside, with bright lights everywhere and patrolling soldiers everywhere. When Zhao Fenglu slapped Shui Liang in the face, he was still a little numb. "Captain!" Sun Ling wanted to step forward to dissuade him anxiously, but was ordered by Zhao Fenglu not to beg for mercy. No one would give face today. "What are you doing? Do you know what you are doing?" Zhao Fenglu roared. "Who do you think you are? You are a soldier, wearing this military uniform. You must obey orders. You are nothing if you take off this clothes. Who are you showing your stubborn temper to?" Chapter 126. Do you know how deep my love is? Shui Liang was beaten so hard that blood came out of the corner of his mouth, but he didn't reach out to wipe it off, and his face was burning. Bai Wuluo ran over, anxious and distressed. He held Shui Liang's arm, and kept asking what happened, but no one answered. When the incident happened, he was evacuating the crowd downstairs, and he only knew that there was a conflict on the top floor. Not long after, he saw Luo Qin being taken to a military vehicle and leaving the hotel manor. Everything happened in just a few minutes, and the curtain fell on the chaotic night. Some people were in pain, some were secretly happy, and some were confused. "You are not capable of taking on Lan Yin like this. How dare I hand over Lan Yin to you?" Zhao Fenglu continued. "You disobeyed orders, and even defied orders from your superiors in public. Are you crazy? If the higher-ups really investigate, how can I protect you?" Zhao Fenglu changed his usual gentleness, and did not indulge Shui Liang this time. He was really scared at this moment. In front of so many senior officials and representatives, Shui Liang was openly against Feng Zhou, and also slapped the face of this meeting. If someone with ulterior motives caught him, and made a big fuss, it would not be a problem that he could cover for Shui Liang. He knew too well the character of this child he had watched grow up. Once Shui Liang was looked at sideways by everyone, he would never bow his head and admit his mistakes. Shui Liang looked up at him, "But he saved me. Is this the reward for saving people? I don't care who he saved. All unapproved recreated humans are potential threats, and no one can be an exception." Zhao Fenglu said. "If you just released an unapproved recreated human in front of all the military and political leaders of the country, it would be tacitly approving the legality of the enhancer and indulging the leakage and abuse of Ark technology." Shui Liang's voice trembled with anger. "Then you could also hand him over to Lan Yin for processing. Why send him to the Human Alliance? Li Muqi just wants to use him to fight against us. It's already obvious." Zhao Fenglu frowned. "I used to be too dependent on you, and I spoiled you to be like this now. Luo Qin is a hot potato at this time. We can't take it on. Otherwise, we will be questioned why we secretly hide an illegally recreated human being. There are even people in the army who defend him. And this person happens to be an Ark officer who has just made a name for himself at the meeting. I can't understand it." Shui Liang said. "I am not as perfect as Li Muqi advertised. You can see that I am just an ordinary person with selfish motives. Why do you push me to that unsuitable position? You don't understand. I will help you understand it." Zhao Fenglu turned around and looked at the night sky outside the window. "You don't have to attend tomorrow's meeting. After the meeting, go back to Hangzhou headquarters with the team and take a month of confinement. You deserve it. It just so happens that I don't want to attend it either." Shui Liang sneered. "Go ahead and continue to discuss how to use the elite selection exam to lock the survivors out. Continue to hold banquets, waste food, and then arrest and lock up people who pose no threat." His eyes calmed down, and he smiled at Zhao Fenglu sarcastically. "If it were me today, you would take me away without hesitation, right?" Zhao Fenglu did not answer, but the answer was obvious. Shui Liang finished speaking, and turned away. His back was very decisive. Zhao Fenglu rubbed his eyebrows, and said to the others, "You should do what you should do. Don't bother him. Let him fend for himself." Shui Liang walked out of the hotel building, and the cool breeze outside blew over. He closed his eyes for a few seconds and took a deep breath. It seemed that he had promised Luo Qin yesterday that he would take him out to play after the meeting. But he couldn't go. He had told Luo Qin before that Lan Yan's knife would never be pointed at his own people. And the meaning of this knife's existence could only be protection. But today, he watched helplessly as Locket was taken away with those vicious attackers. The looks people gave him were no different from those given to other thugs. Those who stood up did not receive the corresponding treatment. And what people fear is not something concrete, but the fear that they cannot understand, and are difficult to control. Especially those who have been hiding in the ivory tower for too long. The obsession with power has gradually become the new law they have established in this world, and those who are most likely to break the law are all threats without exception. No one would care whether Luo Qin protected someone or not. At that time, the crowd was furious. They hated these unnumbered recreated humans to the core. No one would stand up to speak for him. Shui Liang's power alone was still insignificant to the group. Even if he had no rivals in the world, he would find that he could not save Luo Qin from the gossip of the crowd. Even Zhao Fenglu chose to remain silent. This was the first time that he found that he had no support behind him. The wounded were carried out of the building one by one, passing by Shui Liang. Some stretchers were covered with white cloth. They were people who died in the attack and were carried to the hotel's fountain square. Li Xiaohan walked out of the hotel door with a blanket on his body. His suit and hair were messy, but his calm demeanor was almost unchanged. He walked to Shui Liang and was silent for a long time before he thanked her. "Thank you for what you did just now." Shui Liang turned his head away and didn't look at Li Xiaohan. He didn't even have the mood to pay attention to her. To be honest, he regretted wanting to save Li Xiaohan at that time. Even though it was his duty, he couldn't help but have selfish motives. He hoped that the person who was injured was not Luo Qin. Li Xiaohan knew that he couldn't add fuel to the fire now, and sighed and said, "I owe you a favor. Sorry. I will make it up later." After that, he threw the blanket aside, straightened his back and walked forward, until his back disappeared in the white light of the lighting. "Brother," Bai Wulua called Shui Liang from behind, and walked over with Cheng Qiyao, not knowing how to comfort him. "Go back and have a rest," Shui Liang said calmly. "Let Falcon take you back to Wanchun camp tomorrow. The captain and I are not here, so he will lead the team." "Deputy Captain," Falcon said with his head down. "I'm sorry." Shui Liang smiled back at him. "Don't apologize. You are right. And you did a good job." Sinling held the gun tightly, hesitated for several times, and still asked unwillingly, "Deputy Captain, why are you doing this? We are not wrong." "So you are wrong?" Shui Liang was silent for a while, and said softly, "I am different. Cha-cha-ka. I have no choice, Luo Qin. Well, I was wrong. You said that special forces should not be like this." Sinling rarely showed his emotions towards him. "You said that we must obey orders at all times, but I don't understand, why you?" "I'm sorry." Shui Liang turned his head away, whispered, "I can't be a good captain, you don't learn from me." After he finished speaking, he stepped down the stairs without looking back. His back looked a little lonely in the dark night. "You go back first," Bai Wuluo said to Sinling. "I'll go to accompany him." Cheng Qiyao took off his gun, turned to his deputy and said, "Ask Jiang Mo to arrange things for tonight, I'm leaving first." He should have been the most neutral party tonight. How Luo Qin was dealt with, it had nothing to do with him. But he had to make sure that the Cheng family he represented behind him would not openly lean towards any side, and make sure that Cheng Qingye would not become the target of public criticism. But in private, his attitude was not so unkind. When the three of them passed by a row of supply trucks, Ignat sat on the roof and chuckled. Shui Liang raised his head and looked at him, and Ignat frowned and asked, "What's wrong? You look depressed, savior." Shui Liang was in no mood to pay attention to such teasing, and he pulled the corners of his mouth reluctantly, but still couldn't laugh. "I just saw the guy with you being taken away," Ignat said. "This guy is good?" Shui Liang retracted his gaze. "I have something else to do. I'll leave first." "Sorry. Those people are members of Goanna." "Don't you want to know?" Ignat said lazily. "I know everyone in Goanna. Even if I turn into ashes, I can tell that I was an employee of Goanna before I joined the army." The door of the confinement room slowly closed in front of Shui Liang, and with a crash, only the light from the small window remained in the room. Shui Liang sat on the bed, silent, like a sculpture. I don't know how long he sat there. Time seemed to have frozen, and there was not even a sound. This was the most airtight confinement room in the Hangzhou military region. There were no lights. no surveillance, and the walls and doors were made of special materials, several meters thick, specially designed for the reconstruction of humans. Xue Liang would only have this dozen square meters of space to stay in for the next month. There was nothing else except a bed, and even water and food would not be delivered. The limit of hunger training for recreated humans is 1.5 months. During this period, the virus in their bodies will continue to provide energy, so that the recreated humans will not die from hunger and lack of water. But when they come out, they will lose half their lives, and they will have no strength to resist. Disobeying orders in public, this is a huge mistake, and he should bear all the punishment. But Xue Liang did not feel any regret at this moment. He just madly nurtured the longing from the bottom of his heart. In a year, for the first time, he found that his longing could be so strong that he could hardly bear it. He was going crazy thinking about Luo Qin. Where was Luo Qin in prison now? Was he well fed? Did he sleep well? Was he feeling unwell? As long as he could live a little better than himself, even a little bit would be fine. Painful emotions accumulated like an hourglass. Xue Liang lay down on the bed, wrapped himself in the quilt. There was a clock in his mind. The hands kept running every second, trying to survive this long, tortured month of missing him. In the past, he could easily survive every purgatory special training, whether he was thrown into a pool of poisonous snakes, or went to the jungles of Southeast Asia and South America to carry out decapitation missions alone. It was just a mission for him, and he could survive it in a moment. But this time was different. He was facing the fear of the unknown situation of his beloved, which frightened him more than any previous training. Injury, or even death, would not make him feel desperate or retreat, but when he thought of what might happen to Luo Qin, Xue Liang almost had the idea of forcing his way out of here several times. He thought of Luo Qin, every part of his body, every expression and movement, and even the memories of their bedtime came flooding back. Xue Liang closed his eyes, and the look Luo Qin gave him appeared in his mind. A hand reached into the quilt. Xue Liang's consciousness was a little fuzzy. He couldn't tell whether it was his or Luo Qin's. He panted slightly, and finally bent down unbearably, and began to untie the belt of his military uniform with trembling hands. The hand slid over every inch of the place as usual, with the fingertips like snakes, and like willow branches entwined, and the fingertips had rough calluses, as if the sea waves passed by, but rolled up hot sparks. The waves gradually rose, and then slowly fell, wetting the shore in a frequency of ups and downs. The stones on the shore were rolled up by the waves, rubbing against the smooth beach. The fishy and salty sea water stretched into the gaps between the gravel, wet and cold, but with a hint of unspeakable warmth. At this time, the breeze was gentle all around. The sea water was crystal clear, gently wrapping the sand warmed by the sun, rising little by little, and coming again after the tide receded, repeatedly washing the shore. The fingertips pressed on the soft beach, leaving a shallow mark. There was a kind of depressed emotion in his chest, and Xue Liang didn't know what was going on now. He just panicked suddenly. The feeling that he hadn't had for a long time seemed to be released from the shackles, and his reason was torn to pieces. Xue Liang remembered what Luo Qin's hands were like. They were only slightly bigger than this, not so rough, and the calluses were in the right place. Every time he hit the waves, he could push the waves to the highest point. Luo Qin, the loose waistband was just hanging on his strong and sturdy waist. The cold half of the belt was pressed against the hot skin, almost burning it. Xue Liang held back the tears, kneaded with both hands with difficulty, piled up the soft sand into a tower, and was smashed into a mess by the fierce waves. An electric current passed through Xue Liang's body without warning. He raised his head, gasped violently, and tears oozed from the corners of his eyes. His beautiful jaw and neck formed a clear curve, and sweat mixed with tears slowly slid down along this outline. The waves pushed the already soaked sand to the climax. Xue Liang also sobbed, and collapsed on the bed, waiting to come back to his senses bit by bit. The beach returned to calm, and the high tide receded, revealing a sticky ball of fine sand. At this moment, the shame and taboos that had been forgotten gradually returned to his brain. Just now, Xue Liang's mind was full of Luo Qin's face, his voice, and the touch of his hand on his face. Even when the waves finally subsided, Xue Liang called out Luo Qin's name. He knew he was finished. His reason sank into the deep sea, and he knew that he would never be able to extricate himself from now on. Chapter 127 Compromise. The sound of a door opening was heard in the darkness. Xue Liang was blinded by a ray of light, and raised his hand slightly to block it. Blue Flame Squadron, Lieutenant Shui Liang, the confinement is over. A mechanical voice sounded. This is your report document. You can take it to the competent department to report. A document was handed to him. Shui Liang raised his hand to take it, was stunned for a while, and only stood up when he was urged for the second time, and followed the other party out. Zhao Fenglu was waiting for him outside the confinement room, and Bai Wuluo and Cheng Qingyao were standing next to him. Zhao Fenglu saw him, frowned, and walked forward. Come out, brother, hearing Bai Wuluo's voice. Shui Liang was a little numb. He didn't know how long he had been in there. Time became chaotic in that small house. A month had no concept to him. He just kept sinking into chaos. In that silent space, he tightly grasped the red rope on his wrist, and his fingers were twisted and painful. That was the only thing that made him feel that he still existed. The past blew from the sea like a hurricane, which was both painful and made him sink deeply. He supported himself for a month with crazy and silent thoughts. When his consciousness was confused, he always thought of Luo Qin. After the relief, he often ushered in the deepest despair. This month completely drove him crazy. Some choices quietly emerged from the dark sea. I hope you have reflected on it this month. Zhao Fenglu looked very tired. It was a month of anxiety. He was busy dealing with the final work of the attack. It was not easy to clean up the mess. This is the time to come and pick him up. The punishment you received from the higher-ups was very light. I negotiated it down. You are still the next captain of Lanyan. Let alone asking you to capture Luo Qin. Even if your superiors ordered you to shoot me in the head, you can't hesitate for even a second. Zhao Fenglu continued. One hesitation and mistake on your part may lead to the collapse of the entire mission and plan, and the loss of everyone's hard work and efforts, and your life won't be enough to fill the hole. The confinement period has passed, and I hope you are ready. Yes. Shui Liang's voice seemed emotionless, and the whole person was indifferent like a puppet. Zhao Fenglu waved his hand, signaling Bai Wuluo and Cheng Qingyao to go out first. There were only 2 people left in the corridor. Zhao Fenglu took out a syringe from his pocket and handed it to Shui Liang, saying, You haven't injected emotion-suppressing drugs for a long time. You didn't listen to me last time in Shining. Take it this time. Shui Liang looked at the injection and shook his head. No. It's just to suppress emotions. It won't do you any harm. Zhao Fenglu said. Shui Liang was a little emotional at this point, and asked, Where is he? Break this, and I'll take you to see him. Shui Liang shook off Zhao Fenglu's hand, stared at him and asked word by word, Where is he? Zhao Fenglu sighed, and took back the syringe. Follow me. Luo Qin was imprisoned in a hidden and sturdy cell under the Ark. But Shui Liang knew very well that such a place could not hold him at all, as long as Luo Qin wanted to resist. The fragile place like a paper cage would collapse in an instant. But he stayed there for a month, quietly accepting his current situation of imprisonment. Shui Liang knew why Luo Qin was there. Zhao Fenglu swiped his permission card at the door and said, I have turned off all the monitoring equipment. I will give you 15 minutes. You must come out when the time comes. Don't have any other thoughts that you shouldn't have, unless you want Luo Qin to be completely destroyed. Shui Liang pushed the door open and walked in. After passing through another security door, he saw Luo Qin imprisoned in an empty cell. Luo Qin's hands were tied in front of him. He closed his eyes and leaned against the wall. He sat quietly. He looked up subconsciously when he heard footsteps. He happened to meet Shui Liang's eyes. He was stunned. Shui Liang walked over quickly, squatted down and wanted to hug Luo Qin. But his tense body could no longer support him. His knees hit the ground heavily. But he didn't care about the pain. He raised his hand and touched Luo Qin's face, desperate to feel the warmth of the other party. Lizzie, you are here. Luo Qin's voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't touched water for many days. His words were like dry wood burning in a bellows. I miss you so much. His hands were tightly locked in shackles, so he could only bury his head in Shui Liang's shoulders and rub it greedily. The thoughts accumulated for a month suddenly broke through his mind, like a volcanic eruption. I miss you too. I miss you so much, Shui Liang said in a trembling voice. I'm going crazy. Luo Qin. I'm really going crazy if I can't see you again. He looked at Luo Qin's face, and found that it was all bruised, and the corners of his mouth were also broken, and the dried blood had coagulated into black blood scabs. He reached out and touched it. His fingertips were cold and powerless, and he asked with all his strength, Did they beat you? Did they beat you? Luo Qin nodded. It hurts. His voice was full of grievance, as if he had finally found a gap to vent. Shui Liang kissed his cheeks and mouth, and whispered to comfort him, "Okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm fine." "Lizzie." Luo Qin lowered his eyes. "You've lost a lot of weight. Don't be like this. Smile. I want to see you smile." In fact, Luo Qin was even thinner, and his whole body became visibly haggard. This month, he was also about to drown in pain. He kept wanting to see Shui Liang, but he gritted his teeth and suppressed his impulse. As long as he waited, Shui Liang would definitely come, no matter how badly he was beaten. He never thought of resisting. This month, Zhao Feng Luo came. Chung Qingao came. Li Muqi came. And even Jima Song came. Luo Qin couldn't remember what everyone said to him. Only what Li Muqi said when he came to see him one night. He remembered it very clearly. Shui Liang tried hard to laugh, but he couldn't lift the corners of his heavy mouth. He lay on Luo Qin's chest, trembling. "I'm sorry. I can't laugh." Luo Qin turned his head to kiss him tenderly, and whispered in his ear, "If I can get out alive, I will accompany you every day in the future, and we will never be apart again." "Lichi." Shui Liang stroked his brow. "You will get out. Don't worry. I'm here." Luo Qin's eyes flashed with an unknown emotion. His smile faded, and soon he raised the corner of his mouth again, nodded and said, "I'll wait for you." 15 minutes later, Shui Liang walked out of the detention room with a calm expression. Zhao Feng Luo closed the door, restarted the monitoring equipment, and left with Shui Liang. "During the month you were in solitary confinement, many people in Fangzhou were ready to make a move," Zhao Feng Luo said. The most restless one was Lieutenant Colonel Ji. He was demoted and had been looking for a chance to climb back. You just happened to run into his trap. A while ago, he bombarded the leadership crazily, demanding that you be severely punished. He wrote one letter after another, but they were all stopped by the Lieutenant General. Although Zhao Feng Luo was very disappointed, he still dealt with the matter for a long time. In the end, when the punishment fell on Shui Liang, it was very slight and had almost no impact. "What do you need me to do now?" Shui Liang asked. Zhao Fengju looked at him. "Will you do it if I tell you to? If you are still as impulsive as before, I will have to reconsider." He made a request to Shui Liang to succeed the captain of the Blue Flame Brigade as planned, to consider the overall situation, and to remain fair and calm in dealing with Luo Qin's problems, and to never make the same mistake as last time. "Do you know what Blue Flame means now?" Zhao Fengju said earnestly. "Blue Flame is the core of the Ark. Even the technology of recreating humans is not the skeleton of this ship. But you are? After the destruction of the first generation of original stones, it is doomed to be impossible to produce top-level reconstructed humans. And those who abuse enhancers are even less worth mentioning. Understand? If I agree to all of this, what will Luo Qin do?" "Luo Qin is being held by the Human Alliance, so we have to talk to Li Muqi about this matter," Zhao Feng Luo said. "Let's go. He's waiting for you in the office." Li Muqi and Yi Qinglan were both there. The latter did not attend the previous Ark meeting, and actually did not have much real power. The Human Alliance is now jointly managed by Li Muqi and Jima Song, and some of the power that originally belonged to Yi Qinglan has been handed over to Jimo Ro. Shui Liang sat at the table, looking at Li Muqi, waiting for him to speak. Zhao Feng Luo left first. He was about to hand over to Songhe, and had a lot of things to do. You know that unapproved recreated humans, if they don't have a clear affiliation, will be treated as special infected bodies. Right? Li Muqi smiled and said, with a knife hidden in his tone. All parties attach great importance to Luo Qin's affairs, especially those countries that have just joined the Ark. They are all watching how we deal with it. And you, Lieutenant, did not handle the situation in the hotel that night very well, causing many participants to suspect that we were laissez-faire about enhancers, and even thought that the proliferation of enhancers was tacitly approved by the Ark. Shui Liang asked, "What should we do? Kill him?" Li Muqi shook his head. "Luo Qin is very strong. Losing him will be a great loss to mankind. This is what I think. Let him join the Human Alliance, so no one will suffer any loss. In theory, the Ark will not recruit unapproved recreated humans, but the Human Alliance is an independent organization, and is not essentially part of the Ark Committee." Shui Liang looked at Yi Qinglan, who was sitting next to Li Muqi like a puppet at the moment, and said with a smile, You are always keen to have her present. What's the point? He stood up, walked to Yi Qinglan, and asked, well, you are the president of the Human Alliance. I ask you, do you agree to Luo Qin joining the alliance? Yi Qinglan dodged, and looked at Li Muqi, who smiled faintly, and said, this is also your decision, you can say it. Shui Liang turned to Li Muqi. You are threatening her, Li Muqi. If you have some sense of responsibility, talk to me yourself, don't force it. I agree. Yi Qinglan took a deep breath, and said, Luo Qin has also agreed. When you were in solitary confinement, I asked his opinion, and he said he was willing to join the Ark, and agreed to participate in scientific research. Participate in what scientific research? I'll explain this. Li Muqi added. Because his somatic cell and virus fusion rate is very high, and the cell composition is very pure, we need to conduct clinical trials on Luo Qin, and observe and record data, including human muscle dissection and drug resistance testing. Shui Liang looked at him in silence for 2 seconds, and then asked, human muscle dissection? To be frank, it's dissection. He did agree to this personally. And we also guarantee that his life will not be in danger. Li Muqi said. It seems that he didn't tell you anything? Do you want to kill him? Shui Liang looked at Yi Qinglan. A little unbelievable. Yi Qinglan. Do you know what you are saying? Luo Qin agreed to you dissecting him? Yi Qinglan's face turned pale. Her wandering eyes tried not to look at either Li Muqi or Shui Liang. She nodded very slowly. And said, all the plans were proposed by me. Shui Liang stared at her for a second or two, capturing all the emotions in her eyes. Li Muqi. You are afraid of me, and afraid that I will retaliate against you. Shui Liang suddenly sneered. Otherwise you wouldn't be so cowardly as to push her out to face me. And you wouldn't dare to take any responsibility yourself. Chapter 128 about Shui Lijing. The air was quiet for a few seconds, but for Yi Qinglan, this was a long period of terror and oppression. She suddenly went limp, and had to hold on to avoid showing any clues. Since the day she was pushed to this position, she no longer had the power to reveal her true feelings. Even Shui Liang's little trust made her feel unprecedented comfort and grievance. He won't die. Any reconstructed human has the possibility of vivisection. And so does he. Li Muqi avoided Shui Liang's questioning and said, Zhu Yin has analyzed his blood and cells. He is undoubtedly a reconstructed human. Lieutenant. What if I say no? Shui Liang said coldly. Li Muqi replied calmly. Then treat him as a worthless rehuman attacker, and dispose of him harmlessly. No one can protect him. After all, the Hangzhou military region has given me full authority to deal with him. Lieutenant, you must understand that this is the best way for him. Do you know what happened to the other attackers that night? If you think I am scaring you, you can wait and see if anyone in the military is willing to protect him. He was like a fox that finally showed its tail. He did not hide his intentions and ambitions in his words. Zhao Fenglu's ambiguous reaction before had already made Shui Liang have a vague premonition of something bad happening. Now Li Muqi had made the final decision. Zhao Fenglu would not care about Luo Qin's life or death. He asked him to come today just to let him see the attitude of the military through Li Muqi's reaction, and then give up completely. Then, Luo Qin would be assigned to Ark as a natural consequence, becoming a test subject without dignity. And he might not even be able to walk out of Ark's laboratory alive. Why would he agree? Shui Liang stared at Li Muqi and asked. He will not compromise even if he is tortured. What can you threaten him with? Li Muqi waved his hand. With a condescending attitude, I have nothing to say about this. We have our own reasons to persuade him. Shui Liang stood there for a long time. He didn't know why Luo Qin agreed to such a request. He had heard about the dissection process of reconstructed humans. Because anesthetics can temporarily put cells in the body into a shallow dormant state. If anesthesia is applied and then observed, the effect will be greatly reduced. Therefore, the best way to dissect a living reconstructed human is not to use anesthesia, and to perform the dissection operation directly when the subject is awake. It is so unimaginable, the pain of piercing the heart and cutting the bones. No one can survive it. Even the strongest reconstructed human has the pain of mortal flesh, and absolutely cannot experience all this while awake. Because this kind of observation experiment is too cruel. It only stays in the conceptual stage, and has never been truly implemented. Shui Liang remembered what Luo Qin said to himself in the detention room. He said that if he could come out alive, Luo Qin emphasized the subtext so much. Could it be that he already knew what he would experience? No. Absolutely not. Luo Qin would be in pain. He can't go. Shui Liang lowered his head. his hands on the table. And he felt dizzy for no reason. I agree to your conditions. Let him join the Ark or go to the Human Alliance. It's up to you to deal with it. I'll do that experiment for him. Yi Qinglan suddenly raised her head, with shock in her eyes. She seemed to want to say something, but she swallowed her words, because she was concerned about Li Muqi. Li Muqi was a little surprised, raised his eyebrows and said, "Your research value is not as high as Luo Qin. After all, compared to you, he is closer to the level of pure human reconstruction. Didn't you always want to replicate the success of the first generation of raw stones?" Xue Liang laughed sarcastically. "What a studying me can give you some ideas. Which one is more valuable for research? Luo Qin's occasional case, or the strongest existence of human reconstruction so far?" Yi Qinglan couldn't help but speak, but was stopped by Li Muqi's eyes. Obviously, Li Muqi is a dictator who only cares about his own interests. He scanned Xue Liang thoroughly with a scrutinizing look, and said with a smile, "If it's you, the terms will have to be modified. After all, people like you who have no credibility have long been blacklisted by me." Xue Liang didn't reply immediately. He noticed from the beginning that Yi Qinglan seemed to have been winking at him, and the anxiety in her eyes was not concealed at all, as if she wanted him to never agree to Li Muqi. He was silent for a while, ignoring Yi Qinglan's almost flushed face, and nodded. "You decide. Show it to me later. If you agree." Li Muqi regained his previous elegant demeanor, and all his threats and bargaining gestures were withdrawn. "Just follow me." Luo Qin lowered his head. His ears were buzzing, and the cold child's voice was faintly circulating. Long and weird. Red house, green window, a black shadow standing by the window. Black shadow, looking in the mirror, waiting for a child under the bed. Luo Qin's throat was dry and he was speechless. He felt that this nursery rhyme sounded familiar, and the melody seemed to have been heard somewhere before, and it reminded him of some people, some vague figures that disappeared in his memory. He really couldn't remember. "Luo Qin, do you know Xue Lijing?" A confused voice came from the darkness. Luo Qin was fuzzy, and wanted to open his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. "Do you know how he died?" Li Muqi's deep laughter was like a devil. "I'll give you a hint. Luo Qin. 10 years ago, in a research institute in Yuanshan, Shunning, 2 experimenters and a senior executive died in a laboratory. But there was also a child present at the time. No, don't say it. That senior executive was Xue Liang's eldest brother, one of the founding members of Yuanshan's human reconstruction experiment plan. More than 10 years ago, he died tragically in a foreign land when he was on a business trip to Shunning. Xue Liang has been investigating for many years, but has no clues. I didn't pay much attention to this matter. After all, it was just one person who died. It's not a big deal." Li Muqi flipped through the information in his hand, which reminded Luo Qin of the experimental report he saw in the basement. The kind of paper that exuded a musty smell and a crisp sound. Creaked just like that. In his nightmares, that he could not forget every night. But just 2 days ago, when I was checking your background, I flipped through the information locked in my personal archive room and saw some places that didn't match the reconstruction plan of that year. After comparing, I found out that Xue Lijing actually betrayed others in the project of that year. He lied about the experimental records, saying that the only surviving infant experimental subject in that experiment had died, and then sent the experimental subject back to the welfare home as a surveillance agency. It was done perfectly. Even I didn't realize that a child who successfully completed the experiment escaped from under my nose. Shut up. Shut up. Don't say anything more." Li Muqi seemed to force him to have nowhere to escape, and continued, "But later, by chance, a few years later, the child met Xue Lijing again in Shunning. But this time, Xue Lijing paid the price for his betrayal that year. He was..." "Shut up." The door of the detention room was opened. Luo Qin suddenly woke up from the nightmare, and looked at the person who came with wide eyes. Li Muqi walked in, looking at the camera that had just been turned off in the corner, and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to let you go." Luo Qin raised his head, like a frightened trapped beast. The more Li Muqi smiled at him, the colder he felt. "I heard that you have nightmares recently." Li Muqi leaned against the wall, and said to him with a smile, "Is it what I said to you that day that you can't accept? Don't worry. The past is over. As long as no one mentions it again, Xue Liang won't find out. I didn't kill him." Luo Qin trembled all over, and said in despair, You lied to me. You lied to me. How could I kill Shui Liang's brother? Li Muqi looked at him sympathetically and sighed. It's not uncommon for the experimental subject to lose control. Think about the time when you lost control and seriously injured Wei Lan. And think about your performance that night in Songhe. If you don't believe me, I can remind Shui Liang again and see if he can identify the murderer of Shui Lijing with the clues he has. Luo Qin was stunned and asked tremblingly, how do you know about Wei Lan? Li Muqi laughed and did not answer him, but took out the key to unlock his hands and feet. You are free. Let's go. The approval for your joining the Ark will be issued in the next 2 days. Before that, you can go anywhere, but don't leave the safe zone. Your danger level has not been lifted, and there will be people watching at any time. Luo Qin did not move. He stared at Li Muqi, and there was a dark circle under his eyes. Shui Liang will not believe you. You are full of lies. He will not believe it. Do you want me to tell you about him? Li Muqi didn't care, and then stimulated him. The strongest biochemical special forces soldier on Earth is not the kind of little boy who believes everything you say and will play house with you happily. He is not as simple as he seems. No one can compare to him in terms of cruelty, ingratitude, or ruthlessness. Luo Qin's lips turned pale, and he looked at Li Muqi absent-mindedly. Do you know how terrifying he is? The most valiant killing machine in the southeast back then was not the one you know now, Li Muqi said. Did Shui Liang ever tell you how he single-handedly wiped out the largest drug lord organization in the southeast? The giant lizard? With his strength, it would be a piece of cake to kill all the mercenaries. But he wanted to torture them to death slowly. Just for revenge. Revenge, Luo Qin murmured. Is it because of the guide who died in the hands of the mercenaries? Li Muqi shook his head. Not only that. I have investigated. Shui Liang's high school friend died in an accidental car accident. And the source of everything was a drug trafficking operation. And his friend became an innocent victim. But Shui Liang never forgot this grudge. And he really found an opportunity to take revenge. This is him. A demon who will take revenge at any cost. Luo Qin had not heard Shui Liang talk about this matter. Nor did he know if the other party had any friends who died in an accident. Have you ever seen a cat catching a mouse with your own eyes? He rushed dozens of kilometers overnight, caught up with the group of mercenaries, and trapped the whole team in the tropical rainforest. For several days and nights, he kept tracking and following them closely, so that those people could feel his presence at all times. However, the mercenaries searched all the hiding places around and found no trace of him. They couldn't get rid of him, nor could they get out of the rainforest. All the positioning and navigation equipment were destroyed by him. These people were lost in the jungle, just like wild animals being cornered by hunters. Shui Liang saw with his own eyes that they had hallucinations after running out of ammunition and food, and their spirits were on the verge of collapse. But he never took action, but followed him like a ghost. After those people ran wildly all night, they thought they had finally gotten rid of him. But when they relaxed, they found that their teammates disappeared one by one, as if they were silently dragged into the endless jungle by evil spirits. No matter how closely they gathered together, they would despairingly find that there were fewer and fewer people. They felt that there was an invisible ghost around them, who did not need to rest or eat, and would follow them until they died one by one. This was a real massacre. Luo Qin. Shui Liang tortured them mentally and physically, and when he had enough fun, he would kill them with one knife. Even those who survived would have an unforgettable shadow for the rest of their lives. Li Muqi said. Do you think that the few who escaped by chance in the end were not killed by him? That was his deterrence and warning to other members of the giant lizard. And he branded his shadow and terror in the hearts of all drug lords. This is him, who can reach a height that other recreated humans cannot reach. He must not need useless and complicated emotions, and only needs to be a sharp blade. Luo Qin listened to all this, and felt a sense of unreality. Recalling the wilderness survival training that Shui Liang had done with him at Wanchun Camp, it was just like this, and exactly the same as Li Muqi's description. If Shui Lijing's death was really related to himself, what would Shui Liang do? Would he hate himself? Would he kill himself? Chapter 129, Each Obsession. Yi Qinglan stood in front of the long table, with a document in front of her. She picked it up and flipped through it, and saw Shui Liang's signature on the last page. The handwriting was much softer than Shui Liang's current style. As a declaration of the end of his youth, it fell on the Human Reconstruction Experiment agreement signed 4 years ago. This is the agreement you signed that year. Yi Qinglan said softly. I heard that there should have been another clause on it, which stipulated that after the experiment was successful, the experimental body would belong to Yuanshan's management and become Yuanshan's fixed assets. You were a student back then. How did you deceive Li Muqi and tamper with the contract terms? Shui Liang smiled. Back then, he only focused on the experimental process and was not interested in the division of assets. Of course, I could find a chance to exploit it. After that, he checked every contract he handled several times and did not allow any mistakes. No wonder he hates you so much. I heard that you also stole the core technology of recreating humans for the military, which led to the later Blue Flame. Yi Qinglan shook her head. You are the first and the last to leave a shadow on Li Muqi. Don't talk nonsense without evidence, Shui Liang said. I didn't do anything immoral. He didn't protect his own secrets well. Who can blame him? Yi Qinglan felt more and more that Shui Liang was really not a simple person. At least not as gentle as he seemed on the surface. Even with his gentle personality, he couldn't hide the sharpness in his bones. It was an invulnerable armor of scales that no one could penetrate. The man in front of him was smiling most of the time, and he looked very gentle. But only when you personally met him. You could see that there was a thick layer of ice in his heart, and he was always on guard against observation from the outside world. Shui Liang turned and looked at her. His eyes were serious, and he seemed to have a penetrating insight. I have always wanted to ask you. You hated Li Muqi so much in the past, and you also hated me who came from the distant mountains. Why can you shake hands with him now? What kind of conditions can this person offer to make everyone work for him and compromise with him? If you are angry about Luo Qin's matter, and you are questioning me, I have nothing to say. Yi Qinglan's words were equally flawless. Li Muqi is a successful businessman. We all have to admit that. The Human Alliance is a spontaneous organization of the people. If the status quo is maintained, it will be a mess and will collapse sooner or later. Now is not the time to bring up old grudges. If the Alliance can bring benefits, then the Alliance's choice is not wrong. You can also say such a situational statement. Shui Liang laughed sarcastically. It seems that you have really thought through a lot of things. Yi Qinglan was a little annoyed. She didn't know what she was doing now. But the rolling torrent of people and things around her carried her forward. She didn't recognize the road at all. But behind her was a collapsed cliff. She had no choice. Why do you want to do this experiment for Luo Qin? Do you know that Li Muqi did it on purpose? You are the person he wanted to study the most at the beginning. Yi Qinglan couldn't help but blurt out. Do you know how painful the process is? Without anesthesia, you will faint on the operating table, and then wake up from the pain. Your hands and feet will be fixed and unable to move, and this will be repeated until Li Muqi is satisfied. Shui Liang's eyes fell on the red rope on her wrist, and she sighed, her voice a little weak. Luo Qin has no one to rely on. If even I give up on him, then no one in this world will be willing to protect him, and no one will remember him. A person without a past cannot be without a future. I want to ask you a few questions. Yi Qinglan calmed down and finally asked the question that had been bothering her for a while. Do you know that there is a laboratory called Riddle Space in Shining? Shui Liang's fingers trembled, as if she remembered something. I know. What's wrong? Riddle Space is a biological laboratory that Yuanshan established in Shining with the spring breeze of the national tide of going into business, which is used to develop new drugs. But an accident many years ago caused the laboratory to be closed, and it has never been opened to the public since then. Later, during the urban reconstruction, the laboratory was razed to the ground, and the once legendary pharmaceutical pioneer was drowned in the tide of the times alone. More than 10 years ago, an accident occurred in that laboratory, Yi Qinglan said. It is said that the laboratory conducted illegal drug tests. During the experiment, due to the negligence of the recorder, the data was wrong, and a large amount of reagents leaked, which led to the death of 3 employees. Shui Liang listened, and it felt like a knife was scratching his heart. The past emerged like a tide, bringing unspeakable pain and regret. Before that, Riddle Space was a famous laboratory in the country and even the world. Many world-renowned experiments were conducted there. It was once packed with the world's top scientists. Yi Qinglan continued. Primary and secondary school students in many cities across the country have been organized to visit it. You should have been there too. Right? I haven't been there. Shui Liang immediately denied it, as if he had been electrocuted. What do you want to say? Did you really undergo the reconstruction experiment 4 years ago, and not before? Yi Qinglan stared at him straight, but did not find the reaction she wanted on his face. She recalled what Li Muki said in her mind. Was the fatal test that led to her parents' death really caused by drug leakage? Or was there another hidden story? Why did Yuan Shan refuse to let the family see the body, but sent it to be cremated before they arrived? Most importantly, after Li Muki finished the call, why did he show her the flight information of Shui Liang's childhood to Shining? The time on the outbound ticket, and the date of her parents' death, was less than a month apart. I'm just asking. Yi Qinglan lowered her head, breathing a little hurriedly. Because of that accident, I lost my parents. Shui Liang was shocked. He only knew that Shui Lijing died because of the accident, and heard that other people were implicated. But he never thought that the other two experimenters who died were Yi Qinglan's parents. So she wanted to use the power of the Ark to find out the truth of the past? He thought of himself, and felt that he had no right to blame Yi Qinglan. I don't believe that there is any drug that can kill so many people instantly. Yi Qinglan gritted her teeth and said, there must be other reasons. Such as, they were killed by someone. Shui Liang asked back, what if it is really the drug? I have seen the consequences of that drug with my own eyes. Do you want to know? Say. Shui Liang told Yi Qinglan the terrible side effects of the illegal enhancer, including everything that happened in the small mountain village of Wanshan Camp. He told her everything without hiding anything, which was much more detailed than the last time he talked about it. Yi Qinglan's face turned pale, and she looked at Shui Liang in disbelief. You said? Xiaofan, he was not only smuggling enhancers, but also failed in the experiment and caused a death. Shui Liang said, I don't know what he wanted to do, and who provided him with the enhancers. What happened when you separated that made him go down this path? Yi Qinglan shook her head. I don't know. I haven't seen him for a long time. Shui Liang asked again. He said that he had a manuscript left by Wei Lan in his hand. I don't know whether it is true or not, but Wei Lan was one of the participants in Yuan Shan's reconstruction plan, and had been exposed to the most core part of this plan. Where is the manuscript now? Do you know? Yi Qinglan was startled, and her expression suddenly became unnatural. I don't know. I haven't seen it. If you had seen the miserable state of those people with your own eyes, you wouldn't be standing here lying to me. Shui Liang's many years of Special Forces career made him see the signs of lying on Yi Qinglan's face at a glance. And he coldly exposed, they are all young people like you, naively thinking that the enhancer can allow them to live a better life. But the side effects will cause the user's whole body to fester, and the cells in the body will decay rapidly after being hosted by the virus, and finally die in a half-human, half-ghost state, without any dignity. Yi Qinglan's hands were shaking, but she still said nothing. I don't have to ask you to stand on my side, but the position you are sitting in now is very dangerous. If things get out of control, you may hurt yourself. Shui Liang finished speaking, and walked out with the agreement. Chapter 130. Outside the cocoon room. With constant noise in his ears, Luo Qin felt a splitting headache, but he couldn't wake up. Pour some hot water, drink it when you wake up. Slowly, hot. It was the voices of Shui Sixian and Cheng Qingyao. Luo Qin wanted to ask them to wake him up, but he couldn't move, as if he was in a state of sleep paralysis. Just like the night in the student dormitory of Shenzhen University, he was conscious, but his body was heavy. At this time, Shui Sixian's scream suddenly sounded from the room. Luo Qin woke up as if he was pulled out of the water, and sat up. There were broken glass all over the floor. Hot water was flowing everywhere. Shui Sixian stretched her hand in the air. The back of her hand was burned red. And Yanyu, who was standing next to her, was also half wet. This is the container dormitory of the Ark camp, where Sixian and Simu usually live. Luo Qin is familiar with every detail of the dormitory, and at this moment his senses are extremely sharp, and he can almost capture all the dynamics in the room at the same time. I'm sorry, brother Nianyu. Shui Sixian grabbed Nianyu's arm in a hurry, trying to take off his wet clothes, but he frowned in pain. Nianyu was still hesitant, subconsciously hiding behind, as if he couldn't bear to see Shui Sixian get burned. I'm fine. Sixian. Your hand. Cheng Qingyao was squatting to pick up the broken glass on the ground, and suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure sitting on the bed. He was startled. Are you awake? Luo Qin patted his rusty temple, got up from the bed, went to the door to scoop half a bucket of cold water, held Shui Sixian's hand and pressed it in, rubbing it for her. Okay. Soak it in cold water for a while. It's okay. Shui Sixian turned her head to look at Luo Qin, blinked, and tears immediately fell. Why are you crying? Luo Qin smiled weakly, and then he started to cough violently. Shui Sixian sobbed. I wanted to pour you some water, but I was thinking about my brother just now, and I didn't hold the cup firmly, and all the water that I boiled with great difficulty was gone. Luo Qin shook his head. It's okay, don't cry. Does your hand still hurt? Your condition is so scary, and Qingyu's condition is also so scary, and everyone is so weird. Shui Sixian whispered. I saw my father 2 days ago. He drank a lot of wine, and he looked so scary. He used to be like that every time he wanted to beat his brother, so I think he might be going to hit his brother again. When Luo Qin heard this name, he felt a little uneasy. Did you see Shui Yunting? Where did he go? The appearance of that devil definitely didn't bring good things. Shui Liang didn't want to see him, but he was wandering around. He walked out of the camp, and I don't know what he was going to do. Shui Sixian said. Luo Qin sat down on the bed, too tired to move. He was so weak that he could hardly stand up. He had no memory of how he got here. Before he fell asleep, he seemed to hear Li Muki talking to someone. Luo Qin. Are you okay? Nian Yu said worriedly. When Qingyao brought you here, we were all scared to death. Didn't Lizzie come back? Luo Qin didn't want to explain too much. He was only concerned about whether Shui Liang was implicated by him. Nian Yu hesitated to speak, glanced at Cheng Qingyao, who shook his head and said, I wanted to wait for you to wake up and ask. But you didn't know. Luo Qin sighed, looked up at the ceiling, and felt dizzy. Cheng Qingyao stretched out his hand and flicked it in front of his eyes, saying, Come with me. I have something to tell you. It should be inconvenient for Nian Yu and Shui Sixian to hear. Luo Qin rarely saw Cheng Qingyao so serious. The impression of the Master Cheng, who was at ease, had an indescribable solemnity on his face at this moment. Luo Qin often called him this. And Cheng Qingyao's subordinates in the special police team also joked with him. The most common saying was Cheng Sir is dating Dr. Bai again. Cheng Qingyao has a good temper. As if he would never get too angry. The two walked outside, and Cheng Qingyao took out a few stacks of photos from his pocket. They were all battlefield images. The people in the photos were not dressed like regular soldiers, but seemed to be mercenaries. After you were taken away, Wu Luo and I met a former member of the giant lizard in Songhe. He provided us with some information about the giant lizard. Cheng Qingyao said. These people have been quiet since they were wiped out by Shui Liang a few years ago. I don't know who funded them in the past 2 years, but they seem to have revived again. Luo Qin flipped through the photos, and his eyes stopped on a group photo of tombstones. One of the tombstones was very close to the camera, and he could clearly see many foreign words engraved on it that he could not understand. There are Hebrew words on the tombstone. These are all names. The list of people that the giant lizard wants to kill. Many names have been crossed out. It is obvious that this means revenge. There is only one bold name in the center of the tombstone. It seems to have been engraved many times, and the edges of the characters are a little broken. It can be seen that this name represents the deepest hatred, so much so that it took a lot of effort to carve it. This name means red-eyed evil spirit in Jewish culture. It is an ancient word found and interpreted in the temple. It is used in religious culture to describe the most terrifying and cruel enemies or monsters. Luo Qin was silent for a while. Red eyes. You know? Cheng Qingyao was a little surprised. Did he tell you? When I was captured by the mercenaries, they asked me where the red eyes were. Luo Qin tried to recall those fragments. I know that lychee is red eyes, but I didn't tell them. There was also a Xi'an national inside, named Cui Haoshan. He didn't seem to be one of those mercenaries. He should be an errand boy. I also saw him at the Songhe meeting, just before the attack. Yi Qinglan told me about this. But do you know who this Cui Haoshan is? Cheng Qingyao said. Cui Haoshan had a conflict with me and Wu Lu in the past, and he has been holding a grudge against me ever since. Shui Liang was diagnosed with advanced laryngeal cancer after the college entrance examination and was hospitalized for treatment. It happened that Wu Luo had some problems, and none of us dared to tell him. But Cui Haoshan ran to the hospital in the middle of the night to exaggerate the situation, which stimulated him so much that his condition worsened that night, and he was taken to the emergency room for rescue. Uncle Zhao could only arrange an emergency operation for him, using Yuanshan's human reconstruction technology to forcibly treat him to save his life. Otherwise, with his physical condition at that time, he would not have survived. Luo Qin felt like he was hit by a punch, and his heart was trembling. Wu Luo didn't know that Cui Haoshan was also involved in this matter. Otherwise, he would have found Cui Haoshan and killed him. Cheng Qingyao said. Jimoro also knew about this. I thought about it, and still felt that it was necessary to tell you. But I haven't seen Shui Liang recently. And I can't tell him about this. Luo Qin returned the photo, took a deep breath, and said, if it were me, I would kill him too. He was unwilling and couldn't accept why Shui Liang had to live so painfully in the past. And why God had to let Lizzie go through all these bad things alone. Luo Qin couldn't imagine what kind of pain and hardships Shui Liang had suffered before they met. And why they didn't meet earlier. Now he can only be a bystander through the words of others. And can do nothing about the sufferings of the past. Cheng Qingyao continued, also. I remember that you encountered giant lizards when you were in Shining. They attacked Jima Cheng's convoy. Right? Have you asked Jimoro how they provoked the giant lizards? Luo Qin thought for a while, and said, Jima Cheng has Yuan Shan's research data on the Lantian virus. Do you want to say that the giant lizard made its own enhancer based on that data? No. The data related to the Lantian virus in Jima Cheng's hands are outdated. And it is impossible to successfully make an enhancer based on theoretical data alone. Wu Luo and I checked the attackers that night. The residues of the enhancer extraction in their bodies were strange. They should be semi-finished products. But they were enough for ordinary people to strengthen their strength. Some of them were members of the giant lizard. And some were not. It seems that a considerable number of the people who withdrew from the human alliance before joined the giant lizard. Cheng Qingyao said, taking out the carbon pen he carried with him, and drew a spiral structure on the back of the photo that Luo Qin had never seen before. It looked a little twisted. The most important thing they want to snatch from Jima Cheng is not the information about the Lantian virus, but about another older and more ferocious virus. The Cheng family now has some say in Fangzhou. So Sister Song mentioned this to my sister. Jima Song is a shrewd and capable business tycoon. He almost dominated the internet industry in Shandong before, and rapidly developed the Internet of Things industry on this basis. He was so powerful that the streets were full of Liang investment advertisements. The title of the eldest daughter of Jima family is a signboard in itself. No matter how much Jimoro dislikes his sister, he has to admit that he is suppressed. But regarding that mysterious ancient virus, Jima Song had no clue. It seemed that even Li Muki was keeping it a secret. He didn't know if there was any relevant information inside Yuan Shan. But even with the highest authority, he couldn't read any information of reference value. Cheng Qingyao paused with his pen, and suddenly asked Luo Qin, from an outsider's perspective, what do you think of the Ark shared database? It's the Ark information network led by Li Muki. Different levels of authority have different amounts of information that can be shared. My sister and the others should have the authority to browse all the information in the database. But they still can't find anything. Luo Qin shook his head. I haven't paid attention to it. This kind of thing is unnecessary for me. And things that really can't be seen by others will not be connected to the database. Cheng Qingyao laughed and said, you really think so? I think, if all the information in front of us has been screened, it will form a stable cocoon, and it will not have any impact if we don't walk out. But once we realize that there are hands and eyes outside the cocoon, the stability disappears, because at this time some people start to want to jump out of the cocoon. Luo Qin pondered his words for a while, and then asked, what about the information in Jima Cheng's hand? Was it taken away by the giant lizard? According to Jimoro, Jima Cheng destroyed that batch of information alone before withdrawing from Shining. I don't know if Yuan Shan has a backup. The group of giant lizards didn't get what they wanted, so they came here to harass again and again. Cheng Qingyao carefully put away the photos, glanced at the closed dormitory door, and lowered his voice. I guess someone has been leaking information to the giant lizard, including clues about the red eye and the existence of that ancient virus, he said. Without the support of professional scientists, the giant lizard would never be able to make the enhancer by itself. Luo Qin's eyelids moved, and his eyebrows slightly frowned. Neither he nor Cheng Qingyao spoke, but they realized a problem at the same time. This person is very likely still inside the Ark. Chapter 131 Vicious. Shui Liang was led into the laboratory by 2 bodyguards, and the door slowly closed behind him. This place is underground, damp and cold, much simpler than the laboratory in the Ark, but the advantage is that it is hidden enough. The 2 bodyguards knew who they were escorting today, and they were a little nervous. 3 doctors had been waiting in the laboratory for a long time. Shui Liang was arranged to sit on a chair, looking at the cold laboratory table in front of him, slightly absent-minded. After the bodyguard sent him in, he went to wait at the door, with a micro gun in his pocket, although it was useless in this situation, but at least it could comfort himself. Take off your shirt. Xue Liang silently removed his clothes from his upper body. The doctors came over, cleaned the lab table, and let him lie on it. The lab table was as cold as a lake in the coldest days of winter. Xue Liang lay down silently, looking at the doctors who were preparing on the side of the lab table, and his Adam's apple moved. The doctors were a little afraid of him, and they trembled as they fixed his limbs on the lab table. The special metal buckle snapped shut. Xue Liang tried to struggle, but found that the structure of this thing made him completely powerless. The spotlight shone on his face, very dazzling. He closed his eyelids slightly, and heard the clear sound of the scalpel hitting the tray, the sound of the blade being installed, and the sound of the instruments rubbing against each other. A wet cotton swab was drawn across his skin, performing the final disinfection before the operation. It was not the first time he had been lying in such a place. For years ago, there was the same scene, where he was pushed into the operating room with all kinds of instruments inserted all over his body. For a full 10 hours, he woke up in a daze during the anesthesia, and felt no pain, but was blinded by the spotlight above his head. But this time, he hid it from Zhao Fengluo. If he was found out, he would probably be scolded again. About 10 minutes later, the door opened again. Xue Liang did not turn his head, but just listened to the footsteps approaching slowly, and finally stopped beside him. He thought it was Li Muqi, and asked, "Are you ready? I didn't expect you would really agree." Xue Liang's heart suddenly tightened, and this familiar voice instantly aroused his fear. He turned his head suddenly, and saw Xue Yunting standing next to him, smiling gloomily. "Why did you come here?" "You?" Before Xue Liang finished asking, she saw Li Muqi also walk in from the door, accompanied by several assistants wrapped tightly. Li Muqi winked at Xue Yunting, urging, "Don't waste time. While Zhao Fengluo doesn't know about this, let's start as soon as possible." Xue Yunting took the medical gloves from the tray on the tool table beside him, and put them on himself, said lightly, "He won't know." "Do you need to bite something?" Li Muqi asked Xue Liang lightly. Xue Yunting interrupted impatiently, "No. It's just a little beast. It's okay to scream a few times." "Why did you come?" Xue Liang struggled uneasily for a few times, and had a bad feeling. Xue Yunting looked at him, with a natural contempt in his tone. "What did I teach you when you were a child? Before asking me, you should say Dad. Please ask. You did it wrong again. Yawn yawn. And the punishment is next." Although he had made all the mental preparations, when the scalpel entered his chest, Xue Liang still inevitably groaned, and then clenched his teeth tightly, and stopped making any sound. "Don't bite your tongue. If you bite it off, you have to heal it. It won't look good," Li Muqi said. "I have a towel here. You can tell me anytime you need it." Xue Liang was trembling all over. Veins on his wrists bulged. The pain of ripping out his gallbladder and cutting out his heart struck his mind. It was as if a hand had roughly torn his body apart, plunging the blade into it, stirring it inside him. It hurt so much. It hurt so much. He couldn't bear it anymore. He was about to collapse. His body was in so much pain that all his rationality and calmness were shattered. Xue Liang struggled violently with both hands, blue blood vessels bursting from both arms, as if he was trying to break the shackles that bound him. Several doctors were startled and looked at Li Muqi at a loss. "It's okay. Continue," Li Muqi said coldly. "He can't break free. This is reinforced tungsten steel, with great weight and density, specially designed for recreating humans." The wrist was cut into a bloody mess by the cold and hard metal. Xue Liang was almost crazy with pain. His whole body twitched and trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Finally, he couldn't help it and screamed in pain. He was watching himself being dissected alive, watching himself falling into hell. His biological father, the most greedy, selfish, cold-blooded man in the world, was standing beside him at the moment, without any pity or sympathy on his face. Xue Liang's appearance did not arouse Xue Yunting's sympathy. Instead, he took out a sealed bottle of light yellow medicine from his pocket and took a step forward nervously. "It hurts so much. Let me go! Let me go! Don't let me go!" The severe pain was like a burning fire, and blood flowed out of Xue Liang's mouth. He was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. Several doctors quickly cut the muscle tissue in his body, moved it into the observation container, and then continued to operate on the next place. The places that were cut by the scalpel before were repairing themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye. All they needed to do was to gather the incisions, and the skin and muscles of that part would slowly return to their original state. It heals so quickly, one person exclaimed. It's a miracle. Shui Liang thought he was going to die several times, and even had absurd thoughts in his unconsciousness. He hoped that he would die quickly, and not endure this inhuman torture again. But he thought that Luo Qin was not Luo Qin. The person who was being dissected alive on the laboratory table was not Luo Qin. He found a glimmer of comfort in the endless sea of pain. He regained some of his rationality, and did not struggle as hard as before. After an unknown amount of time, the operation seemed to be over. Shui Liang's pain nerves were completely overdrawn. At this moment, he could not feel the existence of his body at all. He just lay on the laboratory table with empty eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. Everything that happened just now was like a nightmare. He could not recall how he came back alive from hell. I'm so surprised. Li Muki smiled. As expected of the strongest recreated human, he actually survived. He looked at Shui Yunting again, and said, do what you want to do. Try your medicine. Shui Liang then turned his head to look at Shui Yunting, with a strong hatred in his eyes, as if he was going to tear him apart in the next second. It was this look that Shui Yunting remembered. That second son, who had been submissive and timid since childhood, after being beaten by him one day many years ago, suddenly showed him such a look. It was a look of rebellion, hatred and revenge, which he saw for the first time in the eyes of the little lamb he raised. I don't know who taught Shui Liang to resist. Along with the red rope on her wrist, there appeared a fire of revenge in her eyes. In short, this made him, who always had a strong desire for control, very dissatisfied. Shui Yunting drew the medicine from the medicine bottle in his hand into a syringe, walked to the experimental table, and said to Shui Liang, Yang, I'm going to inject you with this medicine now. It will destroy the body cells of the regenerated human beings, so it may be a little painful, but you don't have to be afraid. It's only a partial effect and can be repaired afterwards. What? Shui Liang opened her eyes wide. What is this? No. Don't come over. I don't want to. Yang, please help me just this once. Okay? Shui Yunting slowly approached with the syringe. His expression seemed to be a bit sarcastic. If we can't develop a medicine that can deal with the regenerated human beings, the Ark will probably be breached by those crazy mobs outside. We must do this. Okay. Yang, please, just this once, really just once. Shui Liang looked at the needle tip in horror and struggled again. Get out of here, don't touch me. I don't want it, don't give me this thing, ugh. Shui Yunting cursed and begged hysterically, and pinched his neck hard, and the needle tip pierced his neck, and a sharp pain spread all over his body. Don't move, don't move. Shui Yunting's expression was both ferocious and full of pleading, and the whole person seemed to be torn into two extreme evil spirits. Really just once? Help me, help Dad. Damn little beast, I gave birth to you, this is what you should pay me back. The injection was slowly pushed into the body. Shui Liang felt that his throat was about to explode, and the muscles there seemed to start rotting and dissolving immediately, and he couldn't tell whether it was an illusion or real pain, which was millions of times more painful than the live dissection just now. The vocal cords seemed to be damaged. Shui Liang could no longer make any sound. His body tensed up, and then fell back heavily. He raised his head weakly. His eyes lost focus for a moment, like a lifeless puppet. Except for the instinctive twitching of his body, there was no other reaction. In his blurred consciousness, he seemed to hear Shui Yunting saying something. If you want to blame someone, blame your eldest brother. Yang. Dad can't do anything. It's your eldest brother, who went back on his word and wanted to get out of Yuanshan's plan. Not only did he kill himself, but he also forced me to find a new target. I could only find a substitute. Understand me. If it's not you, it will be Sixian and Ximia. And if that doesn't work, there is Bai Wulua. The Chung family owes me too. If I attack the Chung brother and sister, they deserve it. Shui Liang couldn't understand what Shui Yunting was saying, and he couldn't even feel himself. Life seemed to be slipping away quickly. Li Muki was laughing in his ear. Shui Yunting was complaining in a low voice, and several doctors were whispering to each other, with some excitement in their voices. He was the only one who was silent, with his head lowered, his eyes covered by his black hair. You are willing to sacrifice yourself and suffer this kind of pain for Luo Qin here, Li Muki said. It's a pity that your choices are not equal. Lieutenant, do you know what is the most irresistible thing in the world that people would rather give up everything to get? It's power. Lee Muki said to himself. It's a pity that you have no interest in climbing up. And you can't give Luo Qin what he wants. But I promise, as long as he gets a little taste of power, he will never turn back. 6 years later. Summer. The sun is shining brightly, and it hasn't rained in recent days. The pioneers are back in action. At the same time, various infected bodies are becoming more active, and continue to compete with humans for territory here. Half a month ago, Locken began to live in the North Safe Zone permanently. The packed luggage has been left at the end of the bed, and has never been opened. He is too lazy to pack it up. Anyway, his demand for daily necessities is very small. Even if he doesn't take anything with him, he will come back quietly after disappearing for 10 days or half a month. This time he didn't go out for long. When he came back, he was very tired. He took a cold shower first, shaved off his wildly growing beard, and then laid down on the bed, and didn't move. The room was filled with heat, and the bathroom door was ajar, and there was no movement. The sound of water in his hallucination did not sound again. Luo Qin knew very well that there would not be a sudden light on there, and no one would push open the door and come out and call his name with a smile. Everything was very quiet, too quiet. Luo Qin closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep, and the sound of the mechanical watch's needle was blurred in his ears. The summer day was long, and the world fell into silence again. Chapter 132: The Fire of Despair. Luo Qin stood in front of the mirror, looking at the dense stubble on his chin, reached out to wet his face, then smeared it with foam, and shaved it off with trembling hands. He hadn't seen Shui Liyang for a week, and there was no news from anyone. Zhao Fang Luo went to Songhe, and the other members of the Blue Flame Brigade were transferred back to Wangchun Camp one after another a few days ago. He tried every possible means, but couldn't find anyone who could ask about Shui Liyang's whereabouts. Shui Liyang seemed to have disappeared. Since he had a quick meeting with him in the detention room that day, he had never appeared again. Luo Qin went to the dormitory where the two lived in Fanzhou. It was empty, and even the bed was covered with dust. It had been raining recently, and the room was a little damp. He quietly swept the room until it was spotless. But Shui Liyang still hadn't come back. He sat alone until midnight, and didn't know when he fell asleep. He suddenly woke up again, and subconsciously looked for the person next to him. But he found nothing. His fingers stroked his cheek covered with foam, and the blade scraped it lightly. Suddenly, his hand deviated, and the blade cut his chin. At the same time, a muffled thunder sounded outside the window, and the sound of rain became louder. Luo Qin was stunned for a long time, until the blood dyed the foam red. And then he reacted and washed it clean. 2 days ago, Luo Qin accidentally heard some rumors from the members of the Human Alliance. Shui Liyang reached some kind of agreement with the Alliance, and then disappeared. Before that, the last person he saw was Yi Qinglan. On the day Luo Qin went to apply for the Ark Authority certificate, he met Yi Qinglan in the corridor. The other party was obviously stunned when he saw him, and seemed to want to say something. Luo Qin brushed past her without saying a word. When he got the authority card, Luo Qin was a little surprised. Li Muki gave him first-class authority, second only to the members of the Ark Committee. Luo Qin didn't know what Li Muki was thinking. He looked at the card with his name engraved on it, and put it in his pocket silently. The cold water rushed over his fingertips, and Luo Qin was in a daze again out of habit. He looked at himself in the mirror, trying to maintain a normal expression several times before he lowered his head to wash the foam off his face. Ever since he was cut by a blade, Luo Qin has been feeling uneasy, but he couldn't tell why. He picked up a towel and wiped his face, and suddenly heard someone knocking on the dormitory door, as if he was dying. As soon as Luo Qin opened the door, Jimoro rushed in, seeing him standing by the door with a dejected look on his face. She was furious. "What are you doing? I've been looking for you all morning." "What are you doing?" Luo Qin asked calmly. "Come with me." Jimoro grabbed his arm and pulled him out of the door, and Luo Qin didn't resist. It didn't matter what he did now. Even if someone pushed him down the stairs, he probably wouldn't react. The office of the Human Alliance Management Office was downstairs, separated by a door, and there was a lot of noise inside. Jimoro threw Luo Qin in the corridor, stepped forward and kicked the door open, looking aggressive, and obviously looking for trouble. Everyone in the office was silent instantly. Seeing that the person who came was their vice president, who was sick every other day. They didn't dare to speak. Chat, Jimoro said loudly. Why don't you chat? Deputy is bullshit. I am your boss. From today on, I will clean up this half-dead alliance. He took a step back, looked around the office, and said sternly, from now on, the news received by the Human Alliance, the first-hand information must come from me. Yi Qinglan and Li Muki both stepped back. You know very well what kind of a scumbag organization the Human Alliance is. So don't think that just because Li Muki is backing you up and Yi Qinglan is a decoration, you think I am also a decoration. If you don't accept what I said, go out and fight me. I will make you accept it. Still no one dared to speak. Driven by an inexplicable sense of collective honor, a few people looked at him as if they were about to shoot nails and cannonballs. But they just clenched their fists secretly. And seeing that no one around was willing to be the first to stand up, they also sat back in silence. Jimoro turned and walked out, without closing the door, taking away a gust of wind. Luo Qin, follow me. Luo Qin suddenly had a premonition, and asked in a trembling voice, Is it Lichi? Jimoro glanced at him, and nodded. The two of them braved the rain to stop a car from the Human Alliance outside the camp. Jimoro pulled the driver out of the driver's seat, quickly got in the car and started the engine, and sped towards the south of the city. As soon as the car left the safe zone, Luo Qin took out his mobile phone and called Cheng Qingyao. Locate my device, come quickly. He hung up the phone, and felt that his whole body was shaking. Jimoro said nothing, pressed the accelerator to the bottom, turned left and right on the street desperately, as if it would be too late if it was a second later. The scenery outside the car window was blurred by the water curtain, and the street scene in front of Luo Qin began to distort, just like the scene he often saw in his dreams. He didn't know why he was sweating, the engine sound made him nervous, and any slight vibration would make his heart skip a beat. We're here. The car stopped by the roadside. Jimoro opened the door and got out, looking at the abandoned housing area in front of her, with anger burning in her eyes. What is this place? This area was classified as high risk due to the high level of infection, so it has never been cleaned up. There were more than a dozen zombies gathered on the streets as far as the eye could see, all attracted by the sound of the car. Luo Qin was a little confused. He looked at Jimoro, who took out 2 guns from the trunk, and threw one to him. Take it, for show. When you see the people inside later, just don't really kill them. He followed Jimoro into the building, and felt that it was extremely cold here. The lobby on the first floor was full of dust, but there were messy footprints in the middle, as if someone had trampled a path out. The two followed the footprints all the way to the basement, and found that the lights were on. There was a pungent smell of disinfectant in the air. There were 2 floors underground, but most of the activities were concentrated on the second floor below ground. Li Muki's private laboratory was secretly built there, and few people knew its location. Shui Yunting was standing in the main control room, recording the data of the last drug test. He lowered his head and moved the pen tip, quickly writing a few formulas on the notebook, then frowned and tore off the page, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it away. He rubbed his brows in annoyance, and circles of numbers flashed in front of his eyes. It still didn't work. He lacked a formula, and he couldn't calculate the most accurate data. That was the formula summed up by the old man of the Jimo family, Jimo Chung, the former chairman of Liang Investment. But the old man actually destroyed several very critical formulas when he evacuated Shining. Li Muki said that he didn't have a backup. Jimo Chung took away a lot of things when he left Yuan Shan, and almost all of them were unique. Shui Yunting slammed the table in front of him angrily, and cursed, "Damn it! The old man is so vicious. He can't keep it himself, and he doesn't let others get it." At this time, he suddenly heard a commotion outside, and hurriedly stuffed a stack of documents at hand into the safe and hid it, and went out to check the situation. As soon as he went out, he saw the armed bodyguards in the corridor being beaten like bowling balls, and lying in the corridor, 2 figures followed closely behind, and they cut a path through the wall of people. Before Shui Yunting could react, he saw Luo Qin rushing towards him. He only had time to recognize that this was the young man he had seen in Li Muki's office before. And then Luo Qin grabbed his collar and slammed him against the wall, his head buzzing. "Give him to me." Shui Yunting finally saw the other person's face carefully at this time, and suddenly smiled strangely, and said fearlessly, "Are you asking for help? Give him back to me," Luo Qin said, and greeted him with the butt of his gun. Shui Yunting was beaten to the ground, and anger rushed to his brain. He looked up and stared at Luo Qin, saying, "I tell you, I am the only one who knows where he is. If you have the guts, just kill me. Then no one can find him anymore. Ha ha, he laughed crazily. But Luo Qin knew that he was conscious. Shui Liang was right. This man was a lunatic. A demon. I tell you, I can find him even without you. Luo Qin looked like a demon at this moment. His eyes were burning red, as if he wanted to stare him through. Shui Liang can't kill you. But that doesn't mean I can't. You and I have nothing to do with each other. What is your relationship with my son? Shui Yunting felt something was wrong, with suspicion and speculation in his eyes. Why are you so concerned about him? Luo Qin did not answer his question at all, but just asked, where is he? Shui Yunting shuddered when he was looked at by Luo Qin's murderous gaze. He swallowed and said, go find it yourself, it's in this laboratory. Haha, I got what I wanted anyway, you can take it away if you want. Luo Qin stretched out his hand to grab his hair, and lifted his leg fiercely. Shui Yunting's cheek was almost broken by Luo Qin's knee, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't worry about him. Let's find someone first. Jimoro held Luo Qin. It's not a pity for this bastard to die. Let's take care of Shui Liang first. Luo Qin walked over Shui Yunting, as if he was stepping over a pile of garbage. And he and Jimoro searched the entire 2 underground floors, searching every room several times. But they didn't even see the shadow of Shui Liang. He lied to me. Lychee is not here. Luo Qin leaned against the wall, breathing very quickly, like a precursor to alkali poisoning. Or is it here? Somewhere we didn't notice. Calm down. I got the news that the person is here. Jimoro looked around. Shui Yunting ran away. He must have gone back to report to Li Muki. We have to hurry. Luo Qin suddenly remembered something, turned around and rushed back to the place where he met Shui Yunting just now. Found the main control room, and found that the main screen really showed the surveillance images of every corner of the 2 underground floors. He could probably understand the various keys on the console. So he fumbled to call up the previous video footage, and rewound along Shui Yunting's previous trail. There was a very inconspicuous distribution room in the corner of the 2nd floor below ground. Luo Qin had searched it before, and found nothing unusual. However, the situation was urgent at the time, and he had no time to check the details inside. The 2 returned to the distribution room again. Luo Qin opened the dust cover of the meter directly, and carefully looked at the data on the dial showing the power consumption. In fact, it was all a bunch of garbled characters. Only then did he notice that there was a shallow card slot on the side, which was installed very concealed. He took out his permission card, and inserted it into the groove next to the electric meter, but then a red light came on. This place requires the highest authority to enter, and both he and Jimoro have first-class authority. Luo Qin completely lost his patience. He pulled out the permission card, and swung his fist, and smashed it hard. The wall collapsed in an instant under Luo Qin's powerful attack, and the back was indeed hollow. Jimoro reached out, and grabbed the edge of the electric box, and actually pulled down the box as high as a person, and then threw the electric box towards the remaining half of the wall with all her strength. Amidst the deafening sound of collapse, the wall was completely smashed to pieces, revealing a huge space hidden behind it. This was a living wall, and behind it there was actually a short corridor, at the end of which was a tightly closed door. Luo Qin's heart trembled, and he walked quickly towards the door. Tungsten alloy was extremely hard, and Luo Qin tried several times but couldn't open it. Jimoro pulled him aside, and said in a surprisingly calm voice, "Go to the side. I'll do it." As he spoke, he raised his arm, and his fist fell like a cannonball. The extremely hard tungsten steel door in front of him was instantly smashed into pieces. Jimoro gritted her teeth, and her fist was cut with blood. The identity that she hated the most, the anger brought by the power that she hated the most, all poured out with brute force and roar at this moment. He had to use the power of recreating mankind and completely accept his current identity from now on. Otherwise, he would not be able to gain a foothold in the Ark in the future. They will all eventually realize that power and authority are the only 2 evidences for seizing the right to speak in the new world. Thanks, Shiro. Luo Qin hurried in, and saw the laboratory table in the center of the room at first sight. The dark gray platform was covered with coagulated blood, and even the ground around it was bright red. Luo Qin was completely confused for a moment. He didn't know what this place and this scene had to do with Shui Liang. He walked to the laboratory table, and smelled the strong smell of blood and rust. There were 5 elongated bloodstains on the left and right edges of the table, as if bloody fingers had tightly grasped it. Luo Qin, Jima Rose spoke tremblingly behind him, pointing to the corner of the laboratory, as if she couldn't believe it. Over there. Luo Qin looked back, and his mind instantly buzzed. Xue Liang leaned against the instrument rack in the corner, his head hanging down, his clothes in disarray, his body soaked in bright red blood. And there was no sound at all. Luo Qin no longer knew what he was doing, and the remaining instincts of his body supported him to take a difficult step towards that side. He knelt in front of Xue Liang with a thud, and stretched out his hand carefully, but did not dare to touch. Liqi? Luo Qin touched the pale face and called out. Liqi. It's me. Chapter 133 Pandora's Box. Xue Liang did not move, did not even raise his eyelids, just leaned there quietly, one hand drooped weakly at his side, the blood that had not yet dried flowed down his sleeve, and his body was bright red. Why, the wound has not healed. When Luo Qin spoke again, his voice suddenly became hoarse, and he could not speak again. Jimoro also had a sullen face, and said nothing. His information was limited. He only knew that Xue Liang was controlled here, but he did not expect to see such a shocking scene. Xue Liang's wrists were covered with scratches. It was unknown where she had been cut. There was blood on the corners of her mouth. As soon as Luo Qin touched it, it got on his fingers. It was like some kind of poison crawling up along his fingertips, piercing his heart. Luo Qin helped Xue Liang up and prepared to take him away. Jimoro suddenly felt something was wrong. She stepped forward and lifted Xue Liang's clothes. The shocking wounds on his chest and abdomen caught her eyes unexpectedly. Jimoro's hands trembled, and her face instantly sank. Those were all wounds left by the scalpel. For some reason, there was no sign of healing. They were exposed to the air and bleeding. Luo Qin lowered his head to touch Xue Liang's forehead, but he couldn't feel his breath. Suddenly, his body felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. Call, Zhu Yin. He could only squeeze out this sentence from his throat. Zhang Qingyao came quickly and broke into the laboratory with a team of special police. The team of recreated humans behind him were all well-trained, experienced top special police. They could remain calm in the face of many storms, but they felt a strong sense of uneasiness the moment they saw the scene, especially the torture-like marks on the experimental table, which was simply insane. Zhang Qingyao immediately ordered the scene to be cordoned off. Half of the policemen in the team stayed behind to investigate the underground laboratory. At the same time, they contacted Zhao Fangluo and told him everything. The other party hardly gave him a chance to continue. After hearing what happened to Xue Liang, he hung up immediately. Zhang Qingyao could even imagine Zhao Fangluo's surprised and angry expression. After hanging up the phone, he hurried out to Hanzhou. Xue Liang was urgently sent back to Fanzhou for treatment. Zhu Yin brought the best doctor at hand to perform surgery on him. Luo Qin sat at the door of the emergency room with a pale face, covered in blood and not cleaned up yet, looking quite horrified. Many people did not know what happened and stopped to look over here. Jimoro stood beside him, with her hands in her pockets, staring at the emergency room. Zhang Qingyao kept calling, and the last one was to Zhang Qingye. He explained the situation in a few words and calmed down Zhang Qingye before he had an attack. Sister, don't rush to come. I have something important to ask of you, Zhang Qingyao said. Seal off the laboratory I located for you and search it thoroughly. Apart from the relationship with the Chung family, no one is allowed to interfere. He hung up the phone, looked at the bewildered Luo Qin, and sighed, I have to go out for a while. Luo Qin nodded woodenly, glanced at the door of the emergency room, and said, You go. The rescue lasted for about 10 minutes. Zhu Yin suddenly pushed the door open, and said directly without caring whether Luo Qin was listening or not, There is no big danger at present. Too much blood loss. But the blood production speed of regenerated humans is faster, and the situation is stable. Someone injected him with a substance that can destroy regenerative cells, but it has been too long, so we can't extract samples. What is his current condition? Luo Qin's voice was erratic. Will he be okay? Zhu Yin shook his head. It shouldn't be life-threatening. Don't worry. I still have this confidence. Jimoro listened silently on the side, looking a little nervous. After Zhu Yin went in, he suddenly said to Luo Qin, Shui Yunting used him to test drugs. I may have some clues. When Zhu Yin was talking just now, he suddenly remembered that the night before he left Shining, Jima Chung mentioned to him another ancient virus similar to the Lantian virus. And after letting him review all the information, he immediately destroyed all the related things. Xiaoro, this kind of thing must never be shown to the public. It is extremely dangerous. We once called it the existence of Pandora's box. Remember, you are the last person in the world to have seen these secrets. From now on, it should never appear again. As for the secret of the virus, GMO Chung wanted to keep it secret himself. Not even Shui Liang revealed it, but the mercenaries of the giant lizard heard the news from somewhere, and actually intercepted GMO Cheng's convoy halfway, and in the end only GMO Rose survived. If he hadn't met Shui Liang and Luo Qin, he would have been an unknown skeleton among the thousands of corpses in Shenning. The monitor lizard didn't find any information about the virus, but it obviously didn't give up. It's just that their pursuit of Red Eyes was not known to be part of the plan. What kind of thing is that? Luo Qin asked. Will it destroy the somatic cells of regenerated humans? That virus is the only known nemesis of the Lantian virus in the world. It's older than the latter, and it didn't originate from Lantian Mountain. Jima Chung once told Jima Ro about the origin of this thing, the specific story, probably dating back half a century ago. In the 1950s, a scientific expedition team from the former Soviet Union conducted an investigation on an ice-stained hill in Finland and discovered a substance that seemed to be a living organism, which provided an environment for the survival and reproduction of a certain ancient virus, which was very similar to Tai Sui. Some people even speculated that the Lantian virus originated from this ancient virus. He said in a deep voice. The Soviets extracted a strain from the glacier sample and wanted to use it for clinical medical research. But they did not expect that this virus was extremely difficult to control and almost led to the destruction of a country. All the ancestors of the Jimao family were native Shandong people. During the honeymoon period between China and the Soviet Union, many family members were sent to the Soviet Union for academic exchanges, and naturally they had some knowledge of this virus. Later, Sino-Soviet relations deteriorated, but those Soviet scientists sincerely wanted to help. So when Jima Cheng's parents withdrew from the Soviet Union, they were able to secretly bring some information about this type of virus, which was kept within the family. It was not until later that Jima Cheng entered Yuanshan to participate in the reconstruction plan. When observing the Lantian virus, he remembered this family secret and found the information at hand for comparison. And then he found the clue. This ancient virus may have existed on the Earth for hundreds of millions of years, and has been frozen in the changes of several ice ages. It was brought to light again in a scientific expedition in which humans accidentally tried to conquer nature and return to the world it once dominated. Even with the deliberate release of Soviet scholars at that time, the Jimo family who withdrew from the Soviet Union only brought back some paper records, and the virus samples were left in a Soviet laboratory in Ukraine. Jimoro said, it was not until 20 years later that the Soviets officially applied this virus to the medical field. But there was a technical error, which led to the outbreak of the entire virus laboratory, and the virus almost spread to the entire Soviet Union. However, at that time, the famous Chernobyl nuclear accident happened, and the laboratory was destroyed in the nuclear leak. No one has been there for decades. So the strain of this ancient virus should no longer exist. Right? Luo Qin asked again. What medicine did Shui Yunting try on him? Jimo Ro pondered for a moment and made a guess. Do you know that the recreated human has an advantage that is difficult to match by any other military force? That is immunity to all chemical radiation. For example, in a nuclear leak, nuclear radiation will kill human cells, destroy chromosomes, and then cause a series of complications. However, human cells that have combined with the Lantian virus will quickly repair themselves after division and restore their original state. And their regeneration ability is very strong. After nuclear radiation destroys the human gene structure, the Lantian virus will reconstruct at a faster speed, endlessly. And this ancient virus has the same function. The Soviets tried to rescue the only remaining ancient virus strains to save the Chernobyl nuclear accident, but failed. However, this does not mean that the ancient virus has disappeared. Luo Qin nodded. So you want to say that there are recreated humans who have returned to that place and obtained this virus strain from the abandoned laboratory? GMO Ro looked at him with an uncommentary look. It has been decades. How can the virus survive without a living body? Luo Qin doubted. Could it be? GMO Ro seemed to agree with him and hummed. The local living animals may carry this virus. If we could also get that virus strain. Luo Qin was a little absent-minded, muttering to himself. Jimo Ro interrupted him and said, no. The important thing is not to get the strain. but to prevent Shui Liang, that idiot father, from getting the complete strain information. I know what he wants to do with this virus. Reconstructed humans are already the strongest in the world today, at the top of the food chain. So once they master the natural enemies of reconstructed humans, they can climb up the food chain one level. Luo Qin, what is the complete strain information? Jimoro was silent for a moment, and said, some formulas calculated by the Soviets are very complicated, with hundreds of them. As long as you master these formulas, you can use ancient viruses to create the strongest counterweapons against reconstructed humans. And you can also cultivate more terrifying, more completely mutated high-level reconstructed humans. Ignat? Luo Qin suddenly stood up. That Russian Special Forces soldier. He might know. Jimoro was stunned. Who? The Special Forces soldier who fought with Lizzie and Sungha that day. I have to find a way to contact him. Luo Qin was a little confused. It seems that he just had this idea, but he didn't know where to start. I'll ask my sister for you, Jimoro said reluctantly. She's in charge of contacting Washington. Maybe she can get in touch. Luo Qin wanted to say something, but suddenly heard a creepy voice. Luo Qin. He turned around in shock, and saw Shui Sixian and Shui Simiu walking towards him. The alarm started to sound in his brain. No. They couldn't know. Why, are you here? Absolutely not. I'm here to find my brother. Shui Sixian came in a hurry, forgot to bring an umbrella, and was soaked. Where is he? Before she finished asking, she saw Luo Qin covered in blood, and the door of the emergency room behind him was closed. Brother. Shui Sixian suddenly ran over, but was caught by Jimoro. Don't go in, wait outside. Where's my brother? Is my brother inside? Shui Sixian's voice was distorted in an instant. What happened to him? Who can tell me what happened to him? Sixian, listen to me. Luo Qin caught up, pulled her and said, let's wait a moment, wait a moment. He didn't know what would happen to Shui Liang. Not only Shui Sixian and Shui Simiao, he himself was finally confused. Fear, despair and anger enveloped him, like a quagmire. Shui Sixian pushed him away with a slap, and cried, Dad asked me to come. He said my brother was here. So I came. The raging anger broke the last string of reason in Luo Qin's brain. He stood up without saying a word, turned around and walked out. Where are you going? Jimoro wanted to catch up, but she couldn't leave two children in such a place, and she was simply too busy to do anything. Luo Qin didn't answer, and rushed into the Ark building, starting from Li Muki's office, and kicked open the doors one by one to find someone, holding his breath to pull out Shui Yunting, the beast who was worse than a beast and a bastard. He rushed into the office of the Human Alliance, and scared everyone. Luo Qin's overly calm eyes looked around the room, and asked, where is Shui Yunting? Chapter 134 Trap Beast. The office was silent. Luo Qin casually picked up a chair and smashed it against the wall, which caused a scream. A man sitting in the corner rolled his eyes, and fell down with the chair, and no one dared to help him. I'll ask again, where is he? Luo Qin asked word by word in a surprisingly calm voice. Finally, someone spoke tremblingly, saying, in the laboratory downstairs, with our president. Luo Qin turned around and rushed to the underground experimental area, and saw Li Muki, Jima Song and Shui Yunting standing in the corridor and talking. Yi Qinglan stood beside him, looking out of place. She was in a daze when she suddenly noticed Luo Qin walking towards her with a low mood. She knew without thinking that he was coming for Shui Yunting. She remembered the message she received half an hour ago. The sender was anonymous as usual, reminding her that Luo Qin already knew about Shui Liang and asked her to control the situation. When Shui Yunting saw Luo Qin, his face turned a little bad. Sure enough, Luo Qin went straight to him. Seeing this, Yi Qinglan immediately stood in front of Shui Yunting and said in a gentle voice, wait a minute. If there is anything, Shui Yunting. Luo Qin pointed at Shui Yunting, and his roar penetrated the entire corridor. If you have the guts, come here. Yi Qinglan tried her best to stop him, fearing that Luo Qin would lose control again, like the last time in Baida Town. Don't be impulsive. Luo Qin. He is a member of the Ark Committee. If you kill him, you and Shui Liang will be in trouble. 7 or 8 heads popped out from several laboratories to watch the fun, timid and curious, and it seemed that they were pushed out by their colleagues to find out the situation. However, there was not much gossip about Luo Qin. They didn't know him very well. During the discussion, They confirmed that he was a big shot who had landed in the Ark a few days ago. He had obtained the first-class authority as soon as he arrived. There must be someone behind him. Yi Qinglan, don't worry about it. Luo Qin lowered his voice a little, but the anger in his eyes seemed to be cannibalistic. Shui Yunting, why are you so cowardly? Seeing that Luo Qin was about to rush over again, the bodyguards around Li Muqi quickly surrounded Shui Yunting in the middle. Yi Qinglan couldn't hold Luo Qin, and was soon thrown away, and was supported by Jima Song behind him. Jima Song had only watched coldly before. But now he said, you can kill him today. But don't forget how Shui Liang saved you from Fang Zhou before. You killed Shui Yunting. Have you considered what Shui Liang will do next? Luo Qin was startled, and turned his head to look at this woman with whom he had almost no interaction. He remembered that when he was imprisoned, Jima Song came to visit him once, and they chatted a little, and she was the only one who told him about Shui Liang's situation at that time. Before Jima Song left that day, he told him not to worry. Fang Zhou did not intend to kill him immediately, nor did he do anything to Shui Liang. This was true. Luo Qin did not have the capital to compete with the entire committee now. For him, even though Jima Song was neither an enemy nor a friend, and his position could not be confirmed for the time being, there was no need to confront him. Moreover, there was a lot of room for cooperation with Jima Song in the future, which might involve Shui Liang's affairs. Li Muqi did not speak from beginning to end, but just watched the farce in front of him indifferently, without even moving his feet. He seemed like a spectator who had been in the audience from beginning to end. None of this would affect him. Luo Qin approached Shui Yunting. His tone suddenly became smiling, and the anger in his eyes disappeared without a trace. Now I have joined the Ark. I can't touch you today, but I may not be able to do that in the future. We have a long way to go, remember that. After he finished speaking, he left without looking back. Jima Song looked at his back as he left, thinking, the chairman is really eloquent. He can actually convince this monster. Li Muqi smiled and said lightly, do you mind going to my office for a cup of tea? I won't go. I'll go back and have a nap. Shui Yunting breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his forehead that was frightened by Luo Qin. He is really a psychopath. No wonder he can get along with my son. Yi Qinglan didn't want to go to Li Muqi's office frequently. Anyway, she didn't feel comfortable being sandwiched between these senior executives. She just found an excuse and took the opportunity to slip away. Jima Song went to Li Muqi's office to drink a pot of tea, chatted for a long time, and then stood up to say goodbye. Before she left, Li Muqi suddenly called her and said, Chairman, you and I are both smart people. I hope that Fang Zhou and Jima can still cooperate in the future. After all, our interests are the same. Right? Jima Song looked at him. Neither nodded nor denied. Many times, if she didn't want to speak, even Li Muqi couldn't pry her open. After Jima Song left, Li Muqi was left alone in the dark office. He turned off all the lights and opened the blinds to look at the rain outside. Outside the French window, at the foot of the tall building, those moving people and vehicles crawled past Li Muqi's eyes like ants. The tea beside him had already cooled down, but he still didn't take a sip. After a while, he stretched out a hand, covering the Ark camp not far away, closing it, and letting it go. He turned his hand to make clouds, and turned his hand to make rain. He was ambitious. The door of the office was knocked. Li Muqi paused and said, Come in. Zhu Yin came in wearing a surgical gown that he hadn't changed yet. Mr. Li, you are looking for me? Did you reveal the news of where Shui Liang was imprisoned to Jimo Ro and Luo Qin? Li Muqi asked in a light tone, and no emotion could be heard. Zhu Yin, how many years have you worked with me? Zhu Yin was very surprised and didn't know why Li Muqi was so suspicious. Mr. Li, I didn't. It is true that Shui Liang and I were good friends in the past, but I know who I am working for. Besides, I have no idea what you and Mr. Shui Yunting did to him. Li Muqi sighed, stood up, poured out the cold tea in the cup, and poured a hot cup again. Come here. Zhu Yin walked over, and Li Muqi smelled the blood on him and frowned. Is the operation done? It's done. Zhu Yin nodded. Shui Liang is fine, but he is still in a coma. Li Muqi suddenly picked up the root carving ashtray on the table, and threw it on Zhu Yan's head with a snap. The latter was caught off guard and fell sideways beside the table. Blood flowed down Zhu Yan's forehead. He bit his lip and said nothing. Shui Liang agreed to it, but Luo Qin knew about it at this critical moment. We have lost control of Shui Liyang. We only have Jimaro, which is not enough. If we can't get Luo Qin, we will be doomed. A cup of boiling tea was poured on him. And then a torrential rain of punches and kicks came down. Zhu Yin was pushed to the ground. And Li Muqi's pointed leather shoes kicked him on the back and waist, which hurt. He had no choice but to curl up tightly, gritting his teeth and waiting for Li Muqi to finish venting. You dropped out of high school, and you were desperate. I helped you enter Yuanshan, gave you a position, and let you climb to where you are today. Li Muqi roared like crazy. If you dare to let me find out that you are a traitor, you will end up worse than Shui Liyang. Do you hear me? Yes, I won't betray you. Zhu Yin groaned and uttered a promise from his mouth. I never did before, and I won't do it in the future. Li Muqi was tired of kicking, and sat down on the chair weakly. Zhu Yin took a long time to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rolled up his sleeves when wiping the water stains on his body, revealing the beast tattoo on his right arm. The beast had wings on its back, but was pierced by a chain and nailed to a broken cross. Can you speed up your progress? Li Muqi looked out the window for a long time, and asked him in a deep voice, how long will it take to deduce those formulas? Zhu Yin was silent for a while, and replied, Mr. Li, I have tried my best to deduce, but it took the Soviets 20 years to summarize those formulas, and Jima Chung destroyed all the data. My ability is limited, and I guess, forget it. Put down all other work at hand, and just focus on this one thing. Others will take over those unimportant projects. Li Muqi interrupted him. The faster the better. Deduce as much as you can. Understand? We can't wait. Okay. Zhu Yin nodded. I'll try my best. Li Muqi asked again, before. I asked you to find someone to simulate the initial growth environment of Tai Sui, and the progress was not smooth. Have you cleaned up the mess? Shui Liyang's nose is as sharp as a dog. As long as there is a little clue left, he can smell it. It's best not to let Cheng Qingye and Cheng Qingyao know about this. The Cheng family is tough, and you can't get rid of them once you mess with them. Zhu Yin coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said, everything was done very cleanly, except for those Tai Sui residues that couldn't be cleaned up, which I removed with some extreme methods. The rest left no traces. I handled them myself, and Miss Cheng certainly wouldn't know anything. Li Muqi waved his hand, as if he was chasing away a dog. Just as Zhu Yin was about to turn around, the door of the office was kicked open aggressively. It was indeed kicked open. Zhao Fengluo's military boots almost kicked a hole in the solid door. He suppressed his anger and walked straight to Li Muqi's desk. Major General. Li Muqi was calm and called out lazily, but did not stand up. Seeing this, Zhu Yin tactfully left, leaving only 2 people in the office. Zhao Fengluo looked very angry, which was a look he would never show as a senior officer and captain of the Blue Flame Brigade. What did you do to him? Zhao Fengluo's voice was fierce and terrifying. What did I tell you? You and Yun Ting can do whatever you want to Luo Qin, and I won't interfere. But the premise is that you must never touch him. Li Muqi sighed, took out a cigarette from the drawer, and lit one for himself, which was rare. I know. He blew out a smoke ring and said insincerely, you should also take care of your beloved and don't bump into him again. Cheng Qingyao held an umbrella and walked through the flashing police cars to the door of the building. He saw Cheng Qingyao waiting there and talking to someone next to him. Sister. Cheng Qingyao walked over and called her. What's going on? Cheng Qingyao turned her head and said, I searched and only found some research materials on the Latian virus. They are all things that can be found in the Ark database. There is nothing special. Cheng Qingyao frowned and looked at the dark entrance of the building. He was a little confused. How could there be no trace left? Could it be that Li Muqi had been alerted a long time ago? He absolutely believed that the Cheng family's old friends were reliable. Since these people didn't find any clues, it meant that Li Muqi and Shui Yunting really cleaned this place. How is Shui Liyang? Cheng Qingyao asked, seeing her anxious expression. Cheng Qingyao could not bear to tell the truth. She was injured. But it's okay. She just needs to recover. You didn't tell Wu Luo? No. I wouldn't dare. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to come back. Let's not let him worry. Cheng Qingyao breathed a sigh of relief and touched Cheng Qingyao's head. How about this? I will help you keep an eye on the internal movements of the committee recently. But the thing you are looking for, I'm afraid Li Muqi will not show it to others easily. Even Xiao Song doesn't know what he and Shui Liang's father are doing, let alone other people in the committee. You should also be careful. Call me if you need anything. Okay. Chung Qingyao smiled. Got it. Sister. Shui Liang first slowly recovered his senses from the silence. He could hear the sound of busy rain outside the window, and the roar of cars passing by. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, and the warm-colored ceiling gradually filled his entire vision, and a soft light was on above his head. The moment he woke up, the pain and repression he had felt while lying on the experimental table before seemed to burst out from his body, but it was suddenly swallowed up by something, and a boundless calmness slowly came over him. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a few seconds before realizing that someone was holding his right arm. The other person's palm was soft and exuding warmth. Shui Liang turned his head, and saw Shui Sixian sleeping soundly on the bed. Shui Sixian seemed to feel that he had woken up. She opened her eyes, and raised her head instantly. She stared at him blankly for a few seconds, and suddenly regained her clarity. Brother. Yeah. Shui Liang squeezed her hand. Why is it so cold? Shui Sixian hugged him, and kept silent for a long time before speaking. You had a fever before, and I was afraid that you would feel uncomfortable. So I went out to cool off for a while, so that you could feel more comfortable. Shui Liang sighed. Don't do this next time. What if you get sick? Shui Sixian. Xian looked at him, and suddenly cried, her face trembling in his palm. I'm so worried about you. I'm so scared. Shui Liang endured the weakness and propped himself up, wiping Shui Sixian's tears. His voice a little hoarse. Don't cry. I'm fine. Luo Qin just left. Shui Sixian sobbed. He went to clean up the dormitory, and said that he would take you back to live when you wake up. Shui Liang subconsciously touched her red rope, and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Li Muqi is still trustworthy, and did not continue to embarrass Luo Qin. Sixian. Do me a favor. Shui Liang said. Go and call Zhu Yan over. Chapter 135 Authority. Zhu Yan learned that Shui Liang had woken up, and came over to give him a full-body checkup. Shui Liang's body recovered very quickly. The pain completely disappeared, and the wound healed well, leaving no scars. Your body's ability to repair is too strong. Zhu Yan sighed. When you were first sent back, the cells in many parts of your body were damaged beyond recognition, and the repair speed was extremely slow. At first, I thought there would be local necrosis, and I even thought about the possibility of amputation. Fortunately, you were slow. Shui Liang pouted, said. I tried to inject you with some Tai Sui extract, and within 3 minutes, the regenerative cells in your body immediately resumed normal operation. Zhu Yan continued. Your body is very compatible with the Lantian virus, which is an advantage. But I haven't figured out what the drug was that was injected into your body before. Shui Liang paused, and said, Don't worry about it. Don't get involved. He suddenly noticed Zhu Yan's face, and stretched out his hand in surprise. What's wrong with your face? There are several scratches. Zhu Yan subconsciously dodged, and said with a wandering look, Nothing. I fell down 2 days ago. Shui Liang didn't ask any more questions. After all, Zhu Yan was from Li Muqi's side. The two of them were personal friends, but they were still very strict in their principles, and never got too close. By the way, Luo Qin was escorted back to the Ark before. The boss was very interested in him, and personally gave him a full-body examination. Zhu Yan put the tools back one by one and chatted. After the cells in Luo Qin's body devoured the Lantian virus, they merged with some of the virus's characteristics. And it was not just a simple parasitic relationship. He used to be the reconstructed human with the highest degree of fusion with the Lantian virus. And now it's him. The fusion rate is almost 100%. But he has never undergone reconstruction experiments. Shui Liang said. In addition to experiments, are there other ways to do this? Zhu Yan shook his head. In theory, it is also possible to use enhancers. But enhancers have only appeared in the past 2 years, and Luo Qin has never come into contact with them. Moreover, all the samples of enhancers collected so far have defects, which make the activity of Lantian virus very low. The recreated human beings catalyzed by this method are only slightly stronger than ordinary special forces, and the probability of side effects is also very high. After all the test results came out, Zhu Yan confirmed that there was no abnormality at all, and sent him away. Shui Liang had not seen Luo Qin since he woke up. According to Shui Sixian before, he was in good health, but he was a little tired recently. He usually either sat by the bed waiting for himself to wake up, or went back to the dormitory to lie down and sleep. He was very depressed. It's no wonder he was depressed. After all, Luo Qin had seen himself being experimented on. So how could he not be stimulated? Xue Liang pushed open the door of the dormitory and found that the light was not on. Just as he was about to find the switch, he heard a familiar voice in the darkness. Liqi? The man sitting on the bed was obviously startled, then slowly stood up and staggered towards him. Luo Qin rushed over to hug Xue Liang in the last few steps, and the two of them bumped into the door. Xue Liang felt a hand behind him, which belonged to Luo Qin, protecting him from hitting the door. Lizzie, I miss you so much, I miss you so much. Luo Qin's impatient kisses fell on his face and neck. Xue Liang's legs soon became weak, and a bitter feeling filled his heart. Okay, I'm here, I'm here. In the darkness, a warm liquid fell on Xue Liang's collar. He was slightly stunned, looking at the person in front of him who buried his head in his chest. Crying? Luo Qin's voice had a suppressed anger, not to him, but to himself. I saw you lying there, covered in blood, and you ignored me no matter how I called you. I really have never been so scared. I almost went crazy. Xue Liang didn't speak. Her body was tightly held by his trembling arms, and she was almost out of breath. You know, I almost killed Xue Yunting. Luo Qin's voice was hoarse, and hatred was surging. I really wanted to kill him at that time. To tear him apart. How did he treat you? I dare not think about how he treated you. I don't feel any pain anymore. Xue Liang kissed his hair. Don't cry. Don't cry. I promise Limuki. Liqi. I agreed to the experiment myself. I didn't think of asking you to go for me. Luo Qin touched his face little by little, as if to confirm that the person in front of him was complete and warm. I'm sorry. Liqi. I'm sorry. Xue Liang turned his head, and the memory of her body drove her to kiss him, biting his soft and moist lips. And the desires in the confinement room immediately returned, igniting the fuse in the air. I didn't come back to listen to your apology. Xue Liang hooked his arm around Luo Qin's neck, kissing him greedily. Come here. Liqi, Luo Qin's eyes were slightly hot. You just happened. Don't, but Xue Liang realized much more than that in that month. He thought a lot. And the part related to Luo Qin, the tentative, rough, ambiguous, and entangled things, were the most basic things that constituted and connected them to each other. There is no apology between us. Xue Liang leaned over Luo Qin's ear, breathing faster and faster, almost burning. I am standing here today, because of you. What? Xue Liang did not answer him again, and his eyes hidden in the darkness did not show any emotion. The double bed in the dormitory creaked, as if it would collapse at any time. Xue Liang opened his eyes wide. His hands were almost bleeding from rubbing against the sheets. He tilted his neck to gasp, and Luo Qin covered his mouth at the right time. The next thing was like a storm, making him feel like he was going to die. He grabbed Luo Qin's wrist that was supporting him, but it was difficult to shake it. Luo Qin seemed to be really crazy. Xue Liang remembered that he struggled at the beginning. It was very violent but useless. And then he kept begging for mercy intermittently, saying soft words and hard words. But Luo Qin didn't listen at all, just like a beast that had lost its mind, crushing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. The hands fiercely grasped his chin, like iron clamps, pressing him to kiss. But Xue Liang realized clearly in the chaos that this was indeed what he wanted. Even if he was crazy, he wanted it. The afterglow of happiness almost numbed him. The clouds climbed up the mountain from the hills, and then fell rapidly along the sinking peaks. The waterfall on the top of the mountain rushed down, landing on the stones piled in the pool, rolling up the water in the deep pool, hitting the shore with waves of water, wrapping people up and sliding to the peak, and then falling into the deep valley, sinking here. Xue Liang seemed to be wrapped by the rushing water, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Luo Qin pulled him, and his reason, which had been crushed countless times, tried to piece it together, and was poured into the deepest part of the pool with the undercurrent. It was too deep, and he seemed to have never seen the scenery at the bottom. He was just being pulled, sinking, falling, and being washed away by the water. He was trembling, trying to get back from the dark stone in the pool, but the rapids only clamped him tighter. There was a brief blank in his sight, and he didn't know whether it was because the sun suddenly became stronger, or because the mind in his mind was submerged by the water. As he floated up and down, A fleeting ephemeral flower bloomed on the shore. A group of sunset clouds gathered on the horizon, and his body and consciousness were kneaded into floating clouds and dispersed with the wind. His thoughts floated in the clouds, and he didn't know where he was. He heard himself yelling something in a mess, but he didn't know what he was saying. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore, and bit Luo Qin's shoulder hard, but it made him more excited. The brain was sent to the palace of senses again, and the scene in front of him became distorted, as if there were hands pulling him and deforming him. The water in the pool finally merged into the rush of the dark stream, hitting the sunken stones in the pool repeatedly, and making a long sigh. Finally, the pool gradually returned to calm, and the trickle of water sank into the bottom of the pool, rolling up a warm current. The mountain began to tremble, and countless rocks fell, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting. I don't know how long this intoxication lasted. Maybe a few hours. Or maybe a whole night. He said a lot of words to beg for mercy. But it didn't work. The other party seemed to be determined to drag him to drown in this deep pool, making it impossible for him to pull out water. When Luo Qin heard him speak, he immediately got out of bed and poured him a cup. Watching Shui Liang drink it up, he suddenly felt a little regretful. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I was too impatient." Shui Liang put down the cup and stared blankly at a place at the foot of the bed, feeling that there was still some lingering in his body. If he moved a little, he would cause an uncontrollable tremor in his body. Luo Qin took the cup, rubbed his face. "Lizzie, what's wrong? Does it hurt?" "No." Shui Liang shook his head hoarsely. "It doesn't hurt. It really doesn't hurt. There is only endless indulgence, even when they separated." He felt a little lost. Luo Qin laid down beside him, his hands through his arms, tightened on his chest, his nose close to his neck, sniffing fascinatedly. "I joined the Ark," Luo Qin said slowly. "You told me not to expose myself to others before." "I did. But now I have to go out." "Lizzie, only power can't protect you. I also need the power that this power can rely on." Shui Liang asked him to hide his edge in the past, in order to protect himself. Now he has begun to sharpen his edge, and gradually emerges. But the difference is that he wants the power that can really protect Shui Liang. "I know." Shui Liang grabbed his hand on her waist. "You make your own choice. I will support you. I will not stand against you. I don't have to listen to Li Miyuki's words if I don't want to. At most, he will lock me up again," Luo Qin said. "I will only listen to you in this world. Forever." Shui Liang sighed and said, "I am just worried. My brother's death was related to Yuan Shan. And your joining the Ark now was also pushed by Li Miyuki. His methods are more cruel than anyone else, and more secretive. Even Shui Yunting is no match for him." Luo Qin's heart sank, and he listened to Shui Liang continue to say, "Wei Lan's manuscript is probably the closest to my brother's experience in all these years. I want to continue investigating. But Li Miyuki will probably use you to threaten me." "You investigate," Luo Qin said. "No matter what you want to investigate, I will help you." Shui Liang turned over, looked into his eyes, and said, "I have some ideas, but there are too few clues, and I can't assume more." Luo Qin touched his earlobe and said nothing. "Ji Moro came to see me during the day," Shui Liang said. "He told me that what Jima Chung destroyed in Shining was the information of an ancient virus. He suspected it was the same as what Shui Yunting called me. Before you woke up, we discussed this matter," Luo Qin said. "Do you remember Ignat? Chung Qingyao said that he used to be a Russian mercenary, and later changed his nationality to American and joined the Special Forces." Shui Liang nodded. "I know. He took the initiative to tell me about it. Ignat was once employed by the giant lizard, but he left because he couldn't stand their indiscriminate killing of innocent people and profit-seeking behavior. His information can be found on the dark web. He is on the giant lizard's expulsion list. And there is also a reward." Luo Qin looked serious, stretched out his hand to push his hair back, and said, "If we can follow his clues, we may be able to get those formulas before Li Miyuki. But what can we do with it?" Shui Liang sighed. "Some things are no different from targets when they are in our hands. The more precious things are, once they are made public, they are destined to be fought over. But rather than letting others take them and let them slaughter them, it is better to get them yourself," Luo Qin retorted. "Whether it is a treasure or a target, it depends on who is using it." Chapter 136 Cloud Surge. It rained all night, and it stopped a little the next day. The house was damp inside and outside. Shui Liang had overdrawn his energy last night and couldn't get up in the morning. Luo Qin lay there early in the morning to send a message to Zhu Yin to ask about his condition. He had planned to take a nap after sending it, but Zhu Yin replied almost instantly, and he didn't even miss a punctuation mark. Zhu Yin, his body has almost recovered, but the previous damage has not yet completely returned to normal. After the cells are repaired, they need a long period of dormancy for deep recovery, so it is normal to be a little sleepy. Luo Qin, if you are free, I would like to trouble you to check him again. Zhu Yin, anytime, but I don't think it is necessary. Rebuilding humans mainly depends on their own immunity and cell repair ability. External treatment has little effect on them. Luo Qin, okay, thank you. Luo Qin, your work and rest schedule is really abnormal. I saw you posted a status at 3 o'clock in the morning. Zhu Yin? Luo Qin closed the dialog box, opened the Ark forum section of the chat software, swiped down, and found that most people are still quite active. This is a new real-time interactive function developed by Shui Xinyu. It is similar to the previous Penguin Space software. After connecting to the Ark Internet, you can see the updates posted by other contacts. It is quite useful to kill time. Zheng Qingyao sent a photo of his Samoyed again last night. Luo Qin has never seen the dog in person. It is said that it is raised by his friend. It is called Luby, and looks very beautiful when it smiles. Luo Qin stared at the photo for a long time and typed a comment. She looks a bit like you. Zheng Qingyao quickly replied to him. She looks very cute. Bai Wu Luo, at this time. Shui Liang suddenly moved, slowly grabbed his wrist, and said in a confused voice, why don't you turn on the mute when you are typing? Luo Qin immediately leaned over and kissed his ear, saying, are you awake? Sleep a little longer. There is nothing to do today. Shui Liang raised his head and looked at Luo Qin, reaching out to touch his hair. He rubbed his hands randomly. You have to go through the settlement procedures today. I will go with you. Shui Yunting may be there too. Luo Qin hesitated. If I don't have to record fingerprints, I don't want to go either. Shui Liang turned over and sat up, picked up the water cup on the bedside and took a few sips, feeling his throat clearer. I just don't want to see that person. It doesn't mean I have to avoid him. Luo Qin nodded, continued to browse the forum, suddenly. Said, go up. The poll released a month ago, the results are out. What poll? A survey poll on the breadth of the Ark newspaper's audience, and it's fun. Luo Qin showed him his phone. This result is quite overwhelming. 99% voted for the extremely fun option. Is this poll authentic? How could it be that only one person voted for the option that was not fun at all? Shui Liang was not interested. He took a look and lay back, closing his eyes. Oh. Luo Qin was about to turn the page, but suddenly stopped, turned his head and smiled maliciously. Wait a minute, Lizzie, did you cast that vote against? No. Shui Liang's eyelids moved. You think too much. Ji Moro walked to the camp square, and saw Shui Liang sitting on the steps next to the fountain in a daze, so as usual. She went over to provoke him. What are you doing? Shui Liang looked at him. I'm waiting for Luo Qin to complete the identity registration, and I'm taking a breath of fresh air. Do you want to sit for a while? It's quite cool. It just rained, and the air was still a little cool, full of the smell of grass and soil. The Ark's convoy passed by the asphalt road beside them, splashing the muddy water in the potholes on the road, and busy going to the unloading area. The two sat on the steps silently for a long time, and no one came to disturb them. GMO moved his buttocks boredly, and found that his legs were numb. It's so cold, I wish I had a cigarette. Shui Liang glanced at him. How old are you smoke? GMO shook his legs and said, what do you mean? I'm 8 months older than you. First, he didn't like others to mention his face, and second, his age. His appearance was too inconsistent with his real age, so he was often used to make up stories. Before some people fully realized his bad character, they were deceived by his appearance, thinking that this appearance was proof of being beautiful but cowardly, and they would often judge people by their appearance. So he gradually discovered that in some things, fists are often the most effective way to talk, and you just need to beat them until they submit. However, this also led to him having few friends since he was a child. Even though his appearance was the most popular type in school and social circles at all stages, he remained deserted for many years, and was used to being alone. It was not until Shui Liang beat him up that he had to admit that there is always someone better. Cigarettes and alcohol can easily make people unconscious. Shui Liang held his cheek and said seriously, "Especially alcohol, you should drink less. You are such a fuss." Jimoro rolled his eyes. "Don't you think it's boring to live like this? Apart from being gay with Luo Qin, don't you do anything else?" Shui Liang sat up straight, his smile concealing a trace of intolerance. "I can still beat you up when I have time." Jimoro felt uncomfortable if he didn't get scolded a few times a day, or he felt that Shui Liang was in a normal state. "Look, you're getting anxious," Jimoro said complacently. "Don't pretend to be a decent person. You are just like this, with a bad temper." Shui Liang sighed, shook his head, and suddenly laughed out loud. "By the way, thank you this time, Xiao Rou." Jimoro suddenly got goosebumps all over her body, and felt uneasy as if there was a thorn in her, but actually, you don't have to thank me. This time, it's all thanks to that Li Xiaohan. It was he who came to tell me about this. Otherwise, you would have died outside, and we wouldn't know. Shui Liang was stunned, thinking of the young man who always smiled harmlessly, and didn't know why he wanted to help her. But in this way, Li Xiaohan stabbed Li Muki in the back. This is not surprising. At that time in Songha Hotel, Li Muki did not hesitate to push his own son out as a meat shield to die. Anyone would be half bloody. Not to mention not having a grudge. Even if it was not out of sincerity to help him. It would make Li Muki uncomfortable, and completely forge a feud with Luo Qin. Although I don't know what that kid wants to do. But this time he is kind after all, Jimoro said. He is sensible. If the human alliance falls into my hands in the future, I will consider giving him the title of Bai Mawen. As he was speaking, Luo Qin came back with the completed documents, and stuffed them into Shui Liang's arms, with an impatient look on his face. Finally it's done. It's really troublesome. But the photo looks good to me. Take it. And remember me when you see it. Jimoro crossed her legs and teased him. How does it feel to join the Ark? Do you feel great? Are you going to be on the road to the top from now on? Luo Qin's smile was more fake than his ID photo. Don't compare me with your miserable life. I finally work in the same place with my boyfriend. I am very happy. I can't wait to be happy. You are almost biting your teeth. Shui Liang tilted her head and looked at him. Cry if you want to. Come on. Lie on my shoulder. You two are so annoying. Fuck. Jimoro felt a chill, stood up and took 2 steps back. Are you sick? It's daytime, on the street, brother. Luo Qin said calmly. I see you are jealous. You are jealous. Sir. I am single and happy as hell. Okay. Who the hell wants to find a partner to harm themselves, Shui Liang? Why are you glaring at me? Isn't what I said right? Jimoro walked past Shui Liang, and suddenly reached out her hand stupidly, and it landed next to the other person's waist, but before she put her hand down, she suddenly had an idea and reached down again, and slapped it. Shui Liang suddenly turned his head, and looked at him in shock. Luo Qin also looked at him in shock. The three of them didn't say anything. Are you mentally ill? Shui Liang said after a long while. Don't you want me to chop off your hand? Why did you slap someone else's boyfriends, but... Luo Qin scolded. You dare to slap everything. Right? Stingy, what's wrong with slapping it? Jimoro said unjustly. I've never seen such a perky one, try the feel of it. Luo Qin pointed at him and said, Okay, if you have the guts, come over here if you have the ability. I don't. Let's go. Go back to sleep. The work after joining the Ark was extremely heavy. Luo Qin seemed to suddenly understand why Shui Liang always wanted to sleep after returning. The overwhelming tasks pressed down on him, like a bridge that suddenly collapsed. Endlessly cleaning the streets, carrying out rescue missions, at the end of the day, even 9 small sleeps were no longer guaranteed. The end of summer brought its last bit of heat, and launched a general offensive against the northern hemisphere. It had just cooled down a while ago, and it became hot and unbearable again. Shui Liang officially became the captain of the Blue Flame Brigade, and his rank was raised to captain. Zhao Fenglu was promoted to lieutenant general, and led a garrison from Songha to the Lantian mountain to garrison the mining area. Before leaving, he passed by Hanzhou and met Shui Liang on purpose. The two talked in the office for a whole morning, and no one else was present. Shui Liang did not tell Luo Qin about the content of this conversation, and Luo Qin did not take the initiative to ask. But Zhao Fenglu seemed angry, and Luo Qin guessed that it was because Shui Liang had accepted Shui Yunting and Li Muki's experiment without telling him. Since that incident, Zhao Fenglu looked much older, and never allowed Shui Yunting and Shui Liang to have any contact. Luo Qin thought, Zhao Fenglu might be the only elder in the world who still felt sorry for Shui Liyang. And he always felt a special gratitude towards this man. At the end of September, Shui Liyang would continue to return to Wanchun camp, and Ji Moro would still accompany him. But Luo Qin's situation was different. His control now belonged to Feng Zhou, and Li Muqi might not let him go. Luo Qin originally hated Li Muqi, and it was not the first time that he disobeyed discipline. He was determined to follow Shui Liyang, and Li Muqi's opinion was equivalent to nonsense. However, not long after he took over the regional affairs of the safe zone, he found that there were suddenly more reports of attacks by reconstructed humans. These cases came from all over the world. It is said that many reconstructed humans without serial numbers are rampant, robbing other survivors of their supplies, and even attacking the army. Most of those illegal reconstructed humans are active in areas where there are no troops stationed. There are only some spontaneous survivor alliances in the area, and there is no force that can uphold justice. In order to survive, many people have to choose to come to the Ark to seek refuge. But Li Muqi still has not opened the registration of new survivors. Those who come from afar can only choose to stay temporarily outside the safe zone and protest at the gate of the safe zone every day. Luo Qin and Shui Liyang also went there once a day to distribute a small amount of supplies to the survivors. After several attempts to appease them, the results were minimal. Li Muqi, get out! Another protest began. Luo Qin and Shui Liyang stood by and watched numbly. Now they would not stop it. When these people got tired, they would go back to rest. After moving a few boxes of things, Ji Moro yawned and walked over. Looking at the protesting crowd, she frowned and said, "Why are we working here all day long without getting any thanks? Why not just encourage them to rush in and overturn Li Muqi's office, so that everyone can go in?" Chapter 137 Zombie Giant. When Ji Moro said this, Luo Qin and Shui Liyang turned their heads to look at him, and didn't say anything for a long time. He was frightened by the stare, and said angrily, "It's just a joke. If you think it's boring, what's that expression? Are you deliberately excluding me? Look, are you anxious?" Shui Liyang smiled at him. "You are really fragile mentally." Shui Liyang, "Your uncle." Shui Liyang kicked the box at his feet, and said, "Come and help if you have nothing to do. I have been negotiating with the committee recently, and I hope to arrange for these people to live in the safety zone under construction in the north of the city as soon as it is completed. There are still many refugees outside the camp. You can go out with me this afternoon to deliver some supplies. Li Muqi seems very unhappy that you are using the supplies of the Ark to help those people." Ji Moro said, "If you want to do it in a covert way." Shui Liyang was not moved at all, and continued to sort out the relief food at hand. As one of the few people with the highest authority in the committee, he has a certain proportion of regular supplies at his disposal every month. Unless one day the committee votes to expel him from the Ark, Li Muqi will never be able to stop it. You say. Shui Liyang stopped, looked at the protesters outside, and thought, why do they want to come in? Luo Qin, want to live? Want to eat? Shui Liyang nodded. This is the most basic survival instinct. Let's not talk about it for now. But from another perspective, from the beginning, why did the Human Alliance join the Ark? Luo Qin suddenly frowned. Power. Yes. Shui Liyang retracted his gaze, and looked at the towering Ark building behind him. The sun shone through the gap between the twin towers. Light pollution eroded the edge of the city in a wasteland. In the eyes of many people, the Ark is not only a basic shelter, but also a place of fame and fortune where all kinds of people come together. Shui Liyang said, some people outside just want to survive. They think that boarding the Ark means safety. But in this place, only those who are selected are eligible to board. After boarding, the real fight of the jungle has just begun. This dragon-like ship has now begun to lie dormant, stir, and even lose control, violating its original intention. The three of them finished the topic and returned to the car. Just as they were about to eat something and rest for a while, the car communicator rang at this time. It was a direct call from the main signal station. It seemed that there was an emergency. Shui Liyang picked up the call. There was a radio current sound. The person on the other side said anxiously, in the know. 6th area of Hanzhou. The advance team was attacked by an unknown target. Request support. Request support. Luo Qin. Drive. Shui Liyang fastened his seat belt and asked with the radio, is it an infected body or a human? It is, a recreated human. The other side only said this sentence and hung up suddenly. Luo Qin quickly started the car and drove straight to Area 6. There were not many obstacles on the road, and he arrived in 15 minutes. However, the closer he got to the center of Area 6, the quieter the surroundings became, as if he had entered another time and space. There was no sound of exchange of fire, no sound of fighting, and everything was extremely quiet. Xue Liang remembered that this morning, the Lieutenant General led a team of soldiers to Area 6 to perform a cleanup mission. The whole team was a new batch of reconstructed humans, who had just undergone the reconstructed experiment. They had strong combat capabilities, and should be able to handle various situations. But this overly quiet situation, in Xue Liang's hundreds of combat experiences, is also quite abnormal. Luo Qin drove the car to the location of the radio positioning and stopped. As soon as he opened the car door, he was choked by the strong smell of blood and took a few steps back. Pay attention to defense. Xue Liang took out a few submachine guns from the car, turned around and looked at the empty street. Grass plants squeezed out from the cracks of the broken road surface, abandoned cars covered with rust, with spider webs hanging, just parked casually on the roadside, covered by weeds as tall as a person. The houses around were dilapidated, and behind the broken glass was a dark hole, as if some monster was staring at the three people moving slowly on the street. Luo Qin saw several military vehicles parked at the intersection in front of him, with the doors and windows wide open, and no signs of human activity. He looked at the other two, and walked over with his gun raised. There was no one in the car, but the engine was not turned off. The car radio communicator was not in its original position, but was abandoned on the co-pilot seat, and a rustling sound was heard. Where are the people? Luo Qin looked around and only smelled a strong smell of blood, but did not see any bodies. There were no signs of zombies nearby. It seemed that the place had been cleaned up, but no one in the cleaning team was here at the moment. He squatted beside the car, looked down, and found a few pools of blood under the car, which were still fresh. Xue Liang took out the military communicator he carried with him, and tried to contact the Lieutenant General, but no one answered. Luo Qin looked up at the surrounding buildings and his eyes fell on a huge billboard. The face of the once popular star had become unrecognizable at this time. A piece of it was torn off and fluttered in the wind, like a morning flag raised in front of the building. He suddenly saw something flash behind the billboard, and immediately turned around and kicked Jimo Ro to the back of the car, then grabbed Xue Liang and rolled over. At the same time, a bullet hit the place where the few people had just stood, leaving a fist-sized hole on the ground. Xue Liang climbed up, and another shot hit the car next to him. The falling shells scratched a bloody mark on his face. Luo Qin stuck his head out and took a look, and another bullet flew over immediately, almost hitting him. Xue Liang pulled him back, with his peripheral vision fixed on the direction of the building, said, "There is a sniper, but his skills are not good. Ask where Cheng Qingyao is." Cheng Qingyao was on his way, replying that they also encountered a blocking recreated human. The opponent was not strong, but was good at guerrilla warfare, and had a large number of people, so it might be difficult to deal with. Xue Liang tooted, looking a little irritated. "Hide well, I'll go and deal with the sniper." "How did you deal with it?" "He was shot before he even got downstairs," Jimoro said. "That's you." Xue Liang looked around, removed the bumper from the rear of the car, gave Luo Qin a soothing look, stood up and quickly jumped onto the roof of the car, and ran towards the building with the help of the abandoned vehicles on the roadside. The sniper on the building shot at him one after another. Xue Liang moved quickly, turned around and jumped onto the advertising light box on the roadside. His eyes quickly locked onto the sniper's position, and a precise calculation template seemed to appear in his head. Then he raised his right arm, and threw the bumper with all his strength. The bumper rushed towards the building like a flying arrow, and instantly pierced the sniper hiding in a window behind the billboard. Luo Qin and Jimoro poked their heads out, staring at Xue Liang, who was still throwing with one hand, in amazement, and were speechless. After a long time, Jimoro finally reacted and swallowed. "You'd better not make him angry in the future." "Bullshit. He can't bear to hit me so hard." After Luo Qin finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand, signaling Jimoro to be quiet first. "Listen. Is there any sound?" Jimoro put his hand on the ground, and suddenly felt a slight tremor. "What's the movement?" He frowned and turned around to take a look. This sight almost stunned him. Halfway across the street, a giant more than 2 meters tall stood next to the bus stop, holding dozens of steel bars as thick as an ordinary person's thigh in his hands. which had been twisted into one piece by force. The giant had a pale complexion, a face like a skull, black blood vessels all over his body, and muscles that bulged as if they were about to burst. His appearance was completely unlike that of a human creature, and he exuded a breath close to death. "This thing looks like Voldemort," Luo Qin whispered. "Why is it so big? Is it also a zombie?" "Brother, if that's not a zombie, is it my great-grandfather?" Jimoro stared at the giant vigilantly, but found that the other party stood there motionless, with no intention of attacking at all. Shui Liang also saw the monster. He stared at the giant expressionlessly. For a moment, an even weirder atmosphere was formed than before. "What are they doing?" Jimoro was very puzzled. Her eyes darted around. "Using brain waves to communicate? If they can really communicate, can we do it too?" Luo Qin shook his head. "Can you understand what it says?" "No. Neither can I." The two were still talking nonsense. Shui Liang suddenly ran towards the giant quickly. This action was like triggering a switch on the giant. At the same time, it also took steps and ran towards Shui Liang. Shui Liang flew over the military truck where the two were hiding, pulled out the submachine gun behind him, and smashed it hard against the roof of the truck. "Hide well." Luo Qin and Jimoro immediately ran away from the back of the truck. There was a loud bang, and Shui Liang collided with the giant. In an instant, even the sky above seemed to change. The air around suddenly became cold, the wind was raging, sand and rocks were flying all over the ground. Shui Liang stepped heavily on the giant's head, smashing half of its body into the ground, and a cracked deep pit appeared on the road in an instant, and the surrounding cars tilted and slid into the pit, surrounding the giant's body. The giant raised his head and roared loudly, waving the huge steel bar in his hand, whistling and smashing toward Shui Liang. Shui Liang actually caught the bar with one hand, and threw it to the side, smashing a row of abandoned cars. The giant slammed the ground with his heavy palm, and his body jumped out of the pit, and rushed toward Shui Liang, and roared with his huge mouth, obviously being irritated. Jimoro was so frustrated. "Why do I feel like we are useless hiding here?" "Don't worry, Lizzie should be able to hold on for a while." Luo Qin had been observing the situation, and from just now, he felt that there should be more than one sniper nearby. If there were no companions lying in ambush around, the other party would never easily expose their position. At this time, he keenly heard the sound of grass rustling behind him, and turned his head alertly, seeing 4 men wearing gas masks running towards this side, obviously with ill intentions. Luo Qin patted Jimoro's shoulder and said, "Come on. Let's block this side." The 4 men were all recreated humans, agile, holding military machine guns in their hands, and seeing that their whereabouts were exposed, they opened fire from dozens of meters away. Luo Qin dodged the bullets, rushed to the front in one step, and pointed the muzzle of the gun at the head of one of them. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone's movements were infinitely slowed down in his eyes. In his ears, the only sound was the wind and his own breathing. Luo Qin thought about the training Cheng Qingyao had given him. He focused his eyes on the target, pressed the muzzle of the gun, and shot the opponent's head. Jimoro fired 2 more shots, and instantly killed 2 people. He and Luo Qin rushed towards the last person at the same time. The man reacted very quickly, crouched and rolled under the 2 people, and then quickly turned around and fired. But Luo Qin predicted this step in advance. When he noticed the opponent's knees bent, he anticipated the next move, and even pulled the muzzle of the gun out from under his arm a second earlier. Before the man pulled the trigger, the battle ended with 1 shot. Luo Qin went up to check the bodies of those people. He did not find the serial number of the reconstructed human on their necks. It was estimated that they were forcibly transformed by using illegal enhancers. These people were not strong enough, and their speed was obviously slow. Compared with ordinary people, they were indeed very strong. But in front of the 3 of them, they were indeed not enough. The advanced team was attacked by these people? Luo Qin hesitated. Except for the big guy over there. Who else can deal with a whole army of reconstructed humans? Shui Liang was fighting hard with the big guy he mentioned. Although the opponent was not as strong as Shui Liang in strength and fighting skills, he was big and thick-skinned. Even though he had been shot several times by Shui Liang, he still stood firm, and his aggressiveness did not decrease at all. Luo Qin raised his gun and tried to aim at the giant's face, but found that the target was moving too fast, and he had no way to aim. He thought that it would be better if Cheng Qingyao or Chen Nuo were here. These 2 snipers are best at hitting moving targets, and they almost always hit the target. Such a large target is no problem. Shui Liang kicked the giant in the chest, making it stagger back. The giant swung the mace and slammed it on the ground, leaving a long crack on the road. Lychee, Luo Qin shouted. I'll help you. No. Don't come over, Shui Liang said, and bounced up with one hand, jumped onto the giant's back, clamped the pale head with his legs, and inserted the gun barrel into the giant's mouth. He pulled the gun down hard, pulled the trigger with his finger, and heard a puff, and blood splattered on the giant's neck. But just one shot was not enough. The giant was in so much pain that he twisted his body desperately, trying to throw Shui Liang off. Shui Liang dropped the gun, pressed the giant's head with both hands, and then suddenly exerted force with his waist, and his fingers almost sank into the huge skull. Crack. A crisp sound. Luo Qin and Ji Moro heard it clearly. The giant's head was turned back 90 degrees, and his body fell to his knees stiffly, with the steel bar in his hand still supporting the ground. Shui Liang steadied himself, and saw Luo Qin had already run up to him, and stretched out his hand to him breathlessly. Lizzie, come down. He did not hesitate, grabbed Luo Qin's hand and jumped down, picked up the submachine gun when he landed, and wiped the blood off his body. I'm fine. Go check inside the building. The three of them searched the building where the sniper was ambushing without stopping, and found that it was full of the bodies of the advance team. The deaths were all tragic without exception, with shattered heads and serious facial damage, and their identities could no longer be recognized. The whole army was wiped out. Shui Liang squatted beside a corpse, looking at the shoulder straps of the lieutenant officer on it. The lieutenant general was not found. He may have been taken away, or he may not have died here. Chapter 138 Prophecy. They found the sniper's body upstairs. His head was pierced. He was lying on the window with his gun in hand. From here, they could see the situation of the two streets, which means they were targeted by this man as soon as they got off the car. Apart from them, there were no other recreated humans. They probably all withdrew in advance, leaving these few people with the zombie giant to intercept the reinforcements behind. But these people probably didn't expect that. It would be Shui Liang who came. When Cheng Qingyao arrived with reinforcements, they were surprised to see the giant's corpse. A group of people had never seen this type of zombie before, and they were curiously watching and taking pictures. Brother, can you contact the lieutenant general? Cheng Qingyao asked Shui Liang. The advance team has lost contact, and the main station can't contact him either. Shui Liang glanced at the building and shook his head. They are all dead. But I didn't find the lieutenant general. I guess he might have been taken away. After all, he is a good hostage to threaten the military. Cheng Qingyao looked at Luo Qin, very surprised. I heard that you put your learning into practice just now. I'll check the surveillance here later. You learned. How are the results? Luo Qin said modestly. It's okay, a little worse than you and Xiao Chen. You are too scary. You can see through other people's moves at a glance. I can't use my full strength when fighting with you. Cheng Qingyao said. Let's talk later. I'll go to the building to deal with the scene first. The miserable faces of the dead were really hard to look at. The special police found various shelters in the building, covered the upper body of the bodies, and then began to move them out one by one. The first batch of reconstructed humans created after the establishment of the Ark suffered extremely heavy losses in this incident, and all the funds and manpower costs invested were wasted. The impact on the army was no less than the impact when the first wave of infection broke out, and only the first batch of reconstructed humans were still struggling to support. According to Cheng Qingyao, the group of reconstructed human attackers they encountered on the way to support the day also used enhancers, and their level was greatly improved compared to the attackers who appeared at the Songha conference. However, they are far inferior to the first generation of reconstructed humans. In terms of strength alone, they can only crush ordinary people with mediocre qualifications. Everything shows the naked status quo to Ark. The effectiveness of the enhancer has been improved, but the traditional means of reconstructed human experiments have stagnated. The newly mined Tai Sui mine and the mines discovered abroad have never been able to break through new heights. Even the reconstructed humans currently produced are not half as good as Shui Liang and others. Everyone smells the breath of danger. Ark seems to no longer be the first choice for seeking shelter in the end times. The number of people who gathered at the gate of the safe zone to protest every day began to decrease, and the number of slogans they shouted was also half of what it used to be, and the momentum was much weaker. Many people quietly chose to leave, looking for a new way to survive. The disappearance of the lieutenant general dealt an unprecedented heavy blow to the army. At this time, The human alliance under Li Miyuki began to no longer cover the wings under the black robe, and gradually revealed a hint of edge. When the first batch of recreated humans of the human alliance was announced to be successfully created, it caused a shock to the army. Li Miyuki finally released his ambition, and pressed his gradually weakening power inside the Ark with overwhelming force. Me? What can I do? The laboratory and technology are in Li Miyuki's hands. He can develop his own human reconstruction power at any time. We can't interfere. Xue Liyang put down the documents in his hand. They were all reports about Li Miyuki's violation of regulations in creating reconstructed humans for the Alliance. However, the other party told the army that the last batch of reconstructed humans provided to the army were all killed in battle, and he happened to have the alternative plan of the human alliance. As long as it was for the safety of the Ark, there was nothing that could not break the rules. Jimoro was lying on the sofa with his arms and legs spread out, his face covered by the latest issue of the Ark newspaper, and he sneered in dissatisfaction from below. I don't care, I just don't like them all. Xue Liyang, I heard that you were very powerful before, and you even went to the Alliance office to make threats. I have asked Cheng Qingyao to retrieve the video of that day, and I want to hear how you made your inauguration declaration. Who told you that? Jimoro sat up in anger. What inauguration declaration? I just want to scare them. I did it for you. Oh. Xue Liyang shook the pen, nodded calmly. I just want to say, Xiao Yi is a good person, just don't bully her. Jimoro, why would I bully her? Do you think I'm Li Miyuki? Yi Qinglan has no say at all. I really can't understand why she wants to wade into this mess. Xue Liyang closed the pen cap, and said nothing. When it was almost lunchtime, Luo Qin sent a message, asking Xue Liyang to go to Hanzhou District 3. There had been an attack there, and many people were killed and injured. When Xue Liyang and Jimoro rushed over, bodies were being covered with white cloth and carried to the car. Luo Qin stood on the roadside and questioned the witnesses. His back was straight and broad, and he was much stronger than before. What happened? Xue Liyang went over to take a look, and saw blood all over the ground, some limbs and internal organs, and the scene was extremely bloody. Luo Qin pointed to a panic-stricken middle-aged man beside him and said, This is an eyewitness. I'm asking him. The man looked at Xue Liyang timidly and continued to answer. I came from the south and wanted to enter the Ark, but I couldn't get in. I was so hungry today that I wanted to try my luck and see if I could find something to eat. As a result, I just entered a supermarket and heard a fight outside. According to the man, he was hiding behind the shelves of the supermarket at the time and saw several people running from the east with guns in their hands. As soon as those people ran to the street, someone upstairs suddenly fired a gun, which shot several people in the head on the spot. The man was so scared that he collapsed to the ground and didn't dare to come out for a long time. It was not until Luo Qin searched the scene that he found him in the supermarket. Have you found out who both parties are? Xue Liyang asked. Luo Qin turned off the recording system of the terminal and said it was a small survivor alliance and a group of reconstructed humans. Cheng Qingyao led a team of people and dragged the bodies away. Another enhancer? Xue Liyang bent down to pick up a shell fragment and quickly identified the parameters of the homemade weapon that matched it. This thing is rampant recently. Illegal reconstructed humans are everywhere using enhancers to cause trouble. Moreover, the source of the Tai Sui raw stone leak cannot be found at all. The intermediate links are too difficult to trace. No, the dead are not ordinary survivors. Luo Qin shook his head solemnly. It is reconstructed humans. Xue Liyang and Jimoro were both stunned. What? Luo Qin pointed to the truck that had just driven away and said, Witnesses said that a total of 7 people were killed. When we arrived at the scene, we only found 3 bodies. Cheng Qingyu's men have already done autopsies, and all 3 are reconstructed humans. Where are the other bodies? Xue Liyang asked. Have you searched the area? Luo Qin said, I searched before you came. There are bullet shells and empty guns left by the attackers in the cinema upstairs. They are homemade weapons, but they are very lethal. If the person holding the gun had better aim, he could have shot the reconstructed human's head in one shot. It seems that the weaknesses of reconstructed humans are already known to everyone. As long as there is a moment of opportunity to seize, ordinary people are not without room for counterattack. Xue Liyang looked at the frightened man and called a private soldier beside him. Take him back to the camp to get some food and daily necessities, and see if there is anything else he needs, and give as much as possible. Luo Qin. Xiao Rou. Get in the car and take a tour of the city with me. The three of them drove a jeep from the second ring road to the third ring road, looking at the desolate and dilapidated streets along the way, with ruins of the city under the doomsday everywhere, and zombie mutants wandering around for food. In this case, it seems that there is not much difference between humans and zombies. Survival drives them to flee, and they prey out of instinct. The order of human society has collapsed, and now it is undoubtedly an animal world governed by natural rules. Occasionally, a few figures passed by the building. They were all more advanced individuals, good at climbing and ambushing. They were extremely dangerous in this city. For ordinary survivors, they were almost fatal if they were touched. Jimoro put one arm on the car window and enjoyed the breeze. Luo Qin turned on the car CD and picked an old song. It was so long ago that he could no longer remember the singer. Shui Liang, I have a suggestion for you, Jimoro suddenly said. Don't be a good guy next time. The guy you asked to get something from the camp just now, he got it the first time. Would he not come to get it the second time? On one hand, you have to look for food under the eyes of zombies in fear, and on the other hand, you can get supplies and food by just asking. Of these two ways, which one is more attractive? You have a point, I know that, Shui Liang said. But sometimes you can just lend a hand to help others. GMO Rose shook her head. If you help him, he may not thank you. Moreover, there are hundreds of survivors wandering around in this city, and they are still entering continuously. You can save this one, but you can't save everyone. And you can't solve his new needs after he finishes eating. Shui Liang sighed. He couldn't just watch someone die without helping. But he felt that Jimoro was right. He couldn't help everyone in this city anyway. Besides, Li Muki is just not letting new survivors enter the Ark now. This is his bottom line. And it's only here for the time being. Jimoro continued. But your bottom line will only retreat again and again. At that time, the focus of the conflict will probably shift from Li Muki to you. In the end, no one cares whether they can enter the Ark. They will only resent you for not giving more, why you gave it to this person, but not to that person. Do you understand what I mean? This is a sharp remark. Shui Liang was speechless. He also knew that his approach was just trying to stop the problem from happening. It was impossible to solve the problem fundamentally. But the fact is, he couldn't convince himself not to do it after seeing it. But someone will always remember your kindness. Luo Qin whistled a song and reached out to touch Shui Liang's ear. Maybe not everyone will thank you, but someone will. Shui Liang grabbed his hand and pressed it on her face. I'll listen to you, Lichi. Luo Qin stared at the front. Whatever you choose, I will support you. Jimoro kicked the back of the two people's seats. Can you hold the steering wheel with both hands? How do you take the second test? They circled the city a few times, and when they ran out of gas, they drove back. Along the way, they encountered three groups of people fighting, and they didn't know who they were. One of them even wanted to rob their car. Jimoro was quickly enraged, and she broke half a CD and threw it out, which was nailed at the feet of those people like a dart, and then scared them away. The car came down from the ramp of the high-tech zone ring road, and there was an abandoned gas station next to a university town. Shui Liang passed by here many times, and he would subconsciously patrol both sides of the road. And this time was no exception. There weren't many zombies near the gas station, and it was very quiet. But he noticed something was wrong. In the past, he saw a red lock on the door of the convenience store at the gas station, and it never changed its position. Today, the lock was missing. The door of the convenience store was ajar, and it was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen. Stop for a moment. Luo Qin parked the car on the side of the road as he was told. Shui Liang got out of the car with only a saber, walked towards the gas station, waved his hand backwards, and signaled the two people to find a shelter and stop the car, and not to come over. He gently pushed open the door of the convenience store, and heard the sound of metal friction from deep inside. He clenched the knife in his right hand, picked up an empty can on the ground and stuck it into the crack of the door, and then continued to walk forward. There was another door behind the convenience store, which led directly to the gas station warehouse, and it was not locked at the moment. Shui Liang found the door handle with the help of the sunlight outside, pulled the door open with force, and pointed the knife at it. The sound behind the door was suddenly amplified. He saw 7 or 8 men gathered in the corner, shouting something loudly. Looking carefully, there seemed to be 2 people surrounding them, and their voices were unclear. as if they were begging each other. Hearing the sound of the door opening, several people turned their heads in unison. They were a little surprised when they found that the person coming was Shui Liang. After all, he was a frequent visitor to the front page of the Ark newspaper. Few people in the safe zone did not recognize his face. "What are you doing?" Shui Liang put down the knife and asked. These men were wearing the uniform of the Human Alliance. They did not look decent, but they were still afraid of Shui Liang. The leader stepped forward and offered a cigarette. "Hey, brother soldier. It's a coincidence today. Brothers, we are here to teach two people a lesson. It's no big deal. It's no big deal." Ah. Shui Liang pushed away the cigarette that was handed to his mouth and walked forward to look at the two people trapped in the corner. It was a middle-aged man, holding a little girl tightly in his arms, trembling like a frightened bird. "What kind of education method do you use?" Shui Liang asked. "Tell me about it." The middle-aged man was sharp-eyed and immediately understood the atmosphere on both sides. He hurriedly crawled over with his daughter in his arms, grabbed Shui Liang's hand, and begged in his eyes, "Excuse me, can you help me make some concessions? The child is still young, and she is really ignorant. Let's return the things." "Okay." My daughter didn't eat anything, and I didn't even want to let her eat. Shui Liang couldn't move his feet. He raised his feet, as if he was stepping on the shattered dignity of this middle-aged man. "You get up first." He could only squeeze out a sentence, "and help the father and daughter up. This little girl and her father are thieves." The man who offered the cigarette said angrily. "They stole Fanzhou's things." Chapter 139: The Death of a Genius. Two cars stopped outside the safe zone camp. The driver of the pickup truck jumped out, pulled out a bulging plastic bag from the trunk with an impatient look, and threw it on the side of the road. He raised his voice to the Jeep. "Look, this little girl stole more than these. She must have eaten a lot." "I didn't eat." The little girl rushed down from the Jeep with angry eyes. "I said, there are only these. I'll give them all back to you." Shui Liang also got out of the car, squatted down to pick up the bag of things, counted them carefully. Nothing more than egg yolk pies, biscuits, small cakes, snacks that could barely fill the stomach. The outer packaging was dirty and had already been damaged. The smell of spoiled food wafted into the nose. He raised his head, looking at the people who were not giving up. "These things are broken. Where did she pick them up from?" "Of course I know they are broken. Even if they are broken, they will be disposed of in a centralized manner." The driver was relentless. "The Alliance has a fixed number of supplies. She is stealing." The little girl turned to Shui Liang and explained anxiously, "No, I saw them throwing all these broken things behind the camp, and I thought they didn't want them anymore, so even if they don't want them anymore, I'm not letting you take them casually." The other party immediately scolded. "You were born poor in the gutter, and you take advantage of every opportunity and steal things." Shui Liang couldn't help but say, "She is only 5 years old. Things. Put it there. Isn't it for people to eat? You send out the supply team to find things every day, and you have almost searched all the edible things." The other party sneered, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and bit it in his mouth, and couldn't find a lighter anywhere. "They can find it themselves." "Why not? Every time we find food, you will take it away," the little girl said angrily. "You are doing it on purpose." Shui Liang stood up, motioning Luo Qin to take the little girl to the car. "How much do you think she took in total? I'll make up for it. You don't need to get involved in this matter. We should have solved it privately." The man chewed a cigarette and spoke slowly. Shui Liang noticed that there was a rough depression on his neck. "Generally speaking, it is difficult to find that this is the serial number of the recreated human." The middle-aged man immediately ran up, protected his daughter behind him, and said with a humble and flattering look on his face, "Don't. Let's discuss it again. My daughter is young." "My daughter is still young." Shui Liang's face changed, and he understood a little. If he hadn't noticed the abnormality of the gas station at that time, it would be unimaginable what they would do under this pretext. "Lychee, I'll go get some food to return to them." Luo Qin carried the girl to the car and turned back. "Wait for me." Cheng Qingye pushed aside the crowd and walked in. Seeing the tense situation on both sides, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Director Cheng." The members of the Alliance all knew her, and they looked flattering. "It's okay. Just catch a thief." Cheng Qingye's eyes fell on the plastic bag and nodded. "I know. Give me a number. This matter can be easily resolved." Those people showed reluctance, but they also knew that this time, the plan could not be carried out. so they could only give Shui Liang an exact number, indicating that as long as the things were replenished, this matter would be over. The little girl looked at the pickup truck that was leaving, and reluctantly chased after it for 2 steps, but was stopped by Cheng Qingyao again. Don't worry about them. Come! These are for you. Cheng Qingyao touched her head and said to the middle-aged man, It's okay. Don't worry about it. The little girl is growing up. It's okay to eat more. The middle-aged man's eyes were numb, but he kept stammering and thanking, Thank you. I'm sorry. I really trouble you, thank you. Brother and sister. The little girl lowered her head. I'm sorry. If I didn't steal things, you wouldn't take those good things to exchange with them. Those are really broken. I thought they didn't want them anymore. Shui Liang helped her straighten her collar and said, You are just hungry. That's right. He just felt extremely heavy. The Ark was originally created for shelter. Now the resources have begun to overflow, but they are unwilling to share even a bite of life-saving food with the survivors, who are on the verge of starvation. The human alliance was not so cold-blooded and heartless. Shui Liang still remembers what he saw and heard in Baida town at that time. The word human always seems to be higher than alliance, but now few people call it by its full name, using alliance as a synonym, and almost no longer mention the first 2 words. The father and daughter lived in a small survivor camp near the elevated highway. They were separated from their family and had no one to rely on. At first, they could barely fill their stomachs with food found in corners of supermarkets and residential buildings. Later, the pioneers of the Human Alliance developed to that neighborhood and began to plunder any available supplies. Wherever they went, they were like locusts. She couldn't find anything to eat, and was so hungry that she ran to the Ark camp to secretly pick up some rotten food to be processed. Unexpectedly, she was targeted the second time. Those people followed her all the way to the gas station where she was hiding, and said that they would make her pay the price no matter what. But the extreme desire to live in her eyes was what shocked Shui Liang the most. He truly felt that wanting to live was an emotion that could be so concrete. Those tender but fearless eyes were the source of life. The backs of the father and daughter gradually disappeared at the end of the road. Shui Liang looked at the bag of rotten food at his feet and sighed. Cheng Qingyao also complained to him casually that since the Human Alliance took over the warehouse of the Ark, the control of materials has become more and more strict. In the past, she could still take some food out to help the scattered survivors, but now there are approval procedures everywhere. Once the quota is exceeded, there is no room for negotiation. Xiao Song and I have been looking for sanitary napkins that can still be used, Cheng Qingyao said. Most of them are broken, so we plan to restart the factory and produce some more. Do you want help? Shui Liang asked. Before I leave, Cheng Qingyao smiled and said, Didn't Luo Qin tell you? He and Yao Yao went to help with the work the day before yesterday. It took them a whole day to clear the zombies outside the factory. Shui Liang looked at Luo Qin. Are you that capable? Luo Qin, the treatment is very good, with 2 large lunch boxes, and my box of meat is more than Cheng Qingyao's. Call me next time when there is work. Chairman Cheng. Cheng Qingyao made an okay gesture to him. The boss will protect you. It was almost lunchtime when the few people separated. Jimoro didn't know where she went halfway. It was normal not to see her figure. Shui Liang didn't care about him. She went to Nian Yu's place with Luo Qin to see Xian Ximia, and then went to Li Miyuki's office alone. There are some things that can't be avoided. Before returning to Wanshan camp, he must remind Li Miyuki. When Shui Liang arrived, Jima Song had just come out of Li Miyuki's office. Seeing him, he nodded lightly. Shui Liang also smiled at her, and pushed the door open and walked in. You came in without knocking? Li Miyuki sat on the chair with his back to him, thinking it was Zhu Yan, and did not turn around, get out and come back in. Shui Liang had a blank expression on his face, knocked on the door. I'm in a hurry. Li Miyuki then turned around, looked at him for a while, and asked, What's the matter? He was too lazy to pretend. Li Miyuki no longer had his signature smile on his face when facing him, but Shui Liang felt a lot more comfortable than before. Enhancers have appeared in the city recently, and many survivors have had conflicts with the reconstructed humans who used enhancers illegally. Shui Liang said, I want a list of all the reconstructed humans in the Human Alliance, and I will register and check them tomorrow. Li Miyuki said calmly, Are you going to suspect me? Everyone is on the suspect list, including myself. Wait. Li Miyuki flipped through his desk and called Shui Liang, who was about to leave. I have something to show you. He dialed the intercom at hand and said to someone on the other end, "Give it to me. What you found." After hanging up the phone, Li Muki waved to Shui Liang. "Sit down." Shui Liang didn't know what he was up to, and didn't rush to leave. She sat on the sofa and looked at Li Muki in silence. The only sound in the air was the muffled sound of boiling water in the electric kettle. After a while, Shui Yunting pushed the door open without warning. When he saw Shui Liang, his smile was tinged with a bit of satisfaction. Shui Liang watched the other party approaching, and his whole body stiffened for a moment, and a subconscious protective mechanism was activated. Shui Yunting held a brown paper bag in his hand and shook it at him. "You are here. It will be much more convenient. Yanong, take a look at these things." "What?" "I heard that you have always been curious about your eldest brother's death. Xiaochun asked me not to tell you. But now, I think you must know as a member of the family." Shui Liang was stunned. Jingchun knew everything? Why didn't she even mention it back then? And even plan to let it go? He looked at the light brown paper bag in his hand, but he felt that it seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. In fact, Shui Liang had no trust in Shui Yunting at all. But at this moment, he had to admit that he was a little shaken when facing this so-called truth. Shui Lijing's death was a knot in his heart. Those who were suddenly lost in life would always form an irreparable hole in his memory. "Open it, and take a look. Everything you want is inside," Li Muki said behind him. "These are the materials that were sealed in the Yuanshan secret archives in the past. Recently, I asked your father to help sort them out, and found some things that you should be very interested in." Shui Liang felt that these two people were so mysterious, and they probably guessed that he had to figure out this obsession. He took the paper bag handed over by Shui Yunting, and pulled out an old resume from it. It was Shui Lijing's personal file when he first joined Yuanshan. It recorded that he had worked in Yuanshan's new drug research and development department, and quickly climbed up to the position of director. The year Shui Lijing joined Yuanshan, Shui Liang was just 2 years old. He only knew that his elder brother, as an outstanding graduate of Hanzhou University, was signed into Yuanshan's laboratory in his senior year. His biological mother also told him that he must take Shui Lijing as an example and be a good child. This elder brother, who was gentle and excellent in his eyes, was only a child of destiny for a few years, and before he could really let his talent shine, he fell into obscurity. That year, Jing Chun went to Shining alone to attend the funeral, but after returning, he was calm as if nothing had happened. A few years later, when Shui Liang was in junior high school, she heard that Jing Chun went to Shining to do clothing business. She stayed in the city where her son died for 10 years. Shui Liang looked at the resume, and her thoughts were full of thoughts. He thought that if Shui Lijing was alive today, he would be young and promising, successful in his career, and even in this end times, he should have a place. Unfortunately, there is no if. The dead are gone. He took out the next sheet, which was a lab report. When he saw the name Luo in the name column, his heart skipped a beat. Looking down, it was indeed the report sheet about his life that Luo Qin had told him about. It detailed the process of Luo Qin's cultivation of the Lantian virus in his mother's womb. Because of congenital deficiency, the fetal heart rate gradually weakened. So his biological mother had to choose this treatment method, which was considered a desperate gamble at the time, which was equivalent to sacrificing the mother to save the child. Regardless of whether it would succeed in the end, the pregnant woman was doomed to die. As expected, Luo Qin survived successfully in the end. Except for a slightly slow heart rate, there was no difference from other normal babies. It was just that when he was just born, the fusion rate of his somatic cells and the Lantian virus was still 52%, which means that in the past 20 years, the fusion rate of Luo Qin and the Lantian virus has been increasing. Shui Liang turned to the last page, which was a handwritten list of people to be monitored. He was stunned for a moment, and saw two extremely familiar names. One was Shui Lijing, the other was himself. Chapter 140 Hunting. After reading for a few seconds, Shui Liang threw the report back to Shui Yunting's face, expressionless. "Get lost, don't waste my time." Shui Yunting's eyes were full of interest, seemingly quite satisfied with his reaction. "If you don't believe me, why don't you go and identify the ink handwriting?" Li Muki smiled and said, "Do you have it?" "It depends on whether Luo Qin believes it or not." Shui Liang was about to retort, but his heart sank suddenly. He suddenly realized that, if Luo Qin saw this report in the archives, he must have seen the name of the monitor. But Luo Qin never mentioned to him that his and his brother's names were also on it. All the details other than that can be matched with what Luo Qin said. Luo Qin's reaction in front of him was indeed not right at that time. Xue Liang recalled it now, and caught some abnormalities that he ignored at that time. Why did Luo Qin not tell him about this only? Was he deliberately hiding it from him? Xue Yunting held the report in his hand, looked down and flipped through it for a few times, and said, Yang, when Xiao Jing had an accident, I was also very sad. And I also checked this matter. But in the end, I found that it was all Xiao Jing's own fault. Do you know? When he was Luo Qin's monitor, for some unknown purpose, he actually reported false news to Yuan Shan, saying that the only baby who survived successfully died of organ failure shortly after birth, and then sent the monitored target to a welfare home in Shining. The child grew up to school age, and was just encountered by Xiao Jing, who was on a business trip to Shining. Shut up. Xue Liang's voice trembled slightly. Xue Yunting, are you mentally ill? Xiao Jing brought him into the laboratory in real space, trying to find a way to treat his congenital viral infection. But the child lost control on the spot for some reason. And, I told you to shut up. Xue Liang could no longer bear it, and his words were already saturated with murderous intent, as if he would kill the other party without hesitation in the next second. Xue Yunting looked up at him with a wild laugh, and said word by word, I know you very well, Yang. Admit it, and you will know how much you hate me. Once you have targeted an enemy, even if it has been 10 or 20 years, you will not let him go. Yang, you like your elder brother so much. If it is really Luo Qin who killed Xiao Jing, will you still stand on his side? Xue Liang closed his eyes, but his voice was firm. He won't. Li Muqi seemed to want to help him confirm this fact, and raised his voice and said, but Luo Qin has lost control many times. Such a monster. Who would believe that he would not kill people when he goes crazy? Xue Liang felt dizzy, and the voices in his ears became the roar of evil spirits. You are the same as your weak and useless elder brother. You have not inherited my gene of daring to act and take responsibility. There shouldn't be such a scum in our family. Xue Yunting sneered. His original plan to get the Xue family out of Yuan Shan was just like that old man Jima Chung. He wanted to escape, but he still died because of his own sins. So you chose me? Xue Liang looked straight at him, and the hatred transformed from blood was playing against each other. You want me to replace my brother, and do these dirty things for you? Put the crime of monitoring Luo Qin on me, and want him to hate me. What else do you want? Xue Yunting said, he won't hate you, but your elder brother's death is 100% on his head. Yang, think about it carefully. Xue Liang didn't know how he walked back to the dormitory. He recalled Xue Yunting's words in his mind, and his heart felt like being stabbed by needles. Xue Lijing's death has been like a nightmare for more than 10 years. But he never thought that the truth about the death of his most admired elder brother would intersect with Luo Qin. Anxiety, fear and escape emotions all turned into thorns around his neck and tightened, making him unable to breathe. Xue Liang opened the door of the dormitory and saw Luo Qin lying on the bed and sleeping. He was too busy in the morning, and now was the time to catch up on his sleep. The window was open, and the cool wind of early autumn blew in with the fragrance of soil, rolling the curtains against the window frame. Xue Liang went over to close the window a little, and looked down at Luo Qin blankly. Luo Qin's sleeping face was very quiet. Even in his dreams, his eyebrows were always relaxed, as if he had no worries at all. Xue Liang sat down on the bed, gently held Luo Qin's hand, and felt the warm pulse on his wrist. The man in front of him always loves to open his arms and hug him with a smile, holding his fingers and kissing them, and then rubbing against him in a coquettish and naughty way, giving him an ambiguous aura. No matter how strong the power hidden in his body is, he will just say that it is enough to protect him, and nothing else matters. Luo Qin will show a smile to almost everyone, and those most private emotions and expressions will be kept for him. They are the same kind of people, there are no secrets between them, and they can instantly read each other's hearts with every move and silence. Xue Liang's heart was squeezed by two conflicting emotions. He forced himself not to think about it, but he could not suppress the hesitation and doubts in his heart. The past was rolling in his chest, and he could not control himself. What else was hidden in the welfare home in Shining? Xue Liang remembered that place, and it was Liqi. Luo Qin suddenly woke up, and saw Xue Liang sitting next to him in a daze. You are back? Stay with me for a while. He stretched out his hand, hooked Xue Liang and lay on the bed, and held her in his arms sleepily, smacked his lips, and fell asleep again. Xue Liang leaned against his chest and listened to the slow heartbeat, with mixed feelings in her heart. Let's talk about it later. He closed his eyes. Luo Qin lifted a box of canned food from the carriage, threw it to the private soldier below, whistled. This is the last box. All of today's are distributed. Go back to eat. The private soldier carried the box and distributed it to the survivors in the open space not far away. Those people were pale and thin, as if they hadn't eaten for a long time. When they saw the canned food, they rushed over like hungry tigers, but were stopped by the soldiers. Line up, everyone can get one, don't fight. Xue Liang sat on the truck bed, pulled up his collar and shook it. It's so hot, it's autumn, and it's still so hot. You've been in Shining for so many years. Are you afraid of this little bit of heat? Luo Qin looked up and smiled. I'll warm you up when I get back. Xue Liang, you're suffocating me. A man staggered down the street in the distance, and a black shadow quickly passed by the building behind him and rushed straight towards him. The man raised his right hand, and the knife on his waist flew up. He held it in his hand and cut open the zombie's head. The huge mutant rolled to the side with a howl, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. Luo Qin pointed his mouth over there. Okay. I'm back from playing. Jimoro put away the knife, walked over casually, climbed onto the roof of the car in 2 or 3 steps, and sat next to Xue Liang, saying, I went around a few times, talked to some people, and gained a lot. Come up. I'll tell you too. All kinds of news outside the Ark safe zone will spread to all the refugee camps in the streets and alleys within a day. However, it takes skill to sift through the intelligence network, and Jimoro happens to be good at this. He heard that there was a rumor among the survivors recently that the blood of reconstructed humans could be used to make enhancers. Because of this, those who could not get enhancers through other means, in order to survive, began to frantically kill the reconstructed humans seen in the city, including the regular troops of the Ark. Xue Liang was a little surprised after hearing this, and said, This is just a rumor. How can enhancers be made with blood alone? This is too outrageous. Then the lieutenant general and his men were attacked. Could it be because of this? Luo Qin thought. All the reconstructed humans were wiped out, and many of them suffered secondary trauma after being shot in the head. Could it be for blood? Xue Liang shook his head after hearing this. Where did this come from? No wonder the incidents of survivors attacking reconstructed humans have become more and more frequent recently. It turns out that it was all for this. Is it useful to regenerate human blood? You will know after trying it. Someone will definitely find that this method is ineffective. How can the rumor be spread for so long? What we can think of, the initiator can also think of. If the survivors use this blood to refine the so-called enhancer, they will definitely find that it is all made up. So the person who spread this rumor used another more clever method, which is to exchange blood for goods. Jimoro took out a reagent bottle from his pocket, and the glass wall was covered with dried blood. A certain amount of reconstructed human blood can be exchanged for enhancers by milliliters. It doesn't matter if the survivors don't know the extraction method. As long as they give the collected blood to the snakehead, they can exchange it for a small amount of enhancers. When they have enough doses, they can directly inject themselves. It can be seen from this that the person who spread this rumor has a very malicious intention. It seems that the other party just wants to cause a fight between ordinary people and reconstructed humans, and let the two sides fight each other. They really want the world to be in chaos. Xue Liang thought for a while and asked, Where is the channel for selling enhancers? Have you heard from them? The black market, Jimoro said. Although it is a mess everywhere now, the dark web is hardly affected. On the contrary, it is more convenient for some people to stir up trouble. I heard someone say that the price of 1 milliliter of the enhancer injection on the black market is very, very high. It can be exchanged for the blood of regenerated humans, or it can be exchanged for supplies. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to kill regenerated humans. So many people steal and rob to save enough supplies for exchange. But some people choose to hunt regenerated humans. The emergence of enhancers is by no means accidental. At first, I thought it was Li Muki who deliberately made trouble. But now it seems that it may not be him, Xue Liang said. The current situation is very unfavorable to the Ark. Li Muki must be in a state of panic, thinking about how to keep the survivors and regenerated humans out to ensure the absolute safety of his office. Xue Yunting and Li Muki are developing drugs that can suppress regenerated humans. It is very likely that it is the ancient virus I mentioned, Jimoro said. The more anxious they are, the more it shows that the proliferation of enhancers has nothing to do with them. Lee Miyuki is a very cautious person. How could he allow dangerous goods that have not yet been suppressed to enter the market? In September of the first year of the Ark calendar, enhancers began to become popular among the survivors. Many people flocked to it, even paying unimaginable prices for ordinary people, just to get this life-saving drug. At the same time, the relationship between the old forces in Yuan Shan and the Ark and the Human Alliance gradually became closer, forming a solid alliance. Jimo Ro was pushed to the position of one of the leaders of the reconstruction of mankind by Jima Song, and compared with Yi Qinglan, she had more real power. The Chung family members are independent of the committee and Jiyuanshan. Chung Qingya's strong and independent means are unexpected. She does not succumb to any appeasement or appeasement policies. Chung Qingyao is her most unshakable barrier. Except for Luo Qin. The Chung family members are the most uncontrollable in the Ark. Only the strongest group of first-generation recreated humans seem to be isolated, with a greatly weakened military strength. A single force headed by Shui Liang has been formed. Zhao Fanglu is far away in the northwest and cannot reach this. The rest of the Blue Flame Brigade stayed in Wanshan camp. Only Shui Liang remained in the Ark. But he was always feared by Li Miyuki, and was regarded as a thorn in his side. The balance of power within the Ark was no longer balanced. The Human Alliance gradually gained control, and the balance slowly tilted to one side. The Mid-Autumn Festival came in a blink of an eye. People no longer had the energy to celebrate like during the Spring Festival. Most of them were busy making a living. The survivors who stayed in the Ark camp could still maintain food and clothing, but their daily lives were supported by the remaining supplies distributed by the army. The Ark had not opened a relief warehouse for a long time. The survivors no longer had the same illusions about the Ark as before. They set up their own mountains and began to establish their own mutual aid groups in the troubled times. Chapter 141: The Cost of a Prodigal Son. Borrow soldiers? Shui Liang raised his head, as if he had just heard something funny. Did the man surnamed Ji really say that? Falcon nodded and said, yes, I said I couldn't make the decision on this matter, and I had to ask our captain, and he said, there was no need to let you know, he would only borrow 2 people from Lan Yin, and he would return them after using them for a while. Not even half a person. Shui Liang sorted out the documents on the table, and handed them to Falcon. My soldiers are not from a housekeeping company, and they can't say. Just lend it. How can he be so shameless? Originally. There is no need to bother you with such things, but I still want to report it to you, Falcon said. I am afraid he is thinking of doing something bad. Shui Liang smiled, patted Falcon's arm. You have worked hard running back and forth. Xiao Su, don't be so tense, relax after reporting the work. Yes. Zhao Fangluo founded Blue Flame, but most of the team members were trained by Shui Liang. Falcon is the team member that Shui Liang has the highest hopes for. Everyone knows that he will be the next vice-captain of Blue Flame. The most important person in the world to Falcon, besides Chenhua, is Shui Liang. Spend more time with Xiaochen, Shui Liang said. Go ahead. After Falcon left, Shui Liang also got up and left the barracks. Luo Qin was waiting for him outside. Luo Qin. Shui Sixian stood in front of the camp, waving to the people who came over. Shui Simu stood beside her, still expressionless, looking a little indifferent. Luo Qin made 2 bunny ears on his head from a distance, playing a prank with Shui Sixian. Sure enough, the little girl opposite couldn't stop laughing like she stepped on the accelerator, and gave him a middle finger. Luo Qin looked at Shui Liang helplessly. I think she's about to get beaten. Who did she learn this from? Shui Liang walked over, took Shui Sixian's fingers off. Don't make this gesture. Do you know what it means? He taught me. Shui Sixian pointed at Jimoro and said. Jimoro didn't expect that he would be sold out so quickly. He looked at Shui Liang's expression that suddenly turned cold, and shuddered. You ungrateful bastard. I should have said nothing to you. Little bastard. Yin Yu was boiling water in the house. He opened the door when he heard the sound and smiled shyly. Lizzie. Luo Qin. You are here. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Let's have dinner together tonight. Luo Qin hooked Yin Yu's shoulders, and felt that he seemed to have gained some weight. We just finished hunting the day before yesterday, and we can cook again. I will make you something delicious. There was almost no one in the Ark cafeteria. The big pot meal was too inefficient, and the food reserves were not as sufficient as before. In the end, they returned to the small stove cooking mode. Since the cities gradually shrank in the apocalypse, the reproduction of wild animals has also become rapid. Generally speaking, zombies have no interest in preying on animals and rarely attack actively. So hunting is the fastest way to fill your stomach and be self-sufficient. But the risks that come with it are also huge. If you have a recreated human partner around you, then surviving in the apocalypse will be much easier. Otherwise, even with the protection of the safe zone, hunger is the biggest threat besides zombies. At night, the camp is full of fire. People gather together, hugging each other for comfort. The autumn wind was bleak in the camp, and it was lonely and deserted. It was no longer as lively as when the Ark was first established. Chung Qingyao and Chung Qingye came over in the evening, just in time to help out. A few people gathered together for a simple mid-autumn festival family dinner. Xue Liyang and the Chung brothers and sisters chatted about family matters, and Yin Yu occasionally interrupted. The atmosphere was warm, and it felt like a family. Luo Qin liked to listen to Xue Liyang talk about his past experiences, before they met, where they were, who they met, and what happened. They seemed to have walked through countless forks in the road. But in the end, they met each other at the same intersection. The two leaned against each other, their fingers tightly clasped under the blanket. Jimoro drank a little more wine, and the smell of alcohol was almost enough to pickle people. In theory, the speed at which reconstructed humans decompose alcohol is extremely fast. But Jimoro seemed to have completely stopped his powerful liver function from drinking, and he was drunk and unconscious. Xue Liyang and Luo Qin could only carry him back, stumbling all the way, and finally found the dormitory key from their bodies to open the door, and threw him on the bed. That's it. Let him get up and take a shower tomorrow morning. And let's go! The two went back to take a shower and sleep. They had planned to sleep until dawn, but were awakened by a rapid knock on the door in the early morning. I don't know who is outside the door. It's the middle of the night, and the knocking can be heard in half the corridor. Luo Qin moved and was about to get up, but Xue Liyang pushed him down. It's okay, you go back to sleep, I'll go check. Xue Liyang got up sleepily and opened the door, and found that the lights were on in the corridor, and Jima Song and another man were standing outside the door. Both of them had indifferent expressions, and the man was holding a baby in his arms, who was sleeping peacefully. What's the matter? Xue Liyang wondered why Jima Song came to see him. The two of them didn't interact much at ordinary times, and what important matter could there be in the middle of the night? The man handed the child to him, and didn't care whether he took it or not. Xue Liyang was forced to hold the child in his arms, somewhat unresponsive, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Jima Song glanced at the closed door of the dormitory next door. Ro is sleeping too soundly, and the door can't be opened, so I'll ask you to take care of him first. When we get up tomorrow morning, let him figure it out by himself. Wait, whose child is this? Xue Liyang asked. Why do you want to give it to me? You have to ask my useless brother. I don't know exactly when he did this. Jima Song said calmly. The child's mother has a special status, and is in a dangerous situation, so she can't take care of him. Now, the only person who can be responsible for this matter is Ruru. Xue Liyang was like being struck by lightning, looking at the white and soft baby in his arms. He was speechless for a long time. No matter how much Jimoro made trouble, Xue Liyang never thought that he could make such a big deal. Even making a person. Xue Liyang wanted to pull Jimoro out from next door right now, give him 2 punches, and ask him if he was happy with his chaotic life all day long. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Xue Liyang leaned against the door frame, supported his forehead. I have to slow down. Luo Qin listened to the people at the door in a daze for a long time, and also put on a vest to see. At first, he didn't see the little thing in Xue Liyang's arms, and asked Jima Song directly, Chairman, what's the matter? Jima Song pointed at Xue Liyang, and Luo Qin looked down, and was instantly struck by lightning, and he was stunned on the spot. I will send you what the child needs tomorrow morning. Don't worry. Let my brother take care of it alone. Jima Song came and went like a gust of wind, and after saying the last sentence, he turned around and left, leaving Xue Liyang and Luo Qin standing in the corridor, petrified and blown by the wind. 10 minutes later, the two of them sat on the bed in the dormitory with the lights on, facing the sleeping baby in front of them in silence, looking at each other without saying a word. The two of them did not sleep well all night, and put the child in the middle of the bed, fearing that he would be accidentally crushed after falling asleep. Fortunately, the child slept very soundly, and did not wake up once all night. Otherwise, Xue Liyang really didn't know how to explain to others why there was a baby crying in the male dormitory area in the middle of the night. Jima Rose slept until noon the next day. She was so sleepy that she didn't know where she was lying when she opened her eyes. He got up and checked the time, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and knocked on the door of the next door dormitory. As usual, preparing to go to lunch with the other two. As soon as the door opened, Jimoro met Shui Liang's murderous gaze, and was immediately frightened and woke up. "What's wrong with me?" A few baby moans came from the room. Jimoro said him, and looked past Shui Liang and saw Luo Qin holding a half-grown baby and walking around the room, coaxing the baby as he walked, and was in a panic. Fuck. Jimoro was extremely shocked. He immediately leaned over to stare at it, and even touched it out of curiosity. "Did you two have this child?" Shui Liang looked at him expressionlessly. "What do you think?" "It's very likely." Jimoro laughed out loud. "It's really too ugly. Your parents have bad genes." He wasn't kidding. He thought these two had done something amazing overnight that broke through traditional biological cognition. But when he heard that this was his own child, he was completely stunned. It was a baby boy wrapped in swaddling clothes, with white and tender skin, like a small milk bean, a pair of clear and bright eyes, waving lotus-like arms, crying and laughing, which made Jimoro's back shudder. Jimoro tried to find some traces of joking on the faces of the two people in front of him, but found nothing. Shui Liang stuffed the child into his arms, sneered, "Hold it yourself, and see if it can make you stop escaping from reality." Jimoro stepped back as if he had been electrocuted, waving his hands repeatedly. "Impossible. I have never done this before." He suddenly got stuck, and after a few seconds of being stunned, he slapped his head and said in annoyance, "No. It couldn't be that time. I remember now." Shui Liang laughed angrily, and said to Luo Qin, "It was really him who did it." Not long after, Jima Song really brought people to carry. A few boxes of milk powder and baby clothes came over, and seeing the dazed Jimoro, he said helplessly, "Why are you standing there? Move it in." Jimoro woke up as if from a dream, and immediately showed anger on her face. "Tell me clearly, where did this child come from?" "It can't be mine." Jima Song asked him to wait, and took out a paternity test report from his bag. There were many densely written words on it. In the last column of the test opinion, it was written that he supported him as the biological father of the child. "I tested the child as soon as I received him. Zhu Yin personally handled it," Jima Song said. "Did you tell Zhu Yin?" Jimoro was furious. "Why did you tell him?" Jima Song ignored his questioning and said to Shui Liang, "Okay. The child will be handed over to Ro from now on. You don't have to worry about him. Since he planted the seeds, he must bear the consequences. He is 23 years old this year, not mentally retarded, and no one deserves to help him clean up." Jimoro slapped the door with one hand, and the fragile door frame made a bang. "Did you arrange it? Didn't Li Miyuki already study how to directly combine the regeneration genes to breed pure regeneration humans?" Jima-san looked at him indifferently and said, "You have read too many novels. I don't have time to arrange a one-night stand for you. Since you can do this, you must accept the consequences." Jimoro laughed in anger. "I know, Jima-san. Because I am a defective product. You have made a new victim now. The Jima family never treats people as human beings. Just like what happened back then." His voice was too loud, and the child burst into tears. Shui Liang hurried to comfort him. Jimoro became even more irritated when she heard it, and simply covered her ears, trying to block out the noisy sound. "Okay. If you want to shout, shout as much as you want. It's best to shout in the square, so that everyone here knows that you have given birth to a child." Jima Song turned around, looked at the things that were almost moved, and prepared to take people away. "This is your son, not mine. I have brought him to you, and I have done my best. I don't have time to take care of the child for you." Luo Qin stood at the door, helplessly watching the last box of things being moved into Jimoro's dormitory, thinking about what to do in the future. Should I live with my child? With Jimoro's personality, she would be impatient to raise a cat or a dog, let alone a child. When Jima Song passed by Luo Qin, he suddenly leaned close to his ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "This child must not be given to Fang Zhou, and must not fall into the hands of Li Miyuki. Remember, the child's mother is just an ordinary person." Luo Qin was stunned, but then Jima Song walked past him naturally, as if nothing had happened. Jimoro was almost bald in the room, but she still couldn't accept the fact that she suddenly had a son. He turned his head to look at the baby in Shui Liang's arms, and his handsome face wrinkled. "What should I do?" Shui Liang took a deep breath, put the child down, and took Luo Qin away. Don't ask me. I don't know. Congratulations on becoming a father. See you later. Wait. Don't. Jimoro grabbed him like a life-saving straw, and used the most submissive tone in her life, and spoke with difficulty. I can't raise this alone. Chapter 142 Xiaolang. Jimoro was as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. With a baby in his arms, he was at a loss. He tried to put the child back on the bed, but the soft little body seemed to be incompatible with the hard bedboard, so he could only continue to hold the child, and hope that Shui Liang could take the child. It is not impossible to recreate a human being. Jimoro was almost suffocating, and then he spoke hesitantly. She is also a recreated human being. The body of a recreated human being is affected by the Lantian virus, which can quickly repair wounds and digest the accumulation in the body, so any form of damage will not stay on the body for too long. But along with this, the inner wall of the female uterus no longer undergoes the replacement of endometrial growth and shedding, and the sperm and egg cannot combine and implant, making it difficult to get pregnant. This seems to be a curse bestowed by nature, for a race like the recreated human, which is almost beyond common sense. To obtain powerful power, it must come with a corresponding price, and therefore the ability to reproduce is also taken away by God. However, any existing data has the possibility of breaking through the threshold. The probability of an event happening is very small, even infinitely close to impossible. But it is still not zero. Jimoro scratched his hair, and almost immediately identified the most likely candidate. He only remembered that it was a month after the human reconstruction experiment was completed. He was in great pain, confused, and could not accept the changes in his body. That night, he drank too much wine, and met the woman while enjoying the breeze on a high tower next to a survivor's camp. The woman was very beautiful, and that was the only thing that impressed him. But how beautiful she was, he did not remember when he woke up the next morning. The two got along very well, both scoffed at responsibility, and were obviously the same kind of people, both arrogant, indulgent and ruthless, and recklessly pursuing freedom. But the physiological impulse completely overwhelmed the desire for emotion. After a night of dew, they tacitly cut off contact with each other, and then Jimoro gradually forgot about each other. Unexpectedly, when they met again, the other party directly gave him a big blow, and then disappeared without a word. She took the lead, and acted on behalf of heaven. Luo Qin said, How does that sentence go? Those who drown are all good at swimming, right? Is this sentence used like this? Shui Liang was stunned, and asked, Is that so? Jimoro hugged her son, who had fallen from the sky, thought for a moment, and said, Hey, get lost. Are you trying to attract a dog? Shui Liang kicked him, and suddenly realized, Has he not been named yet? Luo Qin, why not just give him a name now? What's the mother's surname? I don't know. After Jimoro finished speaking, she angrily said, What do I care what she's called? She doesn't even want one. Why should I take her surname? Luo Qin thought of what Jima Song said before he left, and thought that the mother was probably a 007 agent or something like that. A mysterious dragon that can't be seen from head to tail, and might sneak over to see her son on a dark and windy night, and castrate Jimoro, the bastard, with a knife. Of course, he also said this idea. Shui Liang laughed so hard that he fell on the bed for a long time, and didn't get up. Jimoro cursed him, but knew he was in the wrong, so he had to swallow his anger in the end. So what's his name? Luo Qin asked. Be serious. Jimoro frowned and thought for a while, and said, How can I name a name? I think it would be okay if I get a Xinhua dictionary. Are you fucking illiterate? Luo Qin said. Choose a good name. That night, Cheng Qingyao brought Cheng Qingye here, and as soon as they entered the door, they were shocked by the strong smell of milk. When Luo Qin called him before, he thought the other party was joking. So Luo Qin patiently spent half an hour to convince him. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Qingyao turned to Cheng Qingye in amazement and said, Jimoro seems to have given birth to a son. Luo Qin was sweating profusely while assembling the crib. He put down the screwdriver in his hand, wiped his sweat and said, Just find a place to sit. It's too messy. Damn it! Cheng Qingyao jumped over the milk powder cans on the floor, walked to the bed and squatted down, curiously looking at the half-grown baby. Who did you give birth to? Jimoro sat in the corner with a dark face, saying nothing. What's the name of the child? Cheng Qingye asked. Have you named it yet? Shui Liang, I haven't chosen a name yet. I've thought about it a lot. But I don't think it's suitable. Then you have to give it a good name. Cheng Qingye sat down at the table. And she saw a piece of paper full of words. She leaned in and took a closer look. And her expression couldn't help but feel a chill. There were all kinds of messy names on it. As if the ugliest and most rustic words in the Xinhua dictionary were all picked out and put here. Who came up with this? Cheng Qingye asked with a frown. The child will hate you when he grows up. Shui Liang gloated. This is the result of their day of looking through the dictionary. He stretched out his hand to tease the child. And seeing the little face bulging, his heart couldn't help but feel a little soft. The child is innocent. Even if Jimoro flirts with women and grass, this child is clean. A moon shines through the window. The moon is full on the 15th and 16th. The bright moon like an ink porcelain plate hangs in the sky, dyeing the clouds pure white and flawless, as thin as a cicada's wing. The moonlight is crushed and sprinkled on the earth, gentle as water, lingering like silk. The breeze is clear, and the moon is bright. The window lattice is sprinkled with silver debris. At that moment, Shui Liang suddenly blurted out unconsciously, Lang. What? Several people in the room looked at him. Shui Liang hesitated for a moment, and repeated, Jimo, Lang. This is good? Cheng Qingye took a pen and tapped on the paper, writing the word Lang. We have a little moon. Shui Liang reached out to the child, moving slowly, and the moonlight fell on the back of his hand bit by bit. Jimoro couldn't help but look over. And saw the little one on the bed trying to open his eyes. Making a baby's moan. And reaching out to grab Shui Liang's fingers, like a little glutinous rice ball. Oh! Jimoro's expression unconsciously relaxed. And he didn't even notice it. This little guy was still a trouble for him. He remembered the look Jimo-san gave him before he left. And his chest felt stuffy. He didn't know when Jimoro started to compete with his own sister. And he couldn't even remember what incident caused the rigidity of their relationship. Perhaps, he did not agree with his family's philosophy of dealing with people. And his rebellion against Jimo-san was just to impose his dissatisfaction with the family on him. Calm down and think about it. This matter is indeed mostly due to him, and it is normal for Jimo-san to laugh at him. Jimoro scratched his hair, thinking that he should have some backbone, and just raised this child. He leaned over and cleared his throat. Just when everyone was waiting for him to say something, Jimoro raised her hand and touched Jimo Lang's face, and said in a very silly way, Call me daddy. Get out, Shui Liang said. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, it rained heavily again, bringing the message of the cool autumn. Shui Liang was preparing to return to Huachun Camp for stationing. He had many matters to hand over, and was so busy that he could not be seen. Luo Qin had advanced the progress of cleaning up the urban area a lot, and the new safe zone was also gradually expanded as planned. He planned to return to Huachun Camp with Shui Liang after October, and not stay in Fangzhou. Jimo Lang was completely thrown to Jimoro. From the beginning of making milk powder, everything gave him a headache. As long as Shui Liang was in the dormitory, he could knock on the door next door 8 times a day, exhausted physically and mentally, and finally paid the price of indulgence. Shui Liang had a lot of experience in taking care of his younger siblings since he was young. It seemed that there was nothing he couldn't do with taking care of children. Jimoro would occasionally want to slack off and leave it to him, but he would be forcibly dragged back and beaten, forcing him to sit and learn. Luo Qin followed suit, but he always got his hands full of dirt, and he shouted at Shui Liang for help. In the end, Shui Liang had to deal with both ends, and ordered Luo Qin not to make any more trouble, and just to help pass things. At this moment, Luo Qin set his eyes on Jimo Lang's milk powder again, while Shui Liang was cooling down. He curiously took it in his hand and looked at it, and then secretly drank a sip. Shui Liang opened the door with some clothes, and saw Jimo Lang crying in the crib, while Luo Qin was vomiting in the bathroom, and the room was in a mess. What are you doing? Shui Liang put down her things to coax Jimo Lang, and went to the bathroom to check on Luo Qin's situation. I asked you to feed Xiao Lang milk, but why did you vomit? Luo Qin coughed and his face turned red. This milk powder is too fishy, and it's too hard to drink. Shui Liang laughed angrily. You just want to tempt him to have a sip of milk powder, right? This stuff is not the sweet milk sold in the supermarket. How can it taste good? I know now. Luo Qin walked out of the bathroom, wiped his mouth. Just curious. Shui Liang put the bottle in Jimo Lang's mouth, without raising his head. Call Xiao Rou back. I have to go out in the afternoon, and I can't watch Xiao Lang. I'll go out to look for her. Luo Qin picked up the garbage at the door and went out. When he walked to the flower bed downstairs of Fangzhou, he suddenly saw Yi Qinglan running out from the side path in a panic, with some bruises under her eyes. He had intended to pretend he hadn't seen it and just quietly walked over. But he didn't expect Yi Qinglan to catch a glimpse of him, and immediately ran over, lowering her voice and saying, Luo Qin, can you come with me? Chapter 143 Manuscript. Luo Qin hesitated for a while, and suddenly saw blood on Yi Qinglan's wrist under her sleeve, and a bad feeling crept into his heart. After a while, he nodded, and signaled the other party to lead the way. Yi Qinglan knew how to conceal her tracks very well, and took Luo Qin to the storage area of the Ark. Many warehouses here have been closed and no longer used, and few people come here. The grass behind one of the warehouses was pressed to the ground, and Luo Qin found Wang Wufan lying there covered in blood. The other person's face was gray. His soaked body was slightly stiff. There was a gunshot wound on his forehead. His chest was flat, and he seemed to have died. What happened to him? Luo Qin squatted down and felt Wang Wenfan's pulse in his neck. The result was the same as he guessed. No breath at all. He couldn't help but sigh, remembering that when he first met this child, he was still a teenager with a student-like temperament. He didn't expect that after disappearing for so long, his body would suddenly appear in the Ark. It was really weird. Yi Qinglan leaned against the back wall of the warehouse, covering her face, trembling violently, tears pouring out from between her fingers. I don't know, it rained all night last night. I just finished inspecting the warehouse and was about to go back. Xiaofan suddenly rushed out and pulled me here. Did he attack you? Yi Qinglan shook her head. No. He said he was being chased by someone and asked me to save him. But before I could find anyone, he died? Luo Qin asked. Did he tell you anything? He only said that people were killing regenerated humans everywhere, and those people were extracting blood from regenerated humans to exchange for enhancers. Because enhancers are too expensive, many people would try to imprison regenerated humans and continuously extract blood. Their blood production speed is very fast. So, Yi Qinglan became more and more horrified as she spoke. She didn't know whether Wang Wufan had suffered that kind of inhuman torture before. Just looking at the desperate and empty expression on his face before his death, she felt like she was falling into an ice cave. Luo Qin had also heard about this method of equivalent exchange of enhancers from Jimoro, but he did not expect that the rumor had reached such a crazy level. By killing regenerated humans to obtain blood, he also turned himself into a regenerated human, and then entered a new hunting and killing game, repeating over and over again, endlessly. The unscrupulous slaughter and extreme blood extraction methods once again intensified the contradiction between ordinary survivors and regenerated humans. The anger accumulated by people in desperate situations can be transformed into the most terrible virus, and its spearhead will eventually point to everyone trapped in the vortex. Words kill people invisibly, sometimes more terrifying than swords and spears. We can't let the enhancer circulate anymore. Regenerated human blood can't make effective serum. Enhancers will also have side effects. We have to find a way to break that rumor. Luo Qin stood up, wiped the blood off his hands. Get rid of the body first. We can't make this rumor disappear completely. Luo Qin. The people who spread the rumor know the truth better than anyone else, but they can make everyone kill each other with just one sentence. Yi Qinglan sighed. As long as the regenerated human blood can still be exchanged for enhancers, those people outside won't care whether it is useful or not. What's more terrifying than closing your eyes and ears is that everyone realizes that it's just a rumor, but they still only want to believe what they want to believe. Yi Qinglan looked at Luo Qin. At that moment, she suddenly made up her mind. Perhaps this was the opportunity she had been hesitating about. The partners in the alliance had been hesitant to make a decision, and she had to make the final decision. That manuscript. Her voice gradually became firm. Come with me. I will give you a Lan's manuscript. Yi Qinglan took Luo Qin to her office and rummaged through the boxes to find an old notebook. The pages inside had turned yellow and had been soaked in water, which looked very weathered. This is the one. Xiaofan left it to me before he disappeared. He asked me to keep it safe and never give it to anyone, otherwise he and everyone around him will be doomed. I was not sure about your position before, especially after you joined the Ark. I didn't know if you would still stand on Wei Lan's side. Yi Qinglan handed the notebook to Luo Qin, with a dim look in her eyes. I haven't read the contents inside, and I don't know what the meaning of this manuscript is, but Xiaofan is dead now. I think it must be related to this thing. Luo Qin turned to the first page, and there were a few lines of pen writing on the title page. He had been looking at this writing style for more than 10 years, and he was already familiar with it. He could tell at a glance that it was written by Wei Lan. I would like to inform anyone who sees this manuscript, what I have recorded is the process and conspiracy of Yuanshan's experiments on the Lantian virus and the reconstruction of humans in the past 20 years. I don't know much, but every word in this note is true. I hope that the person who opens it will keep it carefully. Do not give this manuscript to Yuanshan, otherwise there will be a catastrophe. The manuscript does not contain much content, only a dozen pages, word by word. It describes how Yuanshan used the Lantian virus to conduct reconstruction experiments, and in the past, there were 68 participants who died in the experiment, many of whom were terminally ill, and came to Yuanshan with a glimmer of hope, but in the end, they all died in the Riddle Space laboratory in Shining. The accident in Riddle Space more than 10 years ago was indeed related to the reconstruction experiment. Yuanshan suppressed the news of the death of 3 employees, but Yuanshan headquarters stopped the experiment on the grounds that it violated the spirit of humanitarianism. Li Muki was unwilling to lose his only chance to climb up. Ambitious, he chose to build his own private laboratory in Hangzhou and led a group of crazy scientists to secretly continue the experiment. After more than 10 years of obscurity, he finally overcame the biggest bottleneck problem in the reconstruction experiment and provided the military with the first top-level reconstructed human, Xue Liyang. After Wei Lan entered Yuanshan, he was soon said to participate in the human reconstruction project. He was a very curious person. He tried to find out the truth of the experimental accident more than 10 years ago through the scientists under Li Muki. In the end, he found a very horrifying fact. The scientists who helped Li Muki complete the human reconstruction experiment disappeared. Without exception, their families and friends no longer had any news about these people, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Wei Lan began to feel scared. He knew that Li Muki was a sinister and vicious person, and was good at destroying his own bridges. They were the newcomers selected to participate in the reconstruction plan. Perhaps in the near future, they would face the same situation as the scientists who disappeared. Luo Qin turned to the last page, and Wei Lan wrote solemnly, "This manuscript may be obtained by others one day. No matter who you are, please remember that a researcher named Xue Lijing died in Riddle Space. But before he died, he secretly took something from Yuanshan and left it with his loved ones. This thing is very important. Maybe in the future, when the Lantian virus is completely out of control, it will be able to save it." His scalp tingled, but his mind suddenly became clear. He understood why every time he saw Wei Lan in these years, he felt that he was depressed and seemed to have something on his mind. It turned out that Wei Lan had been investigating these things privately, and even invested a lot of time and energy to speculate on the truth that had been buried. The key content of this manuscript, the amount of information contained, is definitely not something an ordinary person can bear. Wei Lan might be driven crazy by these secrets. This manuscript is like a cursed boulder, weighing on his heart all the time. No wonder he wrote on the title page that this manuscript must not fall into Yuanshan's hands. Once Li Muki knew that Xue Lijing had left something that could restrain him, he would definitely join forces with Xue Yunting and dig 3 feet underground to find this thing. Wang Wufan and Yi Qinglan's worries were not without reason. They had concealed the whereabouts of the manuscript from Xue Liyang before, and they had also thought of what Wei Lan was thinking. Since you agreed to Li Muki's recruitment, why didn't you hand the manuscript over to him and surrender? Luo Qin asked Yi Qinglan. Why didn't Wang Wufan go to the Ark with you? Yi Qinglan lowered her head. Xiaofan and the others have always disagreed with my decision to bring the Alliance into the Ark. So they left the Alliance and left Hangzhou, although I cooperated with Li Muki. I just wanted to find a way out for my friends. I don't believe he would be so generous and kind. I know. Luo Qin closed the manuscript, took a deep breath. You should keep this here. Don't let Li Muki see it. I'm going out for a while. Remember? Just pretend we haven't met. Chapter 144 Relics. Luo Qin stood outside Xue Liyang's house, looking at the message sent on the terminal, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Where have you been? I didn't see you when I came back. He was about to reply something sweet, thought about it, and felt it was too common, raised his hand to delete the typed words, and re-entered. Goodbye, baby. I'm going to sail tonight. At the same time, Xue Liyang, who had just entered the dormitory, stared at the 2 words baby on the screen, was silent for 2 seconds, typed a reply, Damn, you are perverted. After sending the message, Shui Liang took a screenshot of the chat interface, locked the screen, and put it back in his pocket, all in one go, without changing his expression. Luo Qin climbed up the pear tree in front of the building and climbed in from the second-floor balcony. He searched Shui Liang's bedroom for a while, and felt that Shui Lijing was unlikely to hide something important in his brother's room. Otherwise Shui Liang would have discovered it long ago after so many years. Wei Lan wrote in her manuscript that Shui Lijing put the thing next to her closest relatives. But who was the so-called closest relative? Jing Chun? Or Shui Liang? Shui Yunting must not know the existence of this thing. Otherwise, he would have taken it away long ago. But Jing Chun was already dead. Shui Liang was completely unaware of it. Sixian and Simu were very young at that time. And Shui Lijing would not give the thing to two toddlers for safekeeping no matter how urgent it was. Luo Qin heard from Shui Liang that Bai Wulua and Shui Lijing were not familiar with each other at all. And they had almost no intersection. However, excluding these people, he really couldn't think of anyone else who met this condition. He came to the living room on the second floor, looking at the mess of old objects in the room, and didn't know where to start. There were 4 drawers under the TV cabinet, which were filled with messy old things. Luo Qin even pierced his finger on an old-fashioned music box in the corner of the drawer when he was searching. Curiosity drove him to pick it up and fiddle with it for a few times. He found that after opening the lid, the reed inside the music box could still play by itself. The sound was crisp, very similar to his childhood memory. But he felt dizzy after listening to it for a long time, probably because of the tone. His hand touched something hard. He took it out and saw that it was a small dark green jumping frog, the kind that could jump by itself when wound up. The frog had faded a little, and the spring was severely rusted. Luo Qin held the small jumping frog in his hand, and turned the spring a few times as if possessed by a ghost, and then put it on the table. The small jumping frog jumped up and down, and finally jumped off the TV cabinet and landed on the ground. Luo Qin put the jumping frog back and closed the drawer. He searched through all 4 drawers, but apart from the inexplicable familiarity of the small jumping frog, he did not find anything important. His sight was attracted by a row of photo frames in front of him. He had seen these photos last time. He remembered the composition of each one very clearly, especially the family photo. Luo Qin looked at the young Shui Lijing on it, and always felt an indescribable weirdness. Shui Lijing in the picture was smiling, and her eyes were looking straight at Luo Qin. Luo Qin's hand slid across the glass photo frame, and his mind was spinning. Was the clue a close relative somewhere in this house? Or somewhere else? Was it related to Jing Chun or Shui Liang? He suddenly paused, and his eyes keenly caught a faint blue light flashing on the frame. Luo Qin immediately took down the photo frame, checked it inside and out, and finally, as if he remembered something, he put the photo back in place. At this time, he saw another blue light, shining between the family portraits of Shang Shui Lijing and Shui Liang. He slowly turned his head, and saw a Western clock hanging on the back wall of the old-fashioned sofa opposite. The hands of the clock had stopped moving, and the hour hand and minute hand formed an angle. And in the middle of the axis between the 2 hands, there was a small, inconspicuous blue stone. It seemed that there should have been some inlaid decoration there. But if you look closely, you will find that the blue stone does not fit the groove of the central axis completely. And the stone itself is obviously a little smaller than the decoration originally here. Luo Qin stretched out his hand, carefully picked out the stone, and placed it in the palm of his hand. There was a strange chill coming from it. Is this what Shui Lijing left behind? He understood that the so-called put it next to the closest person was not completely a cover-up. But Shui Lijing did not give the stone to anyone. He quietly stored the stone in a place where everyone in the family would pass by every day and always look up. But no one noticed anything unusual, so that the thing was actually kept safe until now. Wang Wenfan's thinking was wrong from the beginning. Just like Luo Qin, the whereabouts of the thing had nothing to do with Shui Liang himself. Shui Lijing might have thought about it long ago. Only those who could enter the house with Shui Liang and the closest people would be safe and qualified to know this secret. Probably no one would have thought that in this inconspicuous little building, Shui Lijing's posthumous letter was actually hidden. It seems that the other party's title of genius is not in vain. Luo Qin immediately turned around and rushed back to the Ark, holding the stone tightly in his hand, and prepared to find Shui Liang as soon as possible. The terminal of the Ark is connected to the internal network. The chat software is not safe. He does not want to reveal the secret on it. The camp outside the Ark is quiet. With the gradual completion of the security wall, there are very few people here. The total number of survivors is even decreasing. Luo Qin has not seen the lively scene at the beginning of the establishment of the safe zone for a long time. As soon as he entered the camp gate, he saw Shui Xixian and Shui Ximu sneaking out of the dormitory. Shui Ximu was holding a computer, and his face was full of nervousness. Luo Qin's intuition made a judgment in an instant. These two bastards must have been holding back their farts. He followed them all the way to the garden pavilion next to the Ark building. Shui Xixian walked into the pavilion, looked around, and specifically confirmed with Shui Xixian, "Did Brother Nian you see you when you came out?" Shui Ximu shook his head. He went out. "It's okay." Then he inserted a USB drive into the port of the laptop and tapped the keyboard a few times. Luo Qin climbed over the rockery, walked silently behind the two people, looked at the two heads whispering together, and finally his eyes fell on Shui Ximu's laptop. On the computer screen was a web page with an overall dark blue tone. At first glance, it seemed to be just an ordinary video website. Orange subtitles were scrolling in the center of the interface. The dense video links and post titles below were dazzling. "I don't know who came up with this genius color matching." Shui Ximu's fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard, and soon an English pop-up window popped up saying login successful. Luo Qin continued to watch how he was going to operate, but the computer screen suddenly turned black, and three faces suddenly appeared on the shiny screen. Shui Xixian and Shui Ximu screamed in fear, and turned back in horror. After finding that it was Luo Qin, they both breathed a sigh of relief as if they had survived a disaster. "Brother Luo Qin, you scared me to death." Shui Xixian touched his chest, with a face full of resentment. "Why didn't you make a sound?" Luo Qin turned over the chair in the pavilion, sat next to the two of them, and pressed one of their heads with one hand. "Tell the truth. Confess and you will be lenient. Resist and you will be beaten. And tie him up for your brother to deal with." Shui Xixian was like a frightened bird, turning her head to look behind him. "Wait. My brother didn't come?" Luo Qin raised his eyebrows, pretending to get up. "Then I will ask him to come?" "Don't." Shui Xixian grabbed him. "If he finds out, we're done for." "Okay." Luo Qin smiled evilly and leaned against the stone pillar, crossing his legs. "Then tell me, what are you two doing, or I'll tell your brother right away." The ringing of the terminal broke the silence. Luo Qin took out his phone, saw that the caller was Shui Liang, and deliberately waved it in front of the two of them. "You still have a chance. I'll answer it after counting to 3. "Who is your sweetheart?" Shui Ximu asked him. Luo Qin admitted frankly, "Your brother." Shui Ximu and Shui Xixian showed disgusted expressions at the same time. Luo Qin ignored them and answered the phone. "Hello? Lizzie, I'm outside. What's wrong?" He looked at the two people beside him meaningfully. "I just wanted to go see Xixian and Ximiao, they." Shui Xixian quickly put his hands together, snap, raised them above his head, shook them pleadingly, and then nodded desperately. "They are taking a nap." Luo Qin quickly changed his words. "Don't wait for me. I have something to deal with. Let Jimoro take care of the child by herself. You take a good nap. Aren't you going out in the afternoon?" Shui Xixian and Shui Ximu were almost out of breath. Staring at Luo Qin's mouth that could sell them out at any time, they were ready to rush over and cover his mouth. Luo Qin really didn't say anything. After hanging up the phone, he looked at the two of them with a wicked look, and said with a smile, "Okay, go on." Shui Ximu pointed to the interface that was reloaded on the screen. It was completely different from before. The color turned into deep red. The video cover on the webpage also became very bloody and terrifying, like a screenshot from a horror movie. "This is the dark web." Shui Ximu's words shocked people. Luo Qin was stunned for a moment, and then sat up straight. "What are you two doing on the dark web? How did you get there?" Shui Xixian's eyes were a little proud. "Do you remember the infection incident in the resettlement area at the beginning of this year? The scene was very chaotic at that time. When I ran downstairs, I accidentally tripped over a corpse. It was an uncle I had seen working in Yuanshan before. He had a bunch of keys hanging around his waist, and there was a USB flash drive on it." As she spoke, she raised her finger and pointed at the one plugged into the computer port. "This is it. I secretly took it off and carried it with me. I thought it would be useful. I showed it to my second brother, and he said it was a key, which contained many permissions that only high-level officials in Yuanshan had." Luo Qin was a little surprised, thinking that this girl was too cunning. In such a critical moment, She could still take care of taking something from the corpse on the roadside. There is a program in this person's key. After I cracked it, I found that it was an instruction to access the dark web. Shui Ximiu's voice was a little vague. It was a language barrier caused by hearing loss since childhood. It was the first time that Luo Qin heard him speak so seriously. Just like a bridge. You can connect to the exclusive dark web through this program. I also cracked the username and password here. And I can log in directly. Luo Qin looked up at the upper left corner of the web page, where it was written in brown bold font. Riddle space. He always felt a little familiar, so he asked Shui Ximiu, "What is this translation?" Riddle space. Luo Qin's heart was alarmed. Riddle space. Isn't it the laboratory in Shenning? As a dark web full of various crimes and bloody violence, Riddle space is also a gathering place for various crimes. It is full of a large number of contraband for sale, rewards for murder or kidnapping, perverted and cruel live broadcasts of killings, and nonsensical declarations of hatred and violence. Anyone with criminal genes in their blood, when faced with such a website, would find it difficult to resist the temptation. It is not surprising that the top executives of Yuanshan would hold the dark web key. After all, once people have overwhelming wealth and power, they will be dissatisfied with the status quo and try to pursue more exciting things. When people are well fed and well clothed, they will think about lust. A life of luxury and debauchery often becomes the soil for the breeding of sin. We found a post selling enhancers on it. And the base is in Hanoi City. Shui Ximiu clicked on a post. And the poster showed dozens of photos, all of which were boxes of various enhancer syringes. And the prices were marked in English below. Enhancers do not support cash transactions, and can only be exchanged for supplies or regenerated human blood. The exchange price of these enhancers is very expensive. Ordinary survivors may not be able to save half of them in 3 to 5 years. No wonder the violence in the city has intensified recently. Everyone wants to collect supplies as quickly as possible before the exchange price increases. Luo Qin's eyes quickly shuttled across the web page, and suddenly saw a familiar English word. He immediately stretched out his hand to signal Shui Ximiu to stop. "Don't move. Let me see this." Chapter 145 Riddle Space. Luo Qin took the mouse, clicked on a link in one of the posts, found that it was a bounty order issued in English. The person offering the bounty wanted to hunt down was Red Evil, the famous Red Eye on the dark web. There were 3 blood red S signs in the upper right corner of the bounty order, but there was no photo of the bounty target in the center, just a few lines of bold and conspicuous fonts, describing the glorious military exploits of this terrible bounty target, and the bounty amount of 28002.57 BTC was marked at the bottom. The bounty for this Red Eye has been posted on the dark web for several years. The highest level bounty order has increased from 40 million to 200 million. And no one has ever received it. Shui Ximiu said. This bounty has long been outdated. The price of a red eye head is now 6 boosters, or a luxurious supply of weapons, ammunition and food supplies. The temptation is indeed great, and someone will definitely take the risk. Is this website reliable? Luo Qin asked. Is it fake? He knew that Shui Liang had been regarded as an enemy by many international mercenary organizations and contraband smuggling gangs in recent years. But he did not expect that even in this world, Shui Liang's value would double again and again, and he would remain at the top of the dark web bounty list. Shui Xixian said, "Do you remember the middleman who was scared away by you and your brother before? He has many channels connecting the dark web and the black market. I got this website from him." Luo Qin thought about it, and the slightly wretched face suddenly appeared in his head. "Damn! You were with that guy at that time. For this? We thought you were cheated." Of course, it wasn't for this at first. But a few days ago, I heard Jimoro and my brother talking about selling this kind of enhancer on the dark web, and I was a little curious. Shui Xixian raised his chin. His eyes were particularly proud. The middleman was hard to find, but he was easy to fool. He gave us the channel in a few words, and he didn't even take my money. Luo Qin thought that the brother and sister were really little devils, using one trick after another, and whoever they cheated would fall. "Can you find out where the base is?" Luo Qin asked. Shui Xixian nodded. "We started contacting this seller 2 days ago, and they agreed to give us news today." Shui Ximiu opened a chat window, and sure enough, the other party sent a message, which was in Chinese, asking Shui Xixian and his team to provide a video of torture or autopsy. The target can be recreated humans or ordinary people, as long as it is realistic enough. Luo Qin was about to ask where they got the video, But Shui Ximia actually sent a video of an autopsy of a corpse after a while. You have all this? Luo Qin couldn't believe it. To be honest, I'm starting to be afraid of you. This is a video that my second brother secretly exported from Brother Qingya's law enforcement recorder. It's a first-person perspective, and no face is shown. Shui Xixian said indifferently. Don't tell him. Brother Qingyao can be very fierce when he gets angry. He's not as good as Bai Wulu. About a minute after the video was sent, the other party responded, saying that it was approved and further transactions could be made. There was also a string of addresses attached at the end, which seemed to be somewhere in the suburbs of Hangzhou. Time, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Qin took advantage of Shui Ximia's unpreparedness, reached out and grabbed the computer, slammed it shut, jumped across the pavilion and onto the rockery, turned his head and showed a harmless smile. Okay, thanks. Give it back to me. Shui Ximia was so angry that he jumped up and down. You are not allowed to go alone. Luo Qin smiled and said, Are you two still going to go? Forget it, go back to sleep, be good. Shui Ximia stared at him for a long time, sighed, suddenly took out Luo Qin's terminal from behind like a magic trick, and a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Second brother, do it. Shui Ximia immediately took out another terminal, connected it to Luo Qin's with a data cable, lowered his head, and pressed a few times, only to hear Luo Qin's terminal start to ring the notification sound of receiving messages crazily, dozens of them in a row, so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. What did you do? Luo Qin asked blankly, not realizing the seriousness of the problem. Shui Ximia raised his terminal, and dozens of spam erotic text messages appeared on the screen. A simple Joker virus will automatically send subscription messages to your terminal. No one can stop it except me. This virus program will evolve and reproduce itself. And it may send messages to the person with the highest contact frequency. That's your brother. Luo Qin's hair stood up, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Little bastard. When did you take it away? Shui Xixian stretched out his hand to him. We can help you remove the virus. But in exchange, give me back the computer. Luo Qin and her were in a stalemate for a while. Then he jumped down and gritted his teeth and said, Impossible. If I take you to that place, your brother will kill me. Even if you send this to him, I won't take you there. I won't hold you back. Shui Xixian explained eagerly. Besides, I was the one who had been in contact with the seller before, and I am also the one who is most familiar with the process. It's useless to rob my computer. You will be exposed if you go alone. She glanced at the time. It was already 1:30. There is no time. Brother Luo Qin. The people on the dark web pay much attention to procedures. If we are late, they will directly cancel the account of this key, and we will have nothing in our hands. Luo Qin hesitated. He saw that Shui Xixian's eyes were serious, and he didn't look like he was determined to cause trouble. Besides, there was less than half an hour left before the time mentioned by the seller on the dark web. This is indeed an opportunity, and it will be fleeting. Once you miss it, you may never catch the clue again. He has to admit that he really wants to find out what is going on about this dark web. Shen Ning's laboratory and Shui Lijing. Okay. Luo Qin looked at Shui Xixian and nodded gently, but it's agreed that you must listen to me in everything, and I will only take you alone. Ximu is definitely not allowed. Shui Ximu stayed in the camp, responsible for meeting them at any time, to avoid any unexpected events that they could not handle. Luo Qin drove a car and took Shui Xixian to find the address sent by the seller. He rolled down the window, and the cool wind filled the car, and the hot summer air was dispersed. How did you know to threaten me with this? Luo Qin couldn't help it, and asked her, Who taught you? I knew you and your brother were in love a long time ago. Shui Xixian leaned on the car window, squinting her eyes comfortably. My brother told me himself that you like him, and he liked you too. Luo Qin's mouth curled up, and his tone was floating. Well, your brother said that? What else did he say? Shui Xixian turned her head and looked at him. He said, Your brother Luo Qin and I are in love, so you can ask him for help if you have anything in the future. My second brother and I were planning to get your address and then go find you, but I didn't expect you to find it yourself. Did he say that? Luo Qin turned the steering wheel, and the car and his little heart drifted together. He said, Brother Luo Qin? Yes. What else? Shui Xixian certainly didn't know what Luo Qin was thinking, but he felt that this person's expression suddenly became wrong, as if he became very excited all of a sudden. Luo Qin cleared his throat and tried to keep himself calm. It's okay. Brother Luo Qin's words are very good. But why don't you go directly to your brother and tell him about this? Isn't he more reliable than me? Shui Sixian was a little depressed. After a while, he said, if my brother knew that we went to the dark web, he would definitely scold me. He wouldn't let me do such a dangerous thing. You also know the danger? Luo Qin smiled bitterly. If your brother knew about this, he would cut me with a knife. Why? Shui Sixian didn't agree. Doesn't he like you? Luo Qin sighed. This is not the same thing. Shui Sixian avoided the question, really just this time. I swear. Luo Qin drove all the way to the address on the computer and found that the transaction location set by the other party was actually in the county town nearby to town. This place has long been occupied by a group of survivors who have established a medium-sized mutual aid camp. Occasionally, zombies break in, but they do not pose a big threat. However, although it is called a mutual aid camp, in fact, everyone here is extremely vigilant about their neighbors, and there is no dependence or trust between each other. Deception, looting and violence fill every corner of the street every day. People have to be wary of each other and treat others with hatred and suspicion. Their car was parked in a hidden alley 1 kilometer away. Otherwise, once it was noticed by these people, it would be torn down without leaving any frame. Here, Luo Qin took out a mask and a hat from the trunk and handed them to Shui Sixian. Put them on. If we are exposed, we will probably be put on the dark web and hunted down. As the two of them passed through the chaotic center of the camp, people in the simple houses and shacks cast their eyes over here. Luo Qin grabbed Shui Sixian's hand, pushed her behind him, and whispered, "Follow me closely. Don't look at anything. Remember." Shui Sixian was also a little nervous, and held Luo Qin's hand tightly, not leaving his side. Crossing the camp area, there is a completely abandoned town in front of us. People have surrounded the entrance with electric fences and fences, otherwise the zombies inside may gather at any time, which is very dangerous. Someone made a hole in the wire mesh, and some zombies have been wandering here. Luo Qin held a knife and walked quickly towards the guys who blocked the road. The knife was thrown into the air with a sharp edge, and the dirty blood instantly splashed all over the wall. Is this man-made? Shui Sixian squatted at the hole, looking out curiously. Who is so rude? Get out of the way. Luo Qin grabbed Shui Sixian's collar and suddenly pulled him back. At the same time, a rotten head rushed out of the hole just now, and its teeth full of maggots collided wildly and shouted terribly at the two of them. Shui Sixian was so scared that she broke into a cold sweat. She jumped behind Luo Qin and said in horror, "Oh my god! Where did it come from? It's outside. Don't be curious about any narrow place." Luo Qin raised his foot and kicked the zombie's head down. It was stuck in the wire mesh. Experience is very useful. The address given by the other party was in one of the department stores. Luo Qin looked at the signboards of each store and finally found the entrance of the department store located on the corner of the street. There was a wire mesh in front of the gate. The two bent down and squeezed it almost in half. The building was dark and damp, and strange noises could be heard everywhere. Luo Qin went up the stairs, and just as he was about to greet Shui Sixian, he heard her panicked footsteps retreating. He quickly turned around and saw that he had kicked a person who was not moving and huddled in a corner. The person impatiently punched the ground and cursed, "Don't you have eyes? Damn it!" Shui Sixian quickly avoided him and followed Luo Qin. Starting from the second floor, these survivors who looked like beggars could be seen everywhere. Standing, squatting, or lying. Each of them looked lifeless. And if you didn't look closely, you would think they were corpses, wrapped in a rag, lying in the shadow. It is almost invisible if you don't pass by. The end of the third floor was originally a clock repair shop, which had long been transformed into a temporary trading base. Luo Qin saw a man wearing a dark gray sweater and sunglasses standing there, with a gun beside him, and seemed to be waiting for someone. This was the contact signal they had agreed with the seller. The other party was waiting for them at the end of the third floor in gray clothes. They had to verify their identities before they could proceed with the subsequent transaction. Shui Sixian walked in front of the man, thinking about the contact method agreed with the seller before, and stretched out the index finger and thumb of his right hand, forming the shape of the letter L, and then touched it up and down. The man was silent for a while, took out 2 black cloths from his pocket, and signaled the two to cover their eyes. Chapter 146 Underground Black Market. After the body search, the man finally told them that they could leave. Luo Qin grabbed the gun in the other's hand and was pulled forward slowly. This black cloth is completely opaque. After covering it, there is no way to see the surroundings through the gap. It seems that this seller is extremely cautious in doing business. He doesn't even let them know the route to the transaction location. The internal structure of this building is intricate. Xue Liang said, when he was teaching him in actual combat, that this kind of multi-cover terrain is very suitable for ambushes. He was not sure if the man was looking at them now. Nor did he know if there were more eyes in the dark. If he secretly lifted the black cloth to mark the way, he might be discovered soon. Xue Sixian pulled Luo Qin, and her palms trembled a little. Luo Qin protected her in front of him, and tried to block the other party with his body as much as possible. After walking for an unknown period of time, the man suddenly said, "We are here." He took off the black cloth covering their eyes, and in the strong light, the surrounding scenes came into view. This is a spacious old garage, full of abandoned cars. I thought the rumored black market would be a gloomy and scary place. But there are many people coming and going here. And there are many people holding weapons and guns. The air is full of dry coldness. They wear masks and gather in various places in the garage. There are many computers connected to the dark web interface on the containers at hand. Various information is skipped quickly on them. Every second is updated and iterated. The prompts of chat information are endless. It is like a huge underground information city. Efficiency, time, and data all come from the most vast and complex database of the dark web. After countless transmissions and transformations, they are finally materialized into tangible images and sounds in this place. Those people walked in groups of 2 or 3, and seemed to be casual and lazy when they walked, sat, or lay down. However, when the stranger came in, they all focused their attention. Several jeeps drove past, and the canvas covering the truck bed was blown up by the wind. Luo Qin saw a corner of the container exposed below, and he didn't know what was loaded. "Follow me." Luo Qin squeezed Xue Sixian's hand. "Be calm." The man led them to one of the contact points. There were several tall and strong men standing on the stall, all holding guns, and looking at the newcomers vigilantly. Someone pushed a computer towards them, and a login interface popped up on the screen. Xue Sixian reached out and typed in the account and password, and clicked login. The color of the web page changed from dark blue to dark red again. After those people checked the buyer's information, they logged out of Xue Sixian's account, probably for safety reasons, to prevent someone from locking the IP and tracking it here. Payment. A man pointed a gun at Luo Qin and said. Luo Qin said, "I changed my mind temporarily. I want to get more goods, but I don't have so much supplies on hand. If I use the blood of regenerated humans to exchange, how much does it cost for one bottle?" 20 liters. The other side replied, "What if that's the case?" Luo Qin suddenly rolled up his sleeves and quickly pulled out a knife from the waist of the strong man beside him. The other people were shocked and immediately pointed their guns at him. The people around him also looked over. The sound of gun friction was endless, and the conflict seemed to be imminent. Luo Qin remained calm and continued to cut his arm with a knife. The blood flowed down his wrist and soaked the ground. "Can we take blood on the spot?" These people obviously didn't expect that there would be a recreated human being who was brave enough to come to such a place. Luo Qin saw many pairs of greedy eyes shooting over, as if they were waiting for someone to act first, so that they could rush forward and drain his blood. "Wait a minute." One of the men was still sober. "This blood needs to be tested first. Go get some tools, and take the blood. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. No matter how strong the reconstructed humans in the city who have used enhancers are, they dare not come here alone. Riddle Space is just a formal name. There is also a nickname here, called the Slaughterhouse. As the name suggests, ordinary reconstructed humans who fall into such a place will only face the fate of being imprisoned, fed and bled, and may never be able to leave here. The only ones who can enter and exit the black market at will and get out unscathed are the top reconstructed humans who rarely appear in the Ark. Luo Qin's calm state made the people in the black market dare not act rashly. They didn't know where the other party came from. If he really came from the Ark, the whole black market might be wiped out. After a while, the person who did the blood test came back, followed by a few people. He ran to his previous companion and whispered. Luo Qin paid attention to the movement over there. Soon someone's face changed, and he secretly looked at him. It seemed that his identity had been confirmed. Among the group of people who came together, there was a thin man in a suit, who was also the only one here without a mask. He didn't seem to be afraid of exposing his identity. This is a new face. Loken has never seen it before. The man walked up to Loken, showing a polite smile. This is the first time a reconstructed human has come here to do business with us, but because Ark has recently been suppressing the distribution channels of enhancers, I have to be wary of you. I heard that the strongest batch of reconstructed humans currently belong to Ark. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to let me see your neck. Loken lowered his head, letting the man in the suit take out a handheld light specially used to check the serial number of reconstructed humans, checked his neck, and found no marks. The other party breathed a sigh of relief, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with Luo Qin. Hello. I am the owner of Real Space. This underground exchange is all my personal property. If you want to do business, I will also show my sincerity. I need a booster, Luo Qin said. My sister is an ordinary person. I want her to live. The black market owner nodded and smiled. No problem. The market for boosters is very hot recently. I understand. If you want to survive in troubled times, this is a choice you have to make. Those who can come here have not left a way out for themselves, and of course they will not have any other extra thoughts. He turned around and said to another bodyguard beside him, who had his face covered tightly, wearing black goggles and a mountaineering hat, come with me, and take these two to the trading place of the enhancer. This kind of old-fashioned trading method, Luo Qin has heard of it before. You have to go to 3 places to buy an enhancer, and it may not be smooth. Buying things in the black market is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger, and the other side are desperate criminals who turn their faces at any time. I don't know how Shui Liang deals with such a situation. However, Luo Qin has his own style of doing things. Shui Liang is a god who kills gods and Buddhas, but he is unsystematic and at ease. The black market owner led them through the parking lot and walked to a secret passage. Shui Xian stared at the tall bodyguard beside him, frowning under his hat. There is another space behind the underground garage, but it was obviously opened later. A hole was violently dug in the wall, and it was pitch black behind the entrance. There were strange collision echoes from the depths. How long does it take to get blood? Luo Qin asked. It can't be lit up all at once, right? The black market owner turned on the flashlight and signaled the bodyguard to go first. Don't worry. Our blood collection method is absolutely safe, and it will not do us any good to exhaust all the fish. Behind the passage is the town's underground drainage system, which is very spacious, but very gloomy. There is an incandescent lamp on the top wall every few meters. Several people walked forward along the platform on the side. On one side is the corridor for maintenance, and on the other side is the drainage channel. The sludge exudes a pungent smell and surges in the canal. Luo Qin suddenly heard a strange crawling sound coming from under his feet. He followed the sound and found a zombie struggling in the mud. His cheeks were deeply sunken, and he looked like a skeleton that could still move. Enhancers have side effects, which is well known. The black market owner did not even look down, and said with a smile, so those who come here to get the goods are at their own risk. Some people have special physiques, and can become stronger after mutation. Some people are too weak, and may be infected and become zombies after using them. If this happens, I'm sorry, but once sold, no returns will be accepted. Men and women, old and young, came here to exchange for enhancers. Some people spend all their fortunes just for a small injection. Some people are penniless and have to take risks. The black market owner will occasionally be merciful when he is happy, allowing buyers to exchange without blood or materials. Some people will be ecstatic and offer their parents, wives and children. Where those who were sacrificed as bargaining chips finally went, no one ever knew. The dark web under the black market is a huge spider silk, and once anyone falls into it, it is difficult to get out. The data and transaction chains that run like a torrent will push the prey deeper into the place, and no trace can be found. The bodyguard stopped in front of an iron door, took a key from his waist, and inserted it into the lock. The iron door was slowly opened. Luo Qin raised the brim of his hat, and the whole wall that came into view was installed with several layers of iron racks, filled with bottles of solution containing blue liquid, densely packed. The number of them was so large that it could not be described as shocking. To make so many enhancers, the amount of Tai Sui raw stones needed is definitely not small. Where did this person get so many? Luo Qin remembered that when he was in the small mountain village near Wanshan camp, he had eavesdropped on the conversation of Wang Wufan and others. It seemed that someone in the Ark had been transporting resources to the outside. Could it be that the person was also related to the riddle space? This is the cargo warehouse. You go and get blood from me first. The black market owner stopped at the door, and did not intend to let them go in directly. The blood drawing equipment is next door. There was only an iron bed in the small room next door, and the blood drawing equipment was placed in the corner. It was complete, and had everything you could think of. They were all very professional medical equipment, and were very valuable. The black market owner took them in, and calmly introduced the blood drawing process to Luo Qin. Luo Qin found it very strange. 20 liters of blood was not enough to drain a living person. Even the fastest reconstructed human would have to work without sleep for several days. This man said it so easily. Moreover, a full set of blood drawing equipment was stored in this place. Could it be that reconstructed humans were often caught here for blood drawing? His ears suddenly caught the sound of mechanical friction behind him. He turned around immediately, and saw the bodyguard next to the black market owner took out a pistol. With his finger on the trigger, Luo Qin pushed Shui Sixian to the corner, grabbed a device beside him, and threw it hard. With a bang, the bullet shattered the device, and the fragments flew everywhere. The black market owner bent down and slipped out of the door, and the bodyguard quickly came up and wrestled with Luo Qin. Luo Qin could feel that this man's strength was definitely not ordinary, almost as good as his. Every time he punched, there was a gust of wind, and his strength was enormous. The idea of suspicion almost immediately sprouted in his head. This inconspicuous bodyguard in front of him seemed to be a reborn human. The black market owner saw the opportunity, and tried to shoot Luo Qin. But he kicked the metal fragments on the ground, and stabbed them into his neck. The man stared with his eyes wide open, trying to stop the bleeding by plugging the wound in his throat. But the aorta had been cut off, and the blood gushed out even to the ceiling. The smell of blood filled the room, choking Shui Sixian to cough. He twitched a few times, slid down against the wall, his eyes wide open, as if he was extremely unwilling, and gradually lost his breath. Luo Qin kicked the bodyguard hard in the chest, kicked him several feet away, and then pulled off the inspection light on the black market owner's waist. While the bodyguard hadn't gotten up yet, he rushed over and grabbed his neck, strangled him tightly, and clamped him to the ground with all his strength. A certain intuition came to his mind. Luo Qin raised the searchlight in his right hand and shone it around the other person's neck. His eyes suddenly widened. This person actually had a serial number. The bodyguard seemed to be stiff for a moment. Suddenly, a force burst out from his body. He raised his hand to push Luo Qin away and quickly got up. His face covered by goggles and mask seemed to spurt out a surging murderous intent and anger. He pulled out a knife from his waist, held it with his backhand, and rushed towards Luo Qin. Luo Qin dodged the lightning-like blade, grabbed the other person's arm with his backhand, twisted it hard, and heard a snap. The muscles and bones of the whole arm were broken. He didn't give the other party any chance to fight back. He turned around and kicked the man mercilessly into the mud under the platform. After he saw the bodyguard fall in, he immediately went into the house and pulled out Shui Sixian, who was too scared to move. He picked up the gun that the bodyguard dropped on the ground and rushed forward without looking back. Let's go! There's no way to go back the same way. Let's go up the pipeline. Chapter 147 finished. The bodyguard behind him turned over and jumped onto the platform, chasing after him like he was urging him to die. Luo Qin simply picked up Shui Sixian, grabbed the sewer pipe above his head with one hand, and lifted himself up with all his strength, then fired a shot at the bodyguard with his backhand. The bodyguard dodged the shot, used the intricate pipes as cover, still pursued him, planning to find a chance to climb up. Climbing forward 3 or 4 meters along the pipe is a sewer manhole. Although he didn't know what was above, Luo Qin didn't care about that, rushed over in 3 or 2 steps, bent his elbow, and slammed it a few times. Seeing that the manhole cover was loose, he pushed hard with his shoulder again, reached out to push open the manhole cover, and stuffed Shui Sixian in first. Shui Sixian struggled to climb out of the well, and turned to pull him. Looking down, she found that Luo Qin was holding the well with one hand, and the bodyguard had climbed up without knowing when, and the bayonet in his hand stabbed into Luo Qin's waist, and a few drops of blood splashed on her face. Shui Sixian's pupils trembled, and suddenly she tried to pull the other person's hand like crazy. Run! Hide! Luo Qin pushed Shui Sixian away with pain, and fell down with the bodyguard. Shui Sixian rolled and crawled to hide next to a trash can on the side of the road. shivering and curled up, not daring to move. The bloody violence in her childhood memories was so close. It brought back her terrible psychological shadow and tore at her nerves. After an unknown amount of time, a bloody hand suddenly stretched out from the well. Shui Xixian stared at the hand nervously, not daring to blink. Luo Qin climbed up from the well with some effort, covered in blood, and stood still shakily, exhaling. Luo Qin. Shui Xixian rushed over like a survivor, and grabbed Luo Qin's arm tightly. You scared me to death. Is that man dead? Luo Qin shook his head and patted her soothingly. It's okay. He ran away. Probably because he was afraid that I would discover his identity. However, this would narrow our scope. The riddle space was indeed related to the interior of the Ark, and the recreated humans were involved. When he was fighting with that man just now, they both fell onto the platform corridor. Luo Qin gritted his teeth and pulled out the knife, stabbing him in the chest. And at the same time, he was about to pull his mask to confirm his identity. At the moment Luo Qin stretched out his hand, the bodyguard seemed to be stimulated by something, and kicked him away fiercely. Seeing that he was not in the upper hand, he was actually ready to retreat. Luo Qin didn't want to fight. He didn't know if the man was leading him into an ambush. This time, the two of them didn't get nothing, but for him, it was the best result that Shui Xixian didn't get hurt. However, Shui Xixian still scraped her knee when she climbed up, and now her right leg was covered in blood, and she was limping in pain. Luo Qin didn't know where this place was, and could only walk around based on his intuition, and finally saw the landmark they had noted down when they parked the car before. The two climbed into the car exhausted, rested for a while, and then took out the terminal to call Shui Xixian. Xixian, are you guys out? As soon as the call was connected, Shui Xixian's extremely anxious voice came from the other side. I found that the locator stopped moving before, and I couldn't contact you, so I notified Brother Qingyao, and he scolded me first, and asked me who you came with. Did you say that? Shui Xixian asked cautiously. Shui Xixian was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly Cheng Qingyu's gritted teeth and whirring voice came. Guess what he said? Luo Qin slumped in the driver's seat. Forget it, there will always be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. Cheng Qingyao immediately led people to the place where the locator sent the signal. When Luo Qin and Shui Xixian arrived at the scene again, the SWAT team had completely cleared the place, and also escorted out a group of second-hand dealers who had not had time to leave. It is estimated that the bodyguard went back to report the news. Many people got wind of the news in advance and quickly collected the evidence and withdrew from the underground black market. However, the remaining ones seemed to be greedy for money and were a little slow, and were caught by Cheng Qingyao. How did you get the locator? Luo Qin asked curiously. Didn't we search you when we came? Shui Xixian stretched out a finger and shook it proudly. I hid it in my fingernail and brought it in disguised as a nail. When I entered the password to log in on the computer, I put the locator into the gap of the keyboard. This thing is only as big as a flat button, and it is difficult to be discovered. You really are, Luo Qin sighed. Are you really only 14 years old? Cheng Qingyao came over and slapped each of them on the back of the head. You are so amazing. You stole my video data and took it to the dark web for trading. You are really good. Shui Xixian. When Simu told me, I almost fainted. Can you just come to this place casually? Are you two here to shop at the vegetable market? Shui Xixian felt guilty. He lowered his head and said nothing. His eyes were erratic. Cheng Qingyao felt unsatisfied and slapped Luo Qin on the shoulder again. You are so brave, brother. Luckily Xixian didn't get into trouble otherwise. Let's see how you would explain to Shui Liyang. Don't tell him, please. Luo Qin immediately pleaded. I don't want to die yet. You don't want to die? You regret it when you are about to die? Cheng Qingyao squatted down, looking at the goods that had not been transported away in time. You have some gains. Confiscated a batch of contraband, more than 100 bottles of enhancers, and other raw materials. I have to take them back for testing. But this is not the real address of the IP of real space. It is just a temporary branch point. Can't locate the IP address? Luo Qin asked. Cheng Qingyao opened Shui Xixian's laptop, which displayed a dark blue web page interface. Riddle Space uses a virtual IP, and it is still running, and the person you kill below is not the real creator of the website. All the login keys we seized in this base have just expired one after another, and can no longer be logged in, including the one in Simu's hand. In other words, the owner of the black market is actually a substitute for the founder of the website. Cheng Qingyao nodded. I guess so, The creator of the dark web cannot show up so easily. He should be just the leader of this branch point. The host hardware location of this website has never been located, because the URL has been changing irregularly. The other party should be a computer expert, and must have very advanced computer room equipment to support such continuous and complex computing work. Luo Qin suddenly remembered the bodyguard he had fought in the black market, and said to Cheng Qingyao, I met a recreated human down there, and fought with him. This man is very strong, and there is a serial number on his neck. He can fight me to a draw, so he should be the first generation of recreated humans. Cheng Qingyao frowned. Do you remember what the serial number is? Luo Qin shook his head. I saw it clearly for a moment, but I didn't remember it. Can these serial numbers be checked? Can we trace back to each individual who underwent the experiment and find the person? Cheng Qingyao, it's probably unlikely. A few years ago, Yuanshan headquarters used Li Muki's technology to illegally create a lot of recreated humans. None of them were incorporated into the army, and the records were very messy. There is no way to check. All the confiscated contraband was taken back to the Ark by trucks. The news that this base was destroyed spread quickly, and many people heard the news and wanted to rob these batches of supplies from the Ark. On the way back, the convoy was besieged by several waves of reconstructed humans, and even some survivors participated in the attack. Cheng Qingyao drove the car and picked up the walkie-talkie at hand. Jiang Yamo, the attackers are in your hands. I will go back to the Ark first. Reconstructed humans would suddenly rush out from the buildings on all sides from time to time and attack the convoy. Several police off-road vehicles braked suddenly on the elevated road, blocking the pursuers behind them and buying time for the transport convoy to get off the bridge. Luo Qin climbed out of the car window, picked up the collar of an attacker, and left the elevated road without hesitation. The speeding car rushed left and right on the bridge. The driver was also an old man who had experienced many battles. He was calm and unhurried. He drifted and threw the person on the windshield out. Then he threw a grenade from the window and drove down the ramp without looking back, leaving behind explosions and flames. Stay in the car. Luo Qin bowed his head and told Shui Sixian, then jumped onto another car and kicked the man who was trying to open the door. The other person rolled and fell far away, and was rolled under the truck following closely. Thanks. The SWAT officer in the car raised his chin. Hold on tight, brother. As he spoke, two more people climbed up from the elevated road and landed in the back of the car. Luo Qin was about to take action, but suddenly another figure jumped up from behind the car, grabbed the two unsuspecting attackers, and threw them under the bridge like a cannonball. Luo Qin was instantly covered in cold sweat. Lichi, I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Shui Liang glanced at him coldly, brushed past him, said a word expressionlessly, and turned around and jumped into another car. The escorts this time were all first-generation recreated humans, and their combat power unilaterally crushed those robbers who blocked the road. Except for crashing a few cars, there was no loss. Cheng Qingyao delivered the goods to the Ark warehouse, glanced at Luo Qin, who was leaning on the car in a daze, and patted his shoulder with a gloating look. May the best of luck to you. Are you happy? Luo Qin said indignantly. You can't do this, Mr. Cheng. Shouldn't sisters-in-law share the same hardships? Who shares the same hardships with you? Cheng Qingyao smiled. Wu Luo and I are very good friends. I won't hide this from him. Luo Qin returned to the camp dormitory nervously, and saw Nianyu and Shui Simia outside the dormitory. It is said that when Nianyu came back, he found Shui Sixian missing. He ran all over the Ark, and almost went crazy looking for him. Nianyu saw him, hesitated for a moment, and walked over to ask, do you want to go in now? Lizzie is really angry this time. Luo Qin felt that he was inexplicably tired, thinking of his usual sick appearance. He didn't seem to have a strong psychological endurance. He couldn't help thinking that he had really played a big trick this time. Fortunately, he didn't scare Nianyu to death. He didn't want to go in at this time and run into the gun, but he would have to face it sooner or later. I heard you were in danger? Nianyu's eyes were full of worry. Is there anyone who can beat you? Luo Qin said helplessly. Don't mention it. I would rather be beaten half to death by the bodyguard than open this door and go in. Wish me good luck. Nianyu laughed, and it was not easy to say anything else. He moved aside and didn't seem to be angry with him. Shui Simu also asked, brother won't be angry with you, right? He likes you. Luo Qin smiled bitterly. If your brother really doesn't want me this time, I will go to his door and cry every day. And you will all have to pass me throat lozenges. As he said that, he pushed the door open and carefully poked his head in. He saw Shui Liang kneeling on one knee beside the bed, treating Shui Xixian's knee wound. Shui Liang slowly applied iodine with a cotton swab, controlling the strength of her hand, and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" Shui Xixian hissed and said aggrievedly, "It hurts. It's what you deserve." Shui Liang gently patted her calf. "If it doesn't hurt, you won't learn your lesson. Brother, I insisted that Luo Qin take me there." Shui Xixian pursed her lips and tried to beg for mercy. "I was the one who pestered him, and I got into trouble with him if he didn't take me there." Shui Liang threw away the cotton swab in her hand and replaced it with a new one, and said slowly, "How old is he, and how old are you? I don't know where to take you, and where not to take you. I tell you, it's not easy for me to tell him about this." "It's over," Luo Qin thought. Chapter 148 Devil's Interrogation. Shui Liang heard the door open, looked back at Luo Qin, and said nothing. "Okay." He threw the cotton swab into the trash can. "Be careful these 2 days, the wound is very shallow, and if you take care of it, there will be no scar." Shui Xixian nodded, and looked at Luo Qin guiltily. "Lychee." Luo Qin walked over, and tried to pull Shui Liang's hand, but the latter dodged, and did not let him succeed. "Very good." Shui Liang looked at him. "You have learned everything you should learn, and now you have become a spirit. Right?" Luo Qin scratched his head, and apologized uneasily. "I was wrong." "That's right." Shui Liang immediately followed up. "You are awesome." Shui Xixian laughed, and was glared at by Shui Liang, and fell silent again. "I'm not even shocked today." "I'm shocked," Shui Liang said. "Don't you two know what the dark web black market is?" When he heard the news before, he immediately put down everything he was doing and rushed to the location reported by the informant. When he came, he was even ready to kill people in case the situation became difficult. No matter what kind of dark web with all-powerful hands it was, there was no thorn in the world that he couldn't eliminate. The moment he saw Luo Qin and Shui Xixian were fine, Shui Liang did breathe a sigh of relief. And then he was angry. Shui Liang cornered Luo Qin, put his right hand against his throat, did not use force, suppressed his anger. "You are wrong." "Do you know what is wrong?" Luo Qin lowered his eyes guiltily. "I shouldn't have brought Xixian with me." "Only this?" Shui Liang glanced at Shui Xixian, turned his head. "Xixian, go to your brother Nian Yi's room first." Shui Xixian glanced at Luo Qin, looked back every few steps, and walked out, leaving the other two in the room. The low pressure became stronger. Shui Liang looked Luo Qin up and down, and asked, "I heard that you were stabbed for Xixian. Where is it?" Luo Qin lifted up his clothes, pointed to him with a silly smile. "It's almost healed. Look." Shui Liang looked at the shallow knife wound, which had not yet healed completely, but the bleeding had stopped long ago, and there were signs of scabbing. "I don't believe that the other party wanted to kill you by stabbing you in the kidney." Luo Qin, "At first, it was aimed at my chest, and I dodged it." "Ha ha ha." "Laugh?" Shui Liang stretched out his hand to slap him, but stopped abruptly. "What if it really stabbed the chest?" Luo Qin was startled, realizing that Shui Liang was really anxious, and the worry in his eyes that he didn't know when filled with worry made him feel painful. He reached out and touched Shui Liang's face, whispering, "I'm really sorry. Lychee, I won't do this again next time." Shui Liang sighed, raised her head. "To be honest, I thought you would use the last incident to choke me." "Which one?" Luo Qin was halfway through his words, and suddenly froze. It was the incident of Shui Yunting doing experiments on Shui Liang. How could it be? His eyes were sour, and he kissed Shui Liang's fingers. "Lychee, how could I choke you with that kind of thing? I just suddenly thought. Did you feel the same way last time?" Shui Liang said seriously. "I didn't know the pain until you hit me." Anxiety, fear, anger, all the terrible expectations competed with each other in his mind. And it was not until then that he understood what Luo Qin felt at that time. It is not a bad thing to admit mistakes and stop losses in time, but it is regretful afterwards. "I won't do this again." Luo Qin leaned over and hugged Shui Liang, rubbing his neck. "Let's not do this again." "Yeah." Luo Qin grabbed Shui Liang's wrist, took out the blue stone from his pocket, and put it in his palm. "By the way, let me show you this. Something your brother left behind. I found it." Shui Liang was stunned for half a second, and then asked, "How did you find it?" Luo Qin told the truth about Wang Wenfan's murder and the manuscript that Yi Qinglan gave him, including the content in the manuscript that involved the Yuanshan experiment. After listening to this, Shui Liang looked down at the stone that glowed with blue light, and said in disbelief, "This thing? It should be the Tai Sui raw stone." Luo Qin nodded. "I guessed it. I have seen what Tai Sui looks like. So when I found this thing hidden on the dial, I knew it should be the same thing. If this is really Tai Sui, it is very likely to be the first generation raw stone. 20 years ago, the first generation raw stone had not been destroyed yet, and my brother secretly took out a piece and hid it at home." Shui Liang said thoughtfully, "This may be the last first generation raw stone in the world. No wonder my brother and Wei Lan don't want anyone to find it." The two should have anticipated that the first generation raw stone stored in Yuanshan would be exhausted sooner or later. But they didn't expect the first generation raw stones to become extinct so quickly. The piece that Luo Qin found is already a rare treasure. Perhaps it was not intentional, but an accidental act. When Shui Lijing left this rough stone, it was probably just for a rainy day, and he did not realize how significant his action was. After Wei Lan knew about the existence of this stone, he immediately made plans to conceal it. Even after 20 years, there are still people who can think about what others think and worry about what others worry about. The two looked at the stone, as if they saw Shui Lijing and Wei Lan facing each other across time and space. Misfortunes are the root of blessings, and blessings are the root of misfortunes. Everything these two people have done, I don't know what the outcome will be. Keep this stone for yourself. Shui Liang put the stone back into Luo Qin's hand, and closed his palm. My brother didn't say he left it for me. Now that you found it, it's yours. You can use it as you like. Give it to me? Luo Qin weighed the raw stone in distress. I thought that for something like the Sunflower Manual, a group of people would have to sit together to discuss how to deal with it, and then find a place to bury it. It's not that exaggerated. This is not a particularly bloody thing. But Shui Yunting and Ling Yuki can't know about it. Shui Liang straightened Luo Qin's messy clothes and rubbed his head. Come with me. The group of minions caught in the black market need to be tried. Zheng Qingyao took most of the people away, leaving only a middleman who looked very thorny. Shui Liang was left to interrogate him, and tied him outside the camp. This man didn't know the young officer's methods. When he first saw Shui Liang coming over, he looked nonchalant. It seemed that ordinary interrogation methods could not pry their mouths open. Shui Liang had obviously expected this situation. He asked Luo Qin to sit aside and watch, and he slowly moved a chair to sit in front of the man, playing with a terminal in his hand. I know you. The middleman raised his chin contemptuously. You are the savior who is praised. That's what they called me. I have never been that kind of person. Shui Liang lowered his head and didn't look at him. For example, now, I am the gun on your forehead. The middleman sneered. He had inquired about Shui Liang's background. As a soldier, he would never allow the killing of innocent people. What's more, he was just a gangster who dealt in black goods. His crime was not punishable by death. If someone died, the young officer who recreated humanity in front of him would be drowned in spit. People who are too principled also have weaknesses. Shui Liang turned the terminal several times, finally stopped, and said, From now on, I will only give you 5 chances. Tell me the black markets online. Soon someone brought a table, on which were 5 rifles of the same model, with almost the same appearance, and not much wear and tear. At first glance, they were all brand new, with no difference. Shui Liang stood up and walked to the table, picked up a gun at random, turned his head and looked at the second-hand dealer. Have you used a gun? Yes. The other party nodded. I have killed several recreated humans like you, watched them being tied up, and begged for mercy like dogs, ha ha ha. Shui Liang smiled knowingly. Is that how you play? Okay, we'll use your rules. After he finished speaking, he shuffled all the 5 guns, and his movements were so fast that it was dazzling. After doing all this, Shui Liang turned to the dealer and said, 4 of these guns are empty. One is loaded with bullets, but I don't know which one it is. And now they are all messed up. Shui Liang picked up a gun and pressed it against the dealer's forehead. With his finger under the trigger, 5 chances are equal. Of course, the chance with bullets is also a chance. The dealer thought the other party was trying to scare him, and he straightened his neck and looked at Shui Liang with a mocking face. Shui Liang chuckled, and suddenly pulled the trigger. With a click, the dealer instinctively closed his eyes. But nothing happened. This one is empty. Xue Liang threw the gun away, and Luo Qin handed him the second one. The dealer began to sweat. He was a little unsure whether Xue Liang was just scaring him, or really betting on this probability. Xue Liang raised the second gun skillfully, and asked a much shorter question, "Do you want to say it?" The dealer still did not give in. He tried to control the shaking hands behind his back, steadied his breathing, and said fiercely, "Fuck! You dare to play tricks on me." Bang! Another shot. This time, the gun was still empty. Xue Liang tooted, threw away the gun again, and took the third one handed over by Luo Qin. "Wait!" The second-hand dealer broke into a cold sweat again. "Are you done yet? Stop scaring me. I don't have what you want. Untie the rope." Third chance. Xue Liang looked calm, and fired the third shot. The second-hand dealer grumbled in his throat, and his whole body trembled. "Fuck. You are not serious. Are you?" When Xue Liang picked up the fourth gun, he was completely panicked and began to struggle in fear. "I don't know even if you ask me." "Damn it. You beasts in the Ark." Bang! "Ah! Hack your mother." The second-hand dealer's voice was out of control, and he was scared to death. "Madman. Xue Liang. You are a fucking madman. No wonder they all say you are a fucking beast." Luo Qin kicked him on the chair. His eyes were so gloomy that he almost wanted to kill people. There was only one gun left. Xue Liang had already picked it up. Gently wiped the muzzle. Only beasts can survive the Special Forces selection. "What about you? You have also been in the gutter. You have seen many beasts with your own eyes. How do they treat prisoners?" As he said this, he pointed the gun at the second dealer's eyebrows, and the barrel slowly moved closer. The coldness of the metal and the smell of rust seemed to be close at hand, turning into a desperate chain that wrapped around the man's neck, and the fingertips slowly pressed down, as if to cut the last rope that fixed the foot pedal on the gallows. The second-hand dealer screamed in a voice that was not human. "I said the Ark. That person must be in the Ark. I don't know anything else. I really don't know." Xue Liang stopped pulling the trigger in time, looked at the other party's half-blurred eyes, and took back the gun after a while, and said to Luo Qin, "Untie the rope and let him go. I want to beat him up." Luo Qin gritted his teeth. "Don't make trouble," Xue Liang said. "He only knows this. He is a coward. He can say it just by threatening." Luo Qin then reluctantly untied the rope for him and kicked him on the butt. The middleman had long since turned into a puddle of mud. He was kicked to the ground and lay motionless. Finally, he was dragged out. "Are you really not going to ask any more questions?" "No more questions. Those who are caught are small fish. The real big fish will not be caught so easily. Such as the recreated human with a serial number on his neck that you mentioned." Xue Liang asked these questions, which were similar to what he had guessed. The founder of the black market, at least the current controller, was indeed in the Ark, and was proficient in network technology, and had extremely complete computer room hardware equipment as support, so he could operate such a complex dark web. In the Ark, he is also very good at computer technology, Luo Qin murmured. "Except Zhu Yan. I can't think of anyone else." "Me too," Xue Liang said. "It can't be Zhu Yan. I've known him for a long time." "You can't know a person's heart by his appearance," Luo Qin said. "Nothing is absolute. It can't be him." Xue Liang still shook his head. "Just believe me. There are other reasons. I'm not convenient to say." "Okay." Luo Qin nodded. "You really want to scare him, right? All 5 guns are empty." Xue Liang smiled without saying a word, pointed the gun in one direction, and fired. A cluster of sparks spurted out of the muzzle of the gun, and a zombie more than 10 meters away was hit with its brains splattered, and fell down. "I told you. Equal opportunities." Xue Liang put down the gun. He was lucky. Luo Qin was stunned for a moment, and then laughed tremblingly. "Damn. You are really terrible. Lychee. I love you to death." "Do you like perverts?" Xue Liang asked him. "It can only be you. Lychee." Luo Qin pulled Xue Liang's chin, looked down at him. "You are crazy enough." "You too." Xue Liang smiled, pulled off his collar, turned his back to the arrow-like gaze, and didn't care, even if he would be criticized in the future. It was worth it. Chapter 149. A mob. Cheng Qingniao and Cheng Qingye are both in the dormitory now. They like Jimo Lang very much. They run here whenever they have time, and teach a little kid who has not been weaned to call uncle and auntie. Jimo Lang can open both eyes now. The tail of his eyes is narrow and long, and the corner of his eyes is wide. He has peach blossom eyes. The shadow of Jimo can be seen in the upper half of his face. He has a lively personality. He is not afraid of strangers around him. He will reach out to grab them with a smile. Xue Liang and Luo Qin also raised the child very carefully, fearing that if they didn't teach him well, they would bring up another Jimo. Lizzie, let's take him back to Wanchun camp to raise him. Okay. Luo Qin looked at the child in the crib and turned to Xue Liang. Xue Liang hesitated. It's not safe there. I'm afraid it's hard to take care of him. But it's more dangerous to stay in the Ark. Especially Li Muqi. He won't miss any opportunity he can catch. Cheng Qingyao said. Brother, have you done a physical examination for Xiaolang? How is his physical condition? The implication is to ask whether the child has inherited the genes of recreating humans, and whether he has any health defects. There is no case to prove whether the offspring of two recreated humans will carry genetic diseases, or have the probability of congenital gene defects. Jimo Lang is the first child bred by two recreated humans, and he is full of scientific research blind spots. I have checked it. I didn't let Juyan handle it. I found someone from my own family. Xue Liang shook his head. There is not a single bit of Lantian virus in his body, which is very strange. What if it really can't be inherited? Luo Qin said. This child may be an ordinary person. Xue Liang sighed. That's the best. I don't want him to go down this path in the future. Luo Qin remembered what Jimo Song said to him that day. Jimo Lang must not fall into Li Muqi's hands. Could it be that she knew something hidden? And those words were hinting at him. He looked at Jimo Lang in the crib with mixed feelings, thinking that he could use Xiao Lang to threaten Jimo, the lover who had disappeared after a chance encounter. For example, when he was desperate, he would ask her to come out to help him. How wicked, he thought again. Jimo finally came back from fooling around outside. She pushed open the door drunkenly and said, Are you all here? Luo Qin smelled the alcohol on him and frowned. Did you go to the wine jar? Jimo ignored him and walked straight to the crib. She put her hands on the railings, looked at Jimo Lang inside, and laughed. Son, shall I take you out to play? Let's go ride a motorcycle. Don't vomit in there. Xue Liang grabbed his face and pushed him out mercilessly. Jimo raised her head, rubbed the back of her head, and said, By the way, I have something to tell you and Luo Qin. Jimo Song has contacted the Russian. He sent me an email. I'll check it later. Xue Liang checked his email on Xue Simi's computer and found that Ignat had replied with a long letter. It was preceded by a long string of particularly inexplicable American greetings. He also asked Xue Liang when he would go to the United States to spar with him again. He had recently figured out a new fighting technique and was eager to try it out. He simply didn't read it because it was too long. He turned to the bottom of the email and saw that Ignat had attached an address at the end. It was the former Soviet laboratory that once stored ancient viruses, located in the suburbs of Ukraine. This is the only useful sentence. Xue Liang had a blank expression. The previous part is written like my college entrance examination English composition. Just making something to say. Chernobyl. Locken took a closer look. It's actually that place. Ignat also warned them that it was an uninhabited town. To this day, every inch of land and bricks still have lingering nuclear radiation. Although these pose no threat to the recreation of humans, it does not rule out that the animals there have already undergone terrible mutations. In addition, after the outbreak of the Lantian virus, the entire town was also affected. The zombies that were entrenched there might evolve faster under the influence of radiation. If you must go, you must be more careful. When are we leaving? Jimo finally sobered up and asked. Xue Liang and Luo Qin looked at him. You want to go too? Ah? What else? Jimo was confused. I can't go. Xue Liang, I'm afraid you'll give birth to a few Russian hybrids and bring them back. Fuck your fucking dad. Jimo cursed. I'm not a dog. Xue Liang sneered. Who knows? In the end, Xue Liang agreed to take Jimo with him. After the three of them made arrangements, they decided to leave the day after tomorrow. They planned to return to Wanchun camp first, then organize the supplies, and head north from there. The journey was very long, and the helicopter at Wanchun camp could come in handy. As for Jimo Lang, Shui Liang decided to take him back to Wanchun camp to raise him. Let alone whether Li Muki would attack the child. Just because there was Shui Yunting in Fangzhou, he did not dare to let Jimao Lang stay in the same place with that devil. The next morning, Luo Qin was awakened by the noise outside, looked at the time, muttered, "What time is it? Aren't we leaving tomorrow?" Shui Liang had already gotten up, and just after he came out of the wash, he received a support signal from the outside of the camp, saying that a large number of recreated humans gathered outside the camp, and clashed with the garrison and members of the Human Alliance. When Luo Qin heard this, he also got up, and put on his clothes. The two rushed to the entrance of the Ark camp, and saw a group of people blocking the door outside, shouting and yelling. Many injured Ark members supported each other and fled in, looking miserable. "Tell you to fight," someone shouted. "Otherwise we will fight in. The Ark falls. Survivors govern themselves. The Ark falls. Li Muki, get out." Shui Liang walked out, thinking of seeing what was going on first. But those people saw him in a military uniform, and thought he was just another soldier trying to stop a chariot. So they raised their voices. "Why is there another child? Let the adults come out to fight. We don't bully children." This remark quickly caused a burst of laughter. Shui Liang looked around calmly, and found that there were men, women, young and old, a mixed crowd, and it was quite lively. "Lichi, how is it?" Luo Qin followed and asked. Shui Liang shook his head indifferently. "A mob." As soon as he said this, he quickly aroused the dissatisfaction of the crowd. "A mob? Let's fight one-on-one. If you beat me, I will withdraw immediately. I won't fight with you." Shui Liang was unmoved. "Go back, it's not safe here." His tone was very calm, but to some people, it sounded like a provocation. "You fucking look down on us?" A yellow-haired man was enraged, walking towards him aggressively, and halfway through he started to roll up his sleeves to prepare for a fight, lifting his thin clothes, with a green dragon on his left and a white tiger on his right, and a half-tattooed 3-axe on his left arm, which looked a bit weird. Shui Liang didn't dodge, and stood there waiting for the other party to come to him. Suddenly, he raised his right leg, slashed down, and instantly knocked the yellow-haired man into the ground. The yellow-haired man was stunned by him, and fell to the ground face down, his head buzzing. Shui Liang lifted him up by the collar and asked, "Recreated human?" The yellow-haired man was as thin as a chick. Shui Liang was holding back his strength. But when he grabbed the back of the man's neck, he found that the man's body was stronger than he looked. He must have used a strengthener. So he was a little rude. "I don't want to fight with you." Shui Liang reluctantly threw the man aside. "Get out of the way." Just beating up the forward pawn was not enough to deter. Soon another strongman came up, his legs full of strength, leaping up, and his fist like a boulder smashed with the wind. His movements fell into Shui Liang's eyes, like a slow motion in a movie. Every breath, every punch and kick were observed very clearly. Shui Liang caught his fist with one hand, twisted it in the opposite direction, twisted the opponent's entire arm into a twist, and then threw it away heavily. "The fist is soft," Shui Liang said. "I said, I won't." His voice was drowned out by the booing. People kept rushing up, like entangled jackals. Shui Liang had to focus on dealing with this side. After beating one, another came. It was endless. Luo Qin stood aside and watched. At first, he was still standing, but later he simply sat down. From the beginning of sweating, he turned to pure watching. "Luo Qin, what are you doing?" Shui Liang looked back at him in disbelief. "Why don't you come to help me? I can only help to pull a little." Luo Qin leaned back, his arm on the iron railing, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He asked again, "No? Were you just acting like a spoiled child?" "Fuck you." When Cheng Qingyao and Jimoro came over, Luo Qin was sitting leisurely in the driver's seat of a military truck, with the door open, to watch the no-brainer ring match over there. "What's going on?" Cheng Qingyao asked him. Luo Qin shook his legs and said, "Watching the fight between Lichi." In the end, Shui Liang beat almost no one on the other side. The remaining people were timid, although they were still making noises. Their voices were less than 1/10. Shui Liang clapped his hands and turned around to go back. Luo Qin made a scissors gesture to him from a distance, and blew a kiss. There was a sudden cry behind him. Shui Liang turned around and saw a tall and thin man rushing out of the crowd, jumping half a meter high like a grasshopper, and slapping him in the air. Shui Liang was still at ease. He raised his hand to take the blow, He was surprised to find that the opponent was quite powerful. He was obviously a recreated human being, and had received combat training. The man retreated a few meters away with his strength. He looked at Xue Liang with contempt. But his attention was always behind him. After a while, the man showed his yellow teeth from smoke and laughed out loud. Isn't this Luo Qin? The murderer who was kicked out of school? Xue Liang's steps towards Luo Qin suddenly stopped. And he looked back at this person, with a gloomy look in his eyes. Luo Qin only felt a moment of tinnitus. He jumped out of the car and looked at the man. He found that he looked familiar. Who are you? Luo Qin asked him. The man chewed something and spat to the side. My name is Han Long. Do you remember? When Luo Qin heard the name, he immediately looked at the man. He remembered that when he first went to college, there was such a scumbag in the dormitory next door. He loved to provoke and gossip about others, and he seemed to dislike him from the first day they met. The most disgusting thing is that on the day he was expelled from school, Han Long leaned out of the balcony of the dormitory and mocked loudly, and successfully spread the matter outside the college, which became one of the few scars in his short memory of college. However, Luo Qin is no longer the bean sprout who stood out from the crowd when he entered college at the age of 16. He is now a head taller than Han Long, and there are not even many people who are qualified to be his opponent. Is it you? I've seen too many idiots, and I don't know who you are. Han Long walked towards him. You, a murderer with a criminal record, have the nerve to challenge me. Believe it or not, I will. He suddenly stopped, and felt that his internal organs were trembling violently. He was not the only one who felt this way. Many people around him found that their bodies began to shake. The shaking became stronger and stronger. Soon, some people realized that it was not their bodies that were shaking, but the ground under their feet. Screams suddenly exploded in the crowd, and everyone began to flee. Most people didn't know what happened. They just squeezed forward desperately under the fear of following the crowd. The scene suddenly became a mess. Xue Liang was supported by Luo Qin, who rushed over. The two of them barely stabilized their bodies and looked in the direction where the crowd dispersed. They saw a pale zombie giant running towards them. It was almost exactly the same as the one they saw at the attack site of the Lieutenant General's troops that day. But it was much larger, as tall as 2 or 3 floors. Fuck. What is that? Jimoro jumped up and slapped Chung Qingyao back. Can you shoot it? It's Titan. Chung Qingyao frowned and pulled out a pistol from his waist. Go and evacuate the crowd. Hurry up. Xue Liang had an instinctive killing intent against this thing. He immediately pushed Luo Qin behind him and changed direction to rush towards Titan. After the zombie mutated, it was several times larger than a normal human and had great strength. It felt Xue Liang's hostility and suddenly pressed down on him like a mountain, flying towards him. Luo Qin didn't even see how he did it. Countless frames of fast-paced shots flashed before his eyes. When he reacted, Xue Liang had already kicked Titan on the head. The street lamps beside him were smashed to pieces by the huge tremor. Titan was kicked and rolled, leaving a deep pit of dozens of meters on the asphalt road. Xue Liang stretched out his hand to hold a street lamp pole, and with a strong twist, he actually broke the street lamp. Then he threw it at Titan like a javelin. The street lamp instantly pierced through its back, and it stabbed out of its chest with a puff, and black blood gushed out. The Titan howled to the sky, but this injury did not affect its movement. Instead, it turned around quickly and continued to rush towards Xue Liang. There were many people hiding nearby to watch the excitement, all of them seeking excitement. On the one hand, they hoped that Xue Liang would die in the hands of this monster. But on the other hand, they couldn't help but worry. It seemed that Xue Liang could indeed fight a Titan. But if he lost, there was no one present who could deal with this big guy, compared to getting rid of it as soon as possible. They obviously valued their lives more. Seeing that the Titan was already a few meters in front of Xue Liang, he responded quickly, stretched out his hand to grab the half of the lamp pole exposed on the giant's chest, and did a backflip and jumped onto its back. Xue Liang quickly grabbed the back of the Titan's neck with one hand, and inserted his 5 fingers into it. Then the muscles in his arm suddenly tightened, and he pulled it up with an instant burst of force, and actually pulled out its spine. My dear uncle, Jimoro was stunned. Is he still a human? At this time, someone finally recognized Xue Liang's identity. Fong Ark recreated the pinnacle of human strength, and no one could match him. This name, from this moment on, has become a symbol of absolute status on the food chain. All reports and rumors are false, and everyone can use them as gossip. But seeing with your own eyes is different. Only strength itself has overwhelming persuasiveness. In the end, people will only remember this day. In front of everyone, Xue Liyang pulled out the spine of the zombie giant and became famous. Xue Liyang jumped off the body of the titan and was about to go back. Suddenly, he heard an indignant shout from the crowd. "You are so strong. Why do you want to be Li Muqi's running dog? Shouldn't you stand with us and help us overthrow the Ark?" It seems that this word running dog is not the first time that people have used it on him. Xue Liyang wiped the blood off his face and walked forward without looking back. "If you want to fight, then fight. I am not responsible for answering your questions." "Xue Liyang, you are an accomplice to the tiger, and you have no humanity at all," someone scolded him. "If you say you are not Li Muqi's accomplice, who will believe it?" Xue Liyang ignored them, walked to Luo Qin, leaned against the truck next to him, and took off his blood-stained coat. Luo Qin looked at him, rubbed his neck irritably, and asked, "Why don't you explain?" "No need. What they think has nothing to do with me. I am not defending Li Muqi, I am just protecting the ordinary people in the Ark." Xue Liyang grabbed his coat and looked at the crowd that was gradually dispersing. Not everyone can get the enhancer, and not everyone has the ability to protect themselves in the doomsday. Although the Ark is not that beautiful, it is at least the last barrier for these ordinary people now. Anyway, I think they should still need me. Chapter 150. A time to vent my anger for my boyfriend. The first person who challenged me, the yellow-haired man, had not left yet. He saw Xue Liyang standing there, and heard what he said. He suddenly felt awe, and walked over to offer him a cigarette. Xue Liyang stretched out his hand to block it. "I don't smoke." "Hey, okay, brother." The yellow-haired man had completely lost his thorny arrogance just now, and honestly took the cigarette back and smoked it himself. It's better not to smoke. Smoking is harmful to health. We don't touch pornography, gambling, or drugs. Luo Qin couldn't help but remind him, "Hey, he definitely won't touch gambling or drugs. You don't have to worry about the rest." "What the hell are you pretending to be? Can you still call him a man if he doesn't smoke?" Xue Liyang raised his head and saw Han Long coming over with a smug expression on his face. However, the other party was obviously bluffing. He stopped when he was still some distance away from him. Although he looked calm, his body movements showed that he was extremely defensive against Xue Liyang. "You lost. Why don't you leave? Is there something wrong?" Xue Liyang shook his coat in his hand and asked perfunctorily. "Of course. I came to appreciate what the murderer in the school has become now. It is said that after you were expelled from school, you didn't even have a place to live? Then how do you make money? It can't be some low-class job, right?" Xue Liyang leaned against the car door and continued to listen to him, tapping his fingertips lightly on the car window. The man became more and more unscrupulous in his scolding, and even scolded Xue Liyang. After Han Long finished speaking, he whistled at Luo Qin and laughed loudly. "Call me daddy, and I will let you go." Luo Qin sighed and was about to get up immediately. Xue Liyang turned around and pushed him onto the seat, and whispered, "Don't move." After he said this, he closed the door and turned to walk towards Han Long. Han Long cursed and spat at his feet. But before he could get rid of the fight, Xue Liyang grabbed him by the collar and pushed his right knee up hard, without holding back at all. The man on the other side was instantly unable to straighten his back due to the pain. He didn't even give Han Long a chance to fight back. He pressed down on the back of his neck with his elbow. Han Long screamed like a pig being slaughtered, but his vitals were grabbed. When he struggled, his muscles all over his body ached. Even Huang Mao was startled and took a few steps back reflexively. Xue Liyang kicked Han Long to the ground, aimed at the softest part of his body, and kicked him several times with the heel of his combat boots, hitting the painful spot every time. He didn't show any expression when he beat people, as if this was as normal as eating and sleeping. Luo Qin sat in the car dumbfounded, speechless. The soldiers are beating people. Help! Han Long screamed like crazy. His hands were covering his stomach. He was only concerned about the head and not the tail. He rolled around in pain, his body pressed against the ground and tried desperately to crawl away, but Xue Liyang grabbed him by the hair and pulled him up like a chicken, hit his stomach 5 or 6 times in a row by his knees. This time he was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. Xue Liyang threw him away, his face pressed on the thick phlegm he had just vomited, and he groaned while holding his stomach. After a while, He trembled and stretched out a hand, begging for mercy. Xue Liang lifted Han Long up for the second time, and punched him on the clean half of his face. His cheekbones, which were already very prominent, were instantly swollen, and his eye sockets were blue and purple, and the bloodshot almost burst his eyeballs. Han Long felt his stomach churning, and a sweet and fishy taste surged in his throat. He was carried to the window by Xue Liang, facing Luo Qin in the driver's seat. "What did you say just now?" Xue Liang said lightly. "I'll count to 3. And open your mouth." Han Long moved his mouth, but didn't say anything. 1, 2, Xue Liang began to count down. "I scream. I scream." Xue Liang threw Han Long aside and kicked him again. "Shut up. I didn't ask you to scream." Han Long lay on the ground, shaking like a sieve, and didn't dare to move. Wang Mao saw this, fearing that he would really kill someone, and immediately stepped forward and cursed. "My elder brother told you to get out. Get out. Get out. Get out." He kicked him after cursing, which was quite a show of power. Xue Liang opened the passenger door and got in. Luo Qin looked at him and laughed. "I almost recognized a son. I just want to beat him up," Xue Liang said. "If he really dares to scream, I'll tear his mouth off." "Oh!" Luo Qin nodded. "We can't have such a bastard child." Xue Liang paused, rubbed Luo Qin's face. "We can't have one anyway." Luo Qin bumped his head on his shoulder, laughing so hard that his body shook. Okay. Okay, I'm so happy to know that my boyfriend is venting for me." Xue Liang leaned back in the chair, glanced at him. "Did you know each other before?" Luo Qin was silent for a moment, nodded. "He's your college classmate?" Xue Liang asked. "You dropped out, and he still went back to school." "Right. Then it was worth it for me." "What's wrong? Do you think it's a pity that I dropped out?" Luo Qin's hand on the back of Xue Liang's head slid down, and he squeezed the other's arm with force. Xue Liang nodded. "Yeah. It's a pity," Luo Qin said twice, and there was no regret in his tone. "If I had continued to study, I would have had the opportunity to exchange with your school in my sophomore year, so I could have met you earlier." Xue Liang turned her head and looked at him calmly. Luo Qin's eyes wavered for a moment, and he turned his head away calmly. "It's okay. It's been so many years." At this time, Wang Mao appeared outside the passenger window with a smile on his face, knocked on the glass, and said to Xue Liang in a very flattering way, "Brother, can I follow you in the future?" Xue Liang glanced at him. Without hesitation, "No." "Hey. No. I mean, can I enter the Ark?" Wang Mao hurriedly explained. "I won't follow them to fight and kill and rob things in the future. I have become a good person. I have to follow our brother Xue, our military brother. Go to the 3rd row of barracks on the left of the door to get a form, and you can enter after registering." Xue Liang raised his thumb and pointed him in the direction. "Go." Wang Mao responded and ran away happily. Luo Qin laughed. "Lizzie, you are good. And you even brought people here." Li Muqi finally reopened the registration for survivors in the outer camp a few days ago, but almost no one came anymore. Many people no longer believed in the Ark, and began to be self-reliant in various parts of the city. But in fact, the relationship between the Ark itself and the outer camp has begun to diverge. Inside the Ark, except for Xue Liang's faction, who are still managing the survivors in the camp, the other committee members have given up the outer camp and turned to protect themselves, selecting powerful recreated humans to join their forces. I don't know if it's because of the advertising effect brought by Xue Liang today, but a lot more people came to register. Zhang Qingyao stood at the door of the registration office, looking at the people queuing up to get the forms, including ordinary people, recreated humans, and even people holding small notebooks and planning to ask Xue Liang for autographs. He put his arm on Xue Liang's shoulder and sighed. "Brother, Li Muqi has been issuing many orders to gather heroes recently, but not many people buy it. You fought with someone at the door, and you actually gained a circle of admirers. Anyway, I'm leaving tomorrow. Let them worship the legend." Xue Liang no longer struggled with his new identity, and said calmly, "Remember to strengthen management. There are a few unruly people in the new batch. Be careful." "Okay, brother. Don't worry." Zhang Qingyao smiled. "Or you can leave me a few autographs. I can sell them. Get out." Xue Liang pushed his arm down. "If you are too idle, go to work." Xue Liang thought that he would leave tomorrow, and today he would take a tour of the camp. After all, it has been very quiet here recently, and there are few conflicts that they need to reconcile. As a result, just after a short while of peace, the yellow-haired guy came over again, sneaking behind him, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Luo Qin looked back at Huang Mao and asked, "What are you doing?" "I have something to ask the boss," Huang Mao said respectfully. "Is the boss free now?" Xue Liang frowned. "Who is your boss?" "Huang Mao, you. I just came here, and I haven't paid homage to the leader yet." "Look at me. What leader are you paying homage to? This is not a bandit camp," Xue Liang said. "If you have nothing to do, go and help with the work. If you have something to do, go and do your own thing," Huang Mao said. "Oh," and was about to leave when Luo Qin called him and said to him mysteriously, "Friend, do you know who is the only person here who can beat your boss?" "Who?" Huang Mao became alert. "It is impossible for anyone to beat him." "Right." Although he said so, Huang Mao's eyes flashed with tension and disbelief when he asked this question. In his heart, the invincible big brother he just recognized cannot be surpassed by others. This is his current belief. He has lived in a single environment since he was a child, and his worldview is of course very simple. In the past, he only had gangs and friends in his mind. Now he has recognized a big brother inexplicably. Although the other party is not very happy, this stubborn guy has already determined it and put himself in the ranks of younger brothers. For him, only those who are good at fighting are the ones he should respect. But Xue Liang has a little more nobleness and profoundness that makes him admire him. Especially the words he accidentally heard in front of the Ark. It is almost the most philosophical speech he has ever heard since he grew up. Luo Qin looked around and said in a low voice, "It's me." Xue Liang couldn't help but said, "Are you afraid of losing face by keeping your voice so low?" The yellow-haired man looked at Luo Qin in surprise, and then at Xue Liang, and saw that the latter did not refute it openly, but looked helpless, and actually believed this nonsense a little. "So that's how it is. I admire you. What's your name?" "My name is Luo Qin." Luo Qin lied without thinking, and said nonsense casually. "In fact, your boss is very powerful, but he is still inferior to me. Don't tell anyone about this. I want to keep a low profile. Otherwise it will be inconvenient to do some things." "Oh, okay." The yellow-haired man nodded in confusion. "Then, Boss Luo, I will follow you in the future." Luo Qin waved his hand. "No problem. Go ahead." The yellow-haired man ran away, and Xue Liang laughed out loud. He grabbed Luo Qin's shoulder and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist. "You are really good at fooling people. You trick people into thinking you are the boss. You will protect him in the future. I don't care." "Oh, more friends mean more ways," Luo Qin said lazily. "You take care of the fighting. I will take care of the social relations. And the couple will do it. Hey, don't leave." The new members settled down quickly that night, and many empty barracks in the camp became lively again. Xue Liang checked the warehouse's daily in and out list, yawned, turned around and walked out. Just as he reached the warehouse door, he was suddenly pulled to the back of a truck by a pair of hands. Looking back, it was Luo Qin, who had just come back from cleaning the streets, changed his clothes, and came to find him immediately. "What are you doing?" Xue Liang pushed him. "There are too many people here." Luo Qin leaned close to his face, hugged him and took a few deep breaths. "Oh my god. I'm so tired. Save my life. Lizzie, what shampoo do you use? It smells so good. Why are you sucking frozen pears here?" Xue Liang laughed. "Have you ever eaten frozen pears? Don't you have any romantic cells at all?" Xue Liang couldn't help it, and pushed Luo Qin to the back of the truck. The two were like two frozen pears sucking each other's energy. Inseparable, and didn't even notice when someone came around. "Fuck." The third person's voice suddenly sounded. Both of them had no feeling about being caught, and only felt annoyed. Xue Liang raised his head angrily, and was about to complain. Huang Mao stood opposite the two of them, holding a cigarette in his hand, staring blankly. Luo Qin glanced at him and asked, "What are you doing? Look good?" I'm not." Huang Mao was a little panicked and embarrassed. He didn't know where to put his hands, and his eyes were wandering around. "Boss, I just came to smoke a cigarette and put some water by the way." You are..." Luo Qin was most annoyed by people who didn't understand the atmosphere and kept asking questions. He said impatiently, Show your cards? I'm your boss's man. You see it, right? You have to be a little sensible when you are out there, brother. Oh! Huang Mao suddenly realized. Yes. People like our boss need to be matched with heroes like Luo. I'm not in the way. I'm leaving now. Boss. You guys continue. Don't let me spoil your fun. The yellow-haired man ran away after saying that. Xue Liang and Luo Qin looked at each other, and laughed at each other. You scared your little brother to death, Luo Qin said. That's your little brother. Xue Liang kissed him on the neck. Let's go, my people. You have to go back to the dormitory with me.